Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4 CD Chapter 123 Konoha Mountain Racing God Race half a month later, on Mount Konoha behind Konoha Village. Hey, it's starting to close. It's starting to close. The game will start in 10 minutes, Dave said while holding the phone. Roger, the voice came from the phone. Wait a minute, isn't Kakuzu here yet? Dave looked at the empty chairs beside him and asked doubtfully. Manager Kakuzu hasn't come yet. Wait, a car came down the mountain. It's Manager Kakuzu, the person over there exclaimed. Okay, you can close the mountain first and I'll give him a call, Dave nodded. Then he hung up the phone and called Kakuzu. Kakuzu? Why are you here now? The competition is about to start. You don't want the dividend this month? Dave asked angrily. Boy, I'm not going to comment anymore. I've already signed up for the competition. Kakuzu's calm voice came from over there. Damn it, are you playing? I'm going to explain it by myself? Dave roared after being stunned for a while. Don't worry, I've already found someone to replace me. I spent a lot of money to find a professional. He should be here by this time. Kakuzu's voice came out calmly. Commentary? Oh, is there a future? Not to mention the exhausting work of this commentary, Dave, a stingy kid, only gave him a total of 30,000 silver taels. I heard that the winner of this competition is 1 million silver taels, and also has the title of Konoha Mountain Racing God. Moreover, the whole process of the competition will be recorded and posted online. Now, not only people in the village can see it online, but the entire Fire Nation can see it. Kakuzu is not interested in honors or anything, he's in it for a million. This is best, otherwise your work this month will be in vain. Dave hung up the phone speechlessly. A moment later Dave looked at Uchiha Kagami arriving in front of him in confusion. Advertisement, how about playing? Are you the professional commentator that Kakuzu paid a lot of money to hire? Dave asked in pain as he looked at the camera in front of him that had just been discharged from the hospital. Of course, let me tell you, I am the examiner of the Chunin exam next month. Aren't the examiners and commentators essentially the same? I can definitely do it. Manager Kakuzu spent a lot of time. The World League invited me with a high salary of 648, Uchiha Kagami said with confidence. I believe you for now. Dave suddenly had a bad premonition. After debugging the equipment for 10 minutes. Hello everyone, I am the commentator of this Konoha Mountain Racing God competition. I am handsome, graceful, tall and mighty, with a face as beautiful as a crowned jade. I am as talented as a child. Senju Dave explains the game for you. Dave introduced himself. Hello everyone, This is my partner for commentating this game, Uchiha the Terrible Turd Uchiha Kagami. I believe that people who know this name mean that he is not a good person. Well, Uchiha Kagami is the commentator for this game. Friendly commentator of the game. Jingya wanted to introduce himself in a coquettish way, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Dave on the side. This competition is strongly sponsored by the Konoha Love Kidney Company's Love Kidney Internet Cafe, Love Kidney Bar, Love Kidney Driving School, Love Kidney Clothing and other brands. The winner of this competition will receive millions of dollars and the title of Konoha Mountain Car God, and a car specially built for it, and it will be promoted in the top advertising space on the Konoha forum for 7 days. Dave continued. Come on, let's turn the camera to the players. Dave gestured and turned the camera around. The first contestant, first Hokage-sama, single-handedly ended the Sengoku era's ninja god, Senju Hashirama. This is his first competition. It seems that Hashirama-sama is full of confidence. I don't know what he will do this time. Can you bring us a wonderful visual feast? Dave introduced as he watched the figure slowly walking down from the car at the starting line. Hashirama looked at the camera with a smile on his face and kept waving his hands. Ah! Master Hashirama! Master Hashirama! Master Hashirama! Come on! The villagers at the finish line who came to watch the battle screamed excitedly. The second contestant, the contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha clan, who together with first Hokage-sama ended the Sengoku era of ninja Shura, Uchiha Madara. This is also the first competition for the Madara clan. The Madara clan leader looks very calm and seems to have won. That's it, let's look forward to his wonderful performance this time, Dave continued. Madara slowly walked out of the car, took off the sunglasses on her face, looked at the camera, smiled disdainfully, and put the sunglasses back on. Come on, Chief. The Chief will win. Compared to Hashirama's shout just now, Madara's shout seemed a little weaker, and most of it came from the Uchiha clan. Because it was a car race, many female villagers were not interested in it and did not come. Otherwise, Madara's voice is more than that. The third contestant, second Hokage-sama, Senju Tobirama. Advertisement, the fourth contestant, the handsome boy from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izuna. The fifth contestant, the black-faced dunk ghost, Kakuzu. I believe that when I mentioned this name, many of the businessmen watching shuddered. He really lives up to his name. Then there are 5 supporting actors, The competition will start in 5 minutes. Competitors, please adjust your condition and check whether there are any problems with your vehicles. In addition, players are prohibited from using ninjutsu during this competition. Starting line, motor. The title of Konoha Mountain Racing God must be mine. Hashirama walked up to Madara and said with confidence. You couldn't outrun me in the previous trial. Are you sure you can beat me this time? Madara took off her sunglasses with one hand, her face full of disdain. Ha ha ha, I don't know who took the second subject test more than 30 times, Hashirama laughed. Hash hot mom. Motor. What's going on? What happened to the starting line? What? Hashirama and Madara are fighting. Stop them. When Dave received the news from the starting line, he looked confused. How could the two of them still be so good? Fight. You handsome guy from the Uchiha clan, you'd better go home and go on a blind date. This place is not suitable for you. If you run around and bump into something, it will break the hearts of many girls. At this time, here Tobirama also opened the car door window, looked at Izuna aside and sneered. Senju Tobirama. You are looking for death. Izuna was originally upset when he heard what the commentator said, but this guy is still mocking him. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama. What? Izuna and Tobirama are fighting again. I'm speechless. Stop these two couples. Bah, stop these four. Dave put down the phone, his face full of helplessness. Chapter 124 Mirror. He crossed the line, fight, fight, fight until you can't take care of yourself. The first one is mine. Kakuzu looked at the four fighting, his eyes glowed with a faint green light, and he kept rubbing his hands. It seems that he wants to go up and kick him to aggravate the situation at this moment. Stop it, stop it. This made the staff on the side miserable. Which of these four can he hold down? The chairman also asked me to recruit the four of them. Isn't this just for fun? That white hair is scurrying around like a G-rat. He can't even see it. How can I persuade him? Bai Mao seems to be Lord Second Hokage. Ahem, I didn't say anything. Mr. Chairman, I can't hold the four of them back. There was no other way. The staff had no choice but to call Dave to explain the situation. Okay, give the phone to Kakuzu. Dave was helpless. Manager Kakuzu, the chairman's phone number. The staff member hurriedly handed the phone in his hand to Kakuzu. Boy, what's the matter? Help me stop the four of them. They're starting to fight before the game even starts. It's going to be a fight later, Dave said with a headache. Hey, are you sure I can stop you? Kakuzu sneered. He didn't say whether he was willing or not, but whether he could stop him. Stop them, 100,000. Good boss. Kakuzu hung up the phone and put the phone into his arms. Manager. That's my mobile phone. The staff swallowed. It's confiscated. Go back and ask the chairman for reimbursement. Kakuzu glanced at him lightly and said. The staff member left here full of resentment. He really deserves to be the manager. Woo. That's too much. I'm going to the company to report him. You four idiots, stop it. Kakuzu put his hands behind his back and walked slowly up to the four of them with a confident attitude and shouted. The four of them looked at Kakuzu slowly. Advertisement. Oh, I am your driving school instructor Kakuzu. I am a 4-year-old student. I have passed 18 tests in the first subject, 35 times in the second test in one subject, 32 times in the third test in one subject, and passed the fourth test in one subject. Chapter 16. You four losers, you are no match for me. Go back and wash up and go to bed. Kakuzu looked calm on his face, but he was panicking in his heart. 100,000 and 200,000 taels. This is all for the sake of 100,000 taels. Thinking of this, Kakuzu's eyes hardened. A moment later, the four people dusted themselves off and then returned to their cars. There is a ball of thread lying on the ground. Work-related injuries. Work-related injuries must be reimbursed. Until the last moment when he fainted, Kakuzu was still thinking about reimbursement. Special circumstances occurred on the field. Player number 5 Kakuzu accidentally fainted due to heat stroke due to the hot weather and lost the qualification for this competition. Again, Dave would like to remind the villagers watching to pay attention to sun protection and protect their bodies. Dave reports. The game starts with 10 seconds left, Dave shouted. The hum of the engine came from the starting line. Hashirama, I'll wait for you at the finish line. Madara rolled down the car window, smiled disdainfully at Hashirama with her face wearing sunglasses, and then rolled it up. Damn it, I was tricked by Motorla again. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh. They set off. The leader is the second player Uchiha Madara. Following him is the second Hokage Master Senju Tobirama. Can you say that he is indeed the leader of the Uchiha Madara clan? Can he maintain his condition and ride a horse? Where is Wechun? Let's wait and see, Dave exclaimed. It's not bad. I think Senju Hashirama, the number 1 player following them, hasn't used his full strength yet, and Uchiha Madara won't be able to maintain his friendly guest appearance for long. The commentator also spoke. Fast corners are really fast. Straight lines don't mean anything now. Hey, the first corner is coming. Let me tell you, Uchiha Madara can't hold on for long. It's really hard. The first one just now is now the third, Mana. Dave stared blankly at Uchiha Kagami, who was gradually letting go of himself. Hey, the second corner is coming soon. Oh, Senju Hashirama actually used drift. Senju Tobirama followed closely. Cut. Uchiha Madara was overtaken by player number 4 Uchiha Izuna again. Madara listened to the commentary voice on her mobile phone, and veins popped out on her head. Advertisement, say less, you just came out of the hospital. Dave quickly covered Jing's mouth. What's the point? I'll explain it. What the villagers want to hear is truth from facts. What's wrong with me? Jing let go of Dave's hand and said a little dissatisfied. Let's analyze the situation on the field. Now Senju Hashirama is firmly ranked first, Senju Tobirama is second, and Uchiha Izuna is third. However, the situation on the field is changing rapidly. Maybe which corner is second 3 can lead to overtaking. As for 4th place, forget it, you can't even drift. Dave looked at the mirror with a confused look on his face. Well, if you want to die, I can't stop you. Kai. Real food, such a good transcendence point, Uchiha Madara can't grasp it, what else can he do? Is Uchiha Madara going to overtake Uchiha Izuna in front of me? Is she going to overtake? Is she going to overtake? Oh. Still not overtaking, it's really rubbish. We're about to reach the finish line. Wait a minute, why did the 2nd and 3rd place suddenly slow down, and Uchiha Madara became 2nd? Bah, that's how it is, to do such an inside job, how shameless. Dave just looked in the mirror and jumped sideways for more than 10 minutes on the verge of death. As for why Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama are slowing down, what did they realize? Then. That. Uncle Madara, are you okay? Dave answered the emergency call on Madara's car. There was a heavy breathing sound from over there. Dave is silent. Just as they were about to cross the line, Hashirama was still in 1st place and Madara was in 2nd place. The commentary room was temporarily set up next to the finish line. Dave looked through the window towards the finish line. Through the windshield of Madara's car, Dave could see 2 faint red lights. Dave instinctively realized that something was wrong. He was the first to leave the room where the explanation was given. Oh. Crossed the line. Senju Hashirama crossed the line, the god of Konoha mountain racing has appeared. Oh. Uchiha Madara never expected to spend a lot of money on insider information, but still didn't win. Wait, Uchiha Madara didn't slow down. Uchiha Kagami had no idea that he was the only one left in the room. Hashirama crossed the line and slowly began to slow down. He had opened the car window and stretched his head behind, ready to taunt Madara. Then Hashirama discovered. Madara didn't seem to slow down after crossing the line. When Hashirama came to his senses, Madara had already appeared behind the butt of his car. Madara stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and pushed Hashirama's car towards the commentator. The other side of the room rushed over. The next day. 3 people are lying in the hospital. Chapter 125 Madara Patriarch. Konoha Hospital. What? The company doesn't reimburse me? Immediately, pack my things immediately, I want to be discharged. A ball of black thread lay on the bed, looking at the bill handed over by the nurse in his hand, and let out an angry roar. No, although your human body structure is different from that of ordinary people, your current appearance can be regarded as that of an ordinary person. How can you be discharged from the hospital with your whole body broken? The female nurse advised helplessly. No one can get a penny from me. Look, the hospitalization fee for a day here costs 1,000 silver taels, and a bottle of intravenous drip costs 100 silver taels. Is this reasonable? I can't even steal the money? It's not easy to make money like this. I'm going to report you to the Black Heart Hospital. Kakuzu let out an angry roar about the Black Heart Hospital. The nurse was speechless. Why is there such a weird thing in the village? No matter how much Kakuzu complained to the nurse, and Kakuzu still held the money in his arms tightly and wouldn't let go even if he became a B******D. Dave was hung up by one foot and looked up at the ceiling in silence. He was obviously several hundred meters away from that guy in the mirror at that time. Why? Can you imagine what it would look like when a car is pushing another car, and there is a person lying on the windshield of the car in front of you and rushing towards you? On either side of Dave lie Mirror and Kakuzu. As for Mirror, now a mummy. Originally, the car hit was not serious, but after Dave was hit, Dave limped and hit the mirror again. This made Jing, who was already seriously injured, even worse. Dave, why are you so careless? Yu Mei, who was sitting next to her, glanced at Dave with a resentful look, picked up the love box lunch she brought for Dave, and tenderly brought it to Dave's mouth. HMPH, I died innocently, and it was all because of Uchiha Kagami. Dave snorted. He opened his mouth and took a big bite. Huh? Buzz. Buzz? The mummy mirror over there made a buzzing sound? HMPH, ignore him. Come on, Yu Mei glanced at the culprit over there and snorted in dissatisfaction. Buzz. Advertisement opposite the 3 people. Mito, I'm really fine. Look, am I fine now? Hashirama said, looking at Mito in front of him with a wry smile. No, when I came to the hospital yesterday for a checkup, I still had multiple fractures all over my body. How can you not take a good rest? You don't cherish yourself at all. You are almost 50. Mito refused unhappily. Hashirama was speechless. He did have multiple fractures all over his body yesterday, but when he woke up, nothing happened. Mito also made a fuss and refused to let me leave the hospital, He can just take a good rest. Why do you have to press me here? Madara asked in displeasure on the bed next to her. He was the one driving the car. He didn't do anything wrong, and he was forcefully dragged here by Mito. Izuna asked me to bring you here. He is still working in the Hokage building and doesn't trust you, Mito explained. Madara has no choice but to listen to her brother's words. Mito looked at Dave's situation again and left first after feeling that there was no big problem with Hashirama, Madara, and Dave. Today is a square dance competition with the Inuzuka clan. The Inuzuka clan is a strong enemy. Mito needs to go back and prepare quickly. As for why the Inuzuka clan is a strong enemy, when they were dancing, a group of dogs beside them were also swaying wildly. These dogs added a lot of points to the Inuzuka clan. I heard that the wife of the Inuzuka clan leader is also participating in the battle this time. I heard that her dog can jump and spin 360 degrees on one leg, so it is a formidable opponent. Mito cheered himself up and went back to rehearsal with confidence. Yu Mei chatted with Dave for a while and then left. She didn't want to leave at first, but Yu Mei still had tasks to do, and Dave felt that he had nothing to do, so he let Yu Mei do his work first. Stop arguing, I'll reimburse your money, Dave shouted helplessly, listening to Kakuzu who was still arguing with the nurse over there. Bring me the best medical facilities and the best medical drugs in your hospital. Invite me the most expensive medical ninja. Give me 2 nannies to serve you. Get me a VIP room in the hospital. Kakuzu immediately changed his mind. I'm going to NM. Dave heard the veins popping up on his head, picked up the IV bottle that had just been dripped on the side and threw it over. The nurse also rolled her eyes at him and left the ward first. Anyway, she came here to urge the patient to pay. Madara really felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. He had lived for so many years, when had he ever been in the hospital? Advertisement: the pungent medical alcohol smell in this hospital is so disgusting that I can't stand it anymore. I want to get out of here. Just as Madara was about to get out of bed, she suddenly thought of her brother. Well, the worst thing is, wouldn't it be over if Izuna comes back when she gets off work? I, Uchiha Madara, am one of the witty ones. 328, 329, it's time for you two to get an intravenous drip. At this time, Madara had just stood up and put her feet on the ground when a nurse came to the door. The nurse also happened to see this scene. Are you the leader of the Madara clan? The nurse asked when she saw Madara's eyes looking like stars. Madara was stunned for a moment and nodded. I am your fan, I like every post on your forum. Even if a few years have passed, I will always remember your pole dance. The little nurse is so happy. Well, Chief Madara, can you take a picture with me? The little nurse took out her mobile phone and asked, suppressing the excitement in her heart. Madara is still a little confused and nods her head. The little nurse jumped up excitedly, then he quickly walked aside and took a selfie with Madara. Then the little nurse took the phone and ran away happily. Jing and Dave over there were stunned for a moment when they saw this scene. What about the two of us? At this time, Madara, who was still in a daze, suddenly felt a hot gaze staring at her. Madara slowly turned her head. It turned out to be Hashirama. Hashirama witnessed the whole process, and Hashirama was so envious that he felt separated. Why? Why does everyone in Madara take photos with him? Why don't I? Isn't it logical that a cold-faced ghost like Madara should be scary and annoying? How? Woohoo! So annoying. The two have been good friends for decades, and Madara can understand the look in their eyes at a glance. Hashirama, I'm so troubled. Madara sneered and said slowly. There was 3 parts sarcasm, 3 parts scorn, and 4 parts nonchalance in his tone. Idiot. Chapter 126. The powerful wheelchair. Hashirama crossed his arms with depression written on his face. Damn it. Madara let him pretend. Damn it. The more Hashirama thinks about it, the angrier he becomes, and the more he thinks about it, the more depressed he becomes. Why does Madara have someone like him? Why don't I? Hashirama fell into thought. Could it be that we have to use the one in the sealed book? Madara didn't think too much about it. Wasn't she just a fan asking for a photo? What a normal thing. He still wants to leave here. Madara got out of bed and was about to climb out of the window and sneak away. At this moment, the little nurse from before came back again. She forgot to give intravenous drips to the 2 patients. Embarrassing. Then she saw Madara, who had just gotten out of bed. Chief Madara. Why are you down here? Hurry up. Lie down quickly. The little nurse saw Madara getting out of bed. The one who was in a hurry, whether it was a drip or not, whether the patient was a patient or not, just stay there for the time being. Dave, mirror. I need to go to the toilet. Madara sighed helplessly. Then you can't walk there either. Just wait a moment and I'll push the wheelchair over to you. After the nurse finished speaking, she went to push Madara's wheelchair. Later, Madara was forced into a wheelchair by the little nurse. Quiet, aren't you leaving yet? Madara turned her head helplessly and asked the little nurse. Actually, as a nurse, I don't mind watching you, protect and watch you go to the toilet. The little nurse blushed and said coyly. No, I can go to the toilet by myself. Madara said slowly while suppressing the anger in her heart with veins popping out on her head. Then. Okay. This is my penguin number. You fell into the toilet. No, I mean if you fell into the toilet. No. I mean if you have any emergency in the toilet. Hurry up, send me a message. The little nurse handed Madara a small note, covered her face and ran away. Dave and Jing watched in confusion as the little nurse ran away again. Where's my drip? Madara is in a wheelchair and is going to push the wheelchair to the toilet first. There should be a window there, so let's run from there. It's probably not safe to run from here. He was really scared of that little girl. Hashirama on the side saw this scene, rolled his eyes, and immediately got out of bed, took Jing's wheelchair and sat on it, and followed Madara while rowing the wheel with both hands. Advertisement, buzz. Jing looked at Hashirama running away with his wheelchair and made a confused sound. In the corridor, Madara paddled her wheel slowly towards the toilet. At this time, Madara heard the voice behind her and turned her head in confusion. Their eyes met. You're the right person. Bah. No, why are you following me? The two looked at each other and said nothing. Madara paddled the wheel slowly, and Hashirama did the same. The atmosphere at this moment gradually became tense. Then, on the verge of breaking out. The hands of the two people suddenly looked like phantoms, and they rushed out in a wheelchair. Pedestrians on the corridor could only see a gust of wind and tire tracks on the ground. What the hell happened to rush past in such a flash? Two big black mice. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama. You're going to lose this time. Facing the wind in the hospital, Madara turned around in her wheelchair and looked at Hashirama behind her, laughing. Motor. Don't be so arrogant. Let me show you what the god of Konoha Mountain is. Oh. Veins popped up on Hashirama's head. Originally, his hands were still phantoms, but now they are no longer even shadows. At the turning staircase, Hashirama used chakra on his hand, then stood up and sat down hard. Even the wheelchair and the person jumped up. The wheelchair actually had one wheel standing on the handrail of the stairs. Hashirama had just one wheel. The wheels went down the stairs. When Madara looked at it like this, it was damning that he was just pretending. Then Madara's hands suddenly accelerated. When she reached the top of the stairs, she put one hand on the armrest of the wheelchair and the other on the guardrail of the stairs. She used her hands hard and jumped deep, including the chair and the person, building. On the first floor of the hospital, the two of them went downstairs together, took a breath, and looked at each other, and then. Hello, did you just call the police and report that there was something supernatural happening here? Can you tell us in detail? The police from the Uchiha clan received a call from the hospital and sent 2 police officers here to inquire about the situation. Just now, 2 wheelchairs. This asterisk, and then suddenly, asterisk. I hash asterisk. You asterisk hash asterisk hash. They asterisk hash and asterisk hash percent. Uchiha police. On the streets of Konoha 2 hurricanes passed through the streets. Ha 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 ha. Madara, I'm going to win soon. Hashirama looked at Madara, who was only 1 meter away from him, and laughed. Advertisement. Madara took a deep breath, and then the light of chakra slowly appeared on the surface of her hands. With a swish, Hashirama took a mouthful of smoke. Baga. Madara, you cheated with chakra. Shameless. Hashirama roared angrily, shameless. Then he also used chakra in his hand and followed Madara closely. The two of them just ran from the north of Konoha to the south of Konoha. Passers-by on the streets of Konoha today didn't know what happened. Why are there 4 tire marks on this street? We are about to reach the village entrance. Damn it. Hashirama looked at Madara's back in front of him, feeling a little anxious. No matter. Wood style. Wooden golem jutsu. Then Hashirama, who was sitting in the wheelchair, clapped his hands, and a wooden giant instantly protruded from the ground. He put Hashirama and the wheelchair on wooden golem's head, and took Hashirama with him. Rushed over. Susanoo. Madara sneered in her heart, and then a blue light slowly floated on the surface of the wheelchair. Susanoo, second form. 2-story giants. With a person in a wheelchair on their heads, rushed towards the door of Konoha. Chunin, the gatekeeper of Konoha, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This. Should he throw a kunai to show that he was blocking? The two passed directly through the gate of Konoha and continued running. Konoha's gatekeeper Chunin looked at the broken Konoha gate at a loss. This should not be his fault. He really can't stop it. The two of them ran hundreds of times around the land of fire. For a whole day. They started to compete with each other to see who had more chakra. In the end, the chakra was almost gone. The two looked at each other and decided to reduce it together. A little chakra. Wood style. Wooden golem wheelchair, prestigious wheelchair. Motor. Hash hot mom. The next morning Dave looked at the 2 people covered in bandages on the hospital bed opposite. What did these 2 people do yesterday? He was fine and alive yesterday. How come when he woke up, both of them were wrapped in rice dumplings? Hash hot mom. Motor. Even if the 2 of them were wrapped into rice dumplings, they could still make sounds. Chapter 127. 5 Shadows Gather and Demand returns. 1 week later. Dave, Hiruzen, Danzo and Tobirama Izuna stood at the entrance of Konoha village, ready to welcome the shadows of the other 4 ninja villages. This is the first Chunin exam jointly conducted by the 5 major countries, and Tobirama is also very stressful. He knew that the 4 major villages had been testing Konoha recently, and there might be some trouble in this Chunin exam. Tobirama has made all preparations in the village. Originally, the one who should be standing here was the mirror, but he was still in the hospital, so Tobirama first thought of his precious son, but Dave was confused. As it turned out, the examiner was originally planning to let Dave come alone. Of course. But Dave forced a 1-for-2 trade and brought Hiruzen and Danzo with him. Hiruzen and Danzo didn't say anything. They were eager to do something like this that could contribute to the village. Dave is indeed a good brother. He can think of good things like his dedication to building and increasing the basic social strength of the village. Dave didn't think too much, he was just lazy. He had to take 2 with him when he died. When the time comes, just leave everything to them and let him have some leisure time. Soon, 2 groups of people slowly appeared on the horizon. Tobirama looked at the 2 leaders, his eyes focused. It's the Kazekage and Mizukage. Tobirama is confused. Isn't it just a Chunin exam? Is it necessary for you 2 to come? Too bad, the village was not prepared enough. Samana and Ghost Light Genzuki slowly walked towards Tobirama, who looked at him with a dead look on his face, and Tobirama looked confused. I didn't seem to have done anything. The 2 of them finished glaring at Tobirama and then stared at Dave over there. Tobirama looked at him like this. Hey, what do you mean by looking at my son? Immediately, Tobirama walked to Dave's side, and the two white-haired men stood together, folding their hands and snorting. Shaman and Gui Deng Wanyue also snorted coldly, as if they couldn't stand these two white hairs. Danzo, take the two shadows into the village. Tobirama looked at Danzo behind him and said. Danzo nodded and led the two shadows and the troops behind them into the village. Soon, another figure appeared on the horizon. It was Hokage, but it was not the first generation, but the second generation. Hokage, like the two Kages who came over just now, glared at the two white-haired men fiercely and was taken into the village by Hiruzen. Advertisement Dave and Tobirama were stunned. You said it was okay for Mizukage and Kazekage to glare at us. At least they had a reason. What the hell were you glaring at? I owe you millions. What do you think? Let's look at Lousy closing its doors and letting go of Kakuzu. Leave Kakuzu to the Kingdom of Thunder. Within a week, the Kingdom of Thunder will be in direct financial crisis. After I let Junma go, the country of Thunder was liquidated and bankrupted on the spot. The last one to come is Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage is still the first generation Ishikawa, but he is trembling and probably won't last long. It can be said that among the 5 major ninja villages, only the Earth Country is still a generation old. Ishikawa's apprentice Wu was supporting Ishikawa. Li Du from the Kingdom of Wind died, and Bai Lian from the Kingdom of Water died. The first generation of the Kingdom of Thunder has now begun to retire and is no longer managing state affairs. He is now playing with his grandson at home. Old man, you're not dead yet? Dave smiled and looked at Ishikawa and asked. Kid. Ishikawa looked at the familiar white-haired boy in front of him, with veins popping out on his head. Boy, are you polite? Wu frowned and looked at Dave and asked. Sexually transmitted disease man, you haven't left yet? I was thinking that when you left, I would go to the Kingdom of Earth for a banquet, Dave said with a smile. Everyone is talking. You can't talk to this kid. Talking to him will make you mad to death. Please come in, you are the last to arrive. Tobirama looked at Ishikawa and said coldly. Ishikawa snorted and led everyone into the village following Tobirama. Inside the Love Kidney Hotel 5 shadows gathered in the cage-level suite. Tobirama looked at the 4 figures in front of him, a little confused. What is this going to do? Can't you 4 have a good rest? This is just a Chunin exam. I don't need all 4 of you Kages to come, right? Hokage, can we send the tailed beast back again? Second Kazekage asked first. A question mark slowly appeared on Tobirama's face. Yes. The other 3 shadows nodded at the same time. Advertisement they only knew that there were tailed beasts in Konoha, so in order to balance the strength between them, they also needed the tailed beasts to check and balance. But the fact that Dave was 9 tails Jinchuriki did not spread. Tobirama protected Dave very well, and the people in the 4 major villages always thought that it was Konoha village that tamed the tailed beast. In the past few years, the shaman of the Kingdom of Wind have been studying whether it is possible to seal the tailed beast into the human body. The result is that the few people who conducted the experiment all died. Samana gave up research in this area, and he believed that Konoha village was a domesticated 9 tails. Well, 9 tails is indeed domesticated, and morally domesticated, very moral. People in the 4 major villages don't know how much effort they have put in, but the tailed beasts don't appreciate it. We were having a good time, but you suddenly arrested us, and you still expect me to do things for you? Want to eat shit? Does it need to be domesticated by force? They also tried, but the result was that the village suffered a lot of damage. To tame him, he had to be released, but the destructive power of the tailed beast could affect the village from a long distance, and it was thankless. First, in order to tame 8 tails, Hokage fought hand-to-hand with 8 tails for 2 years. Well, it didn't work at all. It also accelerated the hidden disease left over from the Sengoku era. Ever since, the people of the 4 great ninja villages discovered that tailed beasts are useless. Checks and balances? Checks and balances are nothing. Hashirama and Madara are still in Konoha. Isn't that what they're like with or without tailed beasts? So what if they have tailed beasts? Aren't these 8 tailed beasts just like babies in front of those 2 idiots? Spend money to buy sins and suffer. This is also the reason why all 4 shadows are dispatched in this Chunin exam. They want to return the goods. You Konoha are immoral. Sorry, no returns, Tobirama said slowly with a sneer. B********D. The 4 figures slapped the table and stood up at the same time, and the whole place suddenly became tense. Okay, let's return it. Don't be anxious. Talk about it calmly if you have anything to do. Dave stood up quickly and said. Humph. The 4 of them snorted before sitting down with satisfaction. We can return it, but we won't return it at the original price, Dave said slowly. Tobirama remained silent for the time being. His precious son must have his reasons for doing this. He, as a good father, believed in his precious son unconditionally. B*******D. The 4 of them slapped the table again and stood up. Well, don't get too excited. You can talk to our financial manager about returns. Kakuzu, I need you to come to the Kidney Hotel. What's up? Someone wants to return the goods, and the request is for the original price, return. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Advertisement chapter 128 I'll tolerate you for 1 day. Soon Kakuzu walked in carrying a large sword. Who wants to return the product at the original price? Kakuzu's eyes flashed with a faint green light, and he asked with an evil spirit all over his body. Inside, the shadows from the other 4 villages are asking for the return of the tailed beasts, Dave said, pointing to the 4 shadows behind him. This doesn't seem to be any of my business, right? Isn't this a matter of your village? Kakuzu was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully. You see, our company is the largest taxpayer in Konoha. The tailed beasts we sold at that time were 3 billion taels each, 8 of them. The original price was refunded for 24 billion. The village must not have that much money. It must be they will lend money to our company, and our company will definitely lend money to the village. Think about it, if such a large funding gap appears in the company, it will definitely affect your dividends this year and this quarter. Dave explained and fooling around. B********D. Kakuzu suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful aura of light. At this moment, Dave felt for the first time that Kakuzu's momentum was comparable to Madara and Hashirama. How dare you affect my dividends, don't you want to live anymore? As a result, Dave and others left the room, leaving Kakuzu here alone. Dave and others stood outside the door waiting for the results. Look, does this one tail still look like a tailed beast? How has it been destroyed? There is only one tail left, and you want to return it at the original price? One tail originally had only one tail. And this 8 tails, look how ugly he is. Look what you have done to him in the past few years. How dare you ask for a return at the original price? He's just like this. After waiting for a while, but with no results, Dave and Tobirama went downstairs to have some afternoon tea. When the others came back, Kakuzu came out of the room in high spirits and pulled his collar coquettishly. How was it? Dave asked. One-tailed beast costs 1 million silver taels, Kakuzu said slowly. Brother, you are really worthy of it. Dave immediately gave a thumbs up. 3 billion can be cut down to 1 million. This is more severe than a comminuted fracture, and the atoms will probably be knocked out for you. The main reason is that those 4 shadows fainted, otherwise I could continue to fight them. Kakuzu calmly took a cup of tea from the waiter on the side and took a sip. Advertisement Dave was stunned for a moment and looked into the room. The 4 shadows were lying on the table one by one, foaming at the mouth. What are you doing? FK. Take them to the hospital quickly, in hospital. The 4 great shadows were lying on the bed in Konoha Hospital, looking at Hashirama and Madara opposite. Ha ha ha, Ishikawa. Why are you here? Hashirama looked across at Ishikawa, whom he still knew, and said hello. It's nothing. I'm injured, Ishikawa said in a daze before he could react. Then the ward fell into silence. Madara and Hashirama were fine. They looked at each other, picked up their phones, opened backgammon, and continued fighting. The 4 shadows became more active. Madara and Hashirama have finally reached the point where they have to be admitted to the hospital. Then, the 4 major shadows each have their own evil intentions. On the other side, Dave was walking around the village with Wu. Izuna was with Reikage's guard. Kirashi didn't come this time. Dave just asked Reikage. He seems to be getting a wife. He looks 45, he looks 10 years old, but is actually in his 30s. Hiruzen was escorted by Mizukage, the young man who had appeared at the 5-cage conference before. Danzo was escorted by the Cage. I don't know, I'm just a bit of a flyer. Izuna went to the hot springs with Reikage's bodyguard, and Hiruzen went with Mizukage's bodyguard. Danzo and that guy were sitting in the hotel staring at each other. STD man, what do you want to do in the village? Dave looked at Wu and asked slowly. How'd I know? Aren't you here to be the guide? Wu said angrily. Okay, I'll take you to the internet cafe. Dave shook his head helplessly, knowing that this kind of thing is troublesome. In the internet cafe. What is this? Wu looked at the computer in front of him with a confused look on his face. Konoha. Is it developing so fast? FK. Silly bee, I don't have you to send you. I asterisk 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 you asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm going to asterisk 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 my big asterisk asterisk. Wu heard the yelling and cursing from the person opposite and felt a little uncomfortable. Was this person scolding me? Here, I'll take you. Dave shook his head, bumpkin. Wu felt Dave's contemptuous eyes, and veins popped out on his head. Boy, why am I still up there? Wu pointed at himself on the Ninja Alliance, becoming even more confused. Advertisement? What? If I use your portrait, do I have to ask you to authorize the portrait rights? You don't even have a face, and you are covered with all kinds of things, and you still need a portrait? Black Zetsu will be silent when he sees you. You can play 2 games after you start, got it? Dave said with a sneer. What do you mean, boy? Wu drank angrily. It's not interesting, sexually transmitted disease man, you will know after playing around. A moment later. What B******* D designed this damn hero Senju Dave? I'll skin him alive. Wu roared angrily as he looked at the hero who was being blown up by the computer on the computer in front of him. Shut up, idiot, what the hell are you fighting? 0-8 over 1-0. If not, buy gems and go to the bottom lane to find a shooter to get the minimum living standard. People's auxiliary damage is higher than yours now. I was deceived. Dave from the bureau was equally angry, this thing is really good. FK. This Senju Dave is obviously a hero on the top lane. What is he doing in the middle lane? Is there something seriously wrong with the Dave on the opposite side of the road? Wu yelled unhappily. You have a serious brain disease, can you keep an eye on it? The monkeys on the road have beaten you up, and you are still walking towards the road, you asterisk thing? Afterwards, the two had civilized exchanges in the internet cafe and played civilized games all afternoon. At night, Wu came out of the internet cafe, his face still a little unsatisfied. This computer is so fun. Why doesn't Hokage have this? Alas, I have to talk to the teacher when I go back. The village needs to keep up with the times. Boy, what are you going to do now? Wu asked Dave, looking to the side. I don't know, take you to the red light district? Dave stretched and joked. You be D brat. Wu was stunned for a moment, his face gradually turned red behind the bandage, and he cursed loudly. FK, are you sick? You have the disease, damn it, do you know that Lousy has been putting up with you for a whole day? Oh, I've tolerated you for a whole day, boy, come on, wood style, corn cannon. Dust escape, original realm peeling technique. STD man, D brat. At night, villagers walking saw fireworks. Advertisement chapter 129 Dave, do you think you are studying gymnastics? You too. Veins popped out on Tobirama's head, looking at his precious son in front of him and Wu with disdain on his face. The village directly lost 1/30th of its area, but fortunately there were no casualties. Dave used wood style to alienate the others before fighting, so only some lands and shops were destroyed. You Iwagakure will compensate for this loss. Tobirama looked at Wu and said coldly. Why? Wu asked unhappily. He didn't do this alone, so why should he pay compensation? Why? How many shops and land have been damaged by your Chendon? Don't you know how many shops and land you have damaged? Tobirama slapped the table and roared. I don't care about that. Without a sneer. Okay, you don't care, someone is in charge. Dave, go get Kakuzu and call him over, and ask him to go to Tsuchikage to ask for money. Tobirama nodded. Okay, you have the ability. Okay. Dave smiled and said helplessly. In the hospital, Tsuchikage was lying comfortably on the hospital bed, ready to take a nap, when suddenly a person appeared in front of his eyes. Tsuchikage, an old man in his 60s, was so frightened that he stood up. Why are you here again? Not only Tsuchikage, but also the other three shadows saw this man coming, and they also stood up from the bed as if they were facing an enemy, looking at this man solemnly. I don't care about you three. Kakuzu glanced at the frightened three shadows and said with a sneer. The three shadows just breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay that they didn't come to us. We really have no money anymore. Ishikawa swallowed. Since he didn't come here to care about those three people, he came here to care about himself. No way. I gave back 1 million for each of my tailed beasts. You still want to chop me down? Price? If it really doesn't work, I'll post it for you. Just let me go. I still want to live a few more years. Your apprentice, Wu, got into fights with others in the village, causing extensive damage to 1/10 of Konoha village. If your apprentice doesn't compensate, I will come to find you. Kakuzu looked at Ishikawa calmly and said. A-hole. This unfilial disciple, Ishikawa yelled. Damn, didn't you see what this thing looked like just now? How dare you mess around in other people's villages? Is this black-faced buckster kidding you? Yes, the village is going to bleed again. Come on, let's discuss how much compensation we should pay. Your disciple's attack destroyed a total of 1,789 square meters. The most valuable place among them is the Aishin Internet Cafe. There are 100 computers in the Internet Cafe, each worth 300,000 taels. Calculate. Okay, let me tell you the total. I calculated it and you need to compensate a total of 2 billion silver taels. Kakuzu took out a calculator and a notebook, sat beside Ishikawa, and said slowly while calculating for him. Poof. Ishikawa vomited blood and passed out on the spot. Advertisement Kakuzu reached out his hand expressionlessly and slapped Ishikawa, waking him up again. Don't pretend to be sick. Kakuzu, give me money, Kakuzu said indifferently. When he answered the call just now, he didn't want to come, but Tobirama said that he would give him 5% of the money he got, which was enough. In fact, the total of these things was only 500 million silver taels, but that was 5%. Well, 2 billion is reasonable. Ishikawa looked at Kakuzu blankly. Half an hour later. Let's go, it's evening, let's take you to the bar to hang out. Dave glanced at Wu with disdain. Bar? What is that? Wu asked doubtfully. Oh, where are you from? Where do you go? Why do you get so much nonsense? Dave asked. Wu forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. No, I can't take action anymore. This has to be compensated. Although it is not his compensation, it is also the village's compensation. I heard that the black-faced buckler has gone to find his master. I hope the master is okay. But, the master seems to be over 60. It seems he should die. Thinking of this, Wu quickly shook his head. What kind of rebellious idea is this? It must be the B***** D next to him. I influenced. Damn brat. Bar entrance. The little boss is here. Are you here to experience youth? Security guard Might Wei and security guard Might Dai stood at the door. When they saw Dave coming, they were hungry and shouted with bright gums. Dave nodded helplessly, and the security guard, Might Wei and the security guard, Might Dai, stood up and moved out of the way to let Dave and go in. Wu walked through the corridor and entered the hall, and saw a scene of feasting in front of him. After a while, one more, Wu on the stage was swaying crazily, and the people below were shouting. Dave sat on the side with a glass of wine in his hand, watching this scene helplessly. Aribati got excited. Wu has completely let himself go, pointing one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, waving. Dave didn't want to say anything. He had thought that this guy would be an honest guy or something, well bandaged, but he didn't expect that he would be a guy who was well bandaged on the outside and sultry on the inside. Advertisement originally, Dave was drinking wine in boredom, watching the brainless people above him swaying peacefully. Suddenly, the one above was shaking, and the bandage on his body suddenly cracked and slowly fell apart. There was sudden silence in the hall. The swaying Wu above has not yet realized this, and is still swinging crazily. The only sounds left in the hall are the swaying Wu above and the still-sounding DJ electronic sound. Ah! A female voice screamed out of nowhere, and then it seemed like it was detonated. Everyone in the hall screamed and fled in a hurry. The DJ's electronic music voice was not too quiet, and even on the stage, he was already immersed in his own world, and continued to dance and sway crazily to the music. Dave just looked at this naked guy with a confused look on his face. Should he call the police? Then, a scene suddenly appeared, causing Dave to die suddenly. I saw the bandage on the ground. Not only did I not realize that it was on my body, but I picked it up and wrapped it around my hand, dancing like a butterfly. This picture. I couldn't bear it anymore, so Dave kicked him. Do you think you study gymnastics?
UB***********D. What are you doing? Wu fell to the ground, roaring angrily. Well, I didn't see clearly just now. I didn't expect you. What didn't you expect from me? Xiao Ji. Wu was stunned for a moment. Slowly he lowered his head and looked at his body. UB*********D. I'm going to kill you. Holy shit, you're sick, STD man, you took off the bandages yourself, it's none of my business. Dust escape, original realm peeling technique. STD man, UB**********D brat. Chapter 130 Tobirama, maintaining power facilities. When police officers from the Tobirama and Uchiha clans arrived at the scene, they saw only ruins on the ground. And a fruit man with a laser cannon. Kao-an was taken back by the Uchiha police and given ideological education all night long. The other party was not from Konoha, so they couldn't lock him up. Fortunately, there was no need for Dave to alienate the masses this time. The masses ran away when they saw this fruitful man. Hospital, midnight. Ishikawa lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. This time when he came to Konoha, not only did he not refund the original price of the tailed beast, but he also lost a damn 2 billion, which made Iwagakure even worse. At this moment, Ishikawa turned over. FK. Ishikawa looked at the 2 faint green lights beside his face and suddenly started and roared. A moment later, Ishikawa suffered a myocardial infarction and was pulled into the emergency room by the doctor. The next day, it was finally time for the Chunin exam. Except for first Tsuchikage Ishikawa, who was still in the emergency room of the hospital, Wu came to the exam site on his behalf. At Jing's house, today is the first exam. Hiruzen is in charge of the written test. Dave and Danzo don't care, they meet up with Jing who has just been discharged from the hospital and come to Jing's house to surf the internet. I originally wanted to go to the internet cafe, but the internet cafe, now still rebuilding there. 3 people in 3 rows started a game of Ninja Alliance. Weibibabu. Helping to rob. Mixed Behemoth. Help rob Dave, give him away if you don't give him. Danzo, Dave, and the cameramen all had blue veins on their heads. Where did these cows and horses come from? Weibibabu. Are you from Konoha? Mixed Behemoth. What, do you still want to trouble me? Weibibabu. No, you seem to be very awesome. Mixed Beast. Oh, I'm not afraid to tell you that I, Nanaha Genin, will soon take the Chunin exam to become a glorious Konoha Chunin. Mirror wants to be quiet. Uchiha Kagami finally realized the name change and changed it when logging into the game just now. Chunin exam. Isn't the Chunin exam today? Mixed Behemoth. Isn't the Chunin exam tomorrow? Everything is for Konoha. Is today. Advertisement. Hybrid Behemoth, exit the game. I am the one you love. This guy is so cool, he doesn't even know that the Chunin exam is today. I am the one you love. Damn it, today is the Chunin exam. Open black lens bracket. I am the one you love. Close black lens bracket. Exit the game. Well, there were 5 people in the team, and 2 of them ran away. After entering the game, Dave and the other 2 discovered that there seemed to be only 2 living people on the opposite side and 3 idle ones. Now, Dave and Danzo smiled knowingly, which was good. Chunin taking exam. Invigilator. Black Zetsu, holding a small notebook. 4x, aren't these 2 here? Black Zetsu shouted to everyone in the classroom. Then these 2 people will be disqualified from the exam. Black Zetsu looked at Hiruzen and said. Well, I'll explain the situation to Hokage-sama. Hiruzen nodded. Then several body flicker techniques arrived at the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, a total of 14 people did not come to participate in the Chunin exam. Hiruzen found Tobirama and reported the information in his hand. 14 people. Haha, you 4 people from the ninja village are a little unreliable, aren't you? Tobirama looked at the 4 people standing aside and said with a sneer. Hokage-sama, 13 of these 14 people are from our village. There is one from Kurigakure. He went to a bar to drink last night and suffered a gastric perforation. He is still being treated in the hospital. Hiruzen swallowed and whispered into Tobirama's ear. A-hole. Veins popped up on Tobirama's head after hearing this. The 4 people on the other side covered their mouths and laughed. Master Hokage, before you speak next time, please understand the situation first, the mustache ghost lantern Wanyu said slowly, suppressing a smile. Yes, Master Hokage, don't always make up your mind on some things so quickly. Samana also sneered and agreed. Bring me the information on those 13 people. Tobirama resisted the urge to beat these bastards to death, looked at Hiruzen and said coldly. Hiruzen took the information of the 13 people and handed it to Tobirama, and then returned to the examination room to continue presiding over the situation. The other 4 Kage sat aside and watched the exam progress on the screen hanging on the wall. Tobirama sat on his desk and picked up the information of one of the 13 people. Konoha is now in the semi-information age, and this information even has the person's penguin number and mobile phone number. Advertisement. Tobirama turned on the computer and searched for this person's penguin account. Oh, it's still online. Haha, that's interesting. Why don't you come to take the Chunin exam and play on the computer? Tobirama added this person as a friend. The man agreed immediately, and Tobirama immediately opened the man's vegetable patch, and oh, there were still watermelons that were half a month old. Seconds. Huh, just think of it as your punishment for not coming to take the Chunin exam. The hazy night. Are you G sick? You added me as a friend just to steal my food. After a while, the man took the initiative to send a message to Tobirama. Ninja World Godspeed. Today is the Chunin exam. As a Konoha genin, you signed up for this exam. Why don't you come and take part? The hazy night. Do you care about me? Hokage can't even care about me. Who are you? Veins popped out on Tobirama's head. Angry, Tobirama slapped the table hard, creating a hand-shaped hole on the table. The other 4 shadows were also frightened by this sound. What kind of table was this guy doing? Hey, are you from the guard? Arrest 4X, now, immediately. His home address is no XX Street. Tobirama didn't waste much time talking to this man. He picked up the Hokage's dedicated landline and called Uchiha Police. I called the Ministry of Affairs. Okay, Hokage-sama, the message came from the other side and he hung up the phone. Tobirama blocked this person and picked up the next piece of information. Check it on Penguin. Oh, this is still online. Tobirama added this person as a friend and entered the other person's vegetable patch first. When Tobirama saw the other person's empty vegetable patch, he was stunned for a moment, then had a bad premonition and hurried back to his own vegetable patch. Looking at my bare vegetable patch. Dear farmer, your friend the Konoha vegetable grower, the person just added, stole 300 wheat from you while you were gone. Tobirama has been stealing food for several years, and this is the first time he has been stolen. Izuna, come here. Tobirama called Izuna inexpressionlessly. You sit here for me first, I have something to do. Tobirama said, and the flying thunder god left here. A confused Izuna was left behind. In a house on a certain street in Konoha. Oh, there is someone stupid enough to join me. Let me go, he has a lot of food, you idiot. Dong dong. Who? Maintenance of electrical facilities. Wasn't it just repaired last week? How could this? Ah. Chapter 131 All Seals. After finishing, Tobirama clapped his hands, turned around and left. After a while, someone from the hospital picked up the man who was lying on the ground covered in blood. At dusk, the exam was over. Due to unknown reasons, the internet cafes and bars were gone and were still being rebuilt. The simple villagers all slandered this B***** D behind their backs for ruining their daily source of entertainment. It was uncomfortable to have nothing. He found that he seemed to like these things. There was no dancing or playing on the computer this night. It was really boring. Konoha Hospital, in the exclusive ward. What should I do? Tobirama looked at the 8 scrolls placed on the bed and asked solemnly. All 8-tailed beasts have returned to Konoha. Hashirama rubbed his chin, looking slightly thoughtful. Everyone looked at Hashirama in bewilderment. Could it be that Hashirama had any other ideas this time? HMPH. B***** D. Veins popped out on Tobirama's head, and he hit Hashirama on the head violently, waking up Hashirama who had just fallen asleep. Everyone booed, thinking that Hashirama had changed her gender. Well, it seems that we thought too much, we are still young. Which, or, is still sealed into my body. Dave looked at a few people and asked tentatively. Everyone was stunned for a moment. A moment later. In the sealed space inside Dave's body, the 9-tailed beasts looked at each other. Well, how about we share 2 tables? Dave looked at the 8 new-tailed beasts in front of him and swallowed. He was really speechless. 1 9-tails and 1 black Zetsu in his body were not enough, and there were 8 more tailed beasts. Boy, who are you? Matabi, the second tail, was the first to ask. Well, that's enough to say. I'm the handsomest man in Konoha village, the richest man in Konoha, the strongest man in Konoha, the national standard mirror, the national standard fierce fight. Dave pinched his fingers and said as soon as I said. Stop, boy, are you playing with us? 4-tails Sun Wukong quickly interrupted the chatterbox. Do you want to play with me? Kurama usually plays well with me. Dave nodded and asked with a starry face. Advertisement. Okay boy, let us out and we can play with you. 7-tails Chome asked, fluttering his wings. Ha, that kid is not stupid, Chome. Be careful, I will trick you until you have no fans left. 9-tails, who was resting on the ground in the sealed space, sneered and said slowly. "You be asterisk 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 D. Get me out of here. Otherwise I'll kill you." One-tail Shukaku was particularly irritable. "Hey, stinky civet cat, are you here too?" Nine-tails heard this voice and slowly raised his head to look at One-tail. Full of sneers and gloating. B asterisk 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 D. Nine-tails. "You're here too. What do you mean? I'm going to kill you." Shukaku roared angrily, sand slowly floating on his hand. "Hey, stinky civet cat, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Nine-tails slowly opened his big mouth, tailed beast bomb. "Stop, stop, two brothers, our sealed space cannot allow you two to fight." Dave hurriedly stepped forward to stop these two guys. If they started fighting, would he be able to survive? Nine-tails. Smelly Tanuki. Damn it, you two can't hear what Lousy is saying, right? Wood style. Destruction mushroom. A moment later. Let me make some rules. The nine of you can't leave my sealed space. Don't even think about it. Dave stretched out his hand and looked at the nine-tailed beasts in front of him who were sitting obediently like little babies, said with an air of dignity. Yeah. The nine-tailed beasts nodded quickly. You are the boss. What you said is right. Everything you said is right. I will definitely follow your lead. Of course, I'm not the yellow-haired bad guy who exploits tailed beasts. You can usually use Shadow Clone to play in the village. But, remember not to disturb the order of the village. Dave warned. Okokokik. But, you guys live in my place, you have to pay some rent every month, right? Okokokik. I'm not trying to suppress or oppress you. Don't talk nonsense when you go out. Okokokik. After a while, Dave left the sealed space, followed by 9 small pendants. Dave, are you okay? Mito wiped the cold sweat from his face and asked worriedly. It's okay, what's the big deal? Don't worry about me, Auntie. Dave smiled and waved his hand. Advertisement. Well, since everything is fine, let's go back. By the way, Dave, Danzo will come to me later. He is in charge of the second Chunin exam. I will discuss some things with him. Tobirama nodded and said after that, a flying thunder god ran away. After everyone chatted for a while, they left first, and Dave took the 9 small-tailed beasts behind him to find the strange worms. Kakuzu's home. Kakuzu bought a house on the edge of Konoha village, very close to the former internet cafe and Orikoku's experimental site. I heard that this house used to be used by a villager to raise pigs, and later it was sold. Kakuzu promised to the other party that if you don't have a job, you can come to the company to be a contractor, and you can earn several wages a month. The villagers immediately became very happy. The house was given to Kakuzu. Kakuzu paid for a breeding farm for nothing. It was Dave who did the entry procedures for that person. Kid, what are you doing to me? Go away if you have something to say. Kakuzu opened the door, looked at Dave at the door, and asked doubtfully. That's it. I still want you to make money, so forget it. Dave rolled his eyes and said slowly. Please come inside. I'll get you tea. Please wait a moment, boss. Kakuzu immediately bent down and asked Dave to go inside. As for the 9 little-tailed beasts behind Dave, they didn't even look at them. Entering Kakuzu's house is still very simple, well, so simple that the bed, sofa and other items are all stacked with silver. This guy likes this style. By the way, the 9 of you just wait for me outside for a while. Dave turned his head and looked at the 9 little-tailed beasts behind him and said. Yeah, the 9 little-tailed beasts nodded quickly. Close the door. Hey. Hearing the laughter that kept coming from the room, the 9 little-tailed beasts always had a bad feeling. After a while, Dave and Kakuzu came out of the room refreshed. The two looked at each other, smiled, and then stretched out their hands to shake hands. Happy cooperation. Kakuzu also glanced at the 9 little-tailed beasts over there. The 9 little-tailed beasts shuddered violently, and just followed Dave back in confusion. Did they come here just to show their faces? I don't know, but the way they look, why do they think that there's nothing good going on? Little Nine Tails has been following Dave and Kakuzu for a long time, and roughly understands the meaning of their smiles, but it probably doesn't have anything to do with him. Chapter 132 Meiju Takeaway delivers anything quickly. The next day, the contractor of Aishin Company received 9 architectural concepts and template plans from his boss. Shukaku Gold Rush Shop, Matabi Cat Cafe, Isofu Aquarium, Sun Wukong Flower and Fruit Mountain Scenic Area, Kokuo Jjimjilbang, Seiken Sauna, Chome Botanical Museum, Gyuki Fried Squid Kurama Internet Cafe. Hey, man, the gold mining shop must be big. You know, there must be a lot of sand. It doesn't matter whether there is gold or not. Do you hear me? Do as I say. One tail. Cat Cafe. Meow meow. You sound embarrassed. Can I take a look at those kittens first? Way. Aquarium. Gulu gulu. As long as it doesn't disturb my sleep. 3 tails. What? You actually want me to play Sun Wukong with such an ugly stick? I am Sun Wukong, okay. Where did these stupid monkeys come from? Send them to me immediately, that monkey. Put down my banana. 4 tails. Woo, Jim steam room. Sounds good, can it make me sweat? 5 tails. Sauna room. Which, will I be transformed? 6 tails. These plants are so ugly. Do you have any sense of aesthetics? How do you expect me to spread powder and fertilize them? 7 Tails. If you are fired, look for Gyuki. Gyuki smells so good, so good. 8 Tails listened to the advertisement from the loudspeaker and fell into deep thought. Since it is called Kurama Internet Cafe, I must mark my distinctive features. The decoration must be orange. Also, the wood must be Hashirama wood. I also change the computer theme to orange, and delete this crap game Ninja World from my computer. 9 Tails. The contractor looked at the various opinions of the 9-tailed beasts collected in his hand and felt like crying. These days, he just wants to earn a few W. Is it easy for him? On the other side, Dave looked unhappily at Wu, who called him over. STD man, why did you call me here when you have nothing to do? Dave asked unhappily. He was having S**X with Yume, and this B*********** D asked someone to come find him. I'm hungry, Wu said calmly. That's it. Dave looked at Wu dumbfounded and asked. Well, that's it, I'm hungry. Wu nodded. Advertisement. Damn it, your G brain is sick. You don't have arms, legs, or a mouth. You called me over to feed you. Dave broke the defense on the spot. Is this thing specially sent by 6 Paths? Came here to torture him. I don't know where to eat, Wu nodded and said indifferently. Damn it, the waiter is waiting outside, will you open your mouth and ask? Damn it, you just called someone to come to me, wouldn't you ask him where to eat? Dave asked. Collapsed. Won't. I'll kill you. You can't kill me. I am Shingding's second Tsuchikage, the teacher's apprentice, and the leader of this Chunin exam. Moreover, you can't kill me. I'm so F-ed. Looking at Dave, who was roaring away, an evil smile appeared on Wu's face. Hee, don't worry, brat, this is just the beginning. I can't recall the experience of these 2 days vividly. Yesterday, his teacher Ishikawa was discharged from the hospital. He really chased him from the east end of Konoha to the west end of Konoha to beat him. His master is really getting stronger. Then Earth style is not going to die. Just throw it at him. Dave decided to ignore him and hurried back home. Boss. At this time, Dave's phone rang, and Dave answered the call. Say, Dave said slowly with a frown. That's Wu. He asked me to tell you that he wanted to eat. The waiter over there was hesitant. You told him to die for me. Tell me what he's doing when he eats. Do you want me to go over and feed him? Dave picked up the phone and put it to his mouth and roared. Boss, the food in the hotel has run out, because there have been more people from other villages in the past 2 days, and the chef is still collecting food in the fields, so there is no food for now. The waiter was frightened. Said fearfully. Okay, leave this to me. Dave took a deep breath and hung up the phone. Then another call came through. Pig man, it's time to go. Advertisement. Yes, boss. On the other side, Wu was sitting on the sofa in the hotel, with a look of impatience and a sneer on his face. The reason for being impatient was because he was really hungry, and all the military pills he brought were for the group of genin. Chunin used it for the exam. He also asked the hotel just now. The hotel was indeed out of food. He sneered because he disgusted Dave. This feels really good. Ding dong. At this time, the doorbell rang. Wu sneered and stood up, walked forward and opened the door. Wu opened the door, thinking it was Dave, and was about to say something sarcastic. Hello, beautiful pig delivery. Jijibo wore a small green helmet on his head and rode a 1-meter-tall pig. A saddle was hung on the pig's waist. There was a box on the pig's butt. It also wore wearing a small green helmet. Jijibo held something in his hand and said with a smile on his face. What? Wu looked at the mess of pigs and people in front of him with a confused look on his face. Hello, this is the food ordered for you by the user. Wu, I am your father. Jijibo picked up the mobile phone in his hand and said slowly. You be D brat. Veins popped out on Wu's head. Such strange and extremely insulting words must have been made by that B D brat. By the way, there is one more thing. The user, none, I am your father, also gave you something, Jijibo continued. What did you give? Wu frowned and asked in a solemn voice. Snapped. This is a slap sent to you by user, none, I am your father. He also left a message. You don't need to thank me, my son with STDs. This is what dad should do. Dad has not fulfilled his obligations in these years. You have developed such a thing. Jijibo reached out and slapped Wuyi. Okay, that's all the items for this order. Give me a 5-star review, dear. Meiju Takeout delivers everything quickly. Stand up. Jijibo held the little green helmet on the armrest with a smile on his face. Said. Then, he sat on the pig, and the pig took Jijibo away. A-hole. Security guard. A man riding a pig and wearing a little green helmet broke into the hotel. He is walking downstairs. Stop him. Jijibo hasn't gone far yet. Over there a group of people ran out of the corridor. The leading man shouted into the phone in his hand with sweat on his face. Wu looked at the rice in his hand, looked at a bunch of people chasing a pig and a man, and then touched his face. Damn brat. Chapter 133 Humans. Brain. Next day. Uncle, I feel something is wrong inside my body. Dave didn't sleep last night, and his heart kept beating violently. He felt something was wrong with his body. He couldn't tell why it was wrong, but it just felt wrong. Did you react when you sealed the nine-tailed beasts yesterday? Hashirama, who was chatting and spanking with Madara beside him, suddenly came back to his senses and said seriously. Madara said nothing, put a hand on Dave's shoulder, and left here with a body flicker technique to find Mito. Hashirama stared blankly at the two people who suddenly left. Wait for me, Motor. In the Senju tribe, Tobirama and Izuna also came, joking, work is not as important as having a son. Dave, did you suddenly have a huge amount of chakra in your body, causing your body to have problems? Mito checked and asked with a solemn face. This child doesn't know how to cherish himself at all. He seals everything in his belly. Those black things and the nine-tailed beasts are all in his belly. What are you guys looking at? Isn't it sealed into Dave's body that you agreed to? Mito suddenly looked at the four bastards beside him and shouted. Madara turned her head, Izuna touched her hair awkwardly, and Tobirama closed his eyes and crossed his hands. But, the seal, isn't it Mito who is responsible for the seal? Hashirama said weakly. A moment later, Dave looked at the brightest star in the sky and the big hole in the roof and swallowed slowly. Dave, how are you feeling now? Mito's red hair slowly fell down and he looked at Dave nervously and asked. Well, I feel like, something is coming out. Dave had a vague feeling that something was about to come out. What's coming out? Mito murmured doubtfully. Dave, follow Uncle's actions. At this time, Hashirama fell from the sky and said solemnly. Okay. Dave nodded. Haishu Yu Shen Wei. Summoning technique. Advertisement. Haishu Yu Shen Wei. Summoning technique. Two puffs of smoke erupted from the field. Hashirama and the others immediately stood ready. Izuna and Madara looked at Sharingan fiercely. Madara put one hand on the handle of the scythe behind her back. Tobirama immediately placed Flying Thunder God spells around. It seemed that it was as he thought. Master Hashirama, why did you summon me? The smoke beside Hashirama dispersed first, and a Katsuyu slowly twisted out of it, asking in a very pleasant voice. It was okay just now, Katsuyu sage, but something may have happened now. Hashirama shook his head, his face solemn. Brain. 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 Dave heard this voice. No way. Hashirama and others were stunned when they heard this voice. Wait until the smoke clears. A black zombie wearing a tattered suit on its upper body and tattered brown jeans on its lower body and legs with its legs close together, protruding eyeballs and two teeth in its mouth appeared in everyone's sight. Brain. 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 The zombie walked tremblingly, the speed. I can't compliment it. The zombie walked slowly towards Hashirama. Hashirama was still in a state of confusion. When the zombie arrived in front of Hashirama, he opened his big smelly mouth and kept biting Hashirama's brain, but that was all he had. 2 teeth. I kept chewing them, and one of them fell out. Hashirama felt that his head was wet, and then he came to his senses. He reached out and touched his head, and felt something sticky. He put it to his nose and took a whiff. Vomit. Hashirama fell on the ground and vomited. Hashirama threw the zombie that was still chewing on his head with one hand. The zombie slowly stood up from the ground and slowly walked towards Hashirama again. Hashirama throws him out again and the zombie gets up and walks away again. If Hashirama is lost again, the zombies will come back. Hashirama is lost, zombies are back. The pillar is lost and the stiffness returns. Pillar. Stiff. After going back and forth like this for dozens of times, Madara couldn't stand it anymore, so she took out a sickle and chopped up the zombies. Dave, what you summoning is this kind of garbage? Madara looked at Dave and asked doubtfully. Advertisement. Actually, I just used very little chakra. I can summon tens of thousands of these garbage zombies. Dave scratched his head awkwardly. He just used very little. There is so little chakra that even 1/10,000th of the chakra is not used. The zombie army is a bit exciting. 100,000 zombies versus 100,000 white Zetsu. Shit is the best thing to eat. No, it's the brain. Zombies. White Zetsu. Dave shook his head hard. I can't imagine this kind of scene. Dave thought for a moment and then used a lot of chakra. Summoning technique. Who? What B asterisk 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 D brought me here? At this time, a little dwarf appeared in front of everyone. The little dwarf had a big brain, wore a white coat, and shouted with a crazy face. Huh, human. Brain. Brain. The little dwarf raised his head and looked around, then screamed with his eyes full of light. Lifting his little feet, he ran towards Madara who was closest to him. Madara stretched out her hand and grabbed the little dwarf's neck, and opened Sharingan's eyes ferociously. Gudong. I won't eat brains. I won't eat brains anymore. Put me down. The little dwarf realized that he couldn't beat the man in front of him, so Madara grabbed his neck and kept shaking him in the air. Damn humans. How dare you pinch me? When I go back and bring my big machine, the most powerful and invincible human being to destroy the world's bullies and zombies, and the most scientific crystal. I will definitely kill you. Eat your brains. Dave, what is this thing? What is it? Hashirama wiped the saliva from the zombie's head with disgust on his face and asked in confusion. Well, this guy may have the highest IQ among all types of zombies. Dave said with an awkward smile. Okay, summoning this. What? Zombie, is it harmful to your body? Tobirama was also speechless, and then asked. No, I can control them. Dave shook his head. He found that he could control the zombies, but it was not thought control, but action control. Okay. Then it's okay. This should be a summoning species, just like the Katsuyu sage came to find me. Hashirama smiled and pointed at the little Katsuyu on his body. Then let's break up. It's okay. Tobirama nodded and left here first. Chapter 134. This is definitely wrong. Dave walked down the street with the little dwarf next to him, Dr. Zombie. The little dwarf also liked it very much, and couldn't help following Dave. You be asterisk 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 D human being. Let me go. Are you with that B asterisk 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 D wearing a pot helmet and the talking garbage truck? The little dwarf roared with anger as his body was out of control. Shut up. Keep talking nonsense. Lousy will throw you to Black Zetsu and take you to dig out your feces. Veins popped up on Dave's head, giving him a shudder. HMPH. The little dwarf snorted in displeasure. I endure it. I endure it. When I go back and bring my big machine that will end mankind, the most powerful and invincible bully in the world, the most scientific crystallization of zombies, I will tear your brains apart, mix them with brains, and eat them. Got it. After a while, Dave took the little dwarf to Orochimaru's experimental base. Hey, why are you so busy coming to see me? Orochimaru heard the sound of the door opening, turned his head and looked at Dave and asked with a smile on his face. Brother Lu, please rest for a few days. Look at you, you're not even 30 yet, and you're already so sloppy. Does sister you usually care about you? Dave looked at the bearded face and hair in front of him. The greasy uncle swallowed his saliva and said. Orochimaru seems. He's not even 30 years old yet. Why, he looks almost like an uncle in his 40s or 50s. Haha, Tama usually dances with Mito-sama. She said so before, but I'm used to it, Orochi said with a laugh. No, in order to make you less stressed, I brought you a talent. Dave pointed to the zombie doctor beside him and said with a smile on his face. Oh, what kind of species is this? Orochimaru was confused, but when he saw the person Dave was pointing at, no, what kind of thing it was, Orochimaru was stunned. Ahem, just think of him as my summoning beast. He has a very good brain and is a great scientist. Dave said with an awkward smile. Really? Orochimaru glanced at the little dwarf next to him with some disbelief. For such a little thing, except for his big brain, he really didn't seem to see any difference. Human, your goal is to get my smart brain, right? Haha, let me tell you. Impossible. I will never help humans do anything. The little dwarf said with ambition. Are you sure? Dave glanced at the little dwarf and said slowly. I'm sure. The little dwarf raised his chest and raised his head. Hello, Kakuzu. What's wrong, kid? I'm busy at the Isofu aquarium. Hey, the price of the Isofu doll over there is wrong. How can the decimal point be marked like that? Give me the price of 9,999.0. Kakuzu's unhappy voice came from the phone. Came from the edge. Advertisement. Here comes another talent like Orochimaru, Dave said slowly. Isn't this a good thing? Why are you talking to me? Kakuzu was surprised. But, this talent, is a little unwilling to do things for us. Quote. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. After a while, the little dwarf looked at the black-faced ghost who had just arrived in front of him with a look of disdain. What's your confidence? Is this trashy thing? The little dwarf glanced at Dave over there and said with disdain. Well, you should have a good talk with him. Dave nodded, looked at each other with Orochimaru, and the two left here first, leaving the place to Kakuzu and the little dwarf. Dave and Orochimaru walked out of the door in perfect agreement and stood at the door, holding out 5 fingers at the same time. 5, 4, 3, 2. Neither of them could count a single word. Let me out. Let me out quickly. I agree. I agree. I agree. Let me out quickly. There were screams from inside the door. Dave and Orochi smiled at each other. Sure enough, you can always trust Kakuzu in this aspect. How was the talk? Dave opened the door and looked at Kakuzu who was drinking tea over there and asked with a smile. Yes, that's right. I can do it for 300 silver taels a month. Kakuzu nodded and said calmly. Well, welcome to our second scientist from Love Kidney Company, Dave said with a smile. The little dwarf zombie doctor lying on the ground shed tears of humiliation from the corners of his eyes. After the three chatted for a while, Dave and Kakuzu left first. Leave this place to Orochimaru and the little dwarf Dr. Zombie. Oh, man, remember, everything here must be obeyed by me. The ideas and steps of all kinds of things must follow my direction. Do you understand? The little dwarf stood up from the ground with a sneer and looked at the file that had just been opened over there. Orochimaru said. Orochimaru glanced at him lightly, and then continued busy with his work. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? The little dwarf roared angrily when he saw the human being ignoring him. He was so angry that he wanted to slam the table, but he realized that he was not as tall as the table in front of him. Orochimaru didn't even look at him this time, he was still busy with his own things. Advertisement. The little dwarf is so angry. He is in his world, and the zombie can't worship him when he sees him. This guy didn't even look at him. It was even more extreme than the human in his world who looked at him sideways with an iron pot on his head and the imp in this world just now. The little dwarf brought a stool and stepped on it to see what this guy was doing, but he didn't even pay attention to him, the zombie doctor. Ha! This is definitely wrong, your ex should be here, this current, the little dwarf sneered, he thought how smart this guy could be. Idiot, I'm talking about you. Dwarf. Oh, you are definitely wrong. Fart. I have tried this possibility before, and it is impossible for electricity to pass through this. Orochimaru shouted. Jade thinks she should go eat something by herself. Orochi Roku, who are you calling stupid? That's absolutely right. No, that's you stupid. You're doing it to me again. Are you stupid? I've been talking to you all afternoon in vain. In the evening, Jade, who had danced square dance with Mito all afternoon, came back. When she opened the door of the laboratory and was about to call Orkoku for dinner, she saw this scene. Watching two idiots, one tall and one short, one holding a current tube and electrocuting each other. Look, it's absolutely wrong. This thing absolutely cannot be placed here. You should. Impossible. I calculated this formula for a whole week. How could it be wrong? Orochimaru heard someone questioning himself and looked at the little dwarf beside him with displeasure. Well, every scientist has his own dignity. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There is definitely nothing wrong with my formula. Wait a minute, your formula is wrong, the little dwarf reminded him as he watched Orochimaru constantly calculating something on his hands. Chapter 135. Sidekick. Is it okay to kill the referee? Today is the last test of Chunin. Dave and Yume brought their three little ones to the site, which had just been built. Yo, this is youth. I feel the blood in my body bursting out. Brother Dave, let me go. Let me fight the enemy of youth. Might Dai saw this lively atmosphere and was filled with passion. Roared. Peanut drink and mineral water. At this time, a dark figure walked by and shouted, wearing a green hat and a plate of snacks in front of him. Sit here honestly and give me your youth. Also, Black Zetsu, why are you here selling things? Dave stretched out his hand and pressed the watermelon rind and sat down, looking at the people passing by. Black Zetsu asked confused. Life is not easy, Black Zetsu said calmly. Quote. Melon seed drink mineral water. Looking at Black Zetsu's sad back. Dave felt like laughing. Boy, what do you mean when you say there are business opportunities here? At this time, Kakuzu came over and sat next to Dave, asking full of doubts. He was busy working on the Sun Wukong flower and Fruit Mountain. The stinky four-tails monkey was not satisfied with this or that, and was beating the staff with a stick every day. What AB************************************ D? Didn't he know that he would have to pay for work-related injuries if someone was injured? Have you brought the people you were asked to bring? Dave glanced at Kakuzu and asked. Yes, we're all waiting behind the venue. Kakuzu nodded. But I'm very confused. Why did you ask me to find someone at the hospital? Kakuzu asked confused. Nonsense, this is a practical test. If there is no guarantee that someone will be injured, our company will link up with the hospital this time. If people in our village are injured, they will be treated at full price. As for people in other villages, Dave did not finish his words. Then the two foxes looked at each other and smiled. Kagaya Kimima on the side was holding a small notebook in his hand, listening to the conversation between the two, writing down something from time to time, and thinking about something from time to time. Yume on the side gave the two foxes a look and snatched the small book from Junma's hand. Advertisement. Don't imitate these two, Tsukimi looked at Junma and said in a solemn voice. Junma drooped her head, feeling very sad. I couldn't learn advanced economic ideas this time. Okay, it's time. I'll go on stage first. Someone will be injured later. Watch my gestures. Dave took out his phone to check the time and looked at Kakuzu aside. I understand. Kakuzu nodded. The two stood up and left in opposite directions. Dave jumped down from the high platform and jumped to the center of the field. Welcome to the last game of this Chunin exam. First, once someone is injured during the exam, I will terminate this game immediately. Of course, if you are awesome enough, kill the opponent before I stop you. Then you are really awesome. Konoha will not hold you accountable. It doesn't matter whether other ninja villages hold Konoha accountable. Second, during the battle, it is forbidden to spread the battle scope to the surrounding stands. If economic losses and casualties are caused, then I, as well as the village where he lives, will be fully compensated. Friendly reminder, the compensation will be paid by Mr. Kakuzu, the financial manager of Ishin Company, who will personally go to claim compensation. Dave held a microphone. Said slowly. And just after Dave said this, the position of Wying. No, hurry. Go find those genin and explain the situation. During the battle, you must not hurt anyone in the stands. Anyone who causes any economic losses to Konoha will stay in genin for the rest of his life. Ishikawa heard Dai the husband panicked on the spot and shouted to Wu behind him. Understood. Wu squinted his eyes and nodded. Are you a black-faced ghost?
Thinking of this name, Wu shuddered hard and hurried back to find those genin. The other three shadows did the same and hurriedly went to the entourage behind them to explain the situation to the genin. But generally speaking, the meaning is the same. As long as the village suffers any economic losses, you will stay here for the rest of your life. Okay, just these two reminders. Next, I won't talk nonsense. The first game, Kirigakure's 4X versus Sanagakure's 4X. Dave nodded and then shouted. Then he slowly backed away and stood at the edge of the field. Two figures walked slowly from the passages on both sides of the venue. Let's call the Kirigakure people Mist Shinobi A, and the Sanagakure people San Shinobi B. Mist Shinobi has a big sword on his back and looks about the same age as Dave. Just now, referee, you said that if I kill the opponent before you stop me, you won't be held accountable, right? Mist Shinobi A came up and looked at Dave on the side, and said with a sneer on his face. Of course, Dave nodded. Then you are really awesome and there is nothing I can do about it, right? Advertisement, Gia Gia. What if I kill the referee before killing him? Mist Shinobi A took out the big knife from his back and said slowly. The venue suddenly became silent. Tobirama and Izuna in the stands narrowed their eyes and looked at the Mist Shinobi Ka. The other four shadows folded their hands with a playful look and said nothing. Wu looked at Mist Shinobi A on the scene, his face full of disdain. He knew how capable Dave was. With this thing, he would probably evaporate before he even touched Dave. Uchiha tribe land two chakra light pillars soared into the sky. Hashirama and Madara didn't go to the scene. Madara thought it was boring to watch those genin rookies pecking each other. Hashirama, he just went where Madara went. The two of them were watching the live recording on their mobile phones. When they saw the rookie Mist Shinobi A saying those words to Dave, the two of them burst out in a beam of light. I'll get the sickle. I'll get the scroll. The two hit it off immediately and planned to visit Kirigakure after Chunan's exam. Of course they couldn't do anything in the village, but if they couldn't do it in their own village, couldn't they go to other people's villages? In the Chunin examination room, the mustache ghost lantern Wanyue sitting on the stage had a sneer on his face. Suddenly he felt a burst of cold air blowing on his face, which made the mustache shiver hard. Could it be that Master Bai Lian is about to show up? In the stands, Baga, if you dare to be disrespectful to Brother Dave, let me go down. I'll let him feel what youth is. Might Dai saw that Brother Dave, whom he usually respects very much, was threatened by someone. Can he bear this? Sakumo on the side had already drawn his sword, with a cold look in his eyes. Junma slowly pulled out the bone blade in his hand, although he usually had a playful smile and was very filial. Whenever someone dared to bully the people around him, he would definitely be the first to attack. Mist Shinobi. I heard Brother Dave say before that it seems to be where his family is, but he disdains the rubbish family in this kind of rubbish village. Chapter 136 Four Shadows. Life is the most important thing. Interesting, of course, as long as you are awesome enough, then you come and kill the referee. Dave smiled and took out the Uchiha fan from behind. Madara gave this to him on his 6th birthday. This thing has been at home for several years. Dave usually uses wood style and doesn't practice physical skills very much, but these days he is also competing with Might Wei and Madara practiced physical skills, so she took out this thing. Practicing taijutsu with Might Wei is just about learning the 8 inner gates and improving physical fitness. Practicing taijutsu with Madara is about learning Madara's taijutsu moves. Dave has never felt as good as these 2 days of physical training on any day in his life. Then I'll kill you first. Mist Shinobi A grinned, then pulled out a big knife with both hands and rushed towards Dave with a sudden swing. Uchiha rebound. Dave held the Uchiha fan in front of him. Mist Shinobi A was shaken away by his own force. Dave followed up, picked up the fan and waved it towards Mist Shinobi A. That's it, that's it, that's it, Dave said in confusion as he looked at the Mist Shinobi armor that flew out and was directly embedded in the wall. Is his physical skills so strong now? Are you still a genin? You're such a bad guy, can't you catch a single move? Dave originally thought that he could match up with this guy in 2 moves. Looking at the results of his practice in the past few days, he didn't expect that this guy turned out to be such a good guy. That crazy energy you had just now was so good. Okay, in the first game, 4x from Sanagakure won. Dave put away the fan, put it behind his back, and said slowly. San Shinobi B was confused from beginning to end. Holy shit, am I winning now?
That guy Kirigakure is a fool. Since he is a referee and examiner, he must be capable. How dare you, genin, be such a piece of rubbish. You didn't even catch a single move from me. When San Shinobi came back to his senses, he left here happily. Then, Dave gestured toward a passageway. Advertisement. Come on. Kakuzu, who was wearing a white coat and a nurse's hat, saw Dave's gesture and looked at the people behind him and shouted. Then, everyone on the field saw Kakuzu carrying a stretcher in front and 9 small-tailed beasts behind him, running in with small steps. Quote question mark quote. Dave looked at the 9 little-tailed beasts holding stretchers behind him, with a confused look on his face. Hey, didn't I ask you to bring people from the hospital? What are you doing with these 9 things? Dave walked to Kakuzu and asked in confusion. It's very expensive to send a person to the hospital. How can we trust him? Let's just send him there. Look, these 9 cost me less than 10 silver taels in total. 1 tailed beast and 1 just a lollipop. At Black Heart Hospital, it costs 1,000 yen to send a doctor. Kakuzu said with a smile on his face. Quote. Dave was silent.
Dave silently watched Kakuzu holding a stretcher in front of him, and 9 small-tailed beasts holding the stretcher behind him. On the stretcher lay the fainting Mist Shinobi A's leaving figure. Suddenly he felt that this scene was a bit joyful. 5 shadows stand. Hokage, are those 9-tailed beasts? The sharp-eyed Samana saw the 9 little-tailed beasts at a glance and asked Tobirama who was standing aside. That's right, Tobirama admitted openly. Konoha really has a way to tame tailed beasts. Reikage on the side said with a sneer. Thinking that his father had been fighting with 8 tails for 2 years, but had achieved nothing, and most of Lien village had been destroyed. Konoha didn't even arrive for half a month, and 9 tailed beasts were tamed.
Is this Konoha? It seems that we have to wait a little longer. Madara and Hashirama alone cannot enter the hospital.
Wait. Hokage. That doctor. There's something wrong with that doctor. Tsuchikage and Ishikawa kept looking at the doctor, feeling that he looked very familiar. Suddenly, Ishikawa stood up, pointed at the doctor and roared. This back figure. This familiar and capable technique, Ishikawa could not help but think of the black back figure. Mizuka's mustache ghost lantern heard what Ishikawa said and looked at the doctor. The person lying on the stretcher was Genin from their village. Holy shit. Hokage, you are immoral. That's a black-faced bucking ghost. Ghost Lantern Wanyue stood up suddenly, pointed at Kakuzu's back and roared.
What's immoral about this? Your village's Genin is injured. Our people are sending your ninja to the hospital. Is there any problem? Tobirama sneered, looked at the two of them and said slowly.
Advertisement don't get hurt, it's important to protect yourself. It doesn't matter whether Chunin or Chunin, life is the most important.
Hey, Mizuka, that's a wounded person, it's important to save his life. Ishikawa, who was not too serious about the matter over there, said with a smile.
Mizuka-sama, your chair is made of Hashirama wood. It costs 500,000 taels per kilogram. The area you just snapped off should be 500 grams, which is 250,000 taels. Do you want to pay the compensation now? Izuna, who was standing behind Tobirama, smiled and looked at Kaiden Genzuki and said. Hey, we've been discovered. You 9, hurry up. Kakuzu heard the figure, glanced at Mizuka over there, and then shouted to the 9 small-tailed beasts behind him. The black-faced bucking ghost. Can Konoha rule this? He was really afraid that if Konoha took care of a few people, their village would go bankrupt. You must know that their village had just been rebuilt 2 years ago. Damn Mist Shinobi, let Lousy pay 9 more silver taels. I remember, your casualty treatment fee will be doubled. The 3 shadows on the other side saw Mizuka's miserable state, swallowed their saliva, and hurriedly gave instructions to their followers. Life is the most important thing. Immediately, Kakuzu rushed out with 9 small-tailed beasts. At that speed, Dave could only see a puff of smoke. More money. The 9 little-tailed beasts shouted at the same time. The problem is big. The black-faced bucking ghost. Put down the ninjas in our village. No need for Konoha to cure it. Onaiden Genzuki hurriedly shouted towards Kakuzu over there. A-hole. A-hole. Put down the people in our village. We don't need Konoha anymore. Onaiden Genzuki looked at Kakuzu's back speeding up and roared with anger. A-hole. Gui Deng Wanyue patted his chair angrily. Ghost Demon Moon sat on the chair and looked at the armrest that he had broken off. His eyes were empty and lifeless. It was over. It was over. Let's go to Konoha. Mist Shinobi's economy has been set back by several decades. This way, okay. Add 1 silver tael more for each tailed beast. Kakuzu glanced at the ghost lamp Wanyue over there bitterly and said through gritted teeth. Genin, who was lying on the stretcher over there, just woke up and heard the ghostly words over there. Did Mizuka give up on him? Didn't he even want him to receive treatment? It's so sad. Rush. Chapter 137 Mission failed. Retreat. Today's Chunin exam may be the exam with the lowest losses and the lowest damage in history. This Chunin exam is really like novices pecking each other. Every 2 people on the stage are throwing kunai at each other. You said that as a genin, it is understandable that you throw inaccurately, but why did you bring dozens of kunai and throw them all at my referee? In the end, it's a matter of whoever brings the most kunai, and whoever throws all the kunai away first loses. Those ninjas who came on stage later realized this and ran out of the arena to buy kunai. The first place was even more B*********. He was a ninja from Konoha, his family owned a weapons shop, and he came with several sacks of kunai to throw around. This is really troublesome for Dave. Lousy worked hard to be a referee, but in the end he just came here to hide from kunai and train his reaction ability. Kakuzu was even more sad. He had waited for such a conference and then opened an order. Well, it seemed that he was going to kill that Mist Shinobi hard. After the exam, Kakuzu went to the court in tears and picked up thousands of kunai. He also sold them at a price several times higher with tears in his eyes. And this time the Chunin exam ended in a muddle. The final result was that only the first placer in this Chunin exam became a Chunin. Whether or not he can become a Chunin was jointly discussed by the 5 shadows. However, with such a dramatic scene today, the 5 shadows were helpless. They had no choice but to blame the black-faced ghost. But there is no way that none of them can become Chunin. After thinking about it, the 5 shadows can only move up to the first place. Kakuzu came out of the hospital and found Dave with an unhappy face. Boy, is this the business opportunity you were talking about? Kakuzu asked, very unhappy. He had worked hard all day, but in the end he only earned 10 million? Didn't he lose everything? He can make millions per minute, but he just stole 10 million from Mizuka on this day. How is this possible? Since business opportunities don't come to us, let's create business opportunities. Dave narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Dave's heart has been filled with fire all day. Nonsense, being thrown away a kunai for a day, how can anyone bear it? How to make it? Kakuzu rolled his eyes and asked slowly. Dave took out 2 pairs of black stockings from his arms, handed one to Kakuzu, and put the other on his head. Looking at Dave, whose facial features exploded against the stockings in front of him, Kakuzu swallowed and put the stockings that Dave handed over his head.
Go back and talk to the factory over at Orikoku. Why are these stockings so tight? Dave, whose mouth was turned out under the stockings, said speechlessly.
Understood. Kakuzu, whose eyelids were flaring under his stockings, nodded in agreement. Take it. Dave pulled out a pistol from his belt and handed it to Kakuzu. What is this? Kakuzu took it and asked doubtfully. The pistol. I call him the Desert Eagle. The dwarf and Orochimaru made it in the past 2 days. Let's go to the training ground to try it out later, and we will do it at night. Dave said with a hint of laughter at the corner of his mouth and a sip. Why are these rubbish stockings so tight? Is it more difficult to tear it apart? Okay. Kakuzu nodded. Advertisement. Walked. Bang. The two of them collided. You must adjust the tightness of the stockings for lousy. You can't see anything clearly. Clear. Go go go. Boom, FK. Go get lousy adjusted right now. In the middle of the night, the moon is dark and the wind is high, killing people. Ah, what a hurtful night. 3 o'clock in the morning, on the rooftop of the Kidney Hotel. Do you know how to do this? Dave looked at Kakuzu and asked. Must. Kakuzu nodded. After an afternoon of training, Kakuzu is already very good at it. If it weren't for the lack of range, he can accurately hit people from 800 miles away. This operation is codenamed Operation Stockings. The target is all genin from the 4 major ninja villages. It must cause disability and other major trauma, Dave said, holding the pistol in both hands and looking at Kakuzu. Understood. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. By the way, put on your stockings. Clear. From now on, we will be the Akatsuki organization. It can also be called a terrorist organization. When the two were about to go downstairs, Dave looked at Kakuzu and said. What's the significance of the establishment of this organization? Kakuzu asked doubtfully. Create a world with only Wi-Fi, Dave said solemnly. How much can I earn? Kakuzu doesn't care about that stuff. Think about it, the whole ninja world is full of Wi-Fi. How much can you earn in a month just by paying for the internet? Dave said seductively. Go go go. Action. Kakuzu immediately put on his stockings, his face solemn. From now on, I will be Blade and you will be Oro. Why? Do you have any opinion? Advertisement? Received, over. The two jumped down from the upstairs and reached Sanagakure's floor first. Dave slowly opened the glass and gestured to Kakuzu next to him. Kakuzu nodded, then picked up the pistol and rushed in quietly. Dave followed behind Kakuzu. The two stood in front of the bed of a San Shinobi Genin, Dave gesturing to Kakuzu. Under the stockings, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and nodded, then picked up the gun and shot the man in the leg. I'll F******** G let you knock him out before he does it. Dave slapped his forehead hard and shouted. San Shinobi Genin is still confused. Looking at the two weirdos with stockings on their heads and distorted faces that suddenly appeared in front of him, he roared in horror. Knock him out, and you still make him howl? Dave pointed at the howling San Shinobi Genin and shouted. ITM. We're right in front of you. What are you doing with my walkie-talkie? The mission failed. Oro, retreat. Call the Blade. Call the Blade. What do we do now, Blade? Dave looked at Kakuzu in confusion, and Kakuzu also looked at Dave in confusion. Ah. San Shinobi Genin suddenly started and roared. On a dark and windy night, 2 wretched men with stockings on their heads and distorted faces evacuated the place. Received, over. Genin passed out. Hokage. You Konoha must give us Sanagakure an explanation today. Samana looked at Tobirama aside and roared with anger. Received, over. What's it called? Look, this is not the damage caused by my Konoha people at all. That little iron body on his leg, Konoha doesn't have this kind of metal at all. Tobirama sneered and said slowly. Then. What to do now? Kakuzu scratched his head in embarrassment and pointed at the still roaring San Shinobi Genin and asked. Shut up. The next day, Genin came to Konoha Hospital. Understood. Kakuzu nodded, picked up the pistol with his right hand, and hit Genin hard on the head with the butt. Chapter 138 Blade. Your dividend is gone this month, Oromo. People in our village were harmed in your village. Why don't you explain it? Is your Konoha's defense so weak? Samana roared. Shut up, you're noisy. I'll call Kakuzu over to discuss with you. Tobirama couldn't stand this noisy Samana and shouted in annoyance.
Samana immediately shut his mouth obediently, but his eyes looking at Tobirama's figure were filled with gloom. The Chunin exam was over, and the 5 major ninja villages were planning to leave today, but something like this happened, and the people in the other 3 major ninja villages were prepared to stay for a day with the intention of watching a good show. Kakuzu was so happy and went straight to the door. The 4 of you are staying in a cage-level suite, which costs 1 million a night. I forgot, this is the price on an ordinary day. On holidays, it's 5 million. You are very lucky. Konoha happens to be the 9-tailed beast wood today. It's the 0th anniversary of the opening of Yi's business. You brought a total of 300 genin and booked a common suite. The price for the holidays is 100,000 silver taels. Kakuzu looked at the 4 cage with a smile on his face. It's like seeing 4 cash cows. The 4 moviegoers looked at the cage-level suite on the hotel's big screen with a price tag of 10,000 taels and fell into deep thought.
How could this be increased 500 times? Could it be that the Day of Tailed Beasts is very important in Konoha? A moment later, the 9 little tailed beasts called by Kakuzu left here with dozens of sacks of money in their hands and smiles on their faces. On a dark and windy night, another murder, a hurtful night.
Oro, this time, you should understand how to operate, right? Stun him first, and then do it. Do you understand? Dave looked at Kakuzu aside and said. Oromo received. Over. Our operation codename this time is Operation Stockings 2.0 Feet Go Go Go. The two jumped from the rooftop of the hotel again. This time they did it smoothly. At least everyone in Sunagaku was injured. Dave and Kakuzu tiptoed down the corridor of the hotel. Dave gestured towards Kakuzu again. Kakuzu nodded solemnly. This time, he understood. Then Kakuzu looked at Karigakur's Genin's room aside, kicked the door open, and rushed in with his gun raised. Dave looked at Kakuzu, who rushed in with a confused look on his face.
Ah. Advertisement, Operation Stockings 2.0 codename Operation Failed, Oro, UB******D, retreat. Oromo received. Over. On a dark and windy night, 2 wretched men wearing stockings escaped again. The next day, inside the Hokage office, a hole. A hole. Who is it? Who is it? Tobirama slapped the table angrily and roared. Hokage, you must give me an explanation today. Veins popped up on Salmon's head. This morning, all the genin he brought this time entered the hospital in Konoha with serious leg injuries. This damn hospital costs me 1 million silver taels for 1 intravenous drip and 1 operation. Don't let me know who did it. That's right, Hokage, is this a conspiracy of your village? Mizukage sitting next to him also asked. A person in their village was also beaten last night, and it was that person who sent the signal.
2 wretched men with stockings on their heads, there is absolutely no way these are from our village. People from our village can never do that kind of thing. Tobirama slammed the table and shouted. Oh, Hokage, as far as we know, things like stockings are only popular in your Konoha, right? They are also made in your Konoha. Ghost Lantern Genzuki asked with a sneer.
What reason do you have to prove that they are not secretly sent by your village to buy our village's stockings to do this? Tobirama asked instead. The 4 shadows fell into silence at the same time. The 5 shadows also discussed this matter for a day, but they couldn't come up with any results. There was no way to prove that the 2 people were from Konoha or other villages, and naturally they couldn't do anything. After doing this, the 4 shadows can't leave. They won't be willing to leave without giving a result to this matter. So much money has been spent. Kakuzu was even happier. He found the 4 shadows again. Oh, black-faced buckling ghost. Today is not the 0th anniversary of the opening of that tailed beast or something, right? Are the hotel prices going to return to their original values? Mustache asked with a sneer at Kakuzu. No. Today is the 5th anniversary of the establishment of Konoha Village Kidney Care Company. Sighing took out the money with tears in his eyes, and Kakuzu was happy again. It's a dark and windy night, and it's a night of killing and hurting people again. This time, let's talk directly. I won't give you any signs. Just follow my command. Do you understand, Oromo? Dave looked at Kakuzu aside with a headache and said. Advertisement, Oromo received, Blade. Over. This operation is Operation Stockings 3.0. The purpose is still the same, but if you make mistakes for me again this time, your dividends this month will be gone. Do you understand, Oromo? Oromo received, Blade. Over. This lasted 3 nights in a row. What could have been completed in 1 night? This scammer kept me going for 3 days. The 2 jumped off the rooftop of the hotel again, and this time it went smoothly. They successfully killed people from Mist Shinobi and Iwagakure villages, leaving only the people from Ryan village. Oro, you did a good job this time. Dave looked at Kakuzu aside and said with a smile on his face. Oromo received. Over. Kakuzu nodded. Next, only those in Lian village are left, and our operation is over. Let's do the same this time. Enter through the window, knock them unconscious, and shoot. Evacuate and move to the next room. Do you understand? Oromo received. The 2 entered Genin's room in a hidden village. The 2 stood in front of Genin's bed. Oro, come on. Dave shouted softly. Kakuzu didn't reply, his eyes with flaring eyelids under his stockings emitted a faint green light. Then, Dave watched in confusion as Kakuzu walked to the end of the man's bed and got directly into the man's bed. Lei Yin Genin, who was lying on the bed, suddenly sat up in fear, suddenly opened the quilt, and looked at the pervert between his legs with a hand on his crotch and wearing stockings. Blade. Look, this man has 100 silver taels in his waistband. FKU, Oro, UB****D. Your bonus is gone this month. On a dark and windy night, 2 wretched men wearing stockings knocked the man unconscious and left here in despair. Operation Stockings 3.0 failed again, next day. The 5 shadows can't sit still. Chapter 139 Madara. Times have changed, hot mom. The 4 shadows were furious this time, which had completely offended the 4 great shadows. The 4 major shadows found Tobirama angrily and forced him to have a baby. Tobirama had a huge headache. As a last resort, they were also heard in Konoha. Tobirama compensated each shadow with 500 million silver taels, which extinguished the anger of the 4 shadows this time. This Akatsuki organization? Where did it come from? Tobirama pointed to the photos on the table and asked solemnly. I don't know, but Hokage, your Konoha's defense system really needs to be strengthened. You don't even know that the village has been invaded by others. Mustache received a compensation of 500 million silver taels, and he was no longer angry, and he said slowly and calmly. Blade, Dave, and Oromo, Kakuzu, left the name of the Akatsuki organization in the room when they left. Dave did not dare to let Konoha take the blame. Blade, Oromo, Fox Baby, Fox Hunter, Black Rose, Mandala, White Wolf, Black Eagle. Hiss. This Akatsuki organization actually has so many members? Tobirama looked at the table with a headache. Enter the message Dave left. The information above clearly tells you how many members our Akatsuki organization has, and they were the ones who did what happened this time. This Akatsuki organization is so arrogant. Does it look down on us so much? They even randomly marked the abilities of 2 members. Did they look down on us so much? Ishikawa slapped the table and shouted angrily. Blade, handsome and handsome. Specialties, Desert Eagle Escape. Oro is a scam, and ugly. Specialties, Desert Eagle Escape. The question is, what kind of escape technique is this Desert Eagle Escape? It is simply unheard of in the ninja world, Reikajai said slowly. The 4 figures were lost in thought at the same time. Only Tobirama looked at the mark on the blade. Handsome and handsome. This way of describing it. At night, Tobirama returns home. Dave, are you responsible for the Akatsuki organization or something? Tobirama asked with a smile and looked at Dave who was eating at the table over there. Yeah, Dave nodded as he picked up the rice. He didn't want to hide this from Tobirama and the others. Just use it to deceive other ninja villages. Are you Blade? Who is Oromo? Tobirama asked doubtfully. Kakuzu. Dave said after swallowing his food. What kind of escape technique is the Desert Eagle Escape mentioned above? Tobirama then asked. Advertisement. Dave took out the Desert Eagle from his belt and threw it to Tobirama. Tobirama took it and inadvertently pulled the trigger. Dave, who was eating rice over there, looked at the broken spoon in his hand, and the 2 of them fell into silence at the same time. Old father. Seriously. If I did something wrong, you can tell me. You don't have to be like this. Dave put down the broken spoon tremblingly and swallowed. Ahem. This is my first time coming into contact with this kind of thing. I don't quite understand. Tobirama coughed twice in embarrassment. Then, Dave couldn't eat anymore and taught Tobirama how to operate it. How powerful is this thing? Tobirama asked doubtfully, playing with the pistol in his hand. At least it can match AC level ninjutsu. Dave nodded and introduced. Can it be assembled for a ninja? Tobirama asked. Okay. But the cost is not low. Dave was stunned for a moment. Was this about to enter the age of arms? Okay, let's mass produce it. Although this kind of thing cannot replace ninjutsu as the mainstream, it is also a good auxiliary weapon. Tobirama nodded. Tobirama understands this thing very clearly. This kind of thing can only be used as a tool to assist ninjas, not to mention other things. Tobirama can dodge such powerful bullets even if he puts it in front of his head and fires a shot. Jonin can also be defeated easily, which means Chunin and Genin are somewhat intimidating. Yes, Dave nodded quickly. He actually wanted to know what his old father's expression looked like when he saw nuclear weapons. The dwarf and Orochimaru need to work harder. Sister Jade has been complaining to him these days to take that dwarf thing back quickly. Since this thing came, Orochimaru has not spoken to Jade for almost 2 weeks. In the Akatsuki organization you founded, do those White Wolf people really exist? Tobirama then asked. No, I just made it up to fool the 4 shadows. Dave shook his head. In that case, let me be the White Wolf. Tobirama smiled, raised his gun and pointed it at the ceiling. Well, the next day, the Akatsuki organization gained 4 new members. Black Rose, Uchiha Madara, White Wolf, Senju Tobirama. Mandala, Uchiha Izuna Advertisement Sword, Senju Hashirama. After the other 3 people heard about this, they all thought it was quite interesting and wanted to make their old age life a little more fun. Madara looked at the AK-47 in her hand with confusion on her face. On the side, Hashirama looked at the M401 in his hand and fell into deep thought. Izuna raised the grenade in his hand. Tobirama thinks Desert Eagle is more suitable. Madara picked up the AK-47, opened the Sharingan, pointed at the target over there, and pulled the trigger. Madara resisted the recoil, aiming at the target with cold eyes and firing bullets one after another. Dave, this thing is not powerful enough. Madara tried it a few times, threw the AK-47 aside, and looked at Dave with some displeasure. That's right, Dave, this thing looks so weak. Hashirama on the side also put down the M401 in his hand and said slowly. Dave waved. The dwarf doctor behind him was very unhappy, holding a silver Gatling in one hand and a green rocket launcher in the other. He slowly walked over and handed them to the 2 people. Madara took the Gatling with an interested look on her face, then lifted the Gatling with both hands, pointed at the target over there, and pulled the trigger. Rumble. Looking at the yellow light in front of Gatlin, feeling the violent trembling from Gatlin, Madara felt the feeling of blood for the first time. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama on the side took the rocket launcher and fired a shot at the target over there. Looking at the exploding black smoke in front of him, Hashirama burst out laughing. Madara on the side glanced at Hashirama, then pointed at Hashirama when he mentioned Gatling. Hashirama showed an interested look on his face and picked up the rocket launcher in his hand. Times have changed. Hot mom, of course I know. Motor. Dave looked at the two people over there, one carrying a Gatling and the other carrying a rocket launcher, and fell into deep thought. Izuna and Tobirama are okay. They're both normal. They're testing guns normally over there. The Akatsuki organization has turned into a terrorist organization. It should be normal. Maybe. I think I'd better go home and sleep. This scene before me. If I don't sleep for a few days, maybe I can't take it anymore. Chapter 140 Dave. I was cheated. Sighing is finally leaving today. Nonsense, why don't you leave and wait for the black-faced ghost to kill them? Mizukage calculated, even including the 500 million ryo that Tobirama compensated him this time, he still lost 500 million this time when he came to Konoha. I won't come again next time. STD man, next time we meet, I guess you will be the second Tsuchikage. Dave, Tobirama and others came out to see them off. Dave looked at Wu and said with a smile on his face. Ha, kid, my master can live for several more years, so you don't have to worry about it. But you, kid, don't get killed that day. Wu sneered and said slowly. Don't worry. By the way, if I go to Iwagakure to play, you won't drive me away, right? Dave waved his hand and asked with a smile. Welcome to play, boy, welcome. Wu narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Really? Dave asked slightly surprised. Of course, Wu nodded. Okay, let's go, I'll go with you, Dave said happily. Everyone present was stunned. Hokage, are you sure you don't worry about your son coming to Konoha? Ishikawa looked at Tobirama over there with a sneer and said slowly. Of course, don't worry. Tobirama nodded. Hey, good boy, since you dare to come, we Iwagakure dare to entertain you. Ishikawa looked at Dave and sneered. Ever since, Dave followed Ishikawa's team and walked slowly towards Iwagakure. Tobirama squinted his eyes and looked toward a certain forest. After everyone could no longer see his back, Tobirama took out the walkie-talkie hanging on his belt. Oromo, this is the White Wolf, this is the White Wolf. The blade has left with the target mission. Oromo received. Over, this feeling. Tobirama thinks it's not bad. Advertisement. Then he led everyone back to the village. As for worrying about Dave's safety, he should worry about Dave and Kakuzu going to Iwagakure this time so that they won't go bankrupt. Sword, this is White Wolf, are you following the target? Kakuzu, who was following Tsuchikage's team a few hundred meters away, picked up his cell phone and shouted. Sword receives Sword. Sword and Black Rose are already following the target Mizukage team. Black Rose and I are determined to win this mission of devastating blow to Kirigakure. Hashirama's voice came from the other side of the phone. Over, Hashirama and Madara behind the Mizukage team. Madara, this feels so good. I seem to have returned to when we were two children, Hashirama said with a bazooka behind him and looking at Madara with a smile on his face. Yeah, not bad, Madara nodded. His Gatling was too big to carry on his back, so he asked Mito to seal it into a scroll. But, Madara, just 2 years after Kirigakure was built, we went to destroy it for them. Isn't it not good? Hashirama asked with some worry. Call me Black Rose. This mission is carried out by the Akatsuki organization. What does it have to do with Konoha? Madara said with a sneer. That's right. Hashirama nodded in understanding. Forget it, no matter what, he will go wherever Madara goes. Madara has not moved his hands for several years and his hands are a little itchy. This time he came to Miss Shinobi simply because his hands were itchy and he came here to practice. Dave said that the establishment of this Shao organization was just for fun, and you can do whatever you like. Hey, then I, Madara, feel very happy about killing Miss Shinobi. Do you have any objections? After traveling all afternoon, Dave and Kakuzu finally arrived at Iwagakure. Wu, you should take this kid to the rest shop in our village to rest first. Remember, give people a good discount. Ishikawa looked at Wu behind him and said slowly. Understood, master. Wu nodded. Then Ishikawa left here with a group of lame genin, leaving only Dave and Wu. Boy, tell me, what's your purpose in coming to Rock Shinobi? Wu Mu watched the master leave, then turned to look at Dave behind him and asked. What purpose can I have? I came to Iwagakure to experience the customs of Iwagakure and feel the simple enthusiasm of the people of Iwagakure. Is this wrong? Dave said doubtfully. Hey, come with me. Wu sneered, and then slowly walked in a certain direction, Dave following behind him. Advertisement naturally, he wouldn't believe this kid's nonsense. Not a word of this kid's mouth was true. A moment later. What are you doing? 1 million silver taels a night for an ordinary room? Dave pointed at the extremely unreasonable price and roared. Just as Dave and Kakuzu were taking action, Miss Shinobi. Wu of your facial features, your mouth was slanted to your eyes, and you were mumbling incomprehensibly. Oromo received. Over. This time, our target is the village treasury of Iwagakure. Do you understand? Get as much as you can. The operation code name is Sweeping Rock Shinobi. Do you understand? UF **** G fart. You and I just came here. You cut a fart. Dave slapped the counter and roared in displeasure. Hashirama. Dave said. People in the Akatsuki organization must bring something like this. Madara looked at the stockings in her hands and reluctantly asked with her eyes closed. Madara looked at the stockings in her hands and looked at Hashirama's current appearance. Madara was lost in thought. A hole. Damn it, a hole. Oromo. This is the blade. Come to my room to assemble right away. Damn it, Someone else has actually cheated you. Dave returned to the room he bought at an extremely favorable price. He took out his phone and roared. Usually he was the only one who tricked others, but he didn't expect that this time someone actually tricked him. Clear. I wish you a good night's sleep. Wubu was angry, smiled, took the money, and left slowly. On a dark and windy night, two wretched men wearing stockings acted again. Hey, kid, this is the only room left in the village now. You can't help but live in it, Wu Environmental Protection said with a face full of teasing. Go go go. Okay, I'll stay. Dave glanced at Wu angrily, took out 100 watts of silver from his arms, and slapped Wu's hand hard. Kid, this is the room with the highest level of treatment in our village. What do you mean by ordinary rooms? These rooms are usually used to entertain the lords and nobles of the Earth Kingdom. Before this, they were worth 5 million taels per night. In order to show I have been bargaining with the boss for a long time about our simple customs in Iwagakure. Wu said slowly with a sneer. Chapter 141. Lord Second Generation, why are you taking me away if you can beat me? Ghost Lantern Genin slowly entered Kirigakure with a group of lame genin. Hashirama, who was wearing stockings on his head and had a distorted face, and Madara, who couldn't stand the tight stockings, casually scratched his face with his fingers on the ground, squatting in the grass. Madara, can we go up? Hashirama looked at Madara and asked. Up? Madara really couldn't bear to see Hashirama's current appearance, so she closed her eyes and nodded. Wait a minute, I'll play the song requested by the organization. Hashirama suddenly thought of something and quickly stretched out his hand to stop Madara, who was about to step out. After a while, Mist Shinobi's Mizukage building. Damn black-faced bucking ghost. B*******. D. One trip to Konoha cost Mist Shinobi more than 1 billion taels. Ghost Lantern Wanyue held the account book in his hand and roared with anger. Mizukage-sama, it's bad, there are two weirdos at the village gate. At this time, two guards ran in from the office, looking nervously at Ghost Lantern Wanyue and shouted. Weird. What's his appearance? Ghost Lantern Wanyue immediately thought of two perverts wearing stockings on their heads and asked in confusion. One of them wears stockings on his head, and his facial features cannot be seen clearly. The other seems to be Konoha's Uchiha Madara. The guard said after thinking for a while. Shao. Ghost Lantern Wanyue slammed the table and stood up. This hateful organization had injured and disabled all the genin it brought to their village in Konoha, and now they all followed them to their village. You first organized the villagers to retreat. You come with me to have a look. Gaidong Wanyue looked at the young man aside and said. The young man nodded, and then the two of them quickly ran out of the Mizukage building. Kirigakure-guchi, I packed my bags back and forth, and the moment I left home, I knew that real life has too many special characteristics. If you see me, don't be too indifferent. I am sentimental, but passionate and unrestrained. In a hurry, the world has no time to ask why. Hashirama and Madara stood at the door of Mist Shinobi. Madara was holding the stereo in one hand and Gatling in the other. Ghost Lantern Wanyue took the young man here in a few seconds. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, aren't you two in the hospital? Ghost Lantern asked in confusion as he looked at the ugly man wearing stockings in front of him and Uchiha Madara, who was slightly coquettish at the moment. Advertisement, we are the Akatsuki organization. I am Swart, and this is Black Rose. Hashirama pointed at Madara and then pointed at himself to introduce. Ghost Lantern looked at Hashirama like he was looking at a fool. Are you making trouble with me? Can you two respect me? I'm not blind yet? Don't talk so much nonsense with him. Do it? Madara gave Mustache a cold look. Then Madara slowly put down the speaker in her hand. Madara picked up the Gatling, Hashirama picked up the bazooka. The small village on the edge of Kirigakure is very confused today. What happened over there at Mist Shinobi? There seems to be singing. I packed my bags. This song is pretty good. A few hours later. In the middle of the ruins of Kirigakure, Hashirama took off his stockings and wiped his sweat. Madara on the side put down the hot Gatling in her hand and put it into the ceiling scroll. Let's go. Madara looked at Hashirama and said. Hashirama nodded, and the two of them left in a hurry. After the two left, the Ghost Lantern Wanyue and the young man climbed up from the ruins. Ah! Damn Konoha! Ancient! Arrange manpower to form Kirigakure immediately. After Mist Shinobi is built, immediately launch a war on Konoha, Mustache roared angrily. Because Guilan Wanyue had evacuated the villagers before, most of the buildings in the village were destroyed and there were very few casualties. But Mr. Second Generation, can we be able to defeat him? The young man swallowed and asked doubtfully. Yes. Oh, you saw Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara go to Konoha before. Both of them were hospitalized. This time they went out just to give us in the ninja world a shock. They were just pretending to be powerful. Did you just see the two of them using wood style and Sharingan? Mustache sneered and looked at the young man and asked. No, the young man shook his head. Advertisement. That's right, they just used the weapons in their hands. It can be seen that now they can't even use ninjutsu. They can reach Mist Shinobi with a powerful crossbow. Mustache touched, he stroked his beard and analyzed clearly. He seemed to have seen that it was time for him to step on the heads of Hashirama and Madara and unify the ninja world. I see. Then. Lord Second Generation. They can't even use ninjutsu. Why? You didn't stop them just now, and took me to run away. The young man nodded thoughtfully and then asked in confusion. Ah, cough, cough, cough. GU, this. You're the third generation project that Master decided to make before he left. It seems that you still have a lot to learn. This is not possible. This makes them relax their vigilance and think that we Kirigakure are really rubbish, but after the village is built, we will give them a fatal blow to Konoha. Mustache coughed a few times and said with embarrassment. Mustache wants to slap himself a few times now. That's right. They can't even use ninjutsu, so why the hell am I running away? My village. No matter how much Mist Shinobi's mustache regrets it, Iwagakure's sighed. The two of them have reached the bottom of the Tsuchikage building. Oromo, this is the blade. How's the situation over there? Dave shouted while lying on the wall of the Tsuchikage building, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand. Blade, this is Oro, it's safe here, Angle's voice came from the intercom. Report the opponent's defensive strength, Dave said softly. There are two at the door, one is already asleep, and the other is holding 300 silver taels in his hand, which was printed 3 years ago. One of them has wrinkles in the lower left corner, one is broken at the corner, and one is intact. Damn things, even the money is taken care of, isn't it good? You are the B**********. D. I asked you to report the guard force. Why are you reporting the money in his hand to me? Veins popped out on Dave's head. This scammer. Oh, 2 at the door, 8 on the first floor, 15 on the second floor, and 20 on the third floor. Can I go in and check the situation? Dave asked. You can go in on the first floor, but not on the second and third floors. There are too many people. There's a guard standing at the door of almost every room. Can I get in through the outside window? Yes, but you must move gently. The people guarding the opponent are basically Chunin and above. Go out, I'm on the third floor, you're on the second floor. Dave was just about to enter a room on the third floor when suddenly a shout came from below. Dave was immediately stunned. Chapter 142 None. Will you fight me to the death? B********. D. Did you destroy the money like that? Will you take the money? This is 100 taels, I feel so bad. Kakuzu's roar came from below. Dave is confused. Ah. Someone invaded the Tsuchikage building. I'm going to Oro. Retreat. Dave picked up the walkie-talkie and yelled. 4 o'clock in the morning, in Dave's room, FKU. Are you a I'll FKU. Dave pointed at Kakuzu and cursed. Kakuzu clasped his ears disdainfully. Tell me, why did you make the noise? Dave took a deep breath and forced himself to resist the urge to beat this guy up. That B******** D actually took money to pick his nose. You said he wasn't just wasting his wealth. Oh my god, you scumbag. Dave couldn't bear it anymore and rode directly on Kakuzu and beat Kakuzu violently. Kid, is there someone in your room? Open the door. At this time, a voice came from the door. Dave quickly stood up and threw the ball of string under him out of the window. To reimburse. These were the last words Dave heard. This is really a scam. Dave took a deep breath to calm down, walked to the door, opened the door to the room, and it was Wu. STI man, are you sick? Why are you looking for me at 4 in the morning? I'm still sleeping if you don't sleep. Dave asked, rubbing his eyes constantly, yawning, and pretending to be very sleepy. Hey, kid, was it you who invaded the Tsuchikage building just now? Mew asked with a sneer. Tsuchikage building. Why did I go there when I had nothing to do? I just woke up by you, okay? Dave gave him a roll of his eyes. Hey, kid, do you sleep in clothes like this? Wu smiled and asked, pointing to the black stealth suit on Dave's body. Brother, these are pajamas. Do you understand pajamas? Do you think everyone is like you, Xiao Jiji, who wears bandages all day? Dave was stunned for a moment and hurriedly explained. Damn boy. Had blue veins popping out of his head. This boy is such a B********. D. Advertisement. Calm down, this is your own village. Do you have any wine? Dave asked. Yes, glanced at Dave doubtfully and nodded. Let's go have a drink. I can't sleep even if you wake me up. Dave stretched and said slowly. So, Dave and Wu found a wine shop and started drinking, completely forgetting about the black thread lying on the grass outside the hotel. Inside the wine shop, boss, 2 bottles of sake, Wu shouted to the boss. Hey, it turns out Master Wu is here, please take a seat. When the owner of the wine shop saw that Mr. Wu was here, he nodded with respect. Oh, I can't tell, STD man, you have a pretty good reputation in the village. Dave and Wu were sitting opposite each other. Dave looked at Wu in front of him and asked jokingly. HMPH, Wu arrogantly raised his head and hummed twice. Come on, you're fat and you have asthma. Dave gave him a roll of his eyes. Sir, this is wine for you too. The boss next to him brought 2 bottles of sake to their table. As a result, the wine table fell into silence, and the two of them drank their own drinks. Boy, if Rock Shinobi launches a war against Konoha, will you fight with me? Both of them had almost finished drinking. Wu raised his head and asked slowly. No, Dave, blushing slightly, smiled and shook his head. Why, aren't you from Konoha, the son of the second generation? He asked without any doubts. Of course, if you Rock Shinobi launch a war against Konoha, I will definitely go to the front line and fight with you. But I won't fight you to the death, Dave said with a smile. Why? Wu was even more confused. Because you are the person in the ninja world who has the most communication and good relationship with me except me and Konoha. I am still very peace-loving. If you, a sexually transmitted disease man, die, I will have fewer friends in the future. A lot of fun, Dave smiled. Is that why? Well, that's why. After the two of them finished speaking, they fell into silence, drinking wine in silence. At dawn, Dave looked at Wu, who was already drunk in front of him. Hiccup, STD man, you can't even drink. Haha, let's go. Dave stood up in a daze, looked at Wu lying on the ground, laughed twice, walked to the side to get something, and shook his head, walked away in a daze. Advertisement. After Dave left, Wu slowly sat up while lying on the ground. Boy, if we really get into a fight, I won't fight you. After saying that, Wuya stood up unsteadily and prepared to leave. Master Wu. You haven't paid yet? The boss saw this scene and hurriedly walked to Wu and said. How much? Wu frowned and asked. 3 million silver taels, the boss swallowed. Sweep Rock Shinobi 2.0, go go go. Rushby. The next day, Ishikawa was going to see how much money he still had in his village treasury. That damn black-faced buck went to Konoha and lost more than $1 billion. It was my money. Don't worry, Blade, I will not be disturbed by other matters this time, Kakuzu promised. 3 million silver taels. The boss was so frightened that he trembled, but it was still necessary to say it. Ishikawa hummed the song from the no drama he watched last night and opened the door to the room in front of him leisurely. After Dave returned, he drank and fell asleep directly on the bed. Oro, if you do what you did yesterday, you will die. Dave looked at Kakuzu in front of him, scratching his neck with his hand, and said threateningly. 3 million silver taels for these dozens of bottles of sake? Are you kidding me? Wu pointed at the sake on the table behind him and roared with anger. Hey. This time I stole it. Ahem, the money I got from groping, this guy and I will share an extra 10%, ha ha ha. Damn you brat, I will fight you to the death. Dave, who was walking on the street, heard the roar from behind and smiled. Alas, I bought a few bottles of good wine for free, so comfortable. Late at night. This time, Kakuzu was very clean and tidy, with no nonsense words or unnecessary actions throughout the mission. Iwagakure First Generation Meishikawa died at the age of 69 due to ineffective rescue of heart disease. Subsequently, Wuwei's second Tsuchikage. Then. Those sakes are only a few 100,000 taels. But when the white-haired young man left just now, he took several bottles of good wine that were more than 20 years old. Those good wines are worth the bottles are worth hundreds of thousands of taels. The boss swallowed and said hesitantly, the third day. The two ran away after ransacking Rock Shinobi's village treasury. How much? Wu Deju sobered up on the spot and asked with a confused roar. Chapter 143. The storm is surging. Hello Mr. Wu, I am Senju Dave. Thank you for your hospitality these 2 days, I am very grateful. By the way, I see that you, Iwagakure, are under a lot of financial pressure. So much money is squeezed into that room. I helped your village solve the problem of at least 200 square meters of space. Pressure, no need to thank me, my name is Lei Feng. If you have anything, you can email me. Close black lens bracket. The next day after Wu boarded Tsuchikage's second generation, a guard found a letter in Dave's room and brought it to Wu. Wu looked at the content of the letter, and veins popped out on his head. You be asterisk D kid. Wu ruthlessly tore the letter in his hand into pieces and roared angrily. The guard outside the door heard the roar of the second generation who had just taken office, and wiped the cold sweat on his face. Is the second generation so violent? The Tsuchikage building will not be easy to live with from now on. Master, are we going to go to war with Konoha? At this time, the door opened and a short man with a big nose walked in. He looked at Wu Man and asked solemnly. Wu closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. No. Must go to war with Konoha. The village. All the money in the village is gone. We must support war with war. Otherwise, continue to let Konoha develop. Iwagakure. But it will be over. From now on. You will be Iwagakure's second generation project. Tsuchikage. This is what Ishikawa said to him when Wu saw Ishikawa for the last time. How are the other villages doing? Onogi asked as he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the little man with the big nose in front of him. Master, Sanagakure, there is no movement in Cloud Shinobi village yet. However, Mist Shinobi was destroyed by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama 2 days ago. Mist Shinobi has been moving a lot in the past 2 days. On one side, there are people building the village, and on the other side, there are people gathering. Manpower, depending on the situation, we need to make a big move. Onoki said calmly. Oh, okay, wait until Mist Shinobi takes action, gather people and fight Mist Shinobi. Wu thought for a while, and then said with all his energy. Master, didn't Master tell us to fight Konoha? Why are we going to fight Mist Shinobi? Onoki asked in confusion. Shaman and that eye must be plotting against Konoha. They're just waiting for Mist Shinobi to take the lead. They're 3 idiots. With that kid here, Konoha is invincible even without Madara and Hashirama. Wu's words were full of disdain for those 3 idiots. Wu had played with Dave twice in Konoha before, and the boy's wood style was definitely not that simple. Advertisement, that boy. Okay, then. Master's words. Onoki murmured in confusion. Konoha still has to fight, but we have to wait until those 3 idiots are done fighting Konoha before we fight again. However, by then, the main battlefield will be left to you, Onoki. Mew smiled and looked at Onoki and said. Oh, Master. I have just discovered my dust escape. Onoki was stunned and asked in disbelief. So, you must master the dust release before the war with Konoha. Onoki, don't live up to my expectations of you, Wu said with a smile. Yes, Master. I will definitely work hard, but, Master, if you don't go to the main battlefield, will you control the rear in the village? Onoki raised his chest and raised his head with high ambition. No, 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 I will go to the battlefield too. Leave that boy to me. This is the agreement between me and him. That boy? Who is it? Until Onoki came out of the office, his mind was full of doubts. The other side, this side of Konoha Tobirama also looked at the information in his hand with a headache, and then looked at the terrorists in front of him. Mist Shinobi is going to start a war with us. Did you two go too far this time? Tobirama looked at Madara and Hashirama in front of him and asked with a headache. Too much? How far? I can't even use ninjutsu. Those rubbish from Mist Shinobi ran away when they saw me. I don't know where they got the confidence to start a war with Konoha. Madara sneered. Holding on to her hand, Gatlin wiped the silver and said slowly. Yes, Madara is right. Hashirama sat next to Madara, wiping the RPG launcher on his hand, and nodded in agreement. Izuna, what do you think? Veins popped out on Tobirama's head, these two bastards. Fight. Since the end of the Sengoku era, the ninja world has been peaceful for more than 10 years. Now they're starting to stir up troubles, which is to be expected. Since they want to fight, then fight. Konoha is not afraid of the current power at all. Izuna, after thinking for a while, he said. And Rock Shinobi. Didn't that old guy Ishikawa die 2 days ago? Are they going to fight us so soon? Tobirama rubbed his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Maybe. Maybe it's because I'm old and have no control over myself, so I overindulge myself. Dave scratched his head and said awkwardly. Advertisement, are you sure? Hashirama gave Tobirama an aggrieved look. Didn't you ask me to express my opinion? Why are you being so mean to me? How do you know? Tobirama looked at Dave suspiciously and asked. Iwagakure is also gathering manpower. Izuna picked up a document in his hand. How do I know how he died? Dave, didn't you and Kakuzu go to Rock Shinobi 2 days ago? How did he die? Tobirama was stunned. I was in the village. How did I know how that old guy died? Yes. Well, if you knew how he died, you would understand why he fought us so quickly. Izuna was stunned for a moment and smiled. Yes, Dave is right. Hashirama agreed. I know the STD man. He's sullen. I'm afraid he's just waiting for us to finish fighting with the other 3 villages to become the final Oriole. Is it only Mist Shinobi's situation now? Tobirama then asked. Trash Mist Shinobi, old father, you put me over, I will just solo Mist Shinobi. Dave, who was sitting at the back, stood up and shouted. He was so angry that Dave and Kakuzu robbed Rock Shinobi's village treasury 2 days ago. Ishikawa originally had a heart disease, and he died due to the stimulation and rescue efforts failed. In the past 2 days, Rock Shinobi's second generation project has been I'm in contact with the daimyo of Earth Country to borrow money. Izuna glanced at Dave helplessly and said slowly. Yes, Izuna is right, Hashirama agreed. You go ahead, you will be an adult in 2 months, and you will marry that little girl Tsukimi soon. Where are you going? Tobirama has an even bigger headache. These 4 people. Shut up. Tobirama shouted while looking at Hashirama, who kept echoing over there. Rock Shinobi won't fight us, we only need to fight the other 3 villages, Dave said suddenly with a smile. Have advertisement chapter 144 Kakuzu. Has the password been changed? On a dark and windy night, in a dark basement, secret signal. A man wearing a black-red cloud cloak stood outside the door and shouted as he looked at the 3 people arriving in front of him. Balala little demon fairy's whole body has changed. Let me give you some honey, Chermi. The 3 people looked at each other, and finally the 2 people behind pushed the person standing in the front out. The man stood in front of the man in embarrassment for a few seconds, his face reddened and he made some strange movements. Finally, he made a heart sign to the man. Ouch. Except for the person who was pushed out, 3 people, including the man, immediately lay on the ground and vomited wildly. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Please come in. After lying on the ground and vomiting for a while, the man stood up, opened the door behind him, and let the 3 of them walk in. The 3 of them walked in the dark passage, and then a door appeared in front of them again, and the person at the front slowly opened it. Welcome. Please? The door was pushed open, and the decoration inside was very simple. It's just a table, 3 chairs in front of the table, and 1 person sitting behind the table. That's enough. One of the 3 couldn't stand it anymore, walked up and slapped the table hard and shouted. Ahem, Danzo, don't be so grumpy. I will be your leader from now on. Why don't you just let me pretend to be this? I don't understand the world at all. The chair behind the table slowly turned around. Dave smiled awkwardly. The Hokage didn't call us here just to see you pretending. Uchiha Kagami walked up, slapped his hands on the table and shouted. Also, what kind of weird code did you come up with? Sarutobi Hiruzen also came forward, slapping his hands on the table and drinking. He's the one who yelled out the code just now. Chu am I. Ahem, you don't give me any face. Humph. Okay, you three have joined the gang. Danzo, you will be the poisonous scorpion from now on. Hiruzen, Seth, Mirror. You are a terrorist, you don't need a title. Dave looked at the three people in front of him as if they were forcing him into a palace, and said very unhappily. What is our mission? Danzo then sat down and looked at Dave and asked. The missions of the three of you are different. You go to San Shinobi to inquire about information. Terrorist Shit goes to Reikikure village to inquire about information. Seth, you go to Iwagakure to inquire about information. Well, that's it. There is a smell of gunpowder in the ninja world now. You guys can inquire about it. What action should be taken against Konoha? Dave nodded and told the three of them their mission. By the way, here are the costumes and weapons for the three of you. Remember to take them with you. Dave took out 3 sets of costumes and weapons from below and handed them to the three of them. Are these stockings for us to wear? Hiruzen saw the stockings in this set of equipment at a glance, took them out and asked in confusion. Well, Ba, I asked you to wear it on your head. The organization has limited funds and the hood has not been made yet, so let's just use this thing first, Dave said helplessly. The organizational funds are limited. Indeed. The funds are all in Kakuzu. Advertisement, is this a gun? Danzo asked doubtfully, holding the gun in his hand. That's right, it seems Danzo you are still keeping up with current events, Dave said with a smile. How's the power? Jing asked. 7 steps away, the gun is fast. What about within 7 steps? The gun is fast and accurate. Watching the 3 people wearing stockings leaving, Dave smiled with satisfaction. Boy, you'd better change that password quickly. At this time, Kakuzu, who had been standing at the door as a guard, slowly walked in and shouted at Dave angrily. Change what? Isn't this pretty good? Dave asked doubtfully. This code is so awesome, chirpy. Kakuzu glanced at Dave faintly, took out his mobile phone from his arms, and played the video he just recorded to Dave. For the safety of the organization, Kakuzu, you must record the entire process. Well, this is Dave before the original words. I, Kakuzu, did what the leader said. Is there anything wrong? I, Kakuzu, am a good comrade. A moment later Kakuzu walked forward, knelt down, and patted Dave's back gently, with a look of gloating on his face. Change. This code must be changed, it's too lethal, ouch. Change it to what? Kakuzu asked with a smile. 1 Gao, I am in Gao. The smile on Kakuzu's face slowly fell, and he took out his mobile phone from his arms again to play the video to Dave. Advertisement, I'm going to FK you, uncle. Kakuzu, I went to study with Mido-sama for a few days. I didn't learn anything. Mido-sama said I was too stupid. Even the disabled person Marubo Shioda learned faster than me, so he stopped teaching me. Uchiha Chongjong was silent for a while, said slowly. Ninja World Dance God. Is this kind of square dance considered dance? Mirror. Can you reply to these comments? Uchiha Chongjong stopped Jing as he was about to leave, pointed at the comments below the square dance video and asked. The two sat in front of the computer. Uchiha Kagami went to the forum and found a video for his father to learn square dancing. Yes, you can reply. Jing was stunned for a moment, thinking it was something, but it was okay. His father could finally find the joy of retirement life. Jing looked at his father sitting in front of the computer with a face full of thirst for knowledge. He nodded happily and was about to carry out the task. Suddenly, his father stopped him again. That B********* D Marubo Shioda has learned how to dance in the past few days. A person with disabled legs can actually hang 4 people on his wheelchair. He has been showing off in front of me every day these past few days. Would a B******** D? Uchiha Chongjong was angry shouted. Uchiha Chongjong nodded, waved his hand impatiently. Jing smiled helplessly and left. Okay. Uchiha Chongjong was stunned for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face. Jing wanted to reply quietly to the Konoha dance god. What kind of beast are you? Are you the only one who can comment on Mido-sama's square dance? Father, what are you doing? Jing walked up to him in confusion when he saw his father like this. Let's do this. I'll go to the Konoha forum to find some videos for you. You can learn from the videos. Jing thought about it and came up with this method. Then, father, don't you want to learn square dancing? Jing asked doubtfully. No matter how much Dave vomits here. Go, don't contact me if you have nothing to do. Yang Zhang sat at a table, thinking about something. Hearing the words behind the mirror, he waved his hands a little irritably. Jing Neng could hear a hint of jealousy and anger in his father's tone. Father, I'm going out on a mission. Jing returned home and looked at his father and shouted. Chongjong looked at his reply and smiled with satisfaction. He has no idea that the forum account he is using now belongs to his son. Chapter 145 The First Ninja War begins. Jing happily put on stockings and prepared to go on a mission. Just when Jing just walked to the gate, Uchiha Kagami. Patriarch, what's the matter? It's okay, I want to talk to you, Susano. A moment later, Dave walked into the hospital with a heavy heart. This mirror. Why the hell did he end up in the hospital again? Tell me, why did you come in again? Dave entered the ward and looked at Jing, who was lying on the bed with bandages all over, and asked doubtfully. Who cried loudly. Are you sure? You didn't do anything? Dave was confused. How could Madara find a mirror and beat him up? I really didn't do anything. Woo. Jing was stunned for a moment, and thought carefully about whether he had offended the clan leader in the past few days, but he really hadn't. Jing couldn't even connect to the computer these days. He didn't even go there, and he never even met Madara. How could he mess with Madara? Then, did someone use your account to do something? Or, someone used your name to do something? Dave was stunned for a moment and said his guess in confusion. This is a good thing to do in someone else's name. Dave said that I have experience. Jing fell into deep thought. Because the mirror was injured and hospitalized, no one went to Cloud Shinobi Village, so Dave had to ask Oromo to do it for him. 3 days later, Danzo, Hiruzen, and Kakuzu returned with information. Mist Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi had begun to gather manpower to prepare to declare war on Konoha. Half a month later, Kirigakir's village was almost built and war was officially declared on Konoha. Casus belli, we're out of money. Tobirama called him a B******D. What weird reason is this? At the same time, Cloud Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, also declared war on Konoha. There is no news about Rock Shinobi yet, but they are already starting to gather people. At this point, the first ninja war officially started. In Hokage's office advertisement, who is going to Mist Shinobi? Tobirama asked, looking at the people in front of him. Over there at Mist Shinobi, there are the Onito clan, the Teruyu clan, and the Minazuki clan. These 3 clans are a little troublesome, so let me and my eldest brother go. Izuna thought for a while and said. Okay. You and Madara will go to Mist Shinobi with 1,000 people. What about Sand Shinobi? Tobirama nodded and asked. Let's go. Dave pointed to the mirror behind him. Danzo, Hiruzen, take the wind, Kaharu, Homura said. Okay, you guys go with 2,000 people and check out the situation. But, what about your marriage to Tsukimi? Tobirama nodded. He was also assured of the abilities of these 7 people. Sand Shinobi's side is completely left to the 7 of them, no problem. Yu Mei and I have agreed that we will get married after the war is over, Dave said with a happy smile on his face. By the way, old father, I don't need manpower here, 7 of us are enough. Dave thought of something and said quickly. Is 7 of you enough? Tobirama gave Dave a confused look. Believe me, Dave said with confidence, holding his chest up and raising his head. Tobirama looked at Dave deeply for a few seconds. Well, I believe you once. Let me lead the team to Cloud Shinobi. Tobirama thought for a while and then said. What about me? Hashirama quickly stood up and asked, how could you forget me? You just stay in the village and take charge of the overall situation. If there is a problem on any side, you go to that side. I will go to the front line and the village will be left to you. Tobirama looked up at Hashirama and said. Ah. Okay. Hashirama lowered his head in disappointment. They all went out. Am I going to be in Hokage's position again? It's very boring. How is the situation at Rock Shinobi? Tobirama looked at Izuna and asked. Rock Shinobi has declared war on Mist Shinobi. Mist Shinobi is already in a bit of chaos. On Konoha's side, they dispatched that ancient man, the young man who followed Byakuren in the previous 5 Shadows conference. Oneiden Genzuki led the team to fight Rock Shinobi. Shinobi hit, Izuna said holding the information in his hand. What? Is that guy going to fight Guilan Wanyue? Dave was stunned for a moment and asked quickly. In the Hokage, didn't Muzai die together with Ghost Lantern Hanyue? This thing? Yeah, Izuna glanced at Dave suspiciously and nodded. Okay, that's it for today. Tomorrow, we will all go out. Tobirama gave the order and everyone dispersed. After Dave returned, he wrote a letter and a seal scroll to Kakuzu. Advertisement. Send it to Iwagakure no na, boy, you are about to start a fight, and you still want to give something away? Kakuzu glanced at Dave in confusion, then looked at the thing in his hand and asked in confusion. Why do you care so much? You're not going to join the war. Just help me deliver it. Dave rolled his eyes at him. No, it will take up my time. Kakuzu sneered and shook his head no. In this ninja world war, I will help you make money. Okay brother, can you tell me how much you can earn? Tens of billions is not a problem. Resolutely follow your pace, boss, I will come back as soon as I go. I will definitely deliver it as quickly as possible. The next day Yume was very reluctant to send Dave away from the village. When I come back, we will get married. After walking a few hundred meters, Dave turned around and saw Yume still standing outside the gate of Konoha, smiled and shouted. Good. Kakuzu was indeed very fast. On the second day, Wu was about to take his team to Mist Shinobi, and Kakuzu's figure appeared in front of Wu's large army. Are you, a black-faced bug ghost? What are you doing here? We Rock Shinobi don't want to fight Konoha. Wu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Kakuzu who suddenly appeared in front of him and asked in a deep voice. This is what that boy gave you. I just came to give you something. Kakuzu shrugged and handed the letter and scroll in his hand to Wu. That boy gave it to me? He glanced at Kakuzu without any doubts and asked. Well, my mission is completed, let's go. Kakuzu nodded and then left here with a body flicker technique. Master. This is. Onoki on the side witnessed the whole process and stepped forward to look at Wu Wenwen. Target Mist Shinobi. Let's go. Wu ignored Onoki, turned his head and looked at the large army behind him and shouted. As a result, everyone speeded up and ran towards the direction of Mist Shinobi. Originally, they planned to not declare war and just take a boat to sneak up behind Mist Shinobi, but you see those 3 idiots' villages have declared war, and Konoha has also fought. It's a bit embarrassing for my own village not to shout something, it means. Chapter 146 Sand Shinobi Ninja. Sneak attack, sexually transmitted disease man, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Be careful. You probably fought against Gaidong Wanyu's mustache before. Be careful yourself and don't be too stupid, play with others and die together. Don't forget, I cheated you out of $3 million worth of wine. I still have this wine in my hand, waiting to drink some with you next time we meet. There is a good thing in this scroll. Remember to open it when you are in danger. Finally, don't die. STD man closed black lens bracket. The large army ran for a day, and when they were resting at night, Wu opened the letter. This kid. After reading it, Wu tore the letter into pieces, shook his head and smiled. This kid. Is he still so naive? Can he do anything to seduce the enemy? This guy. You should be careful. At worst, when we go to war with Konoha, I will be gentler. Wu looked at the scroll next to him, thought for a while, and hung it on his belt. Sand Shinobi Battlefield. What? 7 people were dispatched from Konoha? Are you looking down on us? Samana looked at the information in his hand and roared angrily. These are the 6 disciples of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, as well as Senju Tobirama's son, said Chio, whose purple hair had begun to lighten and her complexion was already a little pale. Damn it. B*******D. Send out 500 people, set off immediately. Veins popped out on Shaman's head. Is Konoha looking down on people so much? Okay, you 7, let me see how you can beat the 500 of us. Compared to the thousands of tents at the Sand Shinobi station, there are only 7 tents at the Konoha station, which is a bit thin. Damn it. Do they want to fight so soon? It's just the first day of the war. Dave roared speechlessly after listening to Danzo's information. Can we fight? Hiruzen looked at Dave and asked. Hit. I beat them so damn hard that their grandma doesn't even know them. Don't do anything. I'll go alone. Damn. Are you looking down on people so much? Dave slapped the table hard, stood up, and walked out of the station. Dave, don't be impulsive. Homura and Taifeng hurriedly stopped Dave. This is youth. Believe me, I'll show them what a battlefield rose is. Dave picked up the Uchiha fan placed in the tent and said with a youthful atmosphere. Advertisement Looking at Dave's figure rushing towards him, the 6 of them looked at each other in confusion. It's better to follow them and see. One person fighting 500 people, it's a bit, Battlefield Junction. Dave held a round fan in his right hand and slowly walked towards the 500 people in front of him. This kid, do you look down on us so much? Come on. The leader saw that there was only one person coming from the other side, and he roared with veins popping out on his head. The order given by Feng Ying on their side was to annihilate or capture the other 7 people. They thought those 7 people were so powerful that all 500 of us were needed. But the reality is, you have just one person here. Do you think you look down on people so much? Dave looked at the 500 people rushing in front of him with a smile on his face. The pace slowly quickened, accelerated, and rushed towards the opponent's 500 people. You said Dave. It's okay. Hiruzen looked at the 5 people next to him in the grass and asked doubtfully. It should be no problem. Didn't you see that Dave didn't even use his wood style? Danzo thought for a while and looked at the situation on the field and said slowly. Be vigilant. If something goes wrong, go and help immediately. Kaharu glanced at the 2 and shouted. The 2 of them were startled by the shout, but Kaharu was fine. Dave rushed into the crowd, his eyes sharp, and his eyes kept moving to observe the situation. It's a pity that Dave hasn't mastered the physical skills yet, and he has only learned it for less than 2 months. Damn it, that B*********. D made a sneak attack. Shameless. In the F******G war, you still do the crotch picking trick? Dave's body shape kept changing in the crowd, and from time to time someone would be knocked away. Suddenly, Dave felt his lower body. There was a pain, a roar full of anger. This is so shady. Boy, this is war. Dave lowered his head. It turned out that the man he had just knocked down was lying under him and he didn't notice that he was attacked by a sneak attack. There was no prototype of this man's face anymore, his teeth were all knocked out, and he was still mocking Dave with a smile on his face. FKU. Veins popped out on Dave's head, and the fan in his hand was inserted directly into the neck of the person on the ground. The bodies were separated. Damn. What kind of thing is making a sneak attack again? Don't talk about martial arts, can't you afford it? As soon as Dave pulled out the fan from the ground, he was suddenly slashed in the back. The 6 people fell into silence again. The one who can't afford it should be Dave. Advertisement, it should be. Danzo said slowly while holding on to his composure. Remember, Dave, am the most powerful in physical skills, and wood style and all are auxiliary. This is youth. Wood style and everything else are auxiliary, but my physical skills are the strongest. Dave looked at the big pit in front of him and wiped the sweat from his face with a smile on his face. There must have been more than a dozen people killed by physical skills just now. Well, it seems that my physical skills are really good. Getting stronger and stronger. He said. Those people can't afford it. Jing slowly spoke. Dave, your wood style is really getting better and better. Jing walked up to Dave, threw the fan in Dave's hand to Feng Feng, and said with a smile. Dave, are you okay? Kaharu ran to Dave, looked at the shocking wound behind Dave, and asked worriedly. Danzo. This is. The battlefield rose. Hiruzen swallowed and asked tremblingly. It's okay, just a minor injury, Dave smiled sarcastically. Just. What did Dave say? Kifeng took out a military grain pill from his belt with trembling hands and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowed it and asked in a trembling voice. I can't bear it anymore, go to hell with your physical skills. Well, Dave, your physical skills are quite good, Hiruzen nodded quickly, although you can't afford it. After the 6 people were silent for a while, Udatane Kaharu reacted first and rushed forward. The 5 of them saw Kaharu rushing forward and quickly followed him. Wood style. Destruction mushroom. What wood style? Haven't you seen my bravery, invincibility, ghostly figure, and graceful physical skills? Dave said unconvinced. The 6 people looked at Dave, who was still fighting well, and suddenly used wood style. After looking at the mushroom cloud floating in the sky, the 6 people fell into deep thought. In the woods beside chapter 147 Hiruzen. We are, what? 500 people were wiped out. Shaman looked at the battle report in his hand and roared with confusion. Well, the whole army was wiped out. As for the specific battlefield situation, because no one has returned, there is currently no information on who caused it. Shio nodded. Where are the 7 people in Konoha? Samana asked. It's okay. Last night, there was still smoke coming from over there. It seemed like there was a barbecue. Chio was stunned for a moment and said slowly. A hole. Samana threw all the documents on the table to the ground and roared angrily. The war hasn't even started yet, and 500 people on my side died on the first day. How can they still have a barbecue without any trouble over there? 300 people. Send out another 300 people. By the way, I'm taking 20 people to lurk. I want to see what's going on. I don't believe it. Shaman vented for a while and forced himself to calm down. Said to Chio. Okay. Chio glanced at Samana indifferently, and then walked out of the tent. After Lito's death, the only ones who could make Chio get emotional were Chio's son and her brother. Chio didn't want to say anything about Lido's apprentice. Konoha station here, 300 people came from the other side? Are they here to give away their heads again? Dave smiled disdainfully after hearing Danzo's news. Dave, can we also play this time? Hiruzen looked at Dave and asked unhappily. The last battle allowed Dave to steal the show, but I, Hiruzen, didn't steal the show. My Hiruzen target is Hokage. How can we do without any achievements? Dave glanced at the 6 people in front of him, and all 6 of them nodded at the same time. Indeed, they all wanted to take action. They all felt itchy when they saw Dave playing 1v500 alone. I understand, okay, you 6 will come this time. Dave rolled his eyes and smiled evilly, as if he thought of something malicious. Kagami, Hiruzen, and Danzo looked at each other and shuddered. This guy thought of something again. Then Dave took out his cell phone and called Kakuzu, but what he said was unknown to the 6 of them. The next day Kakuzu arrived, carrying a sack behind him, and walked slowly into the station. Kid, what do you mean? Kakuzu put down the sack on his body and looked at Dave and asked. This time you come in and help them, Dave said with a smile. Boy, I'm only responsible for making money, not fighting. Kakuzu glanced at Dave and said slowly. Advertisement, yes, after this fight is over, I will help you make money. When will the fight be fought? Immediately, by the way, send these things over to them. By the way, you have to get them too. Dave pointed to the sacks on the ground and said with a smile. Damn brat. I have dignity. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then walked up and slapped Dave's table hard and shouted. After this fight, you will receive $1 billion in dividends. Okay boss, I'll do it right away. Didn't you just say that you have dignity? Dave was stunned for a moment and asked in a wicked way. Dignity? Is money worth anything? Kakuzu glanced at Dave sideways. Although I have thought of the answer just now, why is there still some silence? Battlefield Junction 7 people versus 500 people. Are all 7 of them out? San Shinobi Jonin, the leader this time, looked at the 7 people over there with a slightly red face. He paused and asked the people around him. I don't know, but something is wrong. Didn't the intelligence say that one of them has white hair? There doesn't seem to be any white hair inside. The man was also a little confused. Sir. Can I laugh? I can't hold it in anymore. At this time, a Chunin behind him came forward with a red face and asked for instructions. Why are you laughing? This is a solemn battlefield. Hold it back. Phew. Jonin, the leader, just finished speaking, burst out laughing, and then quickly took it back. Opposite, damn Dave. Hiruzen fisted his hands and roared angrily. He actually threatened me. He actually dared to threaten me, hateful. When I become Hokage, I will definitely put on little shoes for him. Danzo on the side had the foresight to carve a piece of wood into a mask and put it on his face. Mirror, Feng, and Homura, because they couldn't find any wood, put the stockings that Mirror had brought over before on their heads. Hey, why don't you fight? Hiruzen couldn't stand this weird atmosphere and roared over there. Fight. Charge. Came the reply, and then 300 people rushed towards the 7 of them. Advertisement. Do you want to do what the boy said? Kakuzu glanced at the 6 people next to him and asked reluctantly. Do it. Hiruzen nodded with an angry face. Damn B***** D Dave. We are 7 gourd brothers. The goblin on the other side, put my grandfather back. Hiruzen, wearing a red gourd costume with a small red gourd on his head, shouted angrily. We have never seen your grandpa. Ha 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 ha. The leader, San Shinobi Jonin, was even more outrageous, laughing so hard that he punched the ground. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Dave, who was squatting on the tree over there, laughed and fell down from the tree. The 7 Gourd brothers. Lord Casecage, 300 people. 300 people. 300 people were wiped out. Of the 20 people lurking on the battlefield, only 3 survived in the end. The 300 San Shinobi people who were still shouting to kill and fight suddenly stopped and laughed. Dave's laughter completely set off the scene. Kids, I don't care what you think. I can't bear it anymore. Veins popped out on Kakuzu's head. No, 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 it's those 7 of them. The ninja felt that what he said was wrong, so he quickly slapped himself and changed his words. An hour later, San Shinobi stationed here. Bang. Who did this? Samana slapped the table and stood up, roaring angrily. Black-faced ghost. Horrible dung. Samana sighed. One should be the black-faced buckling ghost, and the other should be the terrifying turd of Uchiha. I don't know about the remaining 5, but judging from their strength, they should all be Jonin or above. The ninja shook his head. Yes. Put our grandpa back. The mirror on the side was wearing a green gourd doll costume with a small green gourd on her head. She was silent for a while and shouted intermittently. There was silence in the tent. The tent fell into silence again. How are the strength of the 7 of them? Samana asked slowly after being silent for a while. Fire style. Head work. Summoning technique. Ape demon. Wind style. Vacuum sphere. Dung reading. The battlefield, which was originally filled with only footsteps and sounds of killing, suddenly became silent. Danzo slowly closed his eyes under the mask. Dave. He knew it would be like this. Chapter 148 Dave. Our organization is to create a peaceful ninja world. Konoha station here. A whole Dave. How dare you threaten me? Hiruzen took off the small red gourd on his head and roared angrily. Damn, what did I threaten you for? I just said that I have a friend who happens to work in a hospital and also happens to know Beepaw Lake. My friend also happens to know some things about Beepaw Lake. You're like this. Can you blame me? Dave said slightly innocently. Dave, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation. Jing slowly walked into the tent, took off the green gourd on his head and left it on the ground. His eyes revealed Mangekyo Sharingan. Mirror is not afraid of being blind now, because his old father Chongjong awakened Mangekyo before. He also felt that he was old and it was useless to have this thing, so he transplanted it with Mirror. Ever since, more and more people are afraid of him now. Dave doesn't dare to offend this guy anymore. Although he can beat him, he still doesn't want to try the feeling. Ahem, isn't this to increase your popularity? Dave coughed twice and said quickly. Reputation? Yes, it's about popularity. Think about it, you all know about the 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist Shinobi, right? But do you know who among those 7 people? Dave explained forcefully. Can he say that it was just for pure bad taste and wanting to make San Shinobi sick? Hiruzen and Kagami looked at each other and shook their heads. The current Mist Shinobi's 7 ninja swordsmen. Well, how should I put it? It's not that I don't know one of them. But the 7 ninja swordsmen. There's no one inside now. To talk about why. Well, the 2 times Madara and Hashirama went to destroy Mist Shinobi, the 7 unlucky ones were the first to go. Mist Shinobi's 7 ninja swordsmen have already changed 2 shifts since they appeared. People. Now no one in Mist Shinobi dares to participate in the selection of 7 people. Yes, we're just like them. They have the Mist Shinobi 7 ninja swordsmen, and we have the 7 Konoha Gourd brothers. How great. When you are famous in the ninja world in the future, you will still have your own characteristics. Who will be the one? It's not about reputation, is it? Dave was babbling. What Dave said seems to make sense. The mirror's eyes lit up. Well, the fool was coaxed. Indeed. Hiruzen nodded. The second idiot was also coaxed. I am Da-wa. They both shouted at the same time. I am. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Kagami. Danzo on the side glanced at these 2 fools and sighed. He was worried about the future of Konoha. These 2 fools. Sigh. Advertisement on a dark and windy night, Oromo and Blade are out again. Damn, didn't I tell you to loosen the tightness of the stockings for Orochimaru? Why are they still so tight? Dave asked with a twisted face while wearing stockings on his head. Why don't you take the large one? Kakuzu said quietly. What about the headgear that FM asked you to make? Dave asked. The atmosphere fell into silence. Ahem, go, Seth, target, second Cage's tent. Kakuzu coughed twice in embarrassment. The 2 of them were wearing black night clothes and stockings, walking through the forest. Inside Samana's tent. Samana sat alone behind the table, holding a document in his hand and thinking about something. There was only 1 candle burning on the table, and there was a slight silence around him. At this time, the curtain of the tent was slowly opened, and the monk suddenly raised his head, with seals on his hands. Hey, young second Cage, don't be impulsive. It's late at night, don't disturb other people's sleep. Dave and Kakuzu walked into the tent, and Kakuzu hung up the curtain behind him. Who are you? Samana glanced at the 2 stalking perverts in front of her and asked in a solemn voice. We are, Shao. Dave slowly raised his hands. Ah. Dave also felt a little embarrassed, looked at Kakuzu behind him who was picking his nose, and kicked back. Bob bang bang. Kakuzu quickly came to his senses and clapped Dave's hands. Shao! You bastards! How dare you come here? Samana immediately slapped the table and stood up after hearing this name. This B********D organization still dares to come to him. This damn Akatsuki organization injured all the genin in the village, giving that damn black-faced buckle an opportunity to take advantage. A whole billion taels. Advertisement, are you a gun dealer telling me that there is peace in the ninja world? Why don't I believe it? After a while. Desert Eagle, a pistol, simple and easy to use. The genin who injured your village before used this. It has 1 million bullets and 10,000 bullets. It can be used by ordinary people. Its power is comparable to sea-level ninjutsu. There are great discounts during the event. Buy 100 Desert Eagles and get 50 gun silencers for free. How about that? Dave introduced. Shut up, you are the boss and I am the boss. Whatever I say is what it is, Dave shouted with a glance at him. Kakuzu was speechless. We Sanagakure don't need it. The pig-headed monk was pressed on the table by Kakuzu and roared angrily. Don't. Why don't you listen to my advice? We also know the situation of your current fight with Konoha. Look, there are hundreds of you, but you can't defeat 7 of them. What are you if you are not trash? Now Konoha but fighting 3 villages at the same time, as long as these 7 people can hold you back, you will be beaten even more when the big army comes, right? Dave sat on Shaman's seat, holding the hand. He said while playing with a kunai. Hey, young Fengying, don't get excited, we are here to help you, Dave said quickly. Yes, it's just to create a nuclear-neutral ninja world. The Samana stayed silent. Kakuzu let go. Samana looked at Kakuzu bitterly, stood up and stretched his shoulders. Are you sure? Your organization is to create a peaceful ninja world? Samana looked at the gun in his hand and looked at Dave in confusion. Oromo, let go, take out the goods and show them to others, Dave said, looking at Kakuzu who was holding the sand door. The bruised and swollen Samana was pinned to the table by Kakuzu. No need. Samana rushed forward directly. Oh, it's true. Didn't you already say it? We are here to help you. Why are you so excited? Dave clapped his hands and said helplessly. Isn't it easy to say that our Akatsuki organization is committed to building the ninja world into a nuclear-neutral world? Dave put the kunai in his hand on the table and asked with a smile. Blade, we are not trying to create a W only. Kakuzu then took out a seal scroll from his belt and formed a seal on his hand. There was a burst of white smoke. It was a pistol. Kakuzu handed the gun to Samana. Chapter 149 Dave. No need to thank me then. Shaman put on a silencer and tried several shots in the distance. The power was indeed impressive. Let's get 1,000 pistols and 100,000 rounds of ammunition first. Samana looked at the pistol in his hand and said slowly after thinking for a while. Okay sir, do you want to pay now? Dave slapped the table and asked with a smile on his face. Kakuzu behind him took out the sack from his backpack. The sack had its mouth wide open. Kakuzu, was ready. Can you wait until the war is over? Shaman closed his eyes and said with some embarrassment. The village is really out of money. It's good to win this war. I can ask Konoha for money. If I lose, well, I'll be barefoot by then anyway, and I'm still afraid of you. Shao organizes this guy who wears shoes. Oro, collect your things, let's go to Konoha to discuss business. Dave didn't even look at Samana, picked up the things on the table and left. Playing like a bachelor, I am also a bachelor. Stand, I pay now, but I have to inspect the goods. Samana quickly stopped the 2 people who were about to leave. What's the trouble? Konoha is not easy to fight in the first place. The Akatsuki organization will go to Konoha again. Selling arms, but I'm still doing nothing here. Oh, isn't this right, Oro, let me inspect the goods. As soon as Dave and Kakuzu heard this, they turned their heads instantly, and the smiles in their tight stockings were slightly ferocious. Kakuzu took out several seal scrolls from his backpack and formed seals. Several large sacks of contents appeared in the tent. Samana stepped forward and opened 2 sacks, which contained 1,000 pistols and 100,000 rounds of ammunition, which were arranged in an orderly manner. Want to try now? Dave stepped forward and handed a pistol to Salmon, asking with a ferocious smile on his face. No need. Shaman shook his head and sighed. If this war really cannot be won, then Sanagakure will really be doomed. Then Samana called a guard. As soon as the guard entered the tent, he was startled when he saw 2 ferocious men wearing stockings in front of them. After Samana explained the situation to him, the 2 followed the guard to get the money. 2 people carrying large sacks walk in the forest at night. Boy, if you sell arms to the other party like this, you will get money quickly, but aren't you worried about your Konoha side? Kakuzu looked at Dave with a puzzled look while carrying a large bag of money. Do you really think I'm stupid for selling good arms to others? Of the 1,000 sold to them, more than 900 have been tampered with. After 1 shot, it almost doesn't work. The second shot will blow them up directly. And can he talk to you about it? We gave him a test gun and he tried it. It was fine when we gave it to him. By then, the gun would be destroyed in his own hands. What can he say about our quality? Is there a problem? Dave smiled sarcastically, his businessman nature clearly revealed. Advertisement, Dave. Isn't it a bit unethical for us to do this? But, I like. Hey. In the forest at night, 2 foxes laughed evilly. The next day with the arms in hand, the monks were so confident that they directly dispatched 1,000 people, each with a gun in their hand. What do you say this time? Are you going to go, or am I going to go? Dave looked at the 7 children in front of him and asked doubtfully. Let's go, Dave, just sit in the rear, Hiruzen said, and the 7 people left the tent and headed towards the battlefield. Dave slowly walked out of the tent and looked at the rear, where there were only 7 tents. As for why there are 7, in order to save money on the tent, Kakuzu brought a blanket and used it to make the floor in Dave's tent every day. Sometimes this guy counts money every night and makes noise. Dave kicks him out, and this guy just wraps up a blanket and leans against the tent counting money all night long. At the battlefield, there were 2 groups of people standing on both sides of the huge pothole. One is the Calabash brothers wearing 7 different colors, and the other is 1,000 people holding firearms with overwhelming confidence. Dawa, Hiruzen. Second child, Danzo. Sanwa, Akamichi takes the wind. 4th baby, Mirror. The 5th child, Homura. 6 babies, Kaharu, Kakuzu. 7 people of different shapes were wearing clothes with different colors and the same appearance, and each had a small gourd on their head. This caused a strong visual impact to the 1,000 people on the opposite side. Boss, is the range of this gun enough? I want to kill 7 of them right now. One person walked up to the leader and asked with a blush on his face while suppressing a smile. Hold on, the 7 of them can't be underestimated. Charge, shoot as soon as you reach the shooting range. Don't fight with them in close combat. The leader was still a Jonin this time, and said with a red face. Seeing the thousands of people in front of them rushing toward them, everyone was stunned for a moment. Advertisement, Danzo. What did Dave say to you before he left? Hiruzen looked at Danzo aside with a solemn expression and asked. Dodge, the guns in their hands will explode, as long as you can dodge the first shot, Danzo said helplessly. Then leave it to me. Jing stepped forward and stood in front of the 6 people. It's almost done. Shoot, beat them into sieves. The leader, Jonin, led thousands of people to feel that it was almost done, and shouted to the thousands of people behind him. Susano. The mirror came out of Mangekyo ferociously, and then a yellow skeleton slowly floated around him, wrapping the 7 people in it. The bullets hit it like ping pong pong, but the mirror didn't break it. Boss, what should I do? What is that thing on the other side? These bullets can't penetrate it at all. A cannon fodder roared in horror. Go on. Shoot. I don't believe it. I don't believe we can't break this shitty yellow skeleton with 100,000 bullets. The leader Jonin roared disdainfully. Follow my orders. Load, shoot, boom. A moment later, is it over? Jing took back Susano, looking at the blood and corpses lying on the ground in front of her, and asked with a confused look on her face. Danzo was also a little stunned. I'm not dead yet. I can still be saved. At this time, on the battlefield littered with corpses, he slowly raised a hand and made a weak voice. Sorry, you can't be saved. Dave appeared, walked up to him, and inserted a kunai into the man's forehead. Kakuzu, I'll have a good talk with Orochiroku when I go back later. The power of this explosive chamber is a bit weak. Look, the metal shrapnel is a bit inaccurate. Dave shouted unhappily towards Kakuzu over there. The power of a firearms explosion is not very powerful, but the metal fragments exploded from the pistol after the explosion cannot be underestimated. The speed and power are comparable to bullets, and the gas is good, so it is not fatal. There was no other way. Dave could only help him. Chapter 150 Dave. Keep selling. What's the situation like on other battlefields? Dave looked at Danzo and asked. Missed Shinobi's side. It's so brutal. Madara-sama and Izuna-sama fought 3,000 people 2 days ago, and all 3,000 people were wiped out. Danzo swallowed. Hey, is everything okay over there at Mist Shinobi? Dave asked in surprise. Well, now Mist Shinobi is facing enemies from both sides, and Kaiden Kangetsu is still locked in a fight with Iwagakure's Tsuchikage. I heard that the two have already scheduled a fight in the afternoon 3 days later. Kaiden Kangetsu can no longer drag on Rock Shinobi. After going down, Madara-sama heard about the battlefield and he was probably anxious. The success or failure of the 2 of them will probably determine the outcome of this Mist Shinobi. As for the second generation master, the situation in Cloud Shinobi village is a bit complicated. It's hard to say. They have internal problems. Now the second generation master is still dealing with Cloud Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi's attitude is not clear, Danzo continued said. Damn, how can this be done? We haven't been fighting for a month yet. Kakuzu, bring your things. We haven't even earned enough money yet. When Dave heard this, he thought this was okay. I haven't earned enough money yet. What should we do here at San Shinobi? The 6 of us continued to drag him. Hiruzen asked in confusion. That guy from Salmon doesn't dare to act rashly now. He has lost 1,800 men. How can he fight? Their total strength this time is only 8,000. They are probably still worried now. We can make money very quickly. Let's go. Kakuzu, if you have any questions, please contact the Second Generation Project. I have his Flying Thunder God coordinates here. On a dark and windy night, Oro and Blade are out again. Which company should we cheat this time? Which company should we sell to? Kakuzu asked doubtfully. Mist Shinobi. Dave had already thought of it. I'm in such a miserable state now, and you're trying to trick me. Kakuzu swallowed. Now in the situation of Mist Shinobi, there is no money and not many people left. The village was destroyed a few months ago. How much money can be made in such a miserable village? Who said I went to cheat others? He is fighting with Rock Shinobi over there. We sell some good things to others, which in disguise weakens Rock Shinobi's strength. As for Uncle Madara. Are you sure? Uncle Madara, are you afraid of these weapons? Go go go. Rush B. The two ran for a day and a night, and finally arrived at the battlefield between Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. Inside the tent of Ghost Lantern Wanyue. A hole. Damn Uchiha Madara. He couldn't hold on anymore and was hospitalized. Why is he still on the battlefield? Why can't he just live in old age, die in peace? Mustache's hair was so angry that it was smoking. You immediately take away the 2,000 troops from here and go to support there. You must drag him with you. I will go immediately after. There is no difference between my side and that one, Ghost Lantern Wanyue said to the young man in front of him. Shouted. Yes. The young man took the order and left. Advertisement. Mustache sat down on the chair with a sad face. Suddenly, the tent was opened again. Do you have anything else? It's impossible to give you more people? Then Uchiha Madara is a piece of shit. Don't be afraid of him, just drag him. Will I kill him when I get there? I'll beat him to his knees. Please call me daddy, Humph, wait until you see me kick Hashirama and punch Madara. Mustache shouted with his eyes closed and his brows furrowed. Kakuzu and Dave looked confused under their stockings. Are these people so brave? Have you recorded it? Dave asked, looking at Kakuzu aside. Yes, it's recorded. Go back and show it to Madara. Kakuzu nodded. Who are you two? Water style. Water dragon bomb. Mustache looked at the two stockings pervert that suddenly appeared in front of him and started to attack directly. A moment later. Oh, why are you guys in the shadows so impulsive? Dave sat in the seat where Mustache had just been, spinning a kunai in his hand, with a look of helplessness on his face. Let me go. Who are you? The pig-headed Mustache was pinned to the ground by Kakuzu, roaring angrily. That's not a small tone. We are the Akatsuki organization. I am Blade, and this is Oromo. Our Akatsuki organization focuses on making the ninja world a nuclear-level ninja world, Dave introduced. We are now selling arms in the ninja world. We have focused on integrity for 300 years. The Case Cage has agreed to use them. There are very strong discounts during the event. Do you want to buy some? Mustache. There is a man who talks about peace and sells goods with a gun in his hand. What should I do? After a while, Dave and Kakuzu left here carrying several sacks. Don't leave yet, stay and watch the show. Let's see how Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi fight, Dave said to Kakuzu. What's so good about that? Kakuzu asked in confusion. You are stupid. Think about it, Mist Shinobi used our weapons to beat up Rock Shinobi. Rock Shinobi will definitely be unhappy. Then we will go to Rock Shinobi to sell again. We came here and directly earned 2 villages. Ah, Dave said seductively. Go go go, Seth. The next day, Mist Shinobi took the lead in dispatching 2,000 people. Everyone on Rock Shinobi's side was stunned. Did the little beard of Ghost Shinobi take the gun? How dare you bring people to beat you after being beaten by Uchiha Madara? However, after experiencing this battle, Wu understood where the opponent's confidence came from. They dispatched 3,000 people here, but only 500 came back. The opponent's casualties were less than 100. Advertisement. A hole. Where did their machine gun weapons come from? Wu complained in the tent. Let me tell you, how can you get the confidence from the other side? There are dozens of machine guns on the opposite side, and even Wu didn't notice that he received 2 bullets. Looking at the hole in his arm, Wu gritted his teeth, took out the bullet, and sewed the bandage on again. Hey, STD man, you're so embarrassed. Dave opened the tent, walked in slowly, and sat on Wu's seat. How's it going? Does it feel good to shoot with the machine gun? Dave continued to ask with gloating. Damn boy. Wu sat on his seat and waved his hands. Then the curtain came down. Smelly brat. Wu glared at Dave fiercely. Hey, boy, I remember you. You brat, did you sell that to Miss Shinobi? Wu immediately understood and looked at Dave with vigilance. Don't say I'm bad, I'm a good person. People in Konoha call me Lei Feng. I'm just asking if you want it. Dave shrugged helplessly. Of course, do you want it? Dave nodded. You brat? Why are you here? No, why are you here? Wu Bi looked at Dave with a confused look and asked. Then he quickly came back to his senses and looked at Dave with vigilance. Ha, boy, what a good calculation. Wu was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and sneered. You don't have a brain as small as yours, do you? I'm here to sell you. Look at how miserable you were beaten by Miss Shinobi's mustache. It really hit you and hurt my heart, Dave said with gloating on his face. Wow, your brain is too weak to remember me now? A moment later, after the two had a 3-hour-long price increase in bargaining, Dave wiped the sweat from his face. Wipe. Kakuzu would have to do this kind of thing in the future. By the way, don't die. Dave walked out of the tent, turned half of his face and said slowly. Let's go, STD man. My goal has been achieved. Dave sealed a few sacks of money into the scroll, waved his hand and left. Hey. I may not die even if you die, you brat. Chapter 151 Believe in You Once. Kid under the promotion of 2 profiteers, Dave and Kakuzu, Mist Shinobi and Rock Shinobi started the first gun battle in the ninja world. The battle situation was really brutal. Ghost Lantern Wanyue and Wu Wu's eyes turned red when they saw the situation on the field. A battle of this scale was even more heroic than a ninjutsu fight. Ghost Lantern Wanyue. Stop. Wu really couldn't stand it anymore. He originally had a numerical advantage, but with this fight against the opponent, his numerical advantage was gone. What kind of damn brats are they? Damn it, what do you want to do? Ghost Lantern Wanyue asked with a sneer. It was originally agreed upon, let's have a fight, Wu said slowly. Okay. Ghost Lantern Wanyue responded. Both sides stopped pulling the triggers at the same time and slowly walked to the center of the battlefield. Bandage man. You haven't taken off the bandage yet? It seems that my steaming danger explosion power was already very powerful when I was young. Mustache started with a taunt. Hey, you're just a piece of shit. My whole body was burned by my ninjutsu, and I still don't dare to show my true colors to others. Hey, you're just a piece of shit? Would you say something else? Hey, you're just a piece of shit. Wu had quarreled with Dave before, and had already mastered bickering to a great level. Water style. Water cannon. Veins popped up on Mustache's head and he couldn't bear it anymore. The two of them started fighting for 2 days and 2 nights. Dave, who was squatting in the grass with Kakuzu to watch the battle, had his feet numb from squatting. That Mustache is really wretched, and if you can't beat him, it's just a mirage, so you can't see where he is. What about Nun? He is not a good person either, he is divided, invisible, watch and confused, and even more disgusting. The two of them have been spending time on the battlefield, and neither one can defeat the other. Advertisement on the battlefield at this moment, the two of them were hunched over and panting. There was not much chakra left. Bandage man. Go to hell. Mustache raised his finger tremblingly, like a gun, pointed at Wu in front and roared. Wu Gong wanted to form a seal and use the last dust escape in his body to trade with his limit. Sexually transmitted disease man, don't die. Wu stopped making his own seals. Ghost Lantern Wanyue was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face became even bigger. Is the chakra gone? Right, wouldn't it be better to just die honestly? Don't learn from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Kid. I believe you for once. Wu Zhong slowly stretched his hand behind him and took out a seal scroll. Ghost Lantern Wanyue felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and accelerated the speed of mobilizing chakra. The water cannon on his finger also slowly emerged. Unsolved. Wu untied the scroll and opened the seal. The First Ninja World War began and has lasted for a month and a half. Today, news of the death of the first cage-level strongman, Onaiden Genjutsu, fell in the battle with Iwagakire's second Tsuchikage. The second Tsuchikage was fine, but all the chakra in his body was consumed. The even worse news is that on the battlefield between Mist Shinobi and Konoha, Uchiha Madara once again killed 3,000 people. Kirigakire's morale was low since then and he was completely defeated. Ko, the young man who became the third Mizukage, issued a surrender letter to Konoha and Rock Shinobi at the same time, and was willing to bear the cost compensation for this battle with us. Mist Shinobi withdrew from the First Ninja War. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna also went to the battlefield of Sand Shinobi. As for the 1,000 people they brought with them before, Uchiha Madara felt that they were of little use and asked them to return to Konoha. When he was fighting Mist Shinobi, he could just go up alone, while 1,000 people were sitting in the back playing landlords on their mobile phones. As for the younger brother, just call Nissan 666 next to your brother. Dave, as for second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage, according to the information I collected, second Tsuchikage can only be tied with him at best. Why did he kill second Mizukage this time? From the moment he received the news, Izuna has always been a little confused. Oh, this kid gave the second Tsuchikage a sealing scroll, which contained seals from 1 to 9, 9-tailed beast bombs of the 9-tailed beasts. Kakuzu on the side was counting the money in his hand, and sneered when he heard this. Originally, the two of them were supposed to die together. Haha, second Tsuchikage finally took out a sealing scroll, and second Mizukage looked at the 9-tailed beast bombs and everyone was dumbfounded. Kakuzu continued happily. Izuna was silent. How is the situation here at Sand Shinobi? Madara doesn't care about this. He has been out of the village for a month and a half. He is bored to death, and his mobile phone is out of battery. He can't even chat with Hashirama. Madara now wants to drive her Gundam to FK him in all 4 villages and then go home. Advertisement. That guy from Salmon brought 8,000 troops, but we used 1,500 of them. Now he doesn't dare to fight, Dave said with a helpless shrug. Let's go and FK him. Madara walked out of the tent with a sneer on her face. Who said we were there to help? Can you help? Oh, yes, your shitty yellow Susanoo can indeed do it. But Uncle Madara probably won't let you take action. We were there to call 666. Outside our station. There is a person coming outside. The guard pointed over there with a look of horror on his face and shouted. FK. Tell everyone to retreat immediately. Keisuke-sama. Keisuke-sama. It's not good. It's not good. At this time, a Chunin ran in from outside the tent, shouting with a panic look on his face. Damn it. The 7B*****D Calabash brothers. Bah. Those 7 bastards in Konoha are just bastards, Samana complained in the tent. Then what should we do? Jing, who had never dared to say anything, saw Madara leaving and asked quickly. In the original work, the first ninja war lasted for 7 or 8 years. Now, Dave felt that if the war lasted for more than 3 months, it would be considered a regression in Madara's strength. In the end, the people sent out to recover the guns reported that the field was full of gun fragments, and the good guns were probably taken away by Konoha. What's wrong? Samana frowned slightly. He spent a lot of money to buy those guns. Now that no one has come back, at least you can get the gun back to me. Let's go take a look. Dave shrugged helplessly and walked out of the tent. He said, His name is Uchiha Madara. Looking at Madara who suddenly walked out, Dave's face was very helpless. He knew it would be like this. At Mist Shinobi before, if it weren't for Izuna who kept stopping Madara from being impulsive and not hurting civilians, Madara would have overturned Mist Shinobi a long time ago. Who's here? Tell me clearly. Samana asked a little unhappily. What's the point of making such a fuss? Make Samana so angry. It's heartbreaking to kill people. The people are gone. The guns are gone. The money is gone. Can we help if we go there? Several people followed Dave and asked in confusion. What a slap in the face. Chapter 152. This is called marketing. The Samana is dead. He died in the battle with Uchiha Madara. He died honorably, and he supported the 2-minute retreat for all the ninjas in their station. Sand Shinobi also officially withdrew from the first ninja war, and Shaman's apprentice, a young man who knew magnet style, succeeded him and became the 3rd Kazekage. Dave. This war looks like it's going to be over. Where are we going to make money? Kakuzu came to Dave with a sad face and complained. He promised to help me make money, but he has only made hundreds of millions, which is not enough. Don't worry, I'm just preparing to take you to make money. Is there anyone in the remaining villages that we haven't cheated on? A smile appeared on Dave's face. Cloud Shinobi. That's him. Just wait and see how I operate this time. The next day, Cloud Shinobi village was shaken. Cloud Shinobi village discovered a stone monument left by the sage of 6 paths thousands of years ago. When Black Zetsu heard the news in the village, he fell into deep thought. Why does he always feel a bit familiar? It is described on the stone tablet that Sage of 6 Paths left behind 7 artifacts before his death. In addition to the 6 god-tier artifacts of the Golden Rope, the 7-star sword, the Red Gourd, the Banana Fan, and the Amber Purifying Bottle, there is also a 7th god-tier artifact. Vessel, Water Shinso. The stone tablet went on to describe that it was rumored that thousands of years ago, this artifact originally belonged to the person who controlled the Kingdom of Water at that time. The person who controlled the Kingdom of Water at that time used this Water Shinso to unify the Kingdom of Water for hundreds of years. However, after his death, 100 years ago, the Water Shinso somehow fell into the hands of a refugee in the Land of Thunder. After the refugee obtained this powerful artifact, his murderous nature was a disaster at that time. After the people who had obtained the other 6 god-tier artifacts learned about this, they united and fought with this person for 10 days and 10 nights. They defeated this person and sealed the artifact under the stone tablet, and warned him on the stone tablet. People, please do not dig up this monument. The person who discovered this stone tablet was a villager from Cloud Shinobi village who accidentally encountered it in the water on a hilltop when he was being washed down by the water from upstream. This shows that the artifact has been taken by someone. Walk. As soon as this news came out, the ninja world was in an uproar. There is such a magical weapon that can defeat 1 against 6. This. Under the black market stronghold abroad, a man in a black cloak with bandages on his hands slowly walked into the noisy stronghold. Other people in the stronghold looked at the man suspiciously, but because the man was wearing a cloak, they could only see a shadow. Are you the person in charge here? The man walked to the stage and asked in a deep voice, looking at the person in front of him. Advertisement, it's me. What's the matter with you? The person in charge looked at the man doubtfully and nodded. Help me put a message out. What news? Water Shinso is in the hands of our Akatsuki organization. If you want to get it, come to XX in Tianokuni at midnight. Our Akatsuki organization will hold an auction. By the way, bring the money. After saying that, the person turned around and left. When the person in charge came to his senses, he was no longer seen. At night, in the XX place of Tien Jiguo, this is a mountain, but it is quite famous because of Tien Jiguo's operations. Dave, this Water Shinso. Isn't it a toy water gun sold to children in the village for 100 silver taels? Kakuzu looked at the colorful water gun in his hand and asked with a confused look on his face. You know shit, this is called marketing. Humph, just watch my performance later. We are mainly going to trick the Cloud Shinobi people this time. Don't worry about the others for now. They're probably just poor bums. We will follow the plan later. Learn. At midnight, many people came to the mountain. Among them, there are Jinjiao from Cloud Shinobi village, Furu from Mist Shinobi, Chio from Sand Shinobi, Tobirama from Konoha, Onoki from Rock Shinobi, and of course, there are other nobles who think they are very rich. Everyone gathered on the mountain, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. After all, it was still a war period, so it was normal. Old Father Tobirama was called over by Dave to support the show, so he can just perform it depending on the situation. Tobirama knew his precious son's plan and called his old father Bitsuma to appear. However, Mist Shinobi's Ku and Sand Shinobi's Chio moved small stools and sat in one place leisurely with their legs crossed. Anyway, they were just here to watch the excitement. Welcome everyone to give our Shao organization a face and come here. I am Dao Feng. We also know your purpose. Without further ado, let's just quote the price. Whoever has the most will take it. Dave, wearing stockings on his head, said slowly. He walked out of the jungle, holding a 1-meter-long box in his hand. Wait a minute, why don't you show us the goods first? What if it's fake? Jin Zhao shouted with a sneer. Okay, let you take a look. Dave nodded and slowly opened the lid of the box. In an instant, a puff of water vapor filled the entire place. Tobirama's shadow clone is made behind the scenes. Muska. Sage of Six Paths appears. Dave took out the water gun and pointed it at the sky, saying some strange words in his hand. Advertisement, wood style. Rafflesia. After a moment, I saw several aqua light spots slowly flying out from the water gun in Dave's hand and flying into the sky. The light spots gradually became bigger, and bigger in the sky. It got bigger and bigger, and in the end a few water bubbles actually filled the sky in front of me. Then, these bubbles fell towards the ground beside the mountain below everyone's feet. Bang, bang, bang. From time to time, there are huge vibrations on the mountain. Ha 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 ha, it's true. Then he is mine. At this time, a figure, Kakuzu, wearing a black cloak came out from behind Dave and laughed and wanted to snatch the water gun from Dave's hand. Without turning his head, Dave pointed the muzzle of the water gun at the rushing Kakuzu. Kakuzu was blown away by the huge water bubble. Everyone looked at the stars still flying in the sky and swallowed involuntarily. Now, do you have any objections? Dave asked with a ferocious smile on his face under his stockings. Okay then, I'll bid, starting at 100 million taels. I'll offer 5 billion. Tobirama sneered and spoke directly. Everyone else was confused. Is Konoha so embarrassed now? What are you doing, asking for 5 billion? Anyway, after hearing Tobirama directly mention the price, almost no one in the venue was ready to bid. 6 billion. Jinzhao and Silverjiao looked at each other. They are about to make a big move. They already have 6 artifacts in their hands, but if one of them can defeat their 6 artifacts, they will definitely get it. It cannot be put into other people's hands. 7 billion. Tobirama crossed his legs and shouted with a sneer on his face. 7.2 billion. Jinzhao Yinzhao looked at Tobirama and gritted his teeth, this damn white hair. 10 billion. Tobirama stood up and shouted. Dave hurriedly gave Tobirama a secret signal to ask you to act here. I didn't let you overact. Jin Yinzhao looked at Tobirama over there. The fire in his eyes was going to burn Tobirama alive. The two looked at each other. There was nothing they could do. It can only be this way. Chapter 153 Tobirama, enough. 8 billion plus 6 artifacts. Jinzhao gritted his teeth, stood up and shouted. Damn it. 15 billion, Tobirama's old father was still howling. Sorry about Konoha's Hokage, our Akatsuki organization is still more interested in the 6 artifacts, Dave said speechlessly. 20 billion, 30 billion, 40 billion. Come here, drag Hokage out. Isn't this here to cause trouble? Dave looked at Tobirama who was completely released in front of him and shouted to the side. Behind the scenes, Kakuzu quickly took off his black cloak, put on his stockings and rushed out, dragging Tobirama out who was still howling. Ahem, the troublemaker has been dragged away, may I ask you too? Dave smiled, looked at the gold and silver horn in front of him and asked. Let's give it now. Jin Yinzhao always felt that something was a little wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. The two took out several seal scrolls and threw them to Dave in front of them. Dave also threw the water gun in his hand to Jin Yinzhao. Happy transaction. By the way, our Akatsuki organization is also engaged in arms trading, and our reputation is guaranteed. Tsuchikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage have all agreed to use it. Anyone who is interested can give us the code at the black market stronghold below Tianokuni. Goodbye. Everyone, as Dave spoke, he slowly retreated behind the scenes and gradually disappeared. How's it going? Are my acting skills good enough? Tobirama smiled and looked at Dave in front of him and asked. Well, it's perfect. From now on, the Konoha Oscar statuette will belong to you. Dave nodded helplessly. Tobirama put his hand on Dave's shoulder, and the two of them left here together flying Thunder God. A macho man wearing stockings looked at this with a confused look on his face. The two arrived at the station on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield side. Now that Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi have been resolved, only Cloud Shinobi is left. However, they may have some internal problems. They said they will ask me to go there to negotiate peace tomorrow afternoon. I will go and take a look. Tobirama thought for a while. Advertisement, negotiation. Ask you to come over and take a look? Dave was stunned for a moment, thinking of some bad things, and shuddered hard. Let me go and take a look with you. If there is any emergency, I can also help you. Dave thought for a while and said slowly. The way the gold and silver horn looked just now, it is very likely that they are launching a coup and are going to take action against the old father and second Reikage. No, just wait for me and Izuna to come back at the station. Izuna will go with me. Tobirama saw that his precious son was so worried about him and smiled. As soon as the things on Cloud Shinobi's side are over, the Ninja World War will come to an end. However, this is a bit too fast, and it hasn't even arrived in 2 months. By the way, it seems that you will be 16 next week. It's my adult birthday. Well, then I have to solve it quickly, Tobirama continued. Okay, just watch it yourself. Dave thought for a while and agreed. This time Tobirama went without the 6 oil bottles that he brought with him in the original work. He only brought 1 Izuna. With Izuna's strength, well, Dave was relieved. Even if the two of them couldn't beat him, Tobirama had nothing to worry about. A flying thunder god can run away. The afternoon of the next day, Cloud Shinobi Village, the scene of the peace negotiation. Welcome, Hokage? Second Reikage looked at Tobirama arriving in front of him and greeted with a smile. Second Reikage feels a little tired. Let's negotiate a peace quickly, this is a big deal. Mist Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi have all withdrawn, and they are the only ones left here. Originally, they thought that Madara and Hashirama would not survive to go to the hospital. Well, Who knows that these two people can still go to the battlefield? Both of them came on stage, and he even gave a shit on his side. Tobirama nodded, and the two of them sat opposite each other and began to discuss without saying any more nonsense. Jinyankaku stood behind Reikage, with a slightly fierce expression on his face. Izuna stood behind Tobirama, looking at the two people in front of him, feeling something was wrong, and put one hand behind his back, ready to form a seal at any time. Half an hour later, the two of them came to an agreement. Tobirama didn't say anything like a lion, and the compensation was 500 million. Reikage is also a cheerful person. It's only 500 million. Compared with the damn black-faced deception money before, this is nothing. Hopefully, we can maintain peace for a longer time. The two stood up and shook hands. Have you finished discussing it? At this time, just as Tobirama was about to leave, Golden Horn said slowly. Golden Horn, what do you mean? Reikage suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart and shouted loudly. Now that you've finished discussing it, just stay here, Silverhorn said slowly with a fierce smile on his face. Reikage immediately retreated and stood with Tobirama. Let you see. The real artifact, Water Shinso. Golden Horn smiled wildly, and slowly took out the fancy, Water Shinso, from behind. Izuna tilted her head and looked at the so-called Water Shinso in Kanakaku's hand. Isn't this the water gun that the children in the village often use when they play with water in the summer? Advertisement. Tobirama said nothing, just watching the two of them pretending. Reikage looked at the two of them solemnly. Is this Water Shinso? Damn it, I would have taken it back if I had known. These two people have the blood of Sage of Six Paths and can use artifacts. Yesterday, I asked them to keep them for use. Who knew that the two of them would do something like this today? Water Shinso. Kanakaku pointed the gun at Reikage, shouted with an arrogant face, and pulled the trigger at the same time. Biu, a small line of water hid Reikage's face. The atmosphere on the court seemed a bit awkward. The smile on Jin Zhao's face stopped abruptly. Brother, you are wrong. He should still have a spell to use. Yin Zhao on the side quickly snatched it from Jin Zhao's hand and said. Muska, Sage of Six Paths appears, Biu. Muska, the Sage of Six Paths appears, Biu. Muska, Sage of Six Paths appears, Biu. Biu. Enough. Veins popped up on Tobirama's head. He stretched out his hand and slowly wiped away the water droplets on his face. Although he felt that these two people were a little pitiful and had been cheated by his precious son, he still felt that his IQ was being deceived by these two people. Press it on the ground and rub it repeatedly. Flying Thunder God. 8-foot Magatama. Dave, who was packing his things at the station and preparing to go back, heard the voice from Cloud Shinobi and swallowed slowly. Old father. Bah. Are those two a Jinyanjiao? Okay. It's rare to see such honest and straightforward customers. Damn it, I should have known it would have tricked these two more. Chapter 154 You. Worth having Golden Horn launched a coup at the peace meeting between Hokage and Reikage, and was killed on the spot by Hokage and Reikage. At this point, the first ninja war ended. Well, it only lasted a month and a half. Dave returned to Konoha with Tobirama Izuna. What? Rock Shinobi cooperates with Konoha? Dave was confused when he heard the news Hashirama told him. Well, it's not a technical cooperation, but a strategic cooperation. That is, if one party is in danger, the other party must send out personnel to rescue. Hashirama shrugged helplessly. Then what's this thing doing in Konoha? Dave asked, pointing at Wu. Boy, I am no longer Tsuchikage. I came to Konoha to promote friendly exchanges between the two villages, Mew sneered and said slowly. After Wu recovered yesterday and heard that the war was over, he dumped the location of Tsuchikage on Onoki's head overnight, and then came to Konoha with the news of Rock Shinobi's cooperation with Konoha, in the name of promoting the friendly and harmonious development of the two villages. Onoki is still confused in the Tsuchikage building, isn't it? It seems that the master was only a few months old at Tsuchikage at that time. So he gave me the position of Tsuchikage? Do you believe me? Still? You fart. Are you here to eat and drink? Dave stared at him coldly and asked. Whatever you think, I will be in Konoha from now on, Wu said with a shrug. Uncle, can you send this thing away quickly? This thing just comes to Konoha to eat and drink and steal village secrets. Dave asked, very unhappy. Ha ha ha, Dave, don't be so critical of others. Since they are willing to come to Konoha, we will welcome them. Hashirama laughed. Hashirama is indeed very excited. This is the first step towards peace. Kage from other villages can come to Konoha to live alone. Isn't this a sign of peace? It seems like we have to keep up the good work. By the way, Tobirama, you're finally back. You can't do it anymore. I'm exhausted in this position. It's better for you to do it. Hashirama looked at Tobirama's side and said excitedly. He has been going crazy for the past month and a half. He has been living a life of documents every day when he opens his eyes. There's no Madara, no brother, and Mito dances in the square every day and ignores me. Woo woo woo. Hashirama is almost going crazy. Tobirama nodded helplessly and sat back in his seat. Will this thing be in our village from now on? Dave asked, pointing to Wu beside him. Advertisement. Well, he will live next to the Senju station from now on, just to be able to see him. Tobirama nodded helplessly. After all, he is still from another village and is still a Tsuchikage, so he should rest assured that he is by his side. I'm going to FKU, STD man, get out of here. Hey, Brad, I'll get out if you tell me to. Looking at Dave's back with a collapsed face and leaving, Hashirama smiled awkwardly. Ahem. He had agreed to this a few days ago. I feel a little sorry for Dave. Dave left the Hokage building and went to Yu Mei's house. Tsukimi followed Madara to the Mist Shinobi battlefield and came back very early. She hasn't taken on any missions in the past few days and has been waiting for Dave to come back. Yu Mei was sitting alone in front of the house, holding a little rabbit in her hand. It was a birthday gift that Dave had caught for Yu Mei in the mountains a few months ago. Little rabbit, when do you think Dave will come back? Yu Mei said with worry on her face as she stroked the little rabbit in her arms. Little rabbit said, Dave will be back soon. Dave walked quietly behind Yu Mei and said softly. Nonsense, Cloud Shinobi is so far away from here, how can he come back right away? Then you look back. Dave smiled and whispered in Yu Mei's ear. Oh. Yu Mei felt the heat coming from her ears, picked up the kunai from her waist and stabbed behind her. Dave was also frightened and quickly grabbed the kunai with his hand. The two were stunned. Hurry up and let go, Yu Mei said quickly, feeling the blood drops dripping from above. Okay. Dave smiled and loosened his grip on kunai. Advertisement, wait a minute, I'll find something to bandage you, Yu Mei said worriedly as she looked at Dave's blood-filled hands. Then he got up and left here. Dave sat down, held the little rabbit that was about to run away with his other free hand, turned back and looked at the beautiful figure and smiled. Stretch out your hand, Yu Mei said angrily as she sat next to Dave with a small ball of bandages and medicine. Dave smiled and stretched out his hand. Yu Mei carefully applied medicine to Dave, and then gently blew on the wound. Dave looked at such a gentle figure in front of him, reached over and kissed Yu Mei's forehead gently. Yu Mei didn't pay attention to this until she wrapped the bandage completely around Dave's hand and then breathed a sigh of relief. We won't allow this next time. You won't even run away. Yu Mei looked at Dave who was smiling in front of her and scolded him full of reproach. Haha, I know. Dave laughed twice and touched his head in embarrassment. Yu Mei leaned lightly on Dave's shoulder, and the little rabbit seemed to find it boring, struggled to break away from Dave's arms, and ran away to play elsewhere. Where are the 7 little brats? Dave asked. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya are over a year old and can already walk tremblingly. Well. Although the pronunciation is a bit irregular. But they can generally be understood. Gee, Sakumo and the others still have to go to school, and Taita is still selling ramen outside. Well, as for the 3 little guys, Black Zetsu is taking the 3 of them to play now, Tsukimi said with a giggle. Well, Black Zetsu brought them, What? Black Zetsu brought the 3 of them? Dave nodded, but quickly reacted and asked. Does this allow Black Zetsu to take care of the child? Dave was afraid that if Black Zetsu didn't pay attention, these 3 little guys would fall into the manure pit. Giggle, it's okay. Black Zetsu is very serious about raising children. Yu Mei smiled and told Dave not to worry. Well, Black Zetsu is really serious about raising children. After all, Black Zetsu was hired by Mito with money. Hashirama originally thought that he could play with his granddaughter in this month and a half, but Mito is really afraid of Hashirama in order to infect Tsunade with his big personality. I spent some money and found Black Zetsu, which had the most positive reviews among her sisters. Black Zetsu takes care of your baby, not 9,999, not 999, just 99. For 99 silver taels, you can let yourself go without having to worry about the usually noisy children coming to disturb you again. For 99 silver taels, you can spend a wonderful day with your loved one. For 99 silver taels, you can completely calm down the noisy world. What are you waiting for? Black Zetsu takes care of the baby, on call. You, worth having. Well, this is a small advertisement on the forum. Chapter 155 Orochimaru. Stupid. Idiot. Don't cry, forget it. I'll go check it out later. Black Zetsu brings a baby. Dave is always a little worried. If 3 people are brought out, a manure collector, a conspirator, and a mother's baby, Dave will collapse. Gee, you just came back from the battlefield and you don't even know how to take a good rest, Yu Mei said with a smile. HMPH, didn't I just come to rest? Well, I'm in your arms and I'm not going anywhere. Dave hummed and lay in Yu Mei's arms. Yu Mei shook her head helplessly, and the 2 of them remained silent, quietly watching the setting sun. The other side, Jiraiya. You little b*******. Where can I put that thing? Black Zetsu was walking on the street with the 3 children. When he saw Jiraiya running to a street stall naughtily, he picked up what looked like it's a very valuable thing. Black Zetsu shouted, almost frightened out of his soul. Slightly, no. Don't. Little Jiraiya turned around tremblingly, pulling his face and slightly licking his lips. Stupid. Put it back quickly. Kuchimaru slowly walked up to little Jiraiya, stretched out his hand and pinched little Jiraiya's face and said. Big. Orochimaru. You pinch me again. I'll go back and tell Tsukimi. Aunt Tsukimi. Little Jiraiya quickly removed Orochimaru's hand from his face and puffed out his cheeks. Drum shouted. Stupid. Kuchimaru said softly. Two idiots. Hurry up, I have to. Go to Shukaku's shop to pan for gold. Little Tsunade walked up to them and gave each of them a shudder. He said angrily. Don't go. Tsunade, you always pay for all the money we spend on candy. Little Jiraiya shook his head. Yes, we want to eat sweets. Kuchimaru nodded. You. Say it again. Little Tsunade clenched his fists and asked fiercely with a slightly cute look. No, don't go. Oh, Orochimaru, what about you? Go. Advertisement as a result, little Tsunade dragged Jiraiya, and Orochimaru helplessly followed them. The three little guys ran towards Shukaku's gold mining shop. Black Zetsu followed the three of them with a headache. Why are the three children more annoying than the others? Shukaku Gold Rush Shop, HMPH, how was today's harvest? Little Shukaku asked as he lay on the cashier counter, looking like an uncle. Sir Shukaku, excluding the share with Aishin Company, you made a total profit of 20,000 silver taels today. The clerk next to him nodded and said. Humph, isn't it good? How does it compare to that guy from Nine Tails Internet Cafe income? Shukaku asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, there's only a little difference between you and its income. The clerk scratched his head in embarrassment. How much is a little bit? Shukaku was stunned for a moment and asked in annoyance. 100,000. Silver taels. B****** D9 tails. What other B****** D Dave and black-faced Buckeye? They actually took 90% of the profits. Damn it. Shukaku slammed the table angrily. Shukaku. We're here. Little Tsunade ran into the store and shouted when he saw little Shukaku B****** G the table and getting angry at the checkout counter. Hey, it's little Tsunade here. Little Shukaku heard this familiar voice and turned around to say hello. Hey, little Shukaku. Why don't you grow taller? Well, it's a bit prickly to hold. Well, little llama. Little llama is still very soft to hold. Tsunade chuckled and said. Suru asked as he picked up little Shukaku from the cash register and stroked him. Yeah, I'm so angry. What's so good about that damn stinky Nine Tails? Is his internet cafe as fun as my gold mining shop? Shukaku, who was in Tsunade's arms, was furious when he heard this. He jumped out of his arms and asked angrily. No. Little Tsunade shook his head. Humph, isn't that right? Is today still the same as before? Shao Shukaku raised his hands and nodded with great dignity. Still an hour. Go, this time, Uncle Shukaku, will invite you. Shukaku nodded proudly. Hee. Thank you Shukaku. Master Shukaku. Upon hearing this, little Tsunade quickly picked up little Shukaku and rubbed his little head against Shukaku's. Thank you, Mr. Shukaku. Shaoshimaru and Shao Jiraiya also nodded quickly to express their thanks. Advertisement, go ahead, Shukaku smiled and said nonchalantly. Little Nine Tails here, stupid, don't cry, she's like that. Orochimaru gently crawled to Jiraiya's side, pinching Jiraiya's face to comfort him. Ooh. Orochimaru. A certain villager looked at the computer screen that suddenly went black in front of him, with a confused look on his face. Isn't it? I just paid the internet fee. Is the time up? Well, it seems that I, Shukaku, am still very popular with children. Damn stinky Nine Tails, your internet cafe, there are not so many children who like you. A-hole. Which B***** D is so insidious, network administrator. Check which computer this ID belongs to. Unlock his computer for me. No. Don't cry, stupid, idiot. Oh, Orochimaru, look, is this gold? Jiraiya, who was standing next to him, tugged on the little one next to him twice and shouted hurriedly. Yeah. Hey. Little Tsunade wiped the sand from his face and giggled. Oh, little Tsunade actually dug gold? Amazing, Shukaku said in surprise after hearing this. Damn it. Why not? Little Tsunade asked in annoyance with his face full of sand. Black Zetsu looked at the three children digging in the sandpit and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally able to calm down for a while. This should be gold. Little Jiraiya carefully pushed aside the sand and took a very small piece of gold in his hand and asked. This gold mining shop is just for gamblers and children. Anyway, since the shop opened, Black Zetsu has seen a person panning out gold. Well, it's still 1 gram. Maybe that's why Little Nine Tails still has a bad reputation. What? Gold? As soon as little Tsunade heard these 2 words, he pulled Kuchimaru aside and crawled next to Jiraiya. I dug gold. Little Tsunade snatched it from little Jiraiya's hand and ran from the sand to Shukaku and said excitedly. In the sand. Looking at little Jiraiya taking away the gold that he had worked so hard to dig out, his face felt very aggrieved. Chapter 156 Hashirama. Wow, how many years has it been? 2 days later, Dave's house. Tsukumo ni. Uncle Dave and, what does it mean to marry Aunt Tsukimi? Little Tsunade looked at Tsukumo in front of him and asked in confusion. Well, it means, Kagaya Kimima, come on. Tsukumo also felt it was a bit difficult to explain, so he pulled Kimima over who was holding a calculator. Well, the meaning of marriage is that 2 people can be together forever and have a baby. Well, that seems to be it. Junma thought for a while and said. Tsunade. Let's get married in the future. Jiraiya heard this and quickly walked to Tsunade's side and said with a smile. No, who wants to be with you, with an idiot like you? Little Tsunade shook his head, with disgust on his face. Ooh. Orochimaru. Stupid. Idiot. Teacher and sister Tsukimi's wedding is next Saturday. What gift are you going to give, Dai? Tsukumo had no choice but to ignore these three little guys and looked at Might Dai who was standing aside. I don't know. I need to go find my father to discuss it, yo. This is youth. Seeing Dai running out in a hurry, Tsukumo was speechless. It seemed like he couldn't count on this guy. What are you going to give, Kimima? Tsukumo asked, looking at Kimima aside. Kimima was still calculating something with a calculator in his hand. Hearing Tsukumo's words, he glanced at Tsukumo indifferently and took out a bag from somewhere. What's in this? Isn't it your bone powder? Are you afraid of the teacher beating you? Tsukumo looked at Kimima's hand. When someone gets married, do you give them bone meal? Scary. TCH. Why would I give those things? No, this is all my savings in the past 3 years, 500,000 silver taels, Junma snorted disdainfully, opened the bag and said slowly. Tsukumo was stunned for a moment, touched his own brain, and then touched Kimima's brain in front of him. Tell me, who are you? Where is Kimima? Tsukumo suddenly pulled out the knife hanging on his waist and asked coldly. What do you mean? Junma asked angrily. Advertisement. It's a bit incredible. Tsukumo smiled and put the knife back into the sheath on his waist. HMPH, don't look down on people so much, okay? Brother Dave and sister Yume are getting married. Why would I mess around? Junma rolled his eyes at him. Huh? Uncle Dave and Aunt Yume are getting married. Do we need to give gifts? Little Tsunade tilted his head and asked the two little guys beside him. Well, Tsukumo ni and the others have all given it away. We should give it away too. Kuchimaru nodded. But what should we give? Little Jiraiya asked doubtfully. No, I don't know. Let's go ask Grandpa and the others. Little Tsunade shook his head and ran out. What about us? Orochimaru. Little Jiraiya looked at Little Shimaru and asked. Let's go find my father and ask. Okay, the two little guys happily held hands and ran out. In the internet cafe. Ha ha ha, Hash mommy. You lost again. Madara let go of the mouse in her hand and laughed. Damn it, you're playing Senju Tobirama, a disgusting hero again. You're running around and I can't catch you. Hashirama sulked. Grandpa. At this time, Little Tsunade pushed open the internet cafe door and ran in. Little Tsunade. Ha 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 ha. I miss you, Grandpa. Would you like Grandpa to take you to the Shukaku Gold Rush shop? As soon as Hashirama heard this voice, he quickly turned around and looked at the little figure running towards him. Haha smiled. No, don't. Grandpa Madara, you are here too. Little Tsunade ran forward and saw Madara on the side and said in confusion. Yeah, Tsunade-chan. Madara nodded. Hey, Grandpa Madara. Hug. Little Tsunade stretched out his hand and laughed. Okay. Madara nodded and smiled, and hugged Little Tsunade into her arms. Little Tsunade, why don't you want a hug from Grandpa? Hashirama asked a little depressed. Isn't this my granddaughter? Why does Madara have to come and hug her every time? Advertisement, no. Don't. Grandpa Madara. Grandpa Madara is handsome. Little Tsunade lay in Madara's arms and shook his head. Ugly man, don't always ask questions like this that we all know the answer to. Madara smiled, looked at Hashirama and said. Hashirama had an extra branch in his hand, found the corner of the internet cafe, and drew circles filled with shadows. It's too much. Woo woo woo. Aren't I just a little bit worse than Madara? It's been a few years. I still remember this. Woo woo woo. Does Tsunade have anything to do with Grandpa? Madara looked at Little Tsunade in her arms and asked in confusion. Uncle Dave and Aunt Tsukime are getting married. Tsunade also wants to give them gifts. But I don't know what to give. Little Tsunade bit her finger and nodded doubtfully. Oh, Little Tsunade, you also want to give them a wedding gift? Hashirama heard Little Tsunade's words and returned to his seat and asked doubtfully. Uncle Dave and Aunt Tsukimi are usually very nice to Tsunade. Tsunade also wants to give them wedding gifts. Little Tsunade nodded. That's it, Little Tsunade, do you know what your Uncle Dave likes? Hashirama nodded and asked. Uncle Dave usually seems to like watering flowers, growing vegetables, and playing games. Little Tsunade bit her finger and thought for a moment. Well, Little Tsunade, you can buy some flowers, seeds, etc. as wedding gifts for your Uncle Dave. Hashirama smiled. Here's 1,000 taels, go and buy it. Madara didn't waste any time. She took out a note from her pocket and gave it to Tsunade. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Grandpa Madara. Mwah, he. Little Tsunade saw the money handed over by Madara and took it over with eyes shining brightly. Kissed Madara on the face. Goodbye. Grandpa Madara. Grandpa. Xiao Gangshu jumped out of Madara's arms, waved his little hands with the two of them, and left. Slow down. Remember to ask Black Zetsu to take you to buy it, Madara shouted looking at Little Tsunade's back. Yeah, I know. Madara turned around and faced Hashirama who was looking at her with resentment. The two looked at each other. Motor, I want to challenge you. Hashirama's eyes were red and he roared. Woo woo woo. Little Tsunade is obviously her granddaughter. Why is she always so good with Madara? Also, it should be his grandfather who gave Tsunade the money just now. Motor, why are you joining in the fun? Welcome anytime. Chapter 157 Orochi Lu. Stay away from those three people. Hey, Uncle Danzo. Uncle Mirror. Uncle Hiruzen. What are you doing here? Little Tsunade ran to the street, happened to see the Will of Fire trio over there, waved his hand and shouted. Oh, it's little Tsunade. Kagami turned around and looked at little Tsunade and said with a smile. Little Tsunade saw the mirror wanting to hug her and quickly took a few steps back. Ha ha ha, mirror, your name is still very loud. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at the mirror and wanted to hug Tsunade. Tsunade was so frightened that she ran into Danzo's arms. Danzo shook his head helplessly and picked up little Tsunade. Uncle Dave said to stay away from you two, one of you is a pervert. One is a beast. Little Tsunade said, looking at the two of them. Mirror and Hiruzen looked at each other. Let's go to Dave's house later and greet him. What about Uncle Danzo? Danzo asked with a smile. Dave. Uncle Dave said. Uncle Danzo. Although Uncle Danzo is a bit sinister and a bit shameless, but he is still a good person. The smile on Danzo's face stopped suddenly. Little Tsunade, please go back first. The three of us have something to do. Danzo gently put down Lil Tsunade in his arms and said slowly. Okay. Little Tsunade smiled sweetly, turned around and went back very happily. The three of them looked at each other. Well, I haven't seen Dave for a few days, so let's go and greet him. On the other side, inside Orochoku's experimental base. Father, Kuchimaru pushed open the laboratory door and shouted inside. Dwarf, I tell you, the emission of this signal makes. Huh? Orochimaru? Why are you here? Orochimaru was holding an object and having a heated debate with Dr. Zombie on the side. Suddenly he heard a sound and turned his head to wonder, asked. Father, Kuchimaru waved his little feet, stepped over the things scattered on the ground, and ran to Orochoku and stretched out his hands for a hug. What's wrong? Orochimaru, what do you want from me? Orochimaru smiled, picked up Orochimaru and asked. Advertisement, no. Don't. Your beard. Pierce your face. Orochimaru wanted to kiss Kashimaru's cheek, but Kashimaru refused. I'll go shave later. Orochimaru thought silently in his heart. Uncle Orochi. Hello. Uncle George. Little Jiraiya followed in and shouted looking at the two people in front of him. Oh, little Jiraiya is here too. Do you have anything to do with your uncle? Orochi looked at little Jiraiya and asked in confusion. Uncle Orochi. We want to give Uncle Dave and Sister Tsukimi a wedding gift, but we don't know what to give. Little Jiraiya said with a slightly troubled face. Haha, it's a wedding gift. As far as I know, no matter what you give, your Uncle Dave and Aunt Yume will like it very much, Orochimaru said with a smile. Really? Kuchimaru asked with bright eyes as he lay in Orochimaru's arms. Yeah, of course. Your father and I have worked together with your Uncle Dave for many years. I still know him very well. Orochimaru nodded. That's great. I've decided. I'm going to give Uncle Dave a book. Little Jiraiya raised his hand and said happily. Oh, what book do you want to give Dave? Orochimaru was puzzled for a while. Dave, does he read? Uncle Hiruzen read me a book before, called The Photo Collection of Tea Country Mai. It's so beautiful. There are so many beautiful ladies in it. Pictures. Little Jiraiya thought for a while and said innocently. That. Orochimaru and little Jiraiya. Orochimaru was silent for a while. What's wrong, father? Kuchimaru asked in confusion. Stay away from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, and that Shimura Danzo, Orochi said, looking at the two of them solemnly. Each of these three people has some problems, and they must not be allowed to teach the children bad things. Oh, okay. Shaoshimaru nodded. He has always been an obedient and good baby. Little Jiraiya thought for a moment in confusion, but thought of nothing and nodded. Yes, father, can we have dinner with mom tonight? Orochimaru looked at Orochoku with longing eyes. Orochi Lu was stunned. Advertisement, you and your mother haven't had dinner with Orochimaru for a long time. Orochimaru wants to have dinner with you. Okay, I will call my mother back tonight and we will have dinner together. George, I will leave this place to you tonight. Orochi Lu came back to his senses and said with a slightly sad smile. I know, humans are troublesome. The dwarf waved his hand and said impatiently. After hearing this, Kuchimaru smiled happily. Little Jiraiya felt a little lonely when he saw this scene. His father. His mother. He seemed to have lived with brother Dave and sister Yume since he was a child. Stupid. Idiot. You. Come tonight too. Kuchimaru naturally noticed the lonely look on little Jiraiya's face. Really? No, I won't bother you. Little Jiraiya's eyes gradually became colored and she asked in surprise. Haha, come on, little Jiraiya, I'll ask your Aunt Jade to cook more food tonight, and let's have a good meal together. Good. The other side, sexually transmitted disease man, my wedding is coming soon. You've been eating and drinking in this village for a few days. Don't you plan to express your feelings then? Dave went to Wu's home to find Wu, and asked with displeasure. Your wedding? What do I mean? Wu sneered and asked pretending to be stupid while playing a game on his mobile phone. Damn it, Get the hell back to your rock shinobi. Oh, I have agreed to stay with Hokage. If you ask me to go back, I will go back, right? ITM. The two of them communicated in such a civilized manner for a full 3 hours. Looking at Dave's back as he collapsed and left, they laughed twice without hesitation. After Dave left, Wu slowly put down his phone, walked to the bed, and took out a beautifully wrapped gift box from under the bed. Boy, I will never forget your wedding. Wu smiled, put the box in his hand under the bed, and then walked out of the house, preparing to go to the internet cafe for a while. Computers are a great thing. When will Iwagakure get one? Chapter 158 Hashirama. It's all your fault, Madara. Countdown to the wedding. 3 days, Madara. What gift should we give? Madara and Hashirama wandered around the village for a whole week before they remembered that their nephew was getting married. I don't know, Madara shook her head. He doesn't seem to know what to give. Fans. Armor. Money. These things have been given to Dave on his birthdays in the past few years. It seems that there is really nothing to give. He now has there was only one sickle left in it. Did Dave give the sickle as a wedding gift when he got married? Thinking of this, Madara shuddered hard. This is so wrong. Madara slowly looked at Hashirama aside. Hashirama was confused. When Hashirama got married, what did he give as a gift? Well, it seems like he didn't give anything. It seemed that he had started a war with the Senju clan at that time. Madara thought silently. Let's go to the village and see if there are any suitable gifts. Madara thought for a while and said slowly. Okay. Hashirama nodded. The two of them wandered around the commercial street in the village. As soon as Madara reached the entrance of the commercial street, she took out her sunglasses from her pocket and put them on her face. Hashirama smiled disdainfully. Madara, you are still pretending like this. Wouldn't it be nice to be as simple and unpretentious as I am? I really don't understand. Madara glanced at the ugly man next to her under her sunglasses and didn't care about him. Without stopping, he took out a peaked cap and a black mask from his pocket and was fully armed. Let's go for a walk, Madara said. The two of them wandered around on the street, stopping to watch something from time to time. Yo. Wei. Why are you here too? At this time, Hashirama saw a familiar figure and shouted happily. Oh, it's Hashirama-sama. Inuko and I are doing a radical youth exchange song. Run 200 laps around all the streets of the village. Do you want to try it too? Might shouted with sweat. No need. No need. Haha. Hashirama smiled awkwardly. To scare him, he is still so young. Wei, what are you going to give as Dave and Tsukimi's wedding gift? Give me some advice. I'm still a little confused now, Hashirama asked with a smile. Oh. After several days and nights of radical exchanges between Kwanzi and I, we finally got the best gift we could give. Wei raised his thumb, his teeth shining. Advertisement. That's right. After my father and I racked our brains, we sang the Youth March power song for days and nights. We finally. Dai nodded on the side. We finally got the best wedding gift ever. That's it. That is. Barbell. The father and son were posing. I don't know where they conjured up several barbells in their hands. The painting style of Hashirama and Madara instantly changed to black and white. Hashirama suddenly regrets now. When the village was first built, it accepted the refugees casually without examining the refugees' characters and thoughts. We thought about it for days and nights, staying up all night, but in the end we couldn't come up with the best result. Just when we thought our youth was gone. Suddenly, my father and I thought of a problem at the same time. Dai roared. What do the bride and groom need most after getting married? Wei continued. Arm strength. Arm strength is what the bride and groom need most. Whether it's doing laundry, cooking or taking care of children, it all requires strong arm strength, and barbell. It's the best arm strength builder. My father and I thought of this at the same time. Barbell. This is youth. I want to eat ramen tonight, eat barbecued pork. Father, the weight you secretly hid was taken away by mom. What? There are rats in the house. Father, you didn't wash your socks? I didn't unzip my pants pockets. I haven't changed my underwear in 7 days. I haven't changed it in a month. I will circle the village 700 times. I will circle the village 1,000 times. Youth. Roar. Watching the conversation getting more and more sideways. The two people ran away as they spoke. Madara and Hashirama have never been so speechless in their lives. Advertisement, Hashirama. From now on, if someone wants to enter the village, check his character first. The two were silent for a while. Madara said slowly. Okay. Hashirama went back to discuss it with Tobirama. Hashirama shrugged helplessly. Tobirama probably already thought of his grandson's name. The two of them walked around the street for a while. There was nothing interesting, they were all too ordinary. Although the village does not accept refugees now, it still accepts some refugees who have relatives in the village. We will discuss it with Tobirama when we go back. We must not allow people like Might to be allowed to. Well, people with this kind of fugitive character are entering the village. A question mark slowly appeared on Madara's face. The most outrageous thing was that when I went to find Dave to reimburse myself, Dave patted me on the shoulder. What are you looking at? It's all your fault, humph. Izuna, he seems to be sending a book or something. I don't know about that white-haired guy. Madara shook her head. Who cares about that white hair? Oh. What on earth are you giving me? It's all your fault, Motor, you dragged me to play in my internet cafe every day this week, making me forget such an important thing. By the way, Madara, do you know what Izuna and Tobirama are going to give? Hashirama and Madara were sitting on chairs on the street. Hashirama asked with a bitter look on his face. Hashirama and Madara looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Madara glanced at this guy in confusion. He seemed to have the impression that this guy dragged her to the internet cafe. Kakuzu. Why are you here too? At this time, a hurried black shadow passed in front of the two of them. Hashirama looked at the familiar figure and shouted loudly. Veins popped out on Madara's head. If this wasn't a village, he really wanted to beat this guy. Tobirama. I think I heard him say before, that he wanted to give him a stroller? Hashirama was stunned for a moment and said slowly. Damn boy. Even if you leave the wedding scene decoration to me, damn, I won't be reimbursed, my money. Tisk. How can you do this? Huh, don't you know what it means to be humane? Isn't it what employees should do to do what they can for the boss? Come on, work hard, otherwise, your dividends for the next quarter may be reduced. Oh, it's Hashirama. I've been helping Dave with the wedding these past 2 days. Damn that boy, exploiting and squeezing employees. When the wedding is over, I must go to the police station to sue him. Kakuzu turned around, angrily shouted unfairly. Make Kakuzu so angry. Chapter 159 Wedding today, Konoha is very lively. Because, today is the wedding of Senju Dave, the son of Lord Second Generation, the president of Konoha Kidney Company. Of course, this is not a reason that makes all villagers happy, and even makes many women cry. What makes the villagers happy is that all the assets owned by Aishin Company are discounted by 50% that day. 50% off. 50% off. Say important things 3 times. When this news was broadcast online, it really moved many villagers to tears. 50% off. Every year on the company anniversary, all items are discounted at 10%. The black-faced buck ghost, the financial manager of Kakuzu, a kidney-loving company, has become deeply rooted in the hearts of Konoha. But today, he was even willing to bleed, 50% off, so touching. Dave and Kakuzu cried and said that we were all at a loss. As a result, the sales of Aishin Company increased sharply today, reaching half the sum of all sales profits of the previous year. I'm really losing money. Wedding scene, beautiful pig takeout. Jijibo and his wife and children, 100 pounds of pork. Kimima and Kakuzu, one old and one young, were wearing suits and sitting at the door of the scene. Kimima was taking the things brought by the visitors, and Kakuzu was in charge of recording and shouting. Haha, I wish Boss Dave a happy wedding. Jijibo laughed and said, slowly walking into the scene with his wife and children. When Jijibo was a bandit, he had a wife and a son who was a teenager and was called Piggy Man. My favorite is buying lollipops in the village. Huh, luckily I'm not late. Damn by Mao, aren't you usually very quick at stealing food? Why are you so slow when I ask you to get something? Izuna and Tobirama arrived, and Izuna said with complaint. Tobirama gave Izuna a cold look. Hokage-sama and Hokage assistant. Baby stroller. Parenting manual. Aishin Yazaru milk powder. Clothes for boys and girls. Kakuzu looked at the pile of things Tobirama threw over and said slowly, swallowing slowly. Although I, Kakuzu, can understand how you, as a father, want to have a grandson as soon as possible. But, isn't it a little too early for you to give it away? Tobirama is wearing a white suit with a flower on his chest. Izuna on the side is wearing a black suit. The two walked into the scene arguing and cursing. Hurry up, Madara, we're almost late. Hashirama, wearing a red suit, ran towards this side, followed by Madara, who was wearing a blue suit and followed slowly. Why are you in a hurry? It hasn't started yet. Madara walked slowly over silently and handed the thing in her hand to Junma. First Hokage-sama. Uchiha clan leader. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. 2 billion level Lamborghini couple cars customized by Aishin Company. Kakuzu looked at the car keys in his hand and swallowed. He spat. It's so inhumane. Advertisement. The two of them thought about it for 2 whole days and 2 nights, and in the end they felt that there was really nothing to give. All the good things were given to Dave on his birthday before. If there was no other way, then let's give him a car. This is a custom-made one. There are only 2 of them in the village. They are also couples' cars. Actually, Kakuzu wants to say, if Dave is willing, he can have hundreds of these cars. Ooh. A customized car is so expensive. All my personal money is gone. Hashirama choked up as he looked at the car keys given away. A hole. You only took out 30,000 in total. I took the remaining 99.97 million. Madara roared with veins popping out on her head when she heard this. 100 million taels. Madara felt a little distressed. Ooh, shut up. Oh. Seeing Madara's cold and arrogant face and Hashirama entering the scene with a grieved expression on his face, Kakuzu wanted to laugh. Phew, caught up. At this time, 3 figures appeared in front of them. They were the Will of Fire trio. The 3 people quickly handed the gifts in their hands to Junma. Sarutobi Chief, Shimura Chief, Uchiha Horror Shit. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Wind Country 1 Flower Photo Album. Full Set Limited Edition. Shimura Danzo. On the thought of the economic system in which the village is the dominant, full set of limited edition. Uchiha Kagami. On how to violently beat up cheating men after marriage, limited collection of complete novels. Where the hell did these 3 weirdos come from? Kakuzu was dumbfounded when he looked at the 3 piles of books in front of him. Damn, The three of you gave these weird gifts to someone else's wedding. Aren't you afraid that the bride and groom will come after you three? Are we not late, Mr. Kakuzu? Hiruzen asked quickly. No, but it's almost here. Let's go in. Kakuzu shook his head and threw aside the 3 piles of books in front of him. After a while, the time for the wedding finally arrived. The groom is invited to appear. Kakuzu changed his clothes and hurriedly went on stage and shouted. How did this kid learn this wedding pattern? It's really troublesome. Dave slowly walked out from behind the scenes. At this moment, he was wearing a black suit, holding a flower in his hand, and slowly walked onto the stage. The bride is invited to appear. Quiet. The bride is invited to appear. Advertisement. Quiet. FK. The bride is invited to appear. Quiet. Boy, where's Yu Miran? Kakuzu asked softly in a hurry. Don't worry, can my wife be lost today? Dave smiled mysteriously. Then Dave held the flowers in his hand and slowly took a few steps forward. Then, Dave threw the flower in his hand into the sky. Suddenly, the flower exploded, and suddenly fell petals of sakura flowers on the field, more and more, more and more. The field was like a world of sakura flowers. Gorgeous sakura flowers are flying everywhere. At this time, a little rabbit jumped out of nowhere and jumped into Dave's hand. Sakura flowers fell in groups from the sky towards Dave. The sakura flowers dispersed, and Dave appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face and holding Yu Mei in his arms. Oh, Dave is awesome. Hashirama's eyes lit up with stars when he saw this scene and he clapped his hands. Mito on the side pinched Hashirama hard. Hiss, Mito, why are you pinching me? Hashirama took a breath and asked in confusion. Humph. Mito looked at the piece of wood in front of him, sigh. Little rabbit, are you willing to let me be your groom? Dave looked at the blushing Yume in his arms affectionately and asked softly. Oh. Looking at the two people kissing each other, the venue instantly burst into applause and shouts. Dave is so stupid. Damn, he's so stupid. Why did you hit me? Isn't this exciting? Looking at the somewhat chaotic scene, Dave and Yume looked at each other and smiled. Kakuzu, the master of ceremony, is standing behind the two of them. He seems a bit useless as the master of ceremony. After a day of fun, the night. Ahem, just imagine it for yourself. Chapter 160. Last night in the early morning, the chirping of birds woke up Dave from his deep sleep. Dave struggled to open his eyes, with a headache. He looked at the person beside him, smiled softly, leaned over and kissed Yume's forehead. Yume opened her eyes like a frightened little rabbit, and quickly pulled the quilt on her body, revealing only a pair of crystal eyes looking at Dave with a blushing face. Haha, why don't you get up, little rabbit? Dave laughed, got into bed, and asked softly. No, don't. You go first. You get up first. Yume shook her head and hesitated a little shyly. Well, little rabbit, just take a rest first, Dave said with a gentle smile. Dave stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Yume's little face, and then got out of bed. Yume pulled the quilt tighter. Dave got dressed and walked out of the room slowly. After Dave and Tsukimi got married, they would definitely not be able to live with Tobirama. Hashirama and Tobirama found a large house in the residence and renovated it as their wedding room. Looking at the chaotic scene at the wedding outside the door, Dave had a huge headache. At dusk yesterday, Madara and Hashirama had already drunk a little too much, and in the joyful atmosphere of the wedding, they started dancing at the scene. Maybe I drank a little too much, and actually followed them around. Hey, Uncle Madara. Get up. Dave walked up and gently patted the two half-fruited men lying on the ground asleep and shouted. Where's that guy called Battler? Let him come out and fight me. Madara suddenly opened her scarlet eyes, stood up and shouted. Uncle Madara, you put on your clothes first. Dave looked at Madara's naked upper body in front of him, revealing the very ornamental muscles, and there was a Hashirama face on her chest. She coughed twice in embarrassment, said. Madara looked down and picked up the clothes that were thrown on the floor during the dance last night. Where's the zombie? Madara looked at Dave and asked. I took it back. Dave said helplessly. My wedding was turned into a disco scene by you guys, but it was okay. Let him come out. I'm going to fight him again in the bar today, Madara said with great fighting spirit. At dusk at yesterday's wedding. Advertisement, great, Madara. Grandpa Madara is so handsome. Little Tsunade was held in Mito's arms and clapped his hands while looking at the big windmill spinning on the ground after drinking too much. Motor. Let me show you the essence that I have condensed by combining several dances over the years, Hashirama shouted with a drunken face. Hashirama stood up from his seat tremblingly, and staggered to the stage. Madara glanced at Hashirama with disdain and handed the table to Hashirama. Hashirama looked at the person playing music over there and gestured. Tear it apart. The music slowly rose, Hashirama slowly put his hand on his clothes, and veins popped out on his hands. There was only a sound of clothes being torn apart, and Hashirama's clothes were torn in half by him. Hashirama held the broken clothes in his hands and twisted them slightly, charmingly. The venue fell silent for a moment. Madara was half awake from her drunken state. Ah! Screams suddenly rang out on the field. Damn, Kakuzu. Where's the man? Stop him, this is a PN show. Hurry. Over there. Dave, who was sitting with Yume and chatting with his father-in-law, saw this scene. People were dumbfounded. Come on, this is my wedding, okay. You added a shitty dance essence, did you add pole dancing into it? Tsunade. Don't look. Mito quickly covered the eyes of little Tsunade in his arms. Yoshi. Master Hashirama really understands youth. Let Wei Lai join you. Ah, might Wei over there saw such a passionate scene, stood up and roared, put his hands on his clothes, and was about to tear them apart. Andy Kai on the side was kicked out by him. You can still watch Hashirama at least. If you go up there, it will be ruined. That. Mother. Dai on the side swallowed his saliva, hesitantly. What's the matter, Dai? Do you also want to exude youth? Aunt Kai asked with a smile on her face. No. I can't. Dai quickly shook his head. His father is so big that he flew out. His small body can't bear it. Youth is not eternal. My name is Brother Dave. Taught me to temporarily stop my youth. Mother. Hashira. What are Grandpa Hashirama doing? Ochimaru asked in confusion as Tama held him in his arms and covered his eyes. Grandpa Hashirama, he is playing a game. Yes, playing a game, but children cannot watch this kind of game. Jade explained quickly. Advertisement, games. Orochimaru doesn't like games very much. Kuchimaru shook his head and gave up the idea of continuing to watch. Kakuzu behind the scenes also wanted to go up and drag this guy down. The problem is that this guy is so drunk. What if he gets beaten up? Ha ha ha. Motor, Mito. Did you see it? Hashirama laughed and shouted on the stage. The venue finally calmed down, and everyone continued to play as if nothing had happened until it got dark. Yume quickly stood up and announced that the wedding was over. Dave and his father-in-law were both drunk, and they were almost at the dining table. I put my chopsticks up to worship the handle of the incense. After hearing that the wedding was over, Mito ran away with Tsunade. Hashirama? Who is Hashirama? Do I know him? Dave didn't know where he got a hat and sunglasses, brought them up and started dancing with this guy with his hands up. There was a burst of white smoke on the field, and a Dance King zombie appeared here wearing red clothes, sunglasses, and a knife hanging from his waist. This Dance King zombie is a bit smart. Dave also summoned him and Hashirama before and they danced in the bar. The difference between this Dance King zombie and other Dance King zombies is not only that he can dance, he also likes to dance. The knife seems to be a strange thing that George came out of during his experiments, so he was named Battery Boy, a friendly guest appearance from a strange reader. In the last bridal chamber, Yume dragged drunken Dave away. Everyone left. Tobirama and Izuna were also drunk, but they didn't do anything extraordinary. They were dragged away by a few elders. As for Hashirama and Madara, no one dared to go up and recognize them. Brain. Well, at the wedding scene, the three heroes stand side by side. Bat Knife Boy, do you want to challenge me too? One person froze and continued dancing here. Hot Mom. Summoning technique. Dave on the side also joined in the fun. Mito felt the strange eyes around him looking at him. Veins popped up on his head behind him. The red hair hanging behind him slowly floated. Seeing this scene, Dave felt relieved. Skip to midnight. Hashirama couldn't hold on anymore and fell asleep. Madara looked at the Dance King zombie who was still dancing on the side, and roared with laughter. Several chains suddenly sprang out from behind Mito and reached out to Hashirama on the stage. Hashirama was tied to the audience by the chains. Motor. Hashirama, the unsealed divine beast, Ed Madara again. Chapter 161 Dave. The TV station needs you. After handing the weird zombie to Madara and Hashirama, the two left here. Dave smiled and was about to go back to the room to have some warmth with Yume when his cell phone rang. It was brought here without a fight. Sexually transmitted disease man, you are a bit disrespectful. You didn't come to my wedding yesterday. Dave answered the phone and asked angrily. Oh, our alliance's silver promotion tournament was held yesterday. Is your wedding as important as my silver promotion tournament? Wu's voice came from over there. Damn, Lousy's wedding is not as important as your silver promotion match, Dave roared in confusion. No. You be asterisk D. Ha ha ha. Why don't you come to the internet cafe to play games? I played in the promotion match yesterday and didn't make it through the whole day. Wu's laughing voice came from the phone. FK. Just wait for me. I have to trick you today. You will stay in bronze for the rest of your life. Dave hung up the phone with a roar and walked towards the internet cafe. Ever since, the two of them had been fighting in the internet cafe all day. Damn. You are really cheating. The silver you just bought on Lousy a few days ago is worth the bronze. Dave and Wu walked out of the internet cafe door, and Dave roared angrily. Haha, it can only be said that you are too good. What does it have to do with me? Wu said with a disdainful smile. Your mouth is getting more and more poisonous. Do you take poison every day? Well, I knocked a lot. Let's go get something to eat. Dave rubbed his eyebrows with a headache and looked at a popular stall and said. Gyuki grilled squid. Hey, Master Gyuki, here are 20 skewers of grilled squid. Dave walked into the store and looked at the busy Gyuki beef master and shouted with a smile. Gyuki turned his head when he heard this familiar figure, holding a pipe in his mouth, and nodded helplessly. This free PR asterisk street Yude is here again. Oh, he did another 20 times in vain. Advertisement. Have you tried grilled squid? Rock Shinobi's local cannon? Dave and Wu sat down, and Dave thought about mocking Wu. The most high-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods, Wu said lightly. Master Niu is busy cutting squid for 2 hours every day. He puts the cut squid on expensive Hashirama wooden skewers that exude a light wood fragrance. Then Master Niu puts it on the grill that has been heated at high temperature in advance and pours it. Put in a fixed amount of a bucket of high-grade kidney-loving peanut oil worth 200 silver taels. After that, Master Niu used his exquisite grilling techniques to constantly turn and stir the squid meat to make every part of the squid meat just right. Finally, sprinkle with cumin and secret sauce. Make the sauce and make a peerless squid. It is delicious and the meat is chewy. You can only taste it carefully but not swallow it whole. Well, I often eat it here before. Tu said in a magnetic voice. Said, brother, have you considered finding a class in Konoha? Dave looked at Wu dumbfounded. No, why am I, a rock shinobi guy, looking for a class in Konoha? Wu shook his head. He originally came to Konoha to eat, drink and have fun. No, it was to promote friendly exchanges between the two villages. What was he looking for? Class. I think you can be a host on a TV station in the future. What is a host? It's nothing, it's just a bit suitable for you. Wait until the TV comes out later. How about hiring you with a high salary of 500 silver taels a month? As expected of you, boy, 5,000 silver taels. 600. 4,500. Master Niu served the two people skewers and gave Dave an unhappy look at the free PR ** Street Ute. Turn around and leave. Hey kid, can you stop asking for my grilled squid skewers all the time? Yuki received the message from Dave's clone in Dave's sealed space, and pulled Dave into the sealed space very unhappy and asked. I didn't PR * Street Ute for nothing. Didn't the money I spent on skewers go into your monthly rent? Dave said helplessly as he looked at Yuki in front of him. You fart. Then why did I pay more last month? I don't know about this. Just ask that black-faced devil. Can Dave say that he secretly increased his own share? Well, dump the blame. Damn it. Keep that black-faced bug ghost away from me. Yuki roared angrily when he heard the name. If it really doesn't work, you can go find that guy named Shimura Danzo. Well, he is also involved in this matter. Dave was stunned for a moment and then shook it off. Shimura Danzo. Okay, I understand. Yuki muttered the name and kicked Dave out. Advertisement, TCH, this Yuki is so rude, he pulled me in and kicked me out, Dave said unhappily after he came back to his senses. FK. You are so shameless. Have you finished eating? Dave looked at the empty plate in front of him and roared with anger. Hiccup, smells good. Aw, I'm so angry, you be *******. D. Master Niu. Give me another 30 skewers, damn it, you can't even eat a skewer this time. Yuki heard this free PR * Street Ute shout again, and his heart hurt even more. Then, Master Niu slowly looked at his tail with a fierce look. Don't you like having ***X for free? After a while, Dave was also full, but it was strange why the skewers tasted strange. Maybe he had eaten too much. Master Niu, come to 60 skewers. This is, the Will of Fire trio walked in. Hiruzen looked at Yuki and shouted. Are you Shimura Danzo? Master Niu looked at Danzo and asked with a fierce look. Yes? Danzo looked at Yuki with a confused look on his face and nodded. It's okay. Yuki smiled, but there was something wrong with his smile. In the evening, when Danzo went home, he spent the night with Maokeng. The sad Danzo felt it and wrote a song, looking at the Maokeng waterfall, in his heart. On the Hokage rock, Dave and Wu sit on the Hashirama avatar and blow the wind. Wu took out a seal scroll from his belt, opened the seal scroll, and found a beautifully wrapped gift box and handed it to Dave. Boy, wedding present. Hey, it seems you haven't forgotten it yet. Dave was stunned for a moment, then smiled and took it. Dave slowly opened the gift box. Chapter 162 Dave. I'll depend on you for the rest of my life. Dave slowly opened the gift box. There are 2 seal scrolls inside. My most powerful dust escape is sealed in the 2 scrolls. Even if it is for your tailed beast bomb, it can also be regarded as your wedding gift, Wu said lightly. It seems that the cost you paid is not small. I wonder why you have been hiding in the house for the past 2 days and couldn't come out. Dave smiled and put away the seal scroll in his hand. Okay, the gift has been delivered. Let's go. Wu glanced at Dave indifferently, got up and left here. Sexually infectious man. What are you doing? Wu asked, turning half of his face. Don't you plan to find a wife to get married? Dave asked with a smile, sitting on the Hokage rock with his back to Wu. Not going to be honest. Konoha's current medical technology is still very advanced. Maybe your problem there still needs to be solved. Isn't it just Shaojiji? Dave asked teasingly. Dust escape. Original realm stripping technique. Holy shit, you're sick. The next day, Tobirama came to work and clocked in the morning. During his free time, he saw his broken Hokage rock through the window. Iwagakure, Onoki received an email in the afternoon. Your master Wu caused a large area of Hokage rock to be broken in Konoha, causing a loss of 300 million taels. Including the various human and material costs for restoration, the total is 500 million taels. Since your master Wu is unable to bear the compensation, hereby, the bill will be sent to you Tsuchikage. Please compensate within 24 hours, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Close black lens bracket, the black-faced buckling ghost. Today, Third Tsuchikage Onoki, who was only in his 20s, entered the cardiac emergency room of the hospital for some reason. After getting married, Dave's childhood was very comfortable. Every day he would either stay at home with his little rabbit and not go anywhere, or go out with Wu to surf the internet. His childhood was very comfortable. But Madara is a little different. The past 2 days have been a bit slack due to the blind date of his brother Izuna. He lectured his brother yesterday, but seeing his perfunctory attitude, Madara became very angry. So why on earth are blind dates so scary? Uni-san, I have been taking you to war for so many years. Isn't there such a thing as a blind date on the battlefield that is so scary? Advertisement. Well, ever since, in order to better convince her brother, Madara decided to go to the blind date and try it herself. Hashirama wanted to go and play with Madara that day, but when he learned that Madara was not at home and she didn't reply to messages he sent him, he was very depressed and found Dave. Uncle, why are you here? Dave opened the door and looked at Hashirama standing outside the door and asked in confusion. Ahaha. Isn't this boring? I wanted to come and see you. Where is Tsukimi? Hashirama laughed and scratched his head. Ah, Yume is cooking. Since you are here, I told her to cook more, Dave said with a smile. Haha, I'm sorry to bother you. Hashirama smiled and the two entered the house. Uncle Hashirama, you are here, wait a minute, I will cook more. Tsukimi, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the sound, looked over, and said hello to Hashirama. Haha, I'm sorry to bother you Yume, I don't actually eat much, you can make less. Dave and Hashirama sat on the sofa in the living room and started chatting. Tell me, uncle, you couldn't find Uncle Madara. You had nothing to do so you came to my place to have a look. The two chatted for a while, and Dave approached Hashirama, raised his eyebrows and asked. Ahem. What, as an uncle, can't I come and see my nephew and niece? Hashirama said righteously. Really, I seem to know where Uncle Madara is. Oh, Yume rice is ready. Let's go eat, uncle, Dave said with a smile. Ahem. That. Dave. Can you tell uncle where Madara is now? Hashirama hurriedly pulled Dave who stood up, leaned over and asked softly. Haha, Uncle Madara should be at the blind date corner now, Dave said with a smile. Dating corner? What kind of place is Madara going to do? Hashirama asked confused. What else can Uncle Madara do in a place like that? He must be on a blind date, Dave shrugged. What? Madara wants to go on a blind date? Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and asked in shock. Before Dave could say anything, Hashirama had disappeared. Dave, where's the uncle? At this time, Yume walked out with the prepared meal, looked at Dave who was alone in the living room, and asked doubtfully. He went to find love. Bah, he went to find Uncle Madara, Dave said, rubbing his eyebrows helplessly. Okay, but what to do with all the extra food? Advertisement, there is no way, we too will be eliminated. The two sat at the dining table, and Dave helped bring the food to the table. Dave smiled and sat next to Yume, holding dishes for Yume. Come on, little rabbit, eat more, don't eat. You've eaten so much. What should you do if your body is damaged? Yume said worriedly when she saw that she was still eating the 5th bowl after eating 4 bowls of rice. But you have to eat more. If you are so thin, it will be very troublesome to have children in the future. Dave picked up a dish, handed it to Yume's mouth and said with a smile. Okay, but it would be a pity to throw away these. You did this yourself, Dave said helplessly. No, I can't eat that much. Yume shook her head. A moment later, yeah, Yume blushed again. Okay, Dave looked a little disappointed. Give birth. Yume's face turned red with embarrassment. Shang, Yume, your craftsmanship is really getting better and better. Dave beamed, opened his mouth and ate, praising. No matter how delicious it is, you can't eat it like this. You will be bad for your health if you eat it like this. Don't eat it. Yume grabbed the bowl from Dave's hand and said with a little force. Yume shook her head with a red face. Come on, open your mouth, little rabbit, Dave said with a smile. Be obedient and be good, giggle, don't eat it like this. If you like it, I will make it for you every day from now on, Yume said with a giggle. Of course, if you don't do it for me, who else do you want to do it for? Well, I'm going to rely on you, this little rabbit, for the rest of my life. Just stay in this rabbit nest and never leave. Dave kissed Yume's face and whispered softly said. Giggle, come on, Yume smiled, put the dish Dave had just given her to Dave's mouth and said softly. Tsukimi slowly opened Sakura's peach mouth this time and took it in. The two looked at each other and smiled. TCH, if it's bad, it's bad. The hospital is not for dry food. Don't let the food you cook go to waste. Dave smiled and continued to hold the rice in his hands. Chapter 163 Hashirama. This was an accident, do you believe it? Dating corner Hashirama sneaked in, hid under a corner and looked around, and then he saw the target person. Madara stood in the middle of a bunch of women, with veins popping out on her head. So this is a blind date, no wonder. He had only been here for a few minutes, but a bunch of women gathered around him and wanted to treat him to dinner, which made Madara's head look big. Hashirama saw Madara's embarrassment at this time. Well, he had to find a way to save him. At this time, Hashirama rolled his eyes, smiled evilly, and noticed something. After a while, Madara was just thinking of a way to leave here, when suddenly, the noise around her stopped. Madara was confused and looked at everyone's eyes. Ta. Ta, ta, came the sound of high heels hitting the ground. Madara looked up from the bottom. She saw a pair of white stockings on her high heels. Those big white legs made people dazzle. The female wears a green pleated skirt on her lower body, purple half sleeves on her upper body, a bag hanging on her hand, and a pair of murder weapons on her chest. Ahem. The female has an oval face, a seductive man-colored lipstick on her lips, and long black hair that reaches her shoulders and waist. The female covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at Madara with a pair of charming eyes, and the two looked at each other. Madara looked at the female, who suddenly appeared in front of her and was a little at a loss for a moment. Madara. Ahem. This handsome guy, can I treat you to dinner? The woman slowly walked up to Madara and asked with a chuckle. Madara didn't seem to have recovered yet and nodded in confusion. Then the girl took Madara's hand and slowly left here. If I had known better, I wouldn't have stuffed such a big thing into it, it's so heavy. The female, Hashirama, looked at the two large iron body hanging on her chest and thought very unhappy. The two of them arrived at a restaurant. Oh, hello, beautiful lady, handsome gentleman, the waiter asked in surprise as he looked at the handsome man and woman who walked in. Well, let's try the most famous dish here. He's a treat, Hashirama nodded and said. He really has no money. Woo woo woo. The last time he bought Dave Yume a car, he had already spent all his savings. Woo woo. The two found a quiet place in the restaurant and sat down. Both of them lowered their heads absent-mindedly. Hashirama wanted to tell Madara that he was Hashirama right now, but the bad taste in his heart made Hashirama want to continue the fight. They both raised their heads and spoke at the same time. Advertisement, you speak first, okay, I'll say it. You first, Hashirama interrupted quickly. My name is Uchiha Madara, what's yours? Madara asked calmly. My name is Senju Zu. Senju Jume, it was so dangerous that I almost let it slip. From the Senju clan? Madara looked at Hashirama in front of her in surprise and asked. After saying that, the two fell into silence again. Until the waiter brought the food, there was no communication between the two of them while they were eating. After eating, Hashirama wanted to tell Madara now, but 110, my phone number, you can call me when you are free tomorrow. By the way, I will be free tomorrow afternoon. Madara told him the last words before leaving. Before Hashirama could say anything, Madara walked away. The next day, at Dave's house, peeved. What, you disguised yourself as a woman and went on a blind date with Uncle Madara? Hashirama came to Dave early in the morning to complain. Dave spat out the water he had just drank and asked with shock on his face. Holy shit, Uncle Madara can't even use Sharingan to check it out? Well, Madara also said that I would go find him again in the afternoon. What should I do? Hashirama had a wry smile on his face. Originally, he had a bad taste and wanted to rescue Madara from the blind date corner. Who knew what would happen? Has it developed like this? Go on. And tell Uncle Madara that you are you. I think according to Uncle Madara's temper. Well, he will ignore you for a few days at most. Probably. Dave rubbed his eyebrows, said helplessly. Really? Hashirama asked, looking at Dave with a little hope. Yeah, Dave nodded. Okay, Hashirama is gone again. This thing is faster than the flying thunder god. Little rabbit, I'm going out first. If you're bored at home, you can chat with Aunt Mito. Dave picked up the camera at home. How could he miss such a good thing? Okay, I know. Yume's voice came from the room. Hey, Oro. Dave walked out of the house and took out his cell phone. This is Oro, over. Kakuzu was silent for a while and said slowly. Come to XX restaurant, a new mission, it's very exciting. Advertisement, earn money. If you are brave enough. Dare to threaten Uncle Hashirama and Uncle Madara. Well, you should make a lot of money. Go go go, Kakuzu, Oro Mo from the Akatsuki organization, the black-faced buck ghost, the bravest man in Konoha. Madara. Hashirama. Oh, what the hell are they? After a while, two perverts wearing stockings were lying on the roof of the restaurant. Each of them held a camera and took pictures of the restaurant opposite. Inside the restaurant. Hello, Senju Jume, we meet again. Madara looked at Hashirama in front of her and said slowly. Hello. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama swallowed and said slowly. The atmosphere fell into silence. Hash hot mom. Fell into silence again. At this moment, there was a wrinkle in the carpet on the floor. The waiter did not see it and tripped the waiter directly. The dinner plate in his hand fell directly towards Hashirama over there. Quick. Blade. Shoot it. Shoot it. Madara beats up Hashirama. Tomorrow's kidney-loving newspaper will have the headlines. Kakuzu hurriedly patted Dave on the shoulder and shouted. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Madara suddenly decided that this woman looked familiar. Madara opened the Sharingan. Hard. Madara fell on Hashirama's body and was about to get up, but accidentally touched the two-iron body on Hashirama's chest. Hashirama mustered up his courage and was about to speak. That. Motor. Actually, that. I can explain what's going on. Listen to me, just yesterday. I was looking for you. You were surrounded at the Daing corner. I wanted to save you, and then, at once. At the critical moment, Madara suddenly stood up and grabbed the plate, and Hashirama also stood up. This was an instinctive reaction after years of fighting. However, as soon as Hashirama got up, he regretted it. The two of them collided directly and fell to the ground. Madam, sir, your meal has arrived. At this time, the waiter slowly walked over and said. Chapter 164 Hiruzen. Danzo, are you free tonight? Is this the annihilation of humanity or the loss of morality? Today, a vicious fight occurred in Konoha. The two protagonists are Uchiha Madara, the contemporary patriarch of Uchiha, and first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Currently, first Hokage Senju Hashirama has been admitted to the hospital. More information will be released soon. Editor Oromo will publish more detailed incident information tomorrow after checking the situation. This is the front page of today's kidney-loving newspaper. Madara looked at the editor of the front page, Oro. Ever since, Kakuzu was also admitted to the hospital. Dave brought some fruit to see the two of them. Blade, how are the sales of our newspaper today? Kakuzu, the pighead, asked excitedly as he looked at Dave in front of him. Yes, the profit points have increased by several points. You are the first one this time, big one. Dave nodded and gave a thumbs up to Kakuzu on the hospital bed. Then, the cost of this hospital treatment? This is an organizational task, and it is not included in the company's work-related injury reimbursement. Okay, Dave said with a smile. A moment later, what's wrong? What happened? The nurse passing by outside the door seemed to have heard the sound of breaking glass in the ward, and hurriedly walked into the room and asked. It's nothing. There is a patient who feels that there is no point in living and jumps off the building. Dave shrugged and pointed to the broken window. Uncle, how are you? Dave smiled, ignored the dumbfounded nurse, took the fruit and walked to the bed in the back and asked. Ooh. Hashirama, whose face was covered with bandages, whined and nodded. Isn't your recovery speed very fast? It's been a day, why haven't you recovered yet? Dave asked doubtfully. Tears slowly oozed from the bandage around Hashirama's eyes. He pointed to the fruit basket next to him. Got it. Oh, let me tell you. It turns out that Uncle Madara came to see him this morning, beat him again. No matter how Hashirama on one side complained to Dave about his grievances on the other side. Well, that. Danzo. Are you free at 5 or 6 p.m.? Hiruzen found Danzo, his face was a little red, and he asked coyly. Yes. Danzo glanced at this guy doubtfully and nodded slowly. Advertisement, ahem, I made an appointment to go out to Lake Biwa in the afternoon. Can you go with me? Hiruzen asked slightly embarrassed. Are you going out to play with Lake Biwa? Why did you ask me to come over? Danzo asked, looking at the guy in confusion. She also has a friend. If I go alone, wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing? Hiruzen said with a smile. Then you go to Jing or Dave. What are you doing with me? Wouldn't it be better for Jing or Dave to go to this kind of thing? Why did you call me over? Didn't Dave just get married 2 days ago? Now he's with Yume every day. I'm too embarrassed to disturb him. As for Jing, I've asked him. He's going on a mission with that girl in the afternoon. Hiruzen shrugged helplessly. With Danzo's temper, he doesn't want to come looking, but it seems like there really is no one left. Okay. Danzo nodded. Haha, thank you so much Danzo. I'll go back and get ready first. Hiruzen went back happily. At 5 or 6 p.m., Bawako, I'm coming. Hiruzen ran over with a smile on his face, and Danzo slowly followed behind Hiruzen. Well, are you Sarutobi Hiruzen? Before Bawako could speak, the young woman on the side asked in confusion. The woman's short hair falls just on her shoulders, her round face and innocent eyes look very cute. Yeah, I am, ha ha ha. It seems that Lake Biwa really has me in her heart. She even introduced me to her friends. Hiruzen thought in a very disgusting way. Oh, so you are the wretched, pervert Sarutobi clan leader, and… Shut up, before the woman could finish her words, Bawako hurriedly covered her mouth. Ahem, Hiruzen, she doesn't know where she is, so don't worry about it. Bawako looked at the dumbfounded Hiruzen next to her and hurriedly explained. It's okay, I don't care. Oh, by the way, this is my friend, Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen cried silently in his heart, then pointed to Danzo behind him and introduced. Danzo glanced at the two of them indifferently. The woman whose mouth was covered looked at Danzo. Danzo looked at her and looked away, but the woman was still looking at him. Well, hello, my name is Uchihimiru, nice to meet you. The woman pushed away Bawako's hand, walked to Danzo and extended her hand, greeting him with a cute smile. Danzo gave her a cold look and nodded. Hey, you are a little rude. Can you speak? Are you mute? Emilu looked at Danzo's cold attitude and asked angrily. Danzo looked at her coldly again and said nothing. Advertisement, ahem, my friend has this kind of character, don't worry about it. Seeing that something was wrong, Hiruzen hurriedly stepped forward and stood in front of Danzo and said with an apologetic expression. HMPH, Emilu hummed and returned to Biwa Lake. What are you doing? I asked you to help me. Why don't you help me lure her away? Hiruzen turned around and asked softly anxiously. You guys are playing your own game, I was just called here by you. What does it matter what she does? Danzo said calmly. Damn, I knew I couldn't bring you here. Hiruzen cursed, forget it, it depends on the situation. The four of them were walking on the street at dusk. Bawako and Milu were talking and laughing, while Hiruzen and Danzo were staring in embarrassment. Can you say something? Hiruzen speaks with his eyes. Danzo gave a confused look in return. Will you die if you say something? What are you talking about? Can't you see that the situation is not optimistic? Say something quickly? Hiruzen slapped his forehead hard. Danzo. Well, Lake Biwa, it's getting dark. Are you hungry? There is no other way. Hiruzen can only come by himself. Well, I'm a little hungry. Bawako nodded. Let's go to Gyuki Barbecue. The grilled squid cooked by Eight Tails Beef Chef is delicious, Emi said with a smile. Okay. Hiruzen and Bawako smiled and nodded in agreement. I won't go. When he heard about the barbecue, Danzo's legs trembled violently, and he shouted, thinking of looking at the Malfong waterfall. That night. Hey, why are you like this? You didn't say anything just now. Now everyone wants to go to dinner. What's your opinion? Emi looked at Danzo angrily and asked. If you don't go, you won't go. Danzo gave her a cold look. Yeah, I'm so angry. 5 CD Chapter 165 Dave. You seem to have that serious illness? Warm reminder, some passages in this chapter may contain uncomfortable images and sounds. Please put down the food in your hands. Okay, Danzo, let's go, ahem. What happened last time was probably an accident, and it probably wasn't Master Niyu's fault. Hiruzen hurriedly pulled Danzo and said. Okay. Danzo glanced at Hiruzen and slowly closed his eyes. Soon, the four of them arrived at Gyuki Grilled Squid. Gyuki saw Shimura Danzo coming again and looked at him with red eyes. Danzo swallowed. It seems like I didn't do anything. Why is he looking like this again? Well, as expected, the four of them were walking on the street after eating, and Danzo suddenly felt a roar from his stomach. Hi. Hiruzen. I'm going to the toilet first. Danzo looked at Hiruzen with a troubled expression, and after saying that, he ran to the toilet with a body flicker technique. Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who suddenly disappeared, with a confused look on his face. Where did that facial paralyzed monster go? Emi looked at Danzo, who suddenly disappeared, and looked at Hiruzen and asked. He had some stomach discomfort and went to the toilet, Hiruzen said with an awkward smile. At this time, Hiruzen's cell phone rang. My wife is the oldest, my husband is the second. Hiruzen quickly took out his cell phone. B********. D. This damn kidney-loving cell phone keeps randomly changing the ringtone for me every time. What's wrong, Danzo? Hiruzen asked calmly while holding the gazes of the two people next to him. Give me some paper. B********. D. The public toilets have run out of paper, came Danzo's angry voice. Danzo is also confused. Logically speaking, the paper in this public toilet is not delivered every day. According to the daily population flow, it will not be used up. Would B*******. D stole it? In the pit next to Danzo, someone with a faint green light was holding a pile of paper in his hand. Hee. I also saved money on buying paper. Hey, damn, I'm so hungry. Damn you Dave, the fruit last year spoiled so quickly. Hiruzen was speechless and hung up the phone. Well, Lake Biwa, I'll leave for a while. The toilet at Danzo is out of paper. Hiruzen smiled awkwardly and looked at Lake Biwa and said. Wait a minute, tell me which toilet he is in, and I will go and give it to him. Emi rolled her eyes and said with a smile. Hiruzen looked at Milu in confusion, and Milu looked at Hiruzen and then at Lake Biwa. Hiruzen immediately understood that this comrade was a good person. Which toilet next to XX Street is he in? Okay, I'll deliver it to him, and you guys can. Cough, whatever you want. Emi left with a smile. Hiruzen and Bawako were left standing awkwardly at a loss. Then. What are we going to do now? Hiruzen's heart pounded for a while, and he mustered up the courage to ask. Do you like reading? Bawako asked equally awkwardly. I like it, of course I like it, Hiruzen continued. Just like that, the two of them ran to the library to read. On the other side, this side of Danzo's public toilet. Hiss, damn Eight Tails, what kind of squid did you do? Why is Hiruzen feeding paper so slowly? Danzo squatted on the pit and complained bitterly. Shimura Danzo. Which pit are you in? At this time, a shout came from behind the wall behind Danzo. Danzo was confused. I'm here to deliver paper to you. Where are you? I'll throw it in from the window for you, Emi shouted outside the toilet wall. Advertisement, here. Damn Hiruzen, I remember him. Oh, so you were here, I won't give it to you, Emi rolled her eyes, walked to the wall behind Danzo's pit and said with a smile. B*******. D. Puff. Quickly. Puff. Give it to me. Puff. Damn it. Damn Gyuki. Puff. PFFT. Danzo and his belly venting his anger. Peefed. Ha. PFFT. Are you playing music? Hey, it stinks. Stay away from here, Emi asked with a smile. Damn it. Give it to me quickly. Poof. Danzo has never been so angry. His hope of salvation is being held in the hands of a damn woman. B*******. D. Hiruzen, I remember you. If you don't give it, I won't give it. I won't let you ignore me until you are paralyzed. Emi shouted with a smile, a few meters away. The atmosphere was silent for a few minutes. During this period, popping sounds were heard from the toilet from time to time. Shimura Danzo? You won't die in there, right? Emi didn't pay attention to herself for a few minutes, and shouted in confusion. FK. Hurry, give it to me, peefed. Danzo roared. Oh, it turns out he's not dead yet. No, B asterisk 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 D Hiruzen. Hiruzen? Hiruzen is reading in the library. Half an hour later. Hurry. Give it to me quickly. Danzo's weak voice came from the toilet. Hey, you're not really going to die, are you? Emi hurriedly walked up and asked doubtfully. Hurry. Give it to me quickly. Peefed. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Okay. I'll throw it in for you and you can catch it. Emi hurriedly threw the paper in from the window. Danzo over there looked at the paper in his hand with tears in his eyes, finally. Hey, facial paralysis, don't you know how to speak? Why did you ignore me when I greeted you before? Emi shouted. No point. Danzo's weak voice came out. Why is it pointless? A beautiful girl like me greets you, aren't you tempted? I'm not moved. Pooch chi chi chi. Peefed, ha ha ha, that's right. Who told you to ignore me? Emi laughed when she heard the vending sound coming from over there. Damn it. Why are you laughing? Peefed. Why are you laughing? Why don't you leave? Danzo's old face turned red and he roared angrily. I'm not leaving, I just came to see your joke, Emi said with a smile. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Damn it. Why are there only 3 pieces of paper inside? Danzo opened the paper box in his hand and saw that there were only 3 pieces of paper inside, and he roared angrily. Guess, let's do this, beg me and I'll give you the rest. Emi rolled her eyes and said with a smile. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Danzo roared again, asking him to lower his voice to beg a woman, or is this kind of thing? Absolutely impossible. Shimura Danzo. How could the most ambitious person in Konoha do such a thing? Absolutely impossible. Shimura Danzo. Even if I live in the toilet today, even if that thing is on my butt, I would never ask her to give me a piece of paper. 1 hour later, Emi Lu. I beg you. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Okay. Oh, I told you it would be over soon. Emi threw in the remaining paper in her hand with a smile. Then, there was silence again. Shimura Danzo, am I annoying? Milu asked. We have only known each other for less than a few hours. Look at you. You always have a cold face and don't talk to me. I don't even know what made me offend you. Emi said doubtfully. Anyway, you are annoying. PFFT. Veins popped up on Danzo's head. Thinking of what Emi did just now. Hey, you just have to speak nicely. What the hell are you farting at? Emi said mockingly with a smile. Damn it. By the way, Shimura Danzo, let's have a chat? I have nothing to talk to you about, peefed. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Okay, then I'll leave first. Lake Biwa Hiruzen and the others are in the library now. I'll go find them first. Emi felt that she was no longer having fun and was about to leave. Wait, don't leave. Danzo shouted. We'll fire. Danzo, Lake Biwa and I have reached a very critical point. You must help me drag that Emi. Guarding Konoha. No matter. We'll fire. I will give you the opportunity to share my thoughts on chests that I bought from Love Kidney newspaper company for a large amount of money. Guard Konoha. Okay, well, Danzo just talked to Hiruzen on Penguin. As for Hiruzen's key steps, after reading the Bawako book, there is nothing left to read. Where can Hiruzen promote? The Will of Fire. That he has written several hundred words. Money is life. What do you think of Toilet Love? What? Is there anything else? Emi, who had just walked a few steps, stopped and asked doubtfully. Danzo was even more confused. What is your analysis? Beside Danzo's pit, the man with a faint green light showed an interested look on his face, and then he took out his mobile phone. Oh, okay, look, have you seen through me and don't know what to say? Luckily I found out early. In this case, even though we have only known each other for a few hours, he also has facial paralysis and can't speak. But he looks pretty good, so I'll give you a chance to pursue me mercifully. Okay, I'll wait for you in the library. Emi finished. Just left here. Money is life. No, I have already thought of the plot, name, and characters. But she was already far away, so Danzo quickly wiped his butt and got up and chased after her. It's impossible, you're overthinking. Danzo was confused and hurriedly retorted. Little Rabbit's husband. Tell me, Little Rabbit's husband. Are you okay? Did you knock something somewhere? Peefed, tell me, don't you? You like me? Money is life. Dave, I think I can write a novel. Little Rabbit's husband. You seem to have a serious illness. Emi looked up at the sky covered by gloomy dark clouds. Isn't it beautiful? Don't think I can't tell. When we met, the first thing you looked at was me, but you were so moved that you didn't dare to look at me. You didn't dare to talk to me. It's not that you're mute, but that you always see me. It was heartwarming, and I was so embarrassed that I didn't know what to say. He even retorted to me to hide his shyness. The mechanical Emi saw through everything. Cough. Then. That. Danzo's head almost exploded. What other reason is there for this? Wait. Where do you stand? Tell me clearly. Danzo shouted quickly. That. The moon is beautiful today, Danzo said awkwardly. Chapter 166 Danzo. Get some Sharingan? Kakuzu smiled and put his phone back in his pocket. The smile on Kakuzu's face froze as he was about to stand up. Done. No matter how bitter Kakuzu is. On the other side, Danzo hurriedly followed Mi Lu. Is there something wrong with this girl's mind? It is impossible to have such a crazy idea without a few genocide disasters. Stay away from me. Suddenly, Mi Lu turned around suddenly, her eyes were scarlet. What surprised Danzo was that her two Sharingans had different pupil shapes, and then threw a kunai at Danzo. Danzo dodges quickly. Mi Lu turned around and glanced at Danzo again, then turned around and continued to speed up. Danzo was stunned in place. This female Sharingan just now. Danzo has never felt such a dark and empty look in his eyes, he is completely different from his previous appearance. And, why are her two Sharingans different? Danzo stopped and gave up pursuit. There's something wrong with this woman. Then Danzo went in another direction, Dave's house. Damn it, you think I'm Konoha's know-it-all, come to me for everything? Dave looked at Danzo in front of him and asked speechlessly. Ahem, aren't you familiar with the Uchiha clan, so I wanted to ask you? Danzo coughed awkwardly and said. Originally, he planned to go home and ignore these messy things, but when he thought about what the woman just said and the woman Sharingan on the road, Danzo instinctively wanted to find out what was going on. Okay. What's the name of the woman you're talking about? Dave asked, rubbing his eyebrows. Uchihimimiru. Advertisement. Uchihimimiru. Wait, are you talking about Uchihimimiru? Just after Danzo finished speaking, Tsukimi, who was busy over there, asked aloud. Yeah. Danzo glanced at Yume doubtfully and nodded. Miru. I don't know much, I only know that she has an older sister. Uchiha Yiri. Tsukimi said solemnly. Wait, Uchiha Jiri? Dave was stunned. Uchiha Jiri? The creator of Izanami? Well, I heard my father say, in the 2 years since the village was first established, someone in the family discovered a forbidden technique named Izanagi. More and more clan members are addicted to it, even the Madara clan leader. She could only barely control the situation at the time, and Uchiha Jiri, she also possessed Mangekyo Sharingan, and invented an illusion called Izanami to restrain it, but the cost was the same as Izanagi, losing the light of one eye. She used this ninjutsu to save her companions. Later, she handed over Izanami to the clan, and then lost any contact. Some people said that she was dead, but there was no news. Mei said slowly. Then does she have any connection with this Uchihimiru? Danzo asked doubtfully. Mi Lu liked her sister very much when she was a child. She had a lively and cheerful personality, but during a certain period of time, she became very taciturn and cold. However, after Jili disappeared, Mi Lu returned to her lively and cheerful appearance. No one cares too much about Mi Lu and her sister. Yume said slowly. Taciturn and cold personality. Dave murmured, there's something going on. Could it be that Yiri is doing the same my stupid younger brother and sister plot as Itachi, and then has a twist at the end? Okay, thank you very much, Dave. Yume, I'll leave if nothing happens. Danzo stood up and said goodbye to the two of them. On the way home, Danzo kept thinking about the various connections between Yiri, Miru, Izanami, and Izanagi, but no matter what, he couldn't figure out what the relationship was. Izanagi. What is this? It seems like we have to find a chance to find out more. How about that? Working on some Sharingan. Danzo shook his head hard to get rid of this thought, and did some Sharingan. If Chief Madara and Mirror and the others found out, he would be doomed. Gululu. Damn. My stomach hurts again. B********* D8 Tails Gyuki. The next day, the Hokage announced the creation of a new department, the full name of the Assassination Tactical Special Forces, or ANBU for short. They are mainly responsible for protecting the shadows and preventing foreign enemies from invading the ninja village. Sometimes they are also responsible for tasks such as reconnaissance of enemies and assassinations. The nature of the tasks is usually extremely harsh or boring, such as guarding important suspects. As ANBU ninjas, there is no hierarchy, and it is directly under the film management. The Will of Fire trio thought this was a good place and all joined in. Tobirama also approached Dave and asked him if he was willing to do this. Advertisement. The mirror on the side. You follow us and influence our mission. Danzo thought of what happened last night, suddenly pulled out his kunai, and looked at her warily. And the moment Mi Lu turned around, Danzo keenly noticed that the corners of Mi Lu's mouth raised slightly. Something was wrong. On the way out of the village, Danzo felt the figure behind him, and veins popped out on his head. Understood, everyone nodded and immediately left. Old father, I'm just asking you if you want to have a grandson soon. Ah, well, why can't I follow you? Mi Lu said with a smile. Watching Mi Lu's leaving figure, Danzo fell into deep thought. What are you doing with a kunai at me? Humph, really, if you don't follow, I won't follow, Mi Lu said angrily. Danzo closed his eyes and didn't look at her. She is a problem child. She is a problem child. She is a problem child. I don't care. I don't care. Hey, are you happy to see me, Shimura Danzo? Milu walked up to Danzo and asked with a smile. Your assessment task is very simple. Go to the black market, find a person above level A+, kill him and bring back the evidence bounty. You have joined ANBU. Tobirama has not yet thought about how ANBU's assessment will be conducted. In this case, ANBU originally what you want is the best of the best, so simply perform the mission. Why are you following us? Danzo stopped and looked at her with suppressed anger and asked. Well, let this matter be settled. Dave has never been interested in any position in the Hokage, he still feels that it is better to be happy every day. Hey, both of them can follow you. Why can't I? I'm very strong. Hey, I want Sharingan. Although it's not as disgusting as Brother Jing's. Bah, so powerful, but it's also 3 Tomo Sharingan. Okay. Emilu said as she opened the Sharingan. The Will of Fire trio came to attend Anbu and met an acquaintance. To be precise, Danzo met an acquaintance, Emilu. Chapter 167 Kakuzu. This will be the headline tomorrow. Hey, Danzo, are you still watching? Everyone has left. Hiruzen on the side stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Danzo, asking teasingly. Let's go. Danzo glanced at this wretched man and left here first. What's wrong with him? Looking at Danzo looking so strange, Jing looked at Hiruzen in confusion and asked. Maybe. This is. Love, Hiruzen said slightly coquettishly. Rogue. Glanced at Hiruzen, shuddered hard, and followed Danzo. Hey, you, a pedophile, have the nerve to talk to me, tell me clearly, Hiruzen yelled angrily. On the other side, the village. Ahem, Madara, don't ignore me. What happened last time was really an accident. You have to believe me. Hashirama, bah. Hashirama looked at Madara with a slightly pleading look. Madara gave this guy a cold look. No, I can't go and see. Damn, the more I look at it, the more I think of that. Let's see, Madara, the car I used for the last Konoha Mountain Body competition is ready. Let's go to the 4S shop to pick it up. I'll take you for a ride. Hashirama was a little lonely. Suddenly he thought of this and was happy, looked at Madara and asked. Okay. Madara glanced at Hashirama reluctantly and nodded slowly. Oh, great motor. You finally pay attention to me. Hashirama howled happily. The two of them arrived at the 4S store, and they happened to catch up with the promotion planned by Kakuzu today, which was 9.999% off. The place was packed with people. It's a fast store, Madara. You won't be able to squeeze in later. Hashirama shouted excitedly, pulling Madara along. Let go. I will leave by myself. Madara shouted with veins popping out on her head. Okay, hurry up. Hashirama reluctantly let go of Madara's arm and squeezed inside. Hey, Hashirama accidentally collided with a woman. The woman fell to the ground, covering her feet and screaming in pain. Then. I'm sorry, I didn't notice you, I'm sorry. Hashirama quickly stood up and pulled the woman up, bowing quickly and apologizing. No, it's okay. It's just a sprain in my foot. The woman looked at Hashirama in front of her and felt that he looked familiar, but she couldn't tell who it was. Kakuzu, who was greeting everyone over there, saw this scene, and then took the mobile phone of the employee next to him who was chatting about penguins and took a photo of the scene. Then boarded his own penguin. Money is life. Dave, look what I captured, advertisement. Money is life. Picture.jpg Little Rabbit's husband. You are really, well, brave, I guess. Money is life. Don't talk about useless things. How about this photo being the headline tomorrow? The title is, Shocked. First Hokage-sama actually went out on the street. Little Rabbit's husband. I don't know if I can make money. You must have left peacefully, that's for sure. Money is life. What a coward, why am I afraid of him? This will be the headline tomorrow. At Dave's home, Dave looked at the photos sent by Kakuzu on his phone and fell into deep thought. Little Rabbit's husband. Aunt Mito, I have a photo here, do you want to see it? Love woman. What is it, little Dave? Aunt Mito is busy here. Little Rabbit's husband. It's about Uncle Hashirama, cough that. Emoticon pack, Q version. Kakuzu twists his fingers, I'm a little tight. Love woman. Haha, you brat. There's really nothing I can do against you. Women in love. Penguin red envelope, congratulations on getting rich. Little Rabbit's husband. Thank you Auntie Mito. Little Rabbit's husband. Picture.jpg Love woman. Where is he now? Little Rabbit's husband. Uncle should be at the 4S store. Dave looked at the money in the penguin red envelope, and happily recharged a few 648 into his Ninja Alliance, and added the latest black Zetsu, Mom loves you again, with exquisite skin, without, bandage gigolo, epic skin, Senju Hashirama, Senju Jume, limited skin, Senju Hashirama, Konoha Mountain Racing God, epic skin, Hashirama and Madara's joint skin, times have changed, Senju Dave, love confession, legendary skin are all included in the bag. Ahem, uncle, this is Kakuzu's fault, not mine. Anyway, my aunt will find out sooner or later, well, I just let her know in advance. On the other side, Kakuzu happily turned off his phone and put it in his arms. Then he looked at the staff on the side. Confiscation, reimbursement, understand? Ooh. You are the Madara clan leader. The woman looked at band behind Hashirama, jumped on one leg and jumped in front of Madara and asked with eyes filled with little stars. Looking at the familiar expression of the woman in front of him, he nodded helplessly, then took out the equipment, sunglasses, hat and mask from his pocket and put them on. Advertisement. After taking photos, signing autographs and a series of other things for the woman let Madara go. Car model number 3. Where is number 3? Where are the people? Don't you want the salary? Kakuzu shouted on the field with a list in his hand. I'm here. The woman quickly waved her hand and shouted towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu walked over slowly, nodded to Hashirama and Madara, and looked at the woman. My ankle is sprained, but, maybe, I won't be able to carry out today's activities. The woman lowered her head and said with some embarrassment. It's really a critical moment. Where can I find a car model now? Kakuzu complained speechlessly. At this time, Madara slowly looked at Hashirama, who was scratching his head in embarrassment. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, and looked at Hashirama with his eyes glowing green. Hashirama was stunned, looking at the two people in front of him staring at him blankly. What did I do? A moment later Senju Hashirama is offline and Senju Jume is online. Both Madara and Kakuzu couldn't bear to look at Senju Hashimi sitting in the car and posing with her big white legs exposed. What a crime! What a crime! How do those people look at each other, and why are they all gathering in the same venue? Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. At this time, the ground slowly shook, and Mito, with a fierce look in his eyes and red hair floating behind his back, walked slowly. Jume, who was posing over there, was so frightened that her legs were weak when she saw this scene. Ahem. I am Jume now. I am Jume. I am not Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu. Tell me, where is Senju Hashirama? Mito looked around but couldn't find it, looked at Madara and Kakuzu over there and asked fiercely. Kakuzu and Madara immediately pointed at Hashimi, who was trying to cover her face. Okay. Senju Hashirama, it turns out you still like this kind of thing. Then, Mito, listen to my explanation. Go explain it to Sage of Six Paths. Kakuzu and Madara looked at each other silently, then slowly lowered their heads, not looking at anything inappropriate. Chapter 168 Kurama. Take these two away with me too. The next day, under Hashirama's extreme one-for-one situation, he and Kakuzu both entered the hospital and were admitted to the same ward. Well, Kakuzu heard that this time he was not reimbursed. He scolded Dave for being shameless, and jumped out of the window to escape. In the end, Dave paid for the hospital's glass compensation. Grandpa! Little Tsunade ran into the internet cafe, followed by Kuchimaru and little Jiraiya. Little Tsunade walked around the internet cafe but did not find that familiar figure. Kurama. Have you seen my grandpa? Little Tsunade ran to the counter, looked up at little Ninetales, who was playing a game above, and asked doubtfully. Your grandpa? Which one? Little Kurama asked with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. His 6 beards looked like they hadn't been groomed for a long time and had grown to his chest. The red hair on his head was messy. He looked at Tsunade in confusion. That's Grandpa Hashirama. Little Tsunade gestured with his hands and asked with a cute little chubby face. Oh, Hashirama, he's not here. I heard he's in the hospital. Little Kurama puffed out smoke and said slowly. Oh, okay, where's the hospital? Little Tsunade nodded confusedly and then asked. From here, turn left for a few hundred meters and walk straight for a few hundred meters and you'll be there, Little Kurama said slowly. Okay, thank you, Kurama. Little Tsunade thanked him and was about to leave. Wait a minute, you three take these 2 brats away from me too. They've been annoying me to death every day. Little Kurama looked at the backs of the 3 people, and pulled out the 2 boys behind the counter. One had white hair, and the other had white hair, silver hair. Hello. My name is Baruhu. The silver-haired child looked to be 2 or 3 years old, looking at Tsunade shyly as he greeted. Hello, little sister, my name is Hitaki Suiren. Hey, nice to meet you. The white-haired boy also looks like 2 or 3 years old, but he has a lot of sunshine. Hello, my name is Tsunade. Little Tsunade also greeted the 2 of them. Sister Tsunade, you are so cute, can I touch your face? Hitaki asked with a smile. When the little Jiraiya behind Tsunade heard this, he stood up suddenly. Go away. Go away. Tsunade is mine. No, it's mine and Orochimaru's. Little Jiraiya saw that the 2 or 3-year-old white-haired boy in front of him wanted to touch Tsunade's face, and he was very unhappy and blocked the little boy. Said in front of Tsunade. Advertisement, it's mine. No, it's ours. Kuchimaru also walked up to Tsunade and looked at the boy angrily and said. Hey, the 2 little brothers are also very cute. Can you let me touch your faces? Suiren asked with a smile. Orochimaru. Is this white-haired boy the pervert that Uncle Dave said? Little Jiraiya asked, looking at little Shimaru on the side. Pervert. Kuchimaru puffed up his cheeks, pointed his little finger and shouted. No, Brother Dave said pervert, wasn't it Uncle Hiruzen? Kushimaru realized, shook his head and asked. He is the same as Uncle Hiruzen. They're both perverts. Pervert. You 2 idiots, shut up. Although you are older than me, I, Tsunade, will not listen to you. Do you understand? Little Tsunade said with a hum as he put his hands around and walked out of the surroundings of the 2. Understood. Suiren nodded. Bailiuhu also nodded. Also, I can only bully these 2 idiots. You are not allowed to bully them. Little Tsunade pointed at the 2 little friends behind him and continued. Clear. Okay, I'll reluctantly let you 2 follow us. Little Tsunade turned around and smiled. Kurama looked at the 5 little friends leaving, puffed out cigarette smoke, and finally became quiet. That kid who follows others. Well, should not do anything out of the ordinary, Although he has learned a lot from me, but, well, trust him for once. On the road. The 5 little guys were laughing and making trouble, but little Jiraiya was still unhappy with the white-haired boy and always complained to him. By the way, are you eating sweets? At this time, Suiren saw something and asked with a smile. Are you rich? Little Tsunade asked as he looked at Suiren with a starry face. No, but if you want to eat, I'll get you some food, Suiren said with a smile. The four of them nodded doubtfully. Advertisement. Then, he followed others and ran to a group of children who had just come out of the candy store on the side of the road. HMPH, hello. Suiren looked at the children and greeted them with a smile. Look clearly. I am a member of the Hitaki clan. Our Hitaki clan is a powerful clan that can become a ninja at the age of 3. Come on, hand it in as soon as possible. Suiren pointed to the belt with the Hitaki logo on his shoulder and said. No, Orochimaru. The knowledge here is very profound. You still can't understand the meaning of it now. You can read it when you grow up. Suiren shook his head and read the 2 books again. Put it back in the pouch on the belt. Operations of Konoha Capitalists. Fun with the People Edition, author, Senju Dave and Kakuzu. No, come on, eat it. It tastes like strawberry, sweet. He walked over, opened a lollipop, took a sip and said with a smile. Well, I'd like to thank you for your cooperation on Hokage's behalf. Suiren took the lollipop, nodded seriously, and turned to leave. Several children over there saw that Genin gave his lollipop to the other children, and then they realized that they had been cheated, and they all went home and sued their mothers. Hello. One of the little boys looked at the sudden appearance and greeted him in confusion. How to W. at Konoha's White Fang, by Kurama. No, this is the knowledge I learned from these 2 books. One of them was written by my eldest brother, and the other seemed to be written by cousin Tsukumo's master. I learned endless knowledge from them, the man said excitedly. I don't know, but I want to take a look. There was a hint of passion in Shaoshimaru's eyes. This is written by Uncle Dave. Hey, isn't it good for you to do this? Little Jiraiya looked at Suiren and asked in displeasure. You lie. You are as old as us. How can you be a ninja? Another boy with eyes said with a witty look. Suiren tilted his head and took out 2 small books from the small satchel around his waist. Suiren gave the lollipops in his hands to several people. Except for Bailyuhu, who ate them as usual, the 3 little guys still didn't take a bite. Uncle Dave. Has he ever written something like this? Little Jiraiya looked at Lil Tsunade and Kuchimaru with a confused look on his face and asked. The 4 people over there were dumbfounded when they saw this operation. Huh? Oh. Okay, we'll hand it in right away. Upon hearing this, several little friends were so frightened that they hurriedly handed over the lollipops in their hands to Suiren. I am a genin, and I am currently on a mission. By the way, the lollipops in your hands are likely to be materials used by dangerous people to store important information. Now, in the name of Hokage, I will officially collect these lollipops. Suiren he waved his white hair and said seriously. Chapter 169 Suiren and 9 Tails. You can't let this happen. By the way, are you hungry? The group of people set off on the road again, looking at the others and asked. Not hungry. Several people shook their heads quickly, fearing that this child would do something outrageous again. Oh, you are hungry. Let me take you to eat something. After a while, several little friends looked at the fruit patch in front of them with confused faces. Quick, pick as many as you can eat, he said as he brought a few bags and handed them to a few little guys. Isn't it good for us to pick vegetables from the villagers? Little Jiraiya asked doubtfully. What's wrong with this? My father is related to the villager's uncle in this vegetable field. It's okay, he shook his head. This. Okay. The few little guys looked at each other and felt something was wrong. A few minutes later, quick, get down. Someone is coming. Suiren hurriedly pulled the little guys next to him and shouted softly. Hey, didn't you say that your father is related to the village uncle? What are we doing? Little Tsunade asked in a low voice. They are relatives. Just the kind that cannot be beaten with 8 poles, he shrugged. It's delicious. Suiren was full after eating, but the other little friends still didn't eat anything. How can you do it without eating anything? Suiren looked at the little friends and shook his head helplessly. At this time, Suiren saw something and his eyes lit up. Wait a minute, there is a chicken there laughing at me? Can I coddle it? I want to catch him and take him back to stew for my big brother. Huh? It's you white-haired boy again. Here to steal my fruit again? You stole the chicken that was lost last time, too. Stand there. At this time, the villagers arriving over there discovered Suiren, yelled full of anger. No, he's coming, run. Advertisement well. How can several children outrun an adult? Konoha Security Department. Madara came to the security department today to sort out recent affairs, Tell me, what's going on? Madara looked at the little guys with their heads lowered in front of them, and then looked at the villagers next to them who were blushing with anger and asked in confusion. Police, sir. These little guys stole my fruit. Especially this white-haired kid. It's happened several times. But a few times before, there was a little orange-red thing running with him, but I didn't catch it. This time I catch him, the villagers said angrily. I understand. Kid, what are your parents' phone numbers? Madara was stunned for a while, then nodded helplessly and asked. He lowered his head and said slowly. Madara enters the phone number into her phone. Contact. 9 Tails. Madara was confused when she looked at the note displayed above, but she still typed it. Hey, who is it? I wonder if I'm busy right now. I have something to talk about, but I'll hang up if I have nothing else to do. Kurama's impatient voice came. Uchiha Madara, Madara said coldly. Cough. It turns out to be Uncle Madara. What do you want? Little 9 Tails coughed a few times and asked hurriedly. Do you know this kid named Hitaki? He got into trouble. Come to the security department, Madara said slowly. This kid, you still haven't learned the essence of me, and you got caught? Ahem. I'll be right there. After complaining, the little nine tails over there quickly hung up the phone and rushed here. Little Tsunade. Why are you following him around? Madara looked at little Tsunade in front of her and asked in confusion. Grandpa Madara. I didn't. He just followed others and pulled us. Little Tsunade lowered his head and said with some embarrassment. Just when Madara was about to say a few words, the minister's landline rang. Hello, Uchiha Madara, it's me, Tobirama. Tobirama's voice came from there, but his tone was not good. I know, what's the matter? Madara asked calmly. Find me a white-haired brat who is from the Hitaki clan. UB*****D. He even used my Hokage name to defraud children of lollipops, Tobirama roared angrily. Just now, the mothers of the children who had been deceived by others came directly to the Hokage building and asked to see Hokage. Hokage was completely confused after hearing this. Advertisement. Madara looked at Suiren in front of her faintly. Suiren smiled awkwardly. After a while, Lil Nine Tails rushed over and the villager roared angrily when he saw Lil Nine Tails. The final result was. Little Nine Tails paid several thousand silver taels as compensation to the villagers. You idiot, you can get caught even if you steal food. Don't call me my little brother when you go out. Little Nine Tails said angrily while looking at Sui Ren in front of him. Ahem. Big brother. I'm still young. I can't run fast. Wait until I grow up. I'll run faster. I won't be caught anymore. Then I'll go to the vegetable patch every day steal it for you. Bah. Get some fruit for you to eat with your relatives. Madara saw that it was already getting late and looked at the little guys in front of her. That's right. You can't spoil it, TMD. He jumped in along with the little Nine Tails. Madara on the side kicked the little Nine Tails away. I said, why is this white-haired boy so thief? Did you teach him all this? Brother, save me, brother, I can't swim. Sui Ren kept shouting as he floated up. Go. Little Nine Tails and Sui Ren immediately appeared in front of Madara and nodded quickly. They are still happy to have a meal for free. But it was already night, and one person and one animal netted for half an hour without catching a single fish. He seems to have just forgotten that he is only a 3-year-old child. Everyone has left, there is a boat, let's go. See how I operate this time, and don't get caught in the future, Little Nine Tails said solemnly. Damn, this fish just keeps teasing you, it won't go into the net. You can't spoil it, TMD, Little Nine Tails said and jumped directly into the water. Idiot. Why are you dancing along? 3 little figures got on the boat under the cover of night. Little Nine Tails and Sui Ren held fishing nets in their hands and looked at the water with bright eyes. The little guy Bailiuhu sat in the back and paddled silently. He just is so small. He can use both hands to paddle the oar with all his strength. Nine Tails and Sui Ren have lost their patience. You can't let it get used to you, TMD. After having a good time, Little Sanin and Madara went back. Bailiuhu and Suiren followed Little Nine Tails to a fishing ground. Are you little guys going to eat? Well, you can teach me. Little Nine Tails nodded happily. Nine Tails is tired. Advertisement chapter 170 Bailiuhu. Isn't this a girl's? By the bonfire by the river. Does it smell good? Little Nine Tails asked while holding a fish in his hand and looking at the 2 little guys with a smile. Yeah, smells good. The 2 little guys each held a fish in their hands and nodded. Well, I'll let you eat something more delicious tomorrow. Little Nine Tails rolled his eyes. Everyone looked at the Little Nine Tails with stars in their eyes, as if they were seeing a life mentor. Bailiuhu also shook his head helplessly and continued to eat the fish in his hand. He always felt that it was a bit of a wrong decision to treat Little Nine Tails as his eldest brother. The 2 of them talked and laughed, and after eating, they went back to their homes to find their mothers. However, Bailiuhu was an orphan, so he followed Little Nine Tails back to the internet cafe. Bailiuhu has had extremely low self-esteem since he was a child and is not good at communicating with others. It was not until a few months ago that he met the Little Nine Tails, the big brother who took them around the village every day. This made things better. In Bailuhu's heart, the Little Nine Tails is like his parents, who take good care of him. Although it sometimes often takes him to sneak around in the village. Not like a good person. Well, a good beast. But all in all it's pretty good. Hitaki Sui Ren is one of the few new generation males of the Hitaki clan. The Hitaki clan has a sparse population. His father, Hitaki Yingchuan, is the younger brother of Tsukumo's father, and Tsukumo is also his cousin. Well, he was kidnapped by Nine Tails a few months ago to be his little brother. Sui Ren's parents are working away from home all year round and are workaholics. They usually live with Tsukumo's father. The next day, put it on. Little Nine Tails brought 2 sets of police department uniforms and threw them to the 2 little guys in front of him. Brother. Isn't this the uniform of the Uchiha Police Department? Where did you get it? Suiren looked at the uniform in his hand and asked with a confused look on his face. You don't have to worry about it. The one given to you too is the smallest size. See if it fits. If not, we will cut it. Little Nine Tails said calmly. Brother. Where did you steal it from? Bailiuhu asked hesitantly at this time. Fart. I, Nine Tails, have been above board in everything I do in my life. I have never done anything sneaky. How could I steal? Asked the Little Nine Tails with an angry roar. But, this, Girl. Girls. Girls' underwear. Bai Liu, whose face turned red, and he took out a bag from his uniform. Jong pink. Advertisement. B asterisk 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 D. Which B asterisk 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 D secretly put this in my uniform? The Uchiha clan. The fifth elder, Uchiha Longyao's home. Grandpa. Grandpa. I can't find the 3 specially made uniforms for the tribe's police department that you gave me last year. Uchiha Shanshan found her grandfather with an anxious look on her face and asked. Today is my first day as a trainee police officer. Today was her first day as an intern at the clan police department after graduating from the ninja school, and she couldn't even find her uniform. Don't worry. Think carefully about where you put it before. If someone took it away, see if there are any other things missing. Uchiha Longyao, the fifth elder, hurriedly comforted. Shanshan hurried back to the house and searched again. Yes. Shanshan came out of the room, her face flushed and nodded. What's missing? Longyao asked. My underwear was also lost. Think about who you have brought to your room before? Your friend? Longyao was stunned for a moment and asked quickly. I brought brother Jing to my house before. Shanshan lowered her head and said with a blush on her face. B asterisk 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 D. When did you ever bring that B asterisk 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 D boy to your home? Longyao took a deep breath. His anger was overwhelming. A few days ago. Okay. These 2 years I thought this guy was a nice guy, but I didn't expect that he turned out to be such a well-dressed beast. Even stealing girls' underwear. B asterisk 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 D. You go to the police department first. Let's talk to the Madara clan leader later. Longyao stood up from the rocking chair and roared angrily. Okay. Father. Where are you going? Shanshan nodded, looking at Longyao's back and asked in confusion. Advertisement. I'm going to find that B asterisk 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 D from Yongjong. Damn. His son is a beast in disguise, and he's definitely not a good guy as lousy. I can't find his son now. I'm going to find him to settle the score. Uchiha Longyao's voice came. The figure also disappeared here. Several elders of the Uchiha clan were all selected based on their strength and qualifications during the Sengoku era. Except for the first elder and the third elder, who were brothers and related by blood, the other elders were all incompatible with each other. Several elders also had some conflicts in private due to various reasons, and they were unhappy with each other. This time, Longyao found an opportunity. Half an hour later. The Will of Fire trio has already solved the first A+ level target. There are 3 of them, which means they have to defeat 3. Now they have found the second target to kill and are following behind to look for opportunities. Sister, you sit on the bow of the boat. Brother, I'm walking on the shore. Love and love. Swinging on the rope, the mobile phone in the mirror's pocket suddenly rang. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Jing quickly took out his cell phone. It belonged to his father. No matter how much it was, he hung up first. There's someone following you. B asterisk 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 D. Go to hell. When the target person in front heard the voice behind him, he turned around and ran directly towards the singing voice, holding the knife. Mirror. You B asterisk 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 D. Didn't I tell you to leave your phone at home? Who the hell came out to get the phone on a mission? Danzo looked at Jing and roared angrily. Chief Madara. The atmosphere was silent for a while. B asterisk 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 D. How can you compare with the Madara clan leader? If you fail to succeed, you will fail. Damn it, go ahead. Hiruzen shouted when he heard the footsteps getting closer and closer. The 3 of them went through a hard fight. In fact, it was because Jing glared at him that the guy lay on the ground and had a violent diarrhea and then committed suicide because he couldn't bear it anymore. Ahem, this mission target must be Hiruzen's. Sorry, I'll answer the phone first. Jing coughed twice in embarrassment and quickly took out his cell phone to call his father. You B asterisk 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 D. Where have you gone? You dressed up beast. The angry roar of the Yangtze River came from the other side. You and that old B asterisk 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 D girl of the 5th elder are usually very affectionate, and I just treat it as invisible and don't say anything, but you actually stole that girl's underwear. You are going to PS me off to death, came Yongjong's trembling voice. The mirror was covered. When did I steal her underwear? Besides, do I need to steal it if I want it? Ahem, that's too far off topic. Chapter 171 Madara. Uchiha Conan over there. Yongjong cursed for a while and then slowly calmed down. I don't care anymore. I'm taking a bath in the hot spring pool with your uncle Maruho Shioda. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. I heard that the Madara clan chief took care of this matter. You should be lucky when you come back. Oh, the hospital bed. I've made a decision for you, and I'll beg the class leader to be gentle. This is what I, as a father, can do for you. Well, goodbye. XN. Everyone in the mirror is dumbfounded. I just came out for a visit. Why am I taking the blame? Tisk, tisk, tisk. I didn't expect you to look so gentle. Actually, I'm ashamed to be in the company of you. Because the Yangtze River was roaring the whole way. Danzo and Hiruzen next to them could hear it very clearly. Danzo shook his head and sighed. Shameless, pervert, beast. What kind of cow and horse are you? Ahem. Let me ask you, this. When you steal this thing, do you have any particular techniques? I have seen this kind of plot in the novel Miss Yui's XXXXX before, and you. Hiruzen first belittled Kaoru righteously, and then walked to Kagami's side and asked softly in embarrassment. The mirror returned with a mangekyo for 2 people, and neither of them dared to utter a sound. Konoha's hot spring pool. Changjiang looked at the phone in his hand and sighed helplessly, shaking his head. That damn 5th elder, Long Yao, cheated him again because of this matter. Damn it. Mirror, you. Sigh. Don't worry, this is the best I can do for you as a father. I, Uchiha Yangjiang, am such a good father. Mirror. The other side of the village, the 2 beasts disposed of the embarrassing thing. After thinking about it, Ninetales always felt that it was not good to take this kind of thing, so he thought about returning it. But, the little girl was still at home when he went. Don't dare to go in. There was no other way. Ninetales could only find a random Uchiha tribesman's home and throw it in. After all, they are all members of the same clan. If the little girl loses something, she will definitely look for it. Can't she just ask the family members to return it to him? My little Ninetales also provided a stranger with the opportunity to be a good person. Hey, my little Ninetales is such a good beast. Advertisement. Since there wasn't much going on in the Hokage building today, Izuna went home early. Izuna slowly opened the door to her house, looked at the flowers planted in the courtyard, and brought some water to pour on them. After watering for a while, Izuna raised her head. On the wall. There's a pink one. Hanging on it floating in the wind. Izuna was dumbfounded. Where did such a thing come from in this F***G family? He stood up and jumped to take this thing off the wall. Uchiha Izuna, there are some urgent matters to be dealt with in the building. You may not be able to rest. Hurry up. At this time, Tobirama, a flying thunder god, arrived at the door of Izuna's house and saw the door ajar. Tobirama, guessing that Izuna had just come back, and some matters in the Hokage building were really urgent, Tobirama didn't care so much and just opened the door and walked in. The two looked at each other. Tobirama looked at Izuna squatting on the wall, and then at the thing in Izuna's hand. Izuna also looked at Tobirama with a confused expression, and then looked at the thing in his hand. Izuna. You, Tobirama asked tremblingly, pointing at Izuna. Looking at your posture squatting on the wall, the way you hold this thing in your hand, and the way Tobirama thinks Izuna is extremely obscene, Tobirama instantly pictured in Tobirama's mind the twisted feeling of pervert Izuna's mind about burglarizing women's underwear. A bizarre case. Ahem, that Tobirama. Listen to my explanation. I just picked this thing up from the corner of my house. Izuna hurriedly threw the things in his hands into the trash can outside the wall and explained quickly. Hey, Uchiha Madara, I want to call the police. The person calling the police is your brother. He committed a burglary. Tobirama didn't give him a chance and called 110 directly. In the police department, Uchiha Madara looked at his younger brother in front of him, and then at the things on the table that Tobirama picked out from the trash can as evidence. Well, brother, I really didn't steal this, Izuna said with a wry smile on his face. Is this all a big deal? I just went home and wanted to water the flowers. When I saw this thing, I wanted to take it off and throw it away. Who knew that Tobirama's white hair suddenly came and arrested me to the police department of my family? Well, I know. Inform Uchiha Shanshan to come over. Madara nodded. Of course he knew that his brother was not that kind of person. But seeing this familiar thing, and thinking about what happened to the 3rd elder and the 5th elder in the clan before, he always felt that the two things were somewhat connected. Then Madara picked up the landline phone on the table. Advertisement. After a while, Uchiha Shanshan knocked on the minister's door nervously. She heard that the Madara clan leader usually didn't come to the police department to see him, but he didn't know why he came these past 2 days, and he suddenly wanted to see her. Shanshan, when I thought about my first day of internship without wearing a police uniform, did my father not tell the class leader? Oops, now it's really troublesome. Come in, Madara's voice came out. Uchiha Shanshan took a deep breath and opened the door. Tell me, does this thing belong to you? Madara pointed at the things on the table and asked Shanshan. Yes. Shanshan now wanted to find a hole to crawl into. How could this thing of hers appear on the minister's desk? Also, why is there watermelon rind on it? Madara asked in detail what was going on, and Shanshan explained everything. The 2nd elder, the 5th elder, Shanshan, Izuna, Jing. Madara closed her eyes and thought about the connection between these things. Wait, this little girl said that this thing and her police uniform seemed to be stolen. In Konoha. The sneaky people, except for Tobirama, that outlaw who stole food from the internet. The truth. There is always only one, Ninetales, come to the police department, now, immediately. After a while, little Ninetales came to the police department with 2 little guys. Madara looked at Ninetales, then at the 2 little guys behind Ninetales, and then at the police uniforms worn by the beast and the 2. Well, that's right. It's this orange little B*******D. Izuna and Madara first beat Ninetales violently, and then asked Ninetales to compensate Shanshan for her mental damage, and would be arrested and detained for 3 days on charges of provoking trouble and burglary. Madara also wanted to lock him up for a few more days, but thought of this. It seems that I am still the network administrator of the internet cafe. According to Hashirama's recovery ability, he will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. When the internet cafe closes without a network administrator, there will be no place to play. That's it, lock him up for 3 days. Go to the hospital tomorrow to see Hashirama, give him a good beating, and let him be discharged the day after tomorrow. Chapter 172. Can you tell me what it feels like to be relieved? Hey, can you tell me what feces smells like? In Tobirama's experimental base. A crowd of people gathered around an experimental table on which sat an Uzumaki with a face covered in white. It had no facial features, but it could make sounds. Where did this thing come from? Hashirama looked at Madara aside in confusion and asked. Things tested with your cells. Madara shook her head and said helplessly. Things made with my cells. Then isn't he my son? Asked the witty Hashirama with his eyes shining. Son, you are my mother, Mom. The thing on the experimental table jumped and fell on Hashirama. You are the mother. Then he is the father, Dad. Then, this thing looked at Madara on the side. It seemed that the first thing it saw after becoming conscious was Madara. Then, you are the father. Dave looked at this familiar white thing from behind. His face was speechless. Madara had nothing to do because Hashirama had been hospitalized for the past 2 days. She thought of the ugly man's face on her chest and Hashirama's cells, so she came to Tobirama's experimental base to mess around with Hashirama's cells with Tobirama and made such stuff. By the way, Mom and Dad, can you tell me what feces smells like, and what does it feel like to defecate? Uzumaki asked, tilting his face and looking at the two of them with confusion. The smile on Hashirama's face stopped abruptly. This guy is so weird. Also, why am I a mother? Madara, he is the father. Madara raised her eyebrows helplessly. This is the most special one among all the experimental subjects. The rest are okay. It can communicate independently, but it is not as intelligent as it is. Tobirama shrugged and said helplessly. Since it is so special, let's give him a name. How about calling him a Fae? Dave said with a smile. Advertisement, a Fae. Is my name a Fae? A Fae tilted his head and asked in confusion. Well, you can call me Fae from now on. Tobirama nodded. Oh, Fae would like to ask, what does it feel like to have a bowel movement? Black Zetsu, come to the experimental base. Dave immediately called Black Zetsu. It is better to leave this matter to Black Zetsu. No, I'm busy here. The black one, yes, you, there's still some shit here, come and take it away, right away. There was a sound of exchange from Black Zetsu's side. If you don't want free labor, forget it, Dave said with a pity. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Black Zetsu hung up the phone, put aside the load of manure, and rushed over here. Free labor, he has always wanted to get one. A moment later, White Zetsu? Black Zetsu looked at the familiar thing in front of him. Wasn't this the thing his mother made with the sacred tree thousands of years ago? How come this thing appears here? Huh? You look like Fae, except you are so dark. But my name is Fae, not White Zetsu. By the way, do you know what it feels like to have a bowel movement? Fae looked at the Black Zetsu in front of him and used his hands to he asked, gesturing with doubt. This thing is so weird. By the way, there's a bunch of White Zetsu over there, leave it to you, we don't care, Dave said, pointing to the warehouse over there. Afternoon, today. Our dung picking brigade. We are officially established. Black Zetsu carried a flag with the 4 characters. Dung picking brigade. Sewn on it and looked at the crowd in front of him. White Zetsu shouted. Oh, all the White Zetsu raised their hands and shouted. Fae, from now on, you will be the captain of the feces picking brigade. Don't you want to know what it feels like to have a bowel movement? You will feel it through hard work. Black Zetsu handed the flag in his hand to Fae beside him. Full of satisfaction, he said with a heavy face. Yes. Fae listens to the order. Fae will definitely understand what it feels like to have a bowel movement. Fae saluted, took the flag from Black Zetsu, and said with a heavy voice. Advertisement, I will be the commander-in-chief of the excrement picking brigade from now on. The one who issues orders to you. By the way, the money earned from excrement picking must be handed over to me every day. Do you understand? Black Zetsu turned his head and looked at all the White Zetsu shouted. Clear. Let's go. Team 1, East Head of Konoha. Start from the house of Widow Ueda. Team 2, West Head of Konoha. Start with the Senju clan. Team 3, North Head of Konoha. Start with the Uchiha clan. Team 4, Konoha Nanto. Start with the Hyuga clan. Go go go. Black Zetsu shouted. Bleeding, sweating, but not excrement. Losing skin and flesh, but not losing burden. Long live the dung picking brigade. Long live the leader of Black Zetsu. The White Zetsu brigade shouted slogans and advanced in 4 directions. Black Zetsu looked at the scattered White Zetsu and the unprecedented grand occasion of the large piles of White Zetsu. Black Zetsu nodded with satisfaction. From now on, I, Black Zetsu, will control the shit in Konoha. No one is trying to take my job away from me, Black Zetsu. Wait for my mother to come back. Unify the ninja world. The excrement of the ninja world. They will all be controlled by me, Black Zetsu. Eh ha ha ha, Black Zetsu was thinking wildly in his heart. It's like what Dave said, what are you talking about? Right, Black Zetsu, monopolize feces. What are you doing here? Why don't you follow me and pick up the shit together? Black Zetsu looked at Fae who was still in a daze and asked in confusion. Fae is thinking. What it feels like to have a bowel movement. Fae squatted on the ground, his face full of thought. Although you can't see his face. Get out. Follow up and pick up the manure. Black Zetsu kicked him up. Fae gave Fae a hateful look, then randomly found a team and ran over carrying a big flag. Seeing no one around, Black Zetsu nodded with relief. Then he got a rocking chair from somewhere and lay on it, shaking the cattail leaf fan in his hand, with a contented face. I finally understood what that kid meant by the capitalist's happiness. The other side, boy. Can you bring over the other zombies in my world to help me? Orochi Lu has only a few people there, and they are too busy. George, the zombie king, called Dave and said very unhappily. Okay. Dave was stunned for a moment. Okay, he can control these things anyway, and he's not afraid of causing any trouble. After hanging up the phone, George smiled evilly. Hey, wait until my zombie army comes to this world. It will be me, Elgar George, who has the final say. Ha ha ha. When the time comes, that damn little Dave, I will make him pinch my feet and hit my back every day. Ha ha ha. Orochi, I'll leave for a while. George said hello to Orochi and left here first. Chapter 173. The First Excrement War begins. A moment later, in a certain warehouse. Now, execute the first part of our invasion of another world. George shouted excitedly while standing on the stage looking at the large zombies below. The zombies looked at him blankly. They couldn't speak, but they could still make sounds. George could understand what they meant. Since we want to unify the world, we must have money to carry out a lot of activities. I have already contacted the most suitable job for you, picking dung, trust me. As long as you pick up enough dung in this village for 10 years, we will enough money to rule the world. George roared passionately. Charge. Get the load here, dash towards Konoha's excrement. FK. Go. Most of the zombies have their legs buckled inward, and they walk extremely slowly. George gave all the zombies a place to go, and all the zombies walked out slowly with their burdens on their backs. George looked at the leaving zombies and nodded with satisfaction. Unifying the world will soon be around the corner, but we still have to think about getting rid of that boy Dave. This boy has the ability to control them and is definitely a big obstacle on his way to unify the world. Today, Konoha is so lively for the first time, and all kinds of weird things appear on the streets. At the same time, a big war is about to happen. What does it feel like to have a bowel movement? A face squatted in front of the house of Widow Tien on the east side of Konoha, his face full of thoughts. Faye, why don't you pick up the dung? A white Zetsu picked up the dung and came out, looking at Faye with a puzzled face and asked. I was wondering what it feels like to have a bowel movement, do you know? Faye raised his head and looked at him and asked. White Zetsu was speechless and walked away carrying the dung. At this moment, a large number of black things slowly came from the west, and they each carried a load in their hands. Advertisement. They divided the work in an orderly manner, and several people came towards Faye. A few zombies walked slowly to the cesspit, picked up the load and started to excrement. White Zetsu, who had just delivered the excrement, came back and was stunned when he saw this scene. Hey, this is where our dung picking team picks dung. You can't pick dung here. White Zetsu walked up and grabbed the zombie and said. The zombie just glanced at White Zetsu in confusion, then turned back and continued busy. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear it? White Zetsu roared in displeasure. There was still something golden left on the burden in his hand, and he turned towards the zombie. The zombie was beaten into the cesspit, his eyes gradually turned red, and then he stretched out his hand and pulled the White Zetsu down into the cesspit. The two things started fighting inside. White Zetsu took out some golden objects and stuffed them directly into the zombie's mouth. The zombie chewed a few mouthfuls, and it tasted good without brains, but a little more delicate. But the zombie feels insulted. Does he use this thing to stuff himself when he eats? The zombie was very angry. He also took out some and stuffed them into White Zetsu's mouth. When other zombies and White Zetsu came back and saw this scene, they also jumped down and started a big melee in the cesspool, throwing golden yellow to each other and feeding each other golden. This scene also appeared in all the cesspools in Konoha. The incident quickly escalated, and the streets were filled with gold. The situation was so serious that Nine Tails was even surfing the internet in the internet cafe. Suddenly there was an explosion from the toilet behind the internet cafe, and the whole internet cafe was filled with gold. The angry Nine Tails also joined the melee, 1 against 2, but after the fight, the little Nine Tails had changed color. It didn't stop until Dave finally appeared and controlled all the zombies. Black Zetsu and George, the two leaders, were called to the Hokage office. You two bastards. Look what you have done to Konoha. Tobirama looked at the two things in front of him, one black and one short, and roared. I've been picking shit in Konoha for several years. Why is this guy here to join in the fun? Black Zetsu also looked at George on the side unhappily. Lousy has been picking shit in Konoha for several years. Why did this guy suddenly escape? What if a gadget comes out and wants to compete with me for business? HMPH, you are not the only one who chooses Konoha's shit. Why do you have the monopoly? George smiled disdainfully, looked at Black Zetsu and asked. Shut up. I don't care how you want to pick shit. Now, clean up the streets of Konoha. If there is still a little smell in the streets tomorrow morning, a little color. I'll give you two a little color to see. Tobirama was angry. He immediately slapped the table and roared angrily. Advertisement, okay. The two gadgets nodded. They looked at each other again, and there were sparks in the exchange of eyes. The next day, the streets of Konoha were indeed clean, but the two things were very unpleasant. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was still dark in Konoha. Damn zombies. They're taking my job. Black Zetsu slammed the table and roared. Chief. Then what should we do? A White Zetsu stood up and asked. Go out now. Go and pick out all the excrement for me except the cesspools in the villagers' houses. I don't believe they can still go out at 4 in the morning. Black Zetsu roared. Are you trying to steal business from me? Haha, I didn't expect that we don't need to sleep. But, The zombies thought the same thing after cleaning up the streets they were responsible for. They don't need to sleep either. George also thought about those things that had been sweeping the feces all night. He must be so tired that he wanted to lie down on the ground and go to sleep. I will pick up the feces while you are sleeping. I will pick up the feces after they get up. Time, see what they pick? Well, soon. The war started again. The battle this time was not too noisy, but it was very bloody. The first turd war, Black Zetsu, declare war. Among them, the main force on the zombie side were dozens of zombies holding newspapers. A few white Zetsu wet their newspapers with feces and crushed them. These zombies went crazy, and they were simply killing gods and Buddhas. Buddha, a zombie holding 2 bubbles of feces in its hands, can fight dozens of white Zetsu. I didn't expect that. You guys can't sleep either. George and Black Zetsu stood in the cesspit. George looked at Black Zetsu and said with a sneer on his face. Both each other, I didn't expect the same for you either. Black Zetsu sneered back. The two looked at each other and then, it was about to explode. Head-on attack. George picked up a puddle of feces in his hand, jumped up, and covered it in Black Zetsu's face. Black Zetsu was knocked down in gold. Damn it, you are a shit-eater. Black Zetsu stood up from his golden body, took out his feces and smeared it into George's mouth. The battle was very bloody. Chapter 174 The First Dung World War ends. Warm reminder, this chapter may have some bad scenes. Readers, please put down the food in your hands. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Tobirama got up in the morning, packed everything, and opened the door. Tobirama closed his eyes and prepared to breathe in the fresh morning air, but after taking the first breath, no, why does this smell so bad? Crack. Suddenly, another lump fell from the doorframe and landed on Tobirama's white hair. Tobirama's body trembled slightly. A trembling hand moved toward his head. I hope it wasn't what he was thinking. Tobirama caught something sticky in his hair. Tobirama suddenly felt blank. Black Zetsu. George. Dave's house. Well, good morning, little rabbit. Dave opened his hazy eyes, but he did not see the imaginary figure next to him. Dave got dressed, made the bed, stretched, and slowly walked out of the room. Dave walked into the living room and heard the busy sounds in the kitchen. He smiled softly and walked into the kitchen lightly. Looking at the figure busy chopping vegetables in front of the kitchen counter, Dave stepped forward and hugged her gently from behind. His head rested gently on her shoulder. Are you up? Yu Mei was startled, but she quickly came to her senses without turning around and asked with a smile behind Dave's back. I could smell the aroma even when the room was more than 10 meters away from the kitchen. It made me greedy. It looked very appetizing, Dave said with a smile. Mwah. Dave kissed Yu Mei's face. You just got up, go and wash up. Your mouth stinks. Yu Mei scolded angrily. No, I will kiss you. Muah, how bad you are. Maybe some kind of strange being couldn't stand the two people fighting in the kitchen. Suddenly, a piece of shit yellow stuff was thrown on the glass of the kitchen window. Advertisement. This frightened Dave so much that the two stopped fighting. Dave slowly walked towards the window to see what was on the window. Looking at the golden goo that slowly slid downwards on the glass, there were watermelon seeds inside. Looking carefully, there were tiny sesame seeds hidden in it. Dave looked at this familiar composition and smelled it through the glass. You can all smell it. Ouch. Dave immediately lay on the ground and vomited wildly. Is it so exciting this early in the morning? Who can withstand this shit? What B********D is so wicked as to throw this thing at someone's kitchen glass? Dave struggled to get up and quickly pulled Yu Mei out of the kitchen. Yu Mei, you go back and take a nap, I'll clean up those things, Dave said, looking at Yu Mei with a pale face. No, you look so bad, why are you still cleaning up? You go back and have a nap, I'll clean up. Yu Mei shook her head, looking at Dave's pale face and said anxiously. Shut up. Go back and rest. You don't have to worry about not being energetic all day long if you wake up so early. Go back and get some sleep. I'll cook the meal. Dave stretched out his finger and put it on Yu Mei's lips and whispered softly. Okay. Yu Mei gave Dave a gentle look, kissed Dave like a dragonfly, and left here. Dave slowly turned back to look at the kitchen, as if facing a formidable enemy. Dave suppressed his nausea and cleaned up the golden lump on the glass. He also made some breakfast using some vegetables that Yu Mei had cut just now, put it on the table and left here first. Damn, it must be those two things. Court death, in the cesspit battlefield. Afei, tell me how the battle is going. Black Zetsu was covered in gold, but he didn't care about it. He looked at Afei aside solemnly and asked. Is this feces? It's a pity that Afei has no mouth, otherwise he would have tasted what he tastes like. Oh, the battlefield is currently in a state of anxiety, and the opponent is basically not afraid of trauma like us, but if their brains are taken off, they will die. Afei held a lump of gold in his hand and fell into deep thought. If that's the case, notify everyone in the dung-picking brigade. Only attack the opponent's head. Remove all the heads of those disgusting zombies. Black Zetsu took out a piece of dung from the cesspit and slapped it hard. The ground roared. As a result, the situation on the battlefield gradually changed. Black Zetsu discovered the opponent's weakness and launched a strong attack, but George was unhappy. Damn it. 2nd Battalion Commander. Where's Lousy's damn Italian cannon? The zombie army looked at them with their heads hanging off one by one. George couldn't stand it anymore. Use thermal weapons. Soon, 2 giant zombies appeared behind them and slowly walked out pushing a cannon. Advertisement, fire. George stepped on the sandbag with one foot and pointed at Black Zetsu's position and shouted. 2 giant zombies jumped down from behind. 2 little zombies who were shorter than George took out some gold from the manure pit and stuffed it into the barrel. Then the giant pulled the valve. A powerful and smoking golden cannonball hit the Black Zetsu camp, causing great damage to the camp. Fire! Fire! George looked at this scene, his blood boiling in his heart, and he roared heartbreakingly. Damn zombies! You are so shameless. You actually used weapons. Black Zetsu saw this scene and called the other party shameless. Leader Black Zetsu. Our white Zetsu have been bombarded too much. At this time, a white Zetsu walked in and said nervously. Damn it. Black Zetsu slapped the table hard, but no matter how angry Black Zetsu is, he doesn't have hot weapons and equipment on his side. There are only human heads. No, dead heads. At this point, the First Dung World War ended, and the zombies won. Black Zetsu and George discussed compensation, and the final result was that Black Zetsu's dung-picking brigade can only collect 20% of the village's dung in the future. The remaining 80% is all borne by zombies. Hopefully, we can maintain peace for a longer time, George said with a smile on his face as he shook hands with Black Zetsu. Yeah, Black Zetsu nodded, looking at this little dwarf very unhappy. He lost this time because he didn't have the equipment. When I, Black Zetsu, have the equipment, I will come and have an explanation with this thing. The two of them didn't care at all about the golden color on their bodies. Well, it seemed like it was already on their bodies. Forget it, just go back and wash up. You two have finished talking. At this time, 2 tightly wrapped white hairs appeared here. The 2 white hairs had a fierce look in their eyes, as if they were coming with bad intentions. Who are you two? George looked at the 2 white-haired men who suddenly appeared and asked in displeasure. You guess? Chapter 175 Black Zetsu, you black businessman. 2 white-haired men, Dave and Tobirama, worked together to beat up George and Black Zetsu. And warned the 2 of them that I would clean up all the gold in the village within 3 hours. George and Black Zetsu didn't say anything. Black Zetsu looked at each other with fighting intent. Wait for me. When the equipment of my manure-picking brigade comes up, I will definitely fight you again. The 2 gadgets greeted their respective hands, and the golden pieces were processed in less than 2 hours. The 2 met and shook hands again. Just came according to the post-war agreement. I, Black Zetsu, am also a person of integrity. After Black Zetsu returned to his warehouse with a team of manure pickers. This time, we lost because of the equipment. It's not a shame, and we have to work harder. Black Zetsu looked at the white Zetsu below and gave a motivational speech. Only if we work harder, can we have more money, can we buy better equipment? This is our next goal, Black Zetsu continued to speak. I always believe that the day we restart the war will be our victory. Long live the Black Zetsu leader. The Black Zetsu leader is invincible. The Black Zetsu leader is the eternal god. All the white Zetsu shouted excitedly. But, Black Zetsu leader, where can we buy equipment? At this time, a white Zetsu asked. You don't need to worry about this. You just make money by picking shit. Pick him for a few months first. I have my own channels to buy weapons. Black Zetsu waved his hand and said, just leave here first. At night, Black Zetsu took out his mobile phone and opened the address book, and pointed at the name with trembling fingers. Soon, the call was answered. Hello, this is Kakuzu, the financial manager of Ishin Company. What can I do for you? Kakuzu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ahem. Kakuzu. I'm that Black Zetsu, do you remember me? We were the one who did the tour group together before, Black Zetsu said in a trembling voice. Oh, it turns out to be Black Zetsu. What do you want from me? Kakuzu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. Advertisement, ahem. Do you sell arms or something? Black Zetsu looked up and looked around, making sure no one was around and asked. You want to buy arms? Kakuzu's tone became a little different. Well, it's best to use the special kind that can use feces as a weapon. Black Zetsu nodded and said. Do you know that arms are prohibited from being sold to private parties? Do you know that you are breaking the law? If the police find out, you will be imprisoned for several years at least. Kakuzu said in a serious voice, came from over there. Ahem. Don't I just want to ask you, if you can help me with that? Black Zetsu asked in a low voice. Sorry, our kidney company is a serious company and does not sell arms. Kakuzu's calm voice came. Black Zetsu wanted to scold him. Who doesn't know that the arms of the ninja world are made by your bullshit kidney-loving company? You, the one who makes arms, told me that this is a serious company. Are you treating me, Black Zetsu, as a fool? But, it's not impossible. I have secret resources to do it. It's just, ahem. I'm the closest. I have something on hand. Kakuzu coughed twice and continued. Oh, I understand. Black Zetsu nodded quickly and hung up the phone. He found Kakuzu's account on Penguin and sent the other party a red envelope. The red envelopes on Penguin are considered real money, but the money in them can only be used to order Meizu takeout and recharge games. Can't withdraw money or anything. Money means receiving the red envelope from you. Money is life. XXXXX, this is that person's phone number, just call him and explain your request. There is only one good mother in the world. Thank you Mr. Kakuzu for your help. Money is life. Hey, you're welcome. Do you want to take money to do things? Mr. Kakuzu is indeed the financial manager of Kidney Love Company. He is indeed very down to earth. Black Zetsu smiled happily. Then he turned on the phone and dialed the number. Hey, this is the Akatsuki organization. I'm Oro, please answer. Oro's voice came from the electric ring. Hey, are you still asking for customized arms? Yes, but the price may be a bit more expensive, and if the quantity is large, you may have to wait for a while. Oromo said, slightly surprised. Advertisement, I can afford to wait. How about 3 months? I'm Oromo. Who is Kakuzu? What's the matter with you? If nothing happens, I'll die, Oromo said calmly. Black Zetsu was confused when he heard the familiar voice on the phone. This voice. Isn't this voice the voice of that Kakuzu guy just now? Why are you coming here with me? Kakuzu, on the other hand, didn't think too much. He took the money, sent the order to Orochoku, and didn't care about anything else. George, can you help me check who's news? Orochimaru was at a critical step and did not dare to be distracted, so he said to George on the side. Black Zetsu arrived at Zhao Zhao's house, paid the deposit to Kakuzu and left. He couldn't look at this black-faced bucking ghost again. He was afraid that he couldn't help but go up and FK him. He couldn't do it. Damn, wait for my mother to come back. I must let my mother kill this B*******. Come to my house and ask me to give it to you. Kakuzu? As far as I know, Kakuzu is a handsome person with a kind heart, a good employee of the Kidney Loving Company, and a good comrade, right? I have nothing to do with him. I am Oromo, Oromo said very shamelessly. Okay, I'll go now. Black Zetsu hung up the phone and walked towards Kakuzu's house angrily. Damn you B******* D for saying you're not Kakuzu, Black Zetsu roared. Something. I have something. I want to order a batch of munitions that can use feces as cannonballs. Black Zetsu forced himself to calm down. Damn you B******* D. Damn black-faced buckler. He knew this product was definitely not a good thing. Black businessman. Okay, how can I pay the deposit? Black Zetsu really wants to find this thing and slap him a few times to relieve his anger. Specially made munitions that use excrement as cannonballs. George was confused when he looked at the name of the order. Why does this seem a bit familiar? Orochimaru and George, who were busy in the experimental base, heard the sound coming from the computer behind them. Damn Kakuzu, you B******* D. You actually cheated me of my penguin money. Black Zetsu couldn't help it and cursed. Yes, but you have to pay a deposit, and if you don't come on the day you receive it, or for various other reasons, the deposit will not be refunded, Oro said calmly. George walked to the computer and jumped on the bench. It was the news from the black-faced dunk ghost. Order? Chapter 176 Black Zetsu. How many years have I been waiting? On this day, Black Zetsu put down all the matters in the hands of the manure-picking brigade. Arrive at Uchiha tribe land. Madara sat on her seat and slowly opened her eyes. A pair of purple eyes with outlines like growth rings suddenly appeared in her eyes. Black Zetsu almost jumped for joy when he saw this scene. How many years have passed? Mother is finally coming back. Go ahead and pick shit. Mother is the most important. What should we do now? Hashirama felt the silent atmosphere and asked a little unbearably. Go save Mom, Black Zetsu shouted excitedly. What was the process of saving your mother? Dave looked at Black Zetsu and asked. After Master Madara has the Rinnegan, he can summon the Ghetto statue and inject the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts into it to summon 10 tails. The 10 tails will evolve into the final sacred tree. Master Madara will fuse with it and then release infinite Tsukuyomi. Mom will be resurrected. Black Zetsu said excitedly. Black Zetsu, you are a bit dishonest. There's one key step you didn't mention. Dave smiled and looked at Black Zetsu and said. Ahem. That. The caster will eventually disappear when the mother comes. Black Zetsu coughed awkwardly and said. Damn, this Brad definitely knows something. Hateful. Madara gave Black Zetsu a cold look, and Black Zetsu was knocked away by a repulsive force. Madara stood up slowly and looked at her hands. This feels not bad. Madara smiled evilly and said slowly. Ooh, advertisement. I remember. Ghetto statue seems to be sealed on the moon, right? Dave thought about how to get Kagaya out without sacrificing people. Yes. Ghetto statue is sealed on the moon. Black Zetsu nodded quickly. If we go to the moon to directly remove the Ghetto statue, and then make him a sacred tree, and then find a scapegoat to fuse into it and release the ninjutsu you mentioned to be implemented on the moon, can your mother come out? Dave thought for a while, said. Black Zetsu didn't know what to say for a moment. Yes, TM's Ghetto statue is sealed on the moon. If the Ghetto statue is released and a scapegoat is found, then Mom can still come out too. The question is, how do we get to the moon? Black Zetsu has been waiting for 1,000 years just to wait for a Rinnegan summoning Ghetto statue. If he had thought of this method, he could just go to the moon and get the Ghetto statue. What else could he do? Rinnegan. When I was on a mission outside a few years ago, I discovered a cave. There was a stone tablet in the cave. The stone tablet seemed to record a passage to the moon, Dave said blindly. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. Black Zetsu pulled Dave's thigh and started to run. Dave led everyone towards the scene in the plot he had watched. Everyone fell into a lake, and everyone suddenly entered the illusion. This was an illusion lake, but Madara was not affected by the illusion and helped everyone unlock the illusion. But when I went to see Hashirama, this guy didn't know the posture of holding something and drooling made Madara sick. After coming out of the lake in the opposite direction, they met a big crab. Well, Dave and Hashirama grilled it and ate it. Well, it was delicious. After coming out of the cave, everyone looked at the distorted sea level, always feeling very weird. This is based on the theatrical version, because there was not enough time, I did not read the details of how to enter the moon, sorry. At this moment, in the castle of the moon, oops, master, someone broke into the moon. A figure rushed out of the castle and looked at a middle-aged man above the main seat and shouted. Sigh. What a troubled time. Has the road from the ninja world to the moon still been discovered? How is the situation at the branch house now? The middle-aged man sighed helplessly and then asked. The people over at the branch house have begun to have thoughts about Tensagen. The man's words were mentioned in the branch house. His tone seemed a bit low. Ahem. Madara, will our sudden intrusion disturb them? Hashirama walked up to Madara's ear and said awkwardly. Advertisement. The Hyuga clan in the ninja world. Oh, it is recorded in ancient books that they are the lineage left by their ancestors in the ninja world. Our lineage followed our ancestors to the moon, Tiangami continued to explain. Huh? The Otsutsuki clan. What's your relationship with the Hyuga clan? Hashirama was even more confused. His surname is not Hyuga? Dave. What are you doing here? Tien Shang frowned. People from the branch house are also here. Tisk, it seems like things are in trouble. You are here for the ghetto statue? Tien Shang's eyes became sharp and he asked with a sharp tone. Let's go find those outsiders first and see what their purpose is. The middle-aged man stood up slowly and the two walked out of the castle. We are the Otsutsuki clan, and I am Otsutsuki Tagama, the current head of the clan, the middle-aged man said slowly. Master of the house. What you did is not kind. A guest is here, why don't you tell us about the branch house? At this time, several more figures came from a distance, and a man came forward and looked at Tien Shang, asked angrily. What is your purpose? Tiangami asked. Yo, hello, my name is Senju Hashirama. Hey, why do you have supercilious eyes? Hashirama waved his hands happily and shouted. But when the two walked in, Hashirama was surprised when he looked at their white eyes. Then what should we do now, master? People from the ninja world, why do you come to us? This is, two figures slowly walked up from a distance, looked at Dave and asked. Madara glanced at this bee with disdain. Hashirama is still so timid and fearful. Hum, I will definitely fight with you when I go back. With Rinnegan in my possession, I am invincible. Go away. We're here to save my mother. Get me the ghetto statue. Black Zetsu stepped forward and said fiercely. Interesting, there are people on the moon? Madara looked at the castle buildings in front of her with a look of interest on her face. Are you people from the ninja world? The man smiled and did not answer Tagama. Instead, he looked at Madara over there and asked. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* red and he roared fiercely. Chapter 177 Kagaya, Resurrection. Yeah. Madara gave him a cold look. It turns out you are from the ninja world. Since you have come all the way here, I will send you to the Pure Land to play. The face of this branch clan member gradually became more and more aggressive. He took out the knife from his waist and slashed at Madara. Passed. A moment later Dave looked at the few people who didn't even have ashes left, and shook his head helplessly. Tell me who you messed with. You have to mess with him. You guys. Tien Shang looked at Madara in shock when he saw several tribesmen from the branch house were wiped out in 3 moves in front of this man. We are taking the ghetto statue. Do you still have any objections now? Black Zetsu immediately walked behind Madara and asked with a proud face. Lousy has a backer. Wow, it's so nice to have a backer. Right now, immediately, Mom, this huge supporter is coming. Impossible. We, the Otsutsuki clan, will never hand over the ghetto statue to you. Follow the will of our ancestors. We will never hand over the ghetto statue to you. Tagama pulled out the knife from his waist and looked at death as if he were dead, shouted to everyone. Madara glanced at Tien Shang faintly, and Tien Shang fainted instantly. They won't give it to us. Let's go get it. Madara turned to look at the man following Tien Shang and said slowly. The man stood there stupidly and looked at the people leaving. When everyone walked into this castle city, without exception, everyone had a pair of white eyes in their eyes. Seeing the sudden appearance of Madara and the others, those people also looked at Madara and the others with confusion. They are people from the ninja world. Kill them. At this time, another roar came from nowhere. The scene instantly became chaotic, and a bunch of people rushed towards Madara. Well, no surprise, they all lay down. Kill them. Kill them. Kill everyone in the ninja world. A young man lying on the ground roared as he watched Madara vomiting blood. Advertisement. Madara frowned. Something was wrong with this situation. The head of the house just now showed his hostility after hearing that they were coming here to get the ghetto statue. But these people want to kill people from the ninja world when they see them. These people are the same as the group of people just now. Branch house? Zong family? Are they the same as the Hyuga clan? Interesting. Stop. Stop it. At this time, Tien Shang, who had woken up from a coma, ran over and shouted. A moment later. Do you think the branch house and the clan have different ideas? Everyone was sitting at the table in the castle. Tobirama frowned and looked at Tiangami and asked. Well, Our clan believes that as long as we can protect the Gedo statue and fulfill the instructions of our ancestors, it will be fine. The branch house believes that the world created by Sage of Six Paths has been in chaos for thousands of years. It is a failure and should be destroyed. In the past few years, we can still stop the branch house, but in recent years, with the departure of the older generation, there are fewer and fewer people in our generation, and we can no longer suppress them. Tiangami shook his head helplessly. That's easy to say, don't they want to destroy the ninja world? Let them go. Let them go, Dave said with a smile. It's ridiculous. If the ninja world is destroyed, you can beat the few wall hangings here, so you are considered awesome. Sigh. They have already begun to have ideas about the clan's most precious treasure, the Tenseigan. If they get the Tenseigan, the ninja world will really cease to exist. Tagama shook his head and said helplessly. That thing from Tenseigan is nothing. Let them take it. Let them take it, Dave smiled and continued. Anyway, our purpose this time is to get the Gedo statue. You can't stop it and don't count on the Tenseigan. And if I guessed correctly, the cost of using the Tenseigan is not small, right? Aren't you worried about two things now? Are there any questions? One is the branch house causing trouble, and the other is whether we will do bad things if we take the Gedo statue? Dave asked. Tian Shang nodded helplessly. First, it's easy to handle. Just let them go to Konoha village in the ninja world. Just say that you agree with their idea and let them go. Second, we can assure you that our Gedo statue will never do something bad that threatens the ninja world and threatens you, Dave said. Now that things have come to a point, even if Tiangami doesn't want to give it to them, there is nothing he can do. Forget it. Trust these ninja people for once. Anyway, they're members of the clan. Then, Tian Shang led everyone to a private castle, opened the door, and a giant dozens of meters tall stood inside. Tian Shang stepped forward, demonstrated the technique with his hands, and slowly opened the seal. The giant slowly opened his eyes, but did not make any movement. Dave took out 9 sealing scrolls, which Dave had collected before sealing the 9-tailed beasts. Madara took the 9 scrolls and sealed them one by one towards the giant. Advertisement 3 days later, the seal was finally completed. Uncle Madara. Wood style. Variety of eggplants. Dave formed a seal with his hands and summoned a black eggplant. He kept spinning. After a burst of white smoke, a man who looked exactly like Madara appeared here, all in black. Baze. He doesn't have a Rinnegan, though. Madara pulled out a Rinnegan from the eye socket, took the dummy in her hand and pressed it into the eye socket. The giant was slowly sealed into the body of the dummy. The dummy changed, and white convex horns appeared on its face. Infinite Tsukuyomi. In the ninja world, all the busy people suddenly fell silent. Black Zetsu walked up to the dummy, black hand, take it out. I saw that the dummy began to change. First the body swelled, then a cold female face appeared. A moment later the dummy completely transformed into a 2-meter-tall woman with a pair of horns on her head and 3 eyes. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and the shocking aura suddenly dissipated. Even Madara and Hashirama took a few steps back. Where is this place? Aija, are you back? Kagaya opened his mouth and said slowly. Mom. 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 Black Zetsu burst into tears looking at the figure that had haunted him for thousands of years, and rushed towards Kagaya to give him a hug. Kagaya waved his hand slightly, and Black Zetsu flew out. Mom. Mom. Have you forgotten me? I am Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu wiped the tears on his face, stood up from the ground, and said with sobs. My will. Oh. Kagaya tilted his head and looked at Black Zetsu. Oh. This black thing seems to be my will. Then, Kagaya slowly turned his head and looked at Madara and Hashirama. After being stunned for a while, he slowly floated towards Madara and Hashirama. Kagaya gently placed his hands on Madara and Hashirama's faces. Madara and Hashirama began to curse in their hearts. Why couldn't they move? My child. Chapter 178 Hashirama. You treat them differently. Kagaya just caressed their faces and looked at them quietly, with a few tears gradually falling from his unwavering eyes. After one day. Ahem. This. Sister Kagaya, can you let go? These two are not your children. Dave couldn't stand it any longer. I've been watching this for a whole day. It's not healed yet. Kagaya came back to his senses and slowly turned his head to look at Dave. Yashigami airstrike. Kagaya slowly stretched out his hand and pointed at Dave. Damn it. You don't have martial ethics. Wood style. Nut wall formation. After a while, Kagaya and Dave fought several times. Black Zetsu couldn't stand it anymore and quickly stopped his mother. This mother had just been resurrected. She didn't look at me, a precious child, to see what those two guys were doing and what they were fighting with. What time is it now? Kagaya looked at Black Zetsu and asked coldly. You were resurrected thousands of years later. Black Zetsu hurriedly rushed over and explained. Has it been 1,000 years? Has Infinite Tsukuyomi started yet? Kagaya murmured, then asked. It's starting, but, can you please remove Infinite Tsukuyomi? Dave walked up and asked with an awkward smile. Kagaya raised his hand, and Black Zetsu on the side quickly pulled it down. You kept fighting. I need the ninja world to protect me from the outsiders, Kagaya said calmly. Damn it. People from outside the world are not blocked by White Zetsu, are they? Dave was speechless. Why do you, a woman, always think of using White Zetsu to ward off those people? Aren't these White Zetsu all for giving away people's heads? Advertisement, I don't care about you, Kagaya said childishly and turned his head. Ahem, you are already very strong. You also know that white Zetsu is just a gift to others and is of no use at all. What's more, those people may not be able to beat you. This is stupid. By Tien, your strength is obviously incredible, but those people are so cowardly. There was no other way. Dave and Black Zetsu looked at each other and advised me, don't forget that you are still sealed in my body. Black Zetsu felt Dave's threatening look and grunted, do you have this day too? There was no way. I was still sealed in Dave's body. I persuaded him together with Dave. One person's words were worn out by one person, and after another day and night of persuasion, he finally persuaded this silly Bashan. Infinite Tsukuyomi, solve it. Kagaya slowly stretched out his hand. Infinite Tsukuyomi in the ninja world ended, and many people were stunned. Okay, then everything is over, let's go back. Dave smiled and looked at a few people and said. By the way, Tanami, since the ghetto statue is gone, why not just move your whole family to Konoha? At this time, Dave remembered Tanami who had stayed with them for several days and nights, and smiled, said with a smile. Tien Shang felt a little moved in his heart. The instructions given by their ancestors are now gone, and there is no point for them to continue on this barren moon. In this way, Dave and others went back first, and Tien Shang had to go and talk to the branch house. It would definitely take some time for the whole family to move. Madara wiped the blood from her face, took a Mangekyo Sharingan that she had soaked in her pocket and stuffed it into her eye socket. Before saving Kagaya, Dave told him that he might be missing a Rinnegan. Madara, he said, it was nothing. Although the power of a single Rinnegan was not as great as that of two, it was still much stronger than before. Kagaya on the side saw this scene and directly pulled out the Mangekyo Sharingan that Madara had just stuffed in. Madara was confused. Kagaya put his hand on Madara's head, and Madara felt a numbness in her eyes. After a moment, a new Rinnegan appeared in Madara's eyes. I want it too. Mother. Bah, ahem. This lady, Hashirama saw this scene with little stars in his eyes, and walked forward and asked. You are not suitable. Kagaya just glanced at Hashirama lightly and then said nothing. Hashirama took the branch in his hand and ran to the side to draw circles. Woo-woo. It's too much. Treat them differently. You just said that we are your children. You treat your children differently like this. Woo-woo-woo. At this time, just a few hundred meters before arriving in Konoha, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. An old man with brown hair and a black scepter in his hand appeared in front of everyone. He had no legs and his lower part was floating. Advertisement, Mom. You, still came out. The old man looked at Kagaya and said with a sad and nostalgic tone. Hagoromo. Kagaya looked at the old man in front of him, and naturally saw his child. There was nothing in his tone. Damn it. You traitor. Get out of here. Black Zetsu saw the two of them looking at each other and became even more unhappy. He knew that this guy was still haunted. Why are you leaving chakra in the ninja world after you're dead? Grass, Mom is mine. Are you still planning on that plan? The two looked at each other in silence for a while. Hagoromo suddenly asked. No more plans. Kagaya shook his head and said calmly. Really? Really? Hagoromo was just thinking that if his mother still wanted to carry out that plan, he would have to use his own chakra to fight his mother again, but suddenly he heard that his mother didn't expect this. Having this idea, Yuya asked with a trembling voice. Kagaya nodded. The two looked at each other affectionately. Kagaya slowly walked towards Hagoromo, but Hagoromo didn't make any move. Kagaya walked up to Hagoromo and gently hugged the lonely chakra in front of him. My child. Kagaya shed 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. Mother. Hagoromo was a little at a loss. When he came to his senses, Hagoromo also hugged Kagaya gently, smiling sadly. Ooh. Madara. So touching. Seeing this scene, Hashirama hugged Madara's hand and covered his face and cried. The veins on Madara's head popped out. This ugly man's nose even got on my sleeve. Mother and son chatted for a while. Mother. Seeing that you have changed your mind and are willing to accept the ninja world. Then I have to leave too. Even if Hagoromo is reluctant to leave, he is just a chakra now. This time he came out and has almost used it up. The chakra left behind. Can you not go? I haven't had a good look at you yet. Kagaya caressed Hagoromo's face and asked softly. Hagoromo smiled sadly and shook his head. He was just a ray of lonely chakra now. How could he survive in the ninja world forever? Chapter 179 Dave. Can you look at me? Dave, is there any way you can make this old man stay? Hashirama burst into tears looking at such a sad scene, and looked at Dave aside and asked. In the understanding of Hashirama and others, Dave's plants are all kinds of strange. Hashirama has not learned the complete picture of all Dave's plants for several years. Don't tell me, there really is. Dave smiled awkwardly, and thought of a plant. Do you really have anything you can do? Kagaya turned around suddenly, looked at Dave and asked in a serious voice. Dave, didn't you say that your resurrection radish has a cooling period of 40 years? It seems that it has only been 10 years now. Hashirama thought that Dave was still talking about resurrection radish and asked confused. It's not a resurrection carrot. I have a plant, called time reverse grass, that can reverse time, and recreate the complete person or object at the selected time. However, I can only use this plant once in my life. It is too heaven-defying. Sage of 6 paths, he should be a person from 1,000 years ago. I can use this ray of chakra to turn him back in time to 1,000 years ago and become a person with a complete chakra. Dave explained. Hagoromo was confused. I haven't seen anything like this in the ninja world for 1,000 years. Is there such a heaven-defying thing? Can I just go back and forth alone? Kaguya didn't think too much, she just wanted to see her child now, and of course, she wouldn't forget his other child. No. This time reverse grass reverses the time of things in the certain area it is divided into. If you put everything you need in the certain area it divides, it will go back in time. Dave shook his head. Hagoromo, do you still have Himura's chakra? Kaguya looked at Hagoromo and asked. No. Yuya was stunned for a moment, and shook his head in despair. Wait. Hamura. His Tenseigen seems to be still on the moon. Dave was stunned for a moment, then thought of the Tenseigen and said quickly. I'll go to the moon to get it. Kaguya glanced at Dave and disappeared in an instant. After a while, Kaguya appeared here holding a Tenseigen with purple light in his hand. There should be nothing on the moon side. Wait a minute. Yuya is still a little confused now, is he going to be resurrected? I don't have time for you to think so much, Kaguya looked at Hagoromo and shouted. She could feel that Hagoromo's chakra would soon be gone. Hagoromo looked at Madara and Hashirama over there. Madara and Hashirama were stunned for a moment. Hagoromo slowly floated in front of them and put his hands on their heads. Madara was so angry that damn you, why do you all want to touch Lousy's head? After a moment, two tiny chakras, one black and one white, appeared in Hagoromo's hands. Advertisement, this is... Hashirama looked at the chakra in Hagoromo's hand and asked in confusion. He could feel that something was missing from his body. Madara felt the same way. This is Indra and Ashura's chakra. I will explain the details to you later, Hagoromo said slowly. Wood style. Back of the seasoned grass. Veins popped up on Dave's head. Blue-green steam was exuding all over his body. A beam of light appeared on the ground, and a green flower appeared in front of everyone. He swayed twice, then jumped into the ground, and a green area of several square meters appeared on the ground. Put everything inside. Dave felt like all the bones in his body were about to break. How come the side effects of this are so great? It doesn't hurt even if 8 inner gates is open. Hagoromo held the Tenseigen in one hand and dragged 2 chakras into it with the other hand. In an instant, a sky-reaching green beam enveloped the earth. Ah! Damn it! This damn chakra is not enough! Dave roared in pain. He originally thought that his chakra would be enough after 1,000 years, but he didn't expect that it would only last 100 years. Kaguya suddenly appeared behind Dave, put a hand on Dave's shoulder, and sent his chakra, which was like an abyss, into it. Dave stood up slowly and continued to perform the surgery. Half a day later. FKU. Dave put down his folded hands, and suddenly fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. When the green light beam dissipates, 4 figures appeared in front of everyone. Where is this? The blue-haired young man slowly opened his dark blue eyes, looked around and asked in confusion. Hamura. Hagoromo also opened his eyes at this time, a pair of purple Rinnegan appeared in his eyes, and then suddenly hugged Hamura. Nissan. Hamura looked at his brother in his arms and became even more confused. Hey, where are we? In the forest. At this time, a young man with brown hedgehog hair next to him also opened his eyes and looked around, making a surprised sound. Advertisement, Ashura. A young man with long flowing hair on the far right slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was this hedgehog-headed young man. He roared and waved towards him with one hand. Nissan. Ashura was confused, but looking at the fist that was about to come over, he quickly used wood-style defense. Senju Hashirama watched this young man actually use the wood style, his eyes filled with excitement. Hey, hello. My name is Senju Hashirama. You also know wood style. Hashirama ran up to Ashura with a starry face and introduced himself. Oh, my name is Ashura. Hello. Ashura kept guarding against Indra's attacks with his hands, and greeted Hashirama with a smile on his face. Madara saw that the black-haired young man also had a pair of Rinnegan in his eyes, which was interesting. Then Madara suddenly appeared in front of Indra, and the 2 people with Rinnegan looked at each other. Spicy stuffing. 2 powerful repulsive forces repel each other. Oh. When Hashirama and Ashura saw this scene, they hugged each other and exclaimed in surprise with little stars on their faces. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Ashura. Ashura looked at Heichongzi in his arms and introduced himself with a smile. Haha, my name is Senju Hashirama. Hashirama laughed. Oh, ha. The 2 hugging people looked at each other, their movements seemed to be synchronized, their eyes exuded sympathy, and they laughed again. Uchiha Madara, Indra. The 2 people on the other side also stopped fighting. They grinned and smiled evilly. My children. Kaguya hugged Hagoromo and Hamura directly. Hey, who comes? Who comes and looks at me? Look at me. Dave foamed at the mouth and lay on the ground and made his last sound. Chapter 180 Kaguya. This action is a bit unsightly. The mother and son hugged each other and cried for a while. Kaguya then let go of the 2 children in his arms and looked at Indra Ashura over there. Hagoromo. Who are they? Kaguya looked at Hagoromo and asked. They are my children. Yuya smiled, shook his head and said helplessly. Hey, father. Why are you here too? Ashura let go of Hashirama in his arms, ran to Hagoromo and asked with a smile on his face. Huh? Father, this lady looks like the grandma you told me before. Ashura looked at Kagaya and murmured in confusion. Kagaya looked at Ashura blankly, and Ashura smiled brightly. Kagaya suddenly hugged Ashura. I even have a grandson. Ashura, she is your grandma. Feeling the awkward look in his child's eyes, Hagoromo smiled and said. Ashura was stunned for a moment, but still giggled and let Kagaya hug him. After a moment, Kagaya let go of Ashura in his arms and looked at Indra over there. Indra looked at everyone coldly, unmoved. Indra, she is your grandma, let her see you. Yuya hesitated and said helplessly. Indra remained unmoved and looked at everyone coldly. Kagaya took steps and walked slowly towards Indra. Indra wanted to leave here, but found that she couldn't move, so she watched helplessly as this so-called grandma walked in front of her. Child, let go of your hatred, Kagaya asked softly while holding Indra. Indra's heart went blank and she nodded involuntarily. Kagaya let go of Indra and looked at Hagoromo Hamura, Indra Ashura, Hashirama and Madara, with a smile on his face. Advertisement Madara carried Dave on her back, and everyone returned to Konoha. In the hospital, Hamura told everyone everything that happened from the beginning to the end of the 1,000 years. Spicy filling. Indra and Madara looked at Black Zetsu and shouted at the same time. Black Zetsu was directly knocked away by two huge repulsive forces. Black Zetsu is confused. Why do you two hit me? Although, I am a 1,000-year-old CT who has a lot of dirty tricks behind my back. But you don't have to treat me like this. As a result, Black Zetsu ran to Kaguya's side and looked at Kagaya with kawaii eyes. Kagaya closed her eyes and forced herself not to look at him. This was her own will. This is your own will. Woohoo, it's great brother. It turned out that you were misleaded by this black winter thing. I know you still love me. Ashura pushed directly into Indra's arms, choking. Indra looked at Ashura in her arms with a complicated expression. I didn't know what to say. Then you mean, Ashura is my ancestor. No. He is the ancestor of the Senju clan. Indra is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. And our two clans have been fighting for hundreds of years because of the chakra reincarnation of the two ancestors. Mischief? Hashirama looked at the two of them and said in surprise. Yeah. Hamura smiled and nodded. Madara and Indra looked at each other. Is this guy my ancestor? Madara thought in confusion. Is this my descendant? Indra thought with the same confusion. Now that everything has been resolved, let these things be sealed forever. You are welcome to live in Konoha in the future. Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. I'll go live in the Uchiha tribe. Indra looked at Madara and said calmly. Madara nodded. Then you can live in the Senju station. There are still a lot of open spaces in the Senju station. Hashirama smiled and looked at the other four people and said. So, everyone left Dave in the hospital and went back first. Well, Yume is watching over there. Knight Mito looked confused at the sudden appearance of several people at home. Hashirama, who are they? Mito looked at Hashirama and asked in confusion. Ahaha. This is very troublesome to explain. Hashirama touched his head and said with an embarrassed smile. Advertisement, forget it, just make your own arrangements. Mito waved his hand helplessly and returned to the room. After a while, a burst of singing came from Mito's room. Kagaya tilted his head in confusion and walked into Mito's room. Kagaya walked slowly to Mito's side and looked at the people on the computer swaying to the singing. Kagaya found it interesting, and the two of them watched like this for half an hour. For the most stunning Konoha style, the dance moves are still a bit unsightly. Mito murmured thoughtfully after watching the video. If these people hold something like a fan to add some color to the scene, it won't look so monotonous, Kagaya said lightly. Mito suddenly turned around and saw this woman with two horns on her head. Mito thought about what she said just now, and after thinking about it carefully, it seems so. Thank you so much. My name is Uzumaki Mito. What's yours? Mito asked with a smile. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kagaya nodded and said calmly. Then, the two began to choreograph various dance moves of square dancing and started to be wild. Outside, seeing their mother chatting so happily with the junior, and seeing their mother quarreling with that woman over a trivial matter of movement, Hagoromo and Hamura looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that their mother had a friend. Brother, are you back? What are these? At this time, Tobirama returned home. Tobirama did not go to this operation, so when he opened the door and saw several people suddenly appearing in the house, he looked confused. Hashirama briefly introduced each other, and Tobirama didn't care about that much. Tobirama nodded and didn't care about that much. He was here just to earn a living. Dave won't live with him anymore after getting married. He's usually too lazy to cook. Well, come to Big Brother's house and have S*X for free. Tobirama sat on the table next to the living room, picked up the documents brought out of the building and began to correct them. He is also a dedicated and good Hokage. I don't want some people, well. Hagoromo felt bored and walked to Tobirama's side, looking at the documents Tobirama was correcting. This method will definitely not work. Look at the suggestion made by Kakuzu to reduce the tax on this kidney-loving company. It has been reduced from the previous 20% to 10%. He actually wants to reduce it to 100%, 0.1%, how is this possible? Tobirama was flipping through it, and Hagoromo was also looking at it. After reading it, Hagoromo thought this was ridiculous. The ninja sect he managed thousands of years ago also had this kind of tax, but at that time everyone was single-minded, voluntary, and did what they could. Hagoromo will not force taxes or anything, but everyone still pays taxes enthusiastically. Of course, the tax at that time was food. Thousands of years have passed, and it seems that the management model of the ninja world has become forced, but this one called Kakuzu is a bit too much. Chapter 181 Dave. This is intentional murder. Tobirama looked up doubtfully at the young man with two little horns on his head. Of course he, Tobirama, knew that this was unreasonable. Kakuzu usually sent him so many B******** D suggestions like this, so he put a big X on the document. Then Tobirama took out another document on how to distribute the will of promoting fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Hagoromo looked at the self-awareness thoughts marked on it and chatted with Tobirama word by word. Hamura looked at his brother's appearance and shook his head helplessly. The eldest brother is still like this. Night. Hashirama sneaks into a room. Ashura. Ashura. Hashirama looked at the young man snoring asleep on the bed and shouted softly. Who? Ashura asked sleepily as the snoring bubble on his nose was broken. I. Hashirama. Ahem, do you want to go out to play? Your brother is going too. Hashirama asked with a smile. Let's go out to play. My brother will go too. Huh? Brother will go too. Where to play? Ashura murmured vaguely for a few times, then stood up suddenly and asked. Let's go. Hashirama chuckled. The two climbed out of the window and climbed over the wall and ran out. Yuya felt this scene, and smiled with relief on his face. Then, the smile on his face solidified. Why did his mother go out? Where are you going? Kaguya's figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, startling them. Ahem. Grandma, we're going to play. Ashura smiled awkwardly and touched his head. Going out to play. It's so late, why are you playing? Go back to bed, Kaguya said calmly. If she didn't take care of her sons, she should take care of her grandchildren. I, Kaguya, want to be a dedicated grandma. Hashirama and Ashura look at each other. Grandma, good grandma, can you let us go? Just this time. Just this time? Ashura held Kaguya's hand, his eyes glowing with bullying, and he begged coyly. Hashirama on the side took Kaguya's other hand and nodded quickly. Kaguya was unmoved. The two looked at each other. Grandma, that's not right, ancestor. Advertisement. Kaguya looked at the two such cute juniors and felt soft. Forget it, just this time. Hashirama and Ashura left here holding hands with a smile. Bar entrance. Why are you here so late? Madara looked at Hashirama, who came more than 10 minutes late, and asked in confusion. Ahem. I met an acquaintance on the road and said hello, Hashirama said with an awkward cough. Let's go, the DJ is already here. Madara glanced at this guy lightly, then turned and walked in. Indra followed Madara, Ashura followed Indra, arriving at the scene. The one above pervert. Indra looked at the stage, where a bandaged man was twisting two bandages in his hands, and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Oh, he is the second Tsuchikage, who came to Konoha to promote friendly exchanges. He likes to dance. Hashirama explained with a smile. What's fun here? Ashura looked around and asked doubtfully. Madara, what are we going to do this time? Should we drink first and then dance? Or go straight to the point? Hashirama looked at Madara and asked with a smile. Madara gave Hashirama a faint look. 4 o'clock in the morning. Indra. Ashura. Motor. Hot mom. Because of the way Toro and Madara dance, they look very cool and handsome. Well, as for Hashirama and Ashura, Hashirama got drunk and helped Ashura open the door to the new world. Two people wearing green long skirts with their bellies exposed were writhing angrily. Madara and Indra are both extremely drunk. They were having a fight just now. The wine bottles they drank have blocked the booth over there. Madara smiled contemptuously and looked at Indra imitating her own dance. Really, do you even want to imitate my dance? Is this my ancestor? Advertisement. Wait for me for a while. Then, Madara smiled evilly and staggered to the bathroom. Indra naturally felt Madara's disdainful eyes. Is this okay? Being scorned by one of his juniors? I also followed him to see what this guy was going to do. After a while, the two are back. Hashirama and Ashura are dumbfounded at this moment. Madara and Indra were wearing black stockings and a black skirt around their waists. Then, the two of them were on the bar counter in an instant. There were two steel pipe pillars on the counter. The crime is. Two people used the forbidden technique in the sealed book. In hospital. What? What is it on purpose? I didn't know you couldn't eat these. It's such a pity. I originally thought of bringing them over for you to eat together. Wu innocently shook his head and said. Oh, do you even have to imitate me? Madara, who was already drunk, looked at Indra aside with disdain and asked. Dave looked at the person in front of him who had a grilled squid in his left hand and a grilled kidney in his right hand. FK. D. Did you do it on purpose? Dave, who was wrapped in bandages, roared angrily. Madara and Indra were acquitted because they were immoral under the influence of alcohol. It was a moral issue and had nothing to do with legal factors. Well, they were acquitted. The next day, regardless of what happened on Dave's side, the Uchiha Police Department received a call this morning. Nurse. Call the police. Someone is trying to murder someone. Dave roared toward the corridor. Seeing two drunk people standing on the stage swaying crazily. Wu on the side saw that his stage was occupied by these two wall hangings, and felt very unhappy. He had no choice but to fight, but, FK. Well, it smells so good. The cumin is sprinkled just right. Wu smiled, took a bite of the roasted kidney in his hand, and said with a meaningful expression. Hey, how about it? Let's compete. Indra asked with a disdainful smile. He has just arrived, how does he know how many kinds of dance there are? Well, let's imitate the junior, but this junior looks down on others? However, when the police officers arrived at the scene and saw that it was their minister, Hashirama and Ashura's faces were rosy, probably because they drank too much. The two of them looked at this scene and howled like a gorilla. Anyway, the hospital at 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, Dave's is still a VIP soundproof ward. Forget it, I heard that kid Dave is in the hospital. Let's go check it out. It seems like that kid can't eat hard and spicy food. I'll bring some barbecue. Anyway, everyone was scared away. Advertisement chapter 182 Mito. You did a great job. The next day, early morning, we finally came to the ninja world. The ninja world. Destroy it. A group of white-eyed people arrived in Konoha. Looking at the branch house people who were getting more and more rampant, Tien Shang shook his head helplessly. They are really ignorant. Their clan is divided into the clan house and the branch house. The clan house is to guard the ghetto statue according to the instructions of the ancestors, and the branch house is to take care of the Tenseigan left by the ancestors. Last time, the woman from the ghetto statue came to the moon to get Tenseigan, but the people at the branch house didn't give it to her. Well, half the moon was gone. That woman is still in the ninja world. Are you so arrogant? Kill. Start from this village. Implement the will of the ancestors. Let the ninja world disappear, the branch house leader roared. Let us inquire about the situation first. Come two people. Come with me to this village to have a look. The head of the branch house called a few people over and ran towards Konoha. Tabami shook his head helplessly, took out his cell phone from his pocket and sent Dave a message. This was what Dave had given him before. He just asked the people from the branch house to tell him when they came. This phone is indeed a good thing, but the data charges are very expensive, and every time you owe money, a Q version of Kakuzu will appear on the screen of the phone, constantly tapping the screen and vibrating to remind you that it is time to pay. Outside Konoha's wall, the head of the branch house made a gesture, and several people jumped on the wall, then jumped down and jumped into Konoha. Haha, the ninja world really deserves to be destroyed. Is the defense so weak? The branch house leader said with a disdainful smile. Don't move. At this moment, several Uchiha policemen in police uniforms appeared around them. You guys smuggled into the village illegally, come with me back to the police station. The leading Uchiha police officer frowned and looked at the clan leader and said. When the villagers passing by saw this scene, they all came together to watch the excitement. Are there still illegal immigrants in the village these days? The patriarch of the branch house looked at him and was surrounded instantly, with a confused look on his face. Police Uchiha saw his expression and smiled disdainfully, pointing to the wall. The head of the branch house opened his eyes. There was a thin red line on the wall of Konoha. Damn it, careless. We are the Otsutsuki clan. Who is not afraid of death? You step forward. There was no other way. The branch house clan leader stood up and looked at everyone and shouted. The villagers and police took a step forward. If you have the ability, let's follow the rules of ninjas. Let's challenge each other. The leader of the branch house was even more speechless and shouted hurriedly. Advertisement. That ant. That's right. It's you. The one with the onions in your hand. Come out. The branch house leader looked around the crowd, pointed at an ant holding onions and shouted. The ant walked out from the crowd and looked at the branch house leader in front of her with confusion. Why are you looking so fierce? Do you think you can beat me? I'll let you do whatever you want, just hit me. The branch house leader said with a disdainful smile. Boom. The ant suddenly took out a pistol from the basket of onions in her hand and shot the branch house patriarch in the leg. The branch house patriarch suddenly fell to his knees in confusion. Auntie, what do you do? The branch house patriarch was confused. Where did this auntie come up with this thing? I am a farmer. Go back to the fields. The branch house leader clutched his bleeding thigh and gritted his teeth. Isn't it clearly stipulated in the village that private units other than ninjas are not allowed to use guns? Auntie, what is this? The Uchiha policeman on the side also asked in confusion. Oh, my son is a ninja. He bought this for me for self-defense. Oh, then it'll be fine. The head of the branch house wants to scold his mother. What the hell are you doing as a plow with this thing? Are you hunting mice in the field? Okay, don't talk so much. Come with us. Police Uchiha took out his pistol from his arms, pointed at the branch house patriarch and said slowly. Well, the operation failed and the branch house leader was arrested. What else could they do to cause trouble like these idiots? The rest of the people followed Tien Shang into the village, and the branch house was so terrible that they didn't even dare to say anything. Tobirama arranged him to the side of the Hyuga clan. After all, the two clans have the same origin, so he can have trouble with the two clans. At noon, inside Senju Station, Hamura also moved to the side between the Hyuga tribe and the Otsutsuki tribe. He felt that it was better for him to look after his own descendants. As for Hagoromo, he still lives in the Senju Station, and usually goes to the Hokage building to help Tobirama with his office. Izuna even feels that her position as secretary is threatened. Mito, can you teach me how to cook? Kagaya looked at Mito busy in the kitchen and asked. Oh, Kagaya, do you also want to learn to cook? Mito turned back to Kagaya in confusion and asked. Advertisement. Well, I want to make some for the kids. Kagaya nodded. Only now did she realize that she was really an incompetent mother and had never cooked a meal for her children. Okay, come on, let me teach you a simple lesson first. Mito smiled. Kagaya is really a good mother. A moment later, Kagaya, you put it wrong. That's sugar. That's vinegar. Put soy sauce. Why did you put sesame oil? Amidst Mito's exclamations, Kaguya's meal was successfully cooked. Mito looked at the dark plates in front of him. A fly flew over the dishes and he fainted instantly. Mito swallowed. Kagaya is such a good mother. Fortunately, she never cooked for her children before. How is it? Kagaya wiped the dust from his face and asked calmly. It's your first time cooking, Kagaya, and you can do it like this. That's great. Mito felt the hope in Kaguya's eyes and nodded in praise. Yeah, Kagaya nodded and put these dishes into the lunchbox. The lunchbox is made of plastic. In the eyes of Mito and Kagaya, the lunchbox is corroding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The atmosphere fell into silence. Mito, is it a problem with the food I cooked? Kagaya was silent for a while and asked. No, it's a problem with the lunchbox, Mito said against his will. Then, Kagaya took out the iron lunchbox from the side and put the food in. Well, it's okay this time. So, Kagaya happily went out to look for his children with a bunch of biological and chemical weapons. Mito looked at Kaguya's back. I hope they will be fine. Probably. Mito, what's the smell in the kitchen? At this time, Hashirama came back and asked with a smile when he saw Mito dazed in the kitchen. Hey, are you ready to cook? Then, Hashirama saw the residue in the pot where Kagaya had cooked, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Mito hesitates to speak. Chapter 183 Mito. The possible difficulty of this song. In the Hokage building, Kagaya suddenly arrived here, and Hagoromo, who was helping Tobirama process documents over there, was stunned for a moment. Mom, why are you here? Yuya looked at his mother who suddenly arrived and asked in confusion. I made some rice myself and brought it to you to eat. Kagaya took out the iron lunchbox in his hand and placed it in front of Hagoromo's table. Hagoromo looked at the lunchboxes on the table and shed tears of emotion. This is the first time my mother has cooked for them. I must eat them all for him. Kagaya looked at Hagoromo's expectant look, with a smile on his face. Hagoromo slowly opened the lid of the lunchbox, and the golden light he imagined did not appear. Instead, a dark cloud floated out. Hagoromo looked at the dishes in the lunchbox, and the smile on his face stopped suddenly. I, Sage of Six Paths, don't know if I can survive after eating this. Hagoromo, stop looking and eat quickly. Seeing Hagoromo's dazed look, Kagaya thought it was Hagoromo who was moved by seeing him cooking for the first time, so he said helplessly. Mother. I'm not hungry now. I'll eat it later. Hagoromo slowly closed the lid and said with a forced smile. No, it's already noon. How can I not eat? I'll watch you finish eating before leaving. Kagaya shook his head. It looks like I won't leave until you eat. Hagoromo looked at the lunchbox in front of him, as if he saw a life and death enemy. The battle 1,000 years ago was not as scary as it is now. Hagoromo opened the lid again, looked at the contents of the lunchbox, and picked it up tremblingly. I picked up something that looked like a vegetable. Hagoromo looked at the thing on the chopsticks, and swallowed. What are you afraid of? This is the meal cooked by his mother. Eat it. Yuya felt cruel and stuffed it into his mouth. Yuya's face turned pale on the spot. Then, Mother, do you still want to deliver food to your brother and the others? You see, the food is almost cold. Go and deliver it to them. Hagoromo insisted, he said slowly with a smile. Well, you should also pay attention to rest. I'll go first. Kagaya watched his child eat his meal, nodded with satisfaction, and left here instantly. Puff, advertisement. Hagoromo-sama. Hagoromo-sama. Hagoromo-sama has fainted. Call 120. The guard outside the door heard the knocking sound coming from inside and shouted quickly. Ashura looked at the meal sent by his dear grandma, and ate it with a smile on his face, maybe because he was in better physical condition. Kagaya watched Ashura eat it all, and ate every last one. The face is full of relief. Ashura is a good boy. Just when Kagaya disappeared to find the next victim, Ashura foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground. So, Hamura. The same thing happened to Indra and Indra. Hamura was fishing in the lake in the back mountain of Konoha. He lost a few fish and was about to roast them when he suffered a disaster. Indra. He originally refused to eat, but looking at Kaguya's sad eyes, well, Indra ate bravely. Today, 5 patients came to Konoha's hospital, all of them underwent gastric lavage. Dave looked at the 5 familiar people who had arrived, and heard what happened to them, with some schadenfreude on his face. The rice cooked by his wife tastes good. Well, it tastes really good. Afternoon, Kagaya and Mito came to the east end of Konoha, where square dancing is held. Kagaya, while no one is here, I will teach you some common moves. Mito pulled Kagaya to the field and said with a smile on his face. Kagaya nodded. The two began to twist to the rhythm. Gradually, people came. The vast ninja world is my love. The flowers are blooming under the stretches of Konoha Mountain. What kind of rhythm is the most swaying? What kind of singing is the most joyful? The winding river comes from the sky, leaving behind a riot of colors, a piece of sea. Sizzling songs are what we look forward to. As the music played, Kaguya gradually became familiar with it. Mito and Kaguya stood at the front of everyone as the lead dancers, dancing to the music. Kaguya's cool aura and neat movements made many people stop and watch, and Kaguya also enjoyed it. She felt a feeling that she had not felt in 1,000 years, happiness. After the dance, Kaguya received praises from many aunties, and Kaguya nodded coolly. Then, Kaguya and Mito starred in several more dances. Kaguya became more and more proficient and his movements became more and more beautiful. Advertisement, phew. Kaguya. The next song is the most difficult one in our square dance. Are you confident? Mito wiped the sweat from his face, looked at Kaguya with a smile and asked. Kaguya nodded. Wait for it, 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 wait for it. When the moon rises, the red lantern will be lit. The music of the festival is the secret code. The delicate butterflies will seduced out, pure land of ultimate bliss. This is the Huxia translation. As the accompaniment played, Kaguya and Mito looked at each other and took a deep breath. Immediately, Kaguya jumped into the butterfly step, with his hands on his hips and spinning around. On the other side, in the base of the fecal picking brigade. Damn Hagoromo Hamura. I didn't expect them to be resurrected too. Damn you, mom is mine alone, Black Zetsu shouted angrily. Then what should we do? Black Zetsu leader, a white Zetsu in the audience stood up and shouted. We have saved a lot of money before, now, it's time for this money to be put to use, Black Zetsu shouted. That. Leader of Black Zetsu, we have no money. At this time, Fei put down the excrement that he had been studying for a long time and turned from golden to black, and walked to Black Zetsu's side to remind him. A-hole. Where's our money? Black Zetsu was stunned for a moment and roared angrily. That little orange thing came yesterday and took it all away, a Fei shrugged and said helplessly. Damn it. Dave can tolerate it, but Black Zetsu can't. Everyone, copy guy, go and copy his internet cafe for me. Black Zetsu picked up the feces over there and slapped it hard. He fell to the ground and roared. Then, hundreds of white Zetsu, some holding shit stirrers, some holding shit shovels, and some holding shit poles, surrounded the Nine Tails internet cafe. Little Nine Tails was teaching the others the art of borrowing things, etc., when he suddenly felt the lights dimming and looked outside. Come on. Black Zetsu shouted with the banner of Dung Picking Brigade on his shoulder. Run. Chapter 184 Little Nine Tails vs 800 White Zetsu. I wish you all a happy Huxia Valentine's Day. Well, reading the novel will make you happier. Small Nine Tails vs 800 White Zetsu and 1 Black Zetsu. Nine Tails is Nine Tails after all. Even though this is just a clone of him, it is not something that a group of White Zetsu can defeat. Sui Rennie humbly looked at the little figure hitting White Zetsu on the field, his eyes were shining. Little Nine Tails looked at the White Zetsu gathered around him and took a mop stained with feces from the White Zetsu at his feet. When the mop is stained with feces, the little Nine Tails is like a god descending into the world. In the process of waving the mop, the golden color is also constantly splashing out. Everyone in the internet cafes watching the battle is not spared. Half a day later 800 White Zetsu fell down. Little Nine Tails took the mop and looked at the Black Zetsu over there. Black Zetsu swallowed. He thought about leaving here quickly. I don't want the money, this is nothing. Ah. Black Zetsu. Feel the pain. Nine Tails jumped up and stabbed Black Zetsu from the sky with a mop. Seeing Black Zetsu who passed out with a golden mop in his mouth, Little Nine Tails nodded with satisfaction. Come here. Tow away. The Second Fecal World War ended when Black Zetsu was dragged to the hospital with a fecal mop in his mouth. In hospital. Ha ha ha. I'm finally out of the hospital. Dave stood outside the hospital door, shouting excitedly. Be careful, your injury is not healed yet, Yume said helplessly as she stood aside. Okay little rabbit, I will listen to you, Dave said with a smile. The two held hands and walked back home for a long time. Well, you were discharged from the hospital today, let me cook you a fish, Yume said with a smile, looking at Dave who was slumped on the sofa as soon as he came home. Okay, let me help you. Upon hearing this, Dave stood up from the sofa instantly. Thinking of the days in the hospital, Dave felt sad, even if it was steamed buns, pickles, vegetables and millet porridge every day. And that be ****** D brought a barbecue to see him every day. Make Dave so angry. The two walked out of the house and came to the pond in the yard. Advertisement looking at the big fish swimming around inside, Dave swallowed in frustration. Giggle, don't worry, I'll get the net, Yume said with a giggle as she looked at Dave's appearance. Yume went to the room to take out the net, and Dave took it from Yume's hand and waved it towards the fish in the pond. Dave kept waving the net on the shore, and Yume squatted aside, watching the scene quietly with a smile on her face. Damn, this fish actually teased me, it won't go into the net, you can't spoil him. TMD. Dave saw that after fishing for so long, he didn't even catch a fish, and then he jumped into the water angrily. Dave jumped into the water, and these fish ran even more happily. Giggle, Yume held her chin and giggled as she looked at Dave who was writhing in the water. Little rabbit, why are you laughing? Dave raised his head from the water, looked at Yume giggling, hummed twice, and splashed water on Yume on the shore. Yeah, Yume quickly blocked the splash with her hands. Yume resisted for a while but found that there was no movement. She slowly put down her hand and looked over. Ah! Dave pushed Yume down on the lawn, with a wicked smile on his cold face. Yume looked at Dave in front of her, her face turned rosy involuntarily. Dave's white broken hair was constantly dripping with water drops, and it fell on Yume's face. But Yume doesn't feel anything about it. The two looked at each other for a moment. Dave slowly lowered his face. For a long time, the lips parted. Yume's face was still extremely red with embarrassment. Seeing that Dave was still a little unfinished, she quickly raised her hand to push Dave aside. Hey, let's come together. Dave chuckled, grabbed Yume's little hand, and the two fell into the water at the same time. Ah! Yume hurriedly jumped out of the water, puffed her cheeks and looked at Dave with an unkind expression. Don't be angry. Hey, I can't catch the fish, let's catch it together. Dave gently pinched Yume's bulging cheeks and said with a smile. Huh, okay. Yume turned around and smiled childishly, and the two of them started catching fish in the water. During this period, Dave kept splashing water on Yume mischievously. Yume was a little helpless, but looking at Dave playing in the water like a child, Yume couldn't help but have a smile on her face. Advertisement men and women are matched, so work is not tiring. The two of them soon caught several fish. Back at the house, the two of them took a shower and changed into clean clothes. In the kitchen, Dave looked at the fish on the chopping board and fell into deep thought. Yume. Why'd I always feel like this fish looks down on me? Dave looked at the slightly disdainful look in the fish's eyes and asked with some displeasure. No way, hurry up. Yume rolled her eyes at him and said speechlessly. Okay. Dave picked up the kitchen knife and neatly handled the fish that he was unhappy with. Heat oil in a pan, put fish in it. Ahem. Dave can also cook, but he still likes to eat the food cooked by his wife, so he quietly stands aside and watches the busy Yume, and helps her wipe the sweat on her face from time to time. Yume put the fish into the pot, and the hot oil in the pot started to boil instantly. Dave's eyes were sharp, and a few drops of hot oil splashed out instantly. Dave suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Yume's face. Ah, what are you doing? Yume was startled and took a few steps back. Ahem, isn't there oil flying out? This damn hot oil dares to fly into my little rabbit's face, Dave said with an embarrassed smile. What? Let me see quickly. Yume was stunned for a moment and quickly took Dave's hand. Looking at Dave's hands that were burned red by the hot oil, Dave thought it was nothing and it would be fine after a while. It would be bad if this thing splashed on my little rabbit's face. Yume looked at Dave angrily. Why are you looking at me like that? Dave asked, touching his head awkwardly. Don't do this next time. Yume looked at Dave fiercely and said. It's okay, it's just a splash of oil. Yeah, I will definitely not do this next time. Dave wanted to quibble, but seeing Yume's increasingly unfriendly eyes, Dave nodded quickly. Hey, moi, my little rabbit is the best, Dave said, looking at Yume who was still a little angry, and kissed her gently. Yume was about to say something. Then, both of them smelled something fuzzy at the same time. Ah, my fish. 10 minutes later. The two of them sat in front of the dining table and fell into silence as they looked at the fried black fish on the plate on the dining table. Chapter 185 Hashirama. You are so sexy in the hospital. The doctor looked at the black man in front of him, with a mop with feces in his mouth, and fell into deep thought. Can you take out the mop, doctor? Afei looked at the doctor and asked. It can be taken out, but, the doctor gave Afei a complicated look, but hesitated to speak. But what? Afei asked. But its mouth may be deformed, and the recovery time may be longer, the doctor said helplessly. 5555. Black Zetsu purred. Oh, doctor, he said take it. Afei understood and nodded quickly. Black Zetsu looked at Afei in confusion. 5555. Oh, doctor, he asked you, do you know what it feels like to have a bowel movement? Afei understood again and looked at the doctor and asked. 5555. Black Zetsu wanted to slap this weirdo to death. The doctor looked at Black Zetsu on the hospital bed with pervert eyes. Oh, doctor, he said he hasn't washed his underwear in months. 555. Black Zetsu kicked Afei out, and Lousy didn't even wear underwear. I am a doctor. I am a doctor. The doctor kept murmuring in his heart, looking at Black Zetsu on the hospital bed like a formidable enemy. Half a month later, everyone gathered at Hashirama's house because today was the day when Hashirama's TV series starring Madara and Mito was broadcast. Orochimaru had brought a satellite to the moon and launched it into outer space half a month ago. Television, this time-breaking thing, appeared in the homes of most villagers. Kakuzu is having a lot of fun these days, including signal fees, money from selling TVs, and advertising booth fees on TVs. Kakuzu was so happy that he was so happy. Even door-to-door delivery was installed by Kakuzu himself in an electric tricycle. Advertisement because there is still not enough time. Dave will write a script first, film a TV series and put it on TV, otherwise the TV will always be full of advertisements. Ahem. It's a bit embarrassing. For all the pain of persistence in love, for all the wounds of hatred and persistence, as a slightly sad female voice sounded. Trailer. When Cinderella marries into a wealthy family, the happy fairy tale life turns into a phantom, with her mean and cold mother-in-law, played by Kagaya, her selfish and narrow-minded husband, played by Hashirama, her, played by Mito, struggling marriage, and even more so with her good sisters. With the intervention of Madara, played by Madara, well, I couldn't find a spare woman, so I asked Madara to put on women's clothes. Ahem. How could a weak and kind-hearted woman be driven to despair by reality? Retreat, village woman. Save the happy love-hate drama. The temptation of returning to the village, against the background of the slightly sad female singing voice, the slightly magnetic voice of the male voice, Dave, slowly came from the TV. This set fascinated everyone. Oh, it's about to start, Hashirama and Ashura shouted in anticipation, each holding a bucket of popcorn in their hands. Watch it carefully, this is starring Teruyu Orichi and I, and both of us haven't stopped for the past half-month, Mito said with a snort. Kagaya nodded. There was also a hint of anticipation on his face. This is her first time participating in something like this, and she really wants to see how well she can act. Oh, is my mother also involved? No wonder I haven't seen my mother very much in the past half-month. Hamura asked in confusion. Well, she must have done a good job as mother. Let's take a look together. Yuya smiled and nodded. No, I have to discuss with Dave later to let my mother act more. I must not let my mother have extra thoughts on cooking. Mom's acting skills must be the best. Damn it, Black Zetsu said with a loud smile and nodded. After saying that, Black Zetsu silently came to Dave's side. Dave, let's discuss it and bring me with you next time something like this happens, Black Zetsu said in a low voice. Take you with me? Dave was stunned for a moment and looked at the guy with his big mouth. Yes, you must take me with you, Black Zetsu nodded fiercely. Normally it would be difficult for him to meet his mother. She seems to like filming this kind of thing. If I can participate and play the role of his son. Then, hee. The relationship between my mother and I quickly heated up, hee. All those Hagoromo, Ashura Indra, get out of here. Advertisement, ahahaha. Black Zetsu's smile became more and more obscene, and his laughter became louder and louder. As if a happy life was right in front of him. But soon, the drama began. Dave, what's the general plot? Izuna looked at Dave and asked. Hashirama looked at Mito, then at Madara. Well, he found Madara, and the two of them sat together and chatted about the plot. For example, my acting was better than yours, your acting was not as good as my Hashirama, and so on. In the eyes of people around them, Uzumaki Pinru, played by Mito, and Senju Shishen, played by Hashirama, are an enviable model couple. The two are talented and beautiful, and they are a perfect match. However, every family has a hard-to-read story. With the passage of time, the romantic feelings at the beginning of marriage gradually faded, replaced by various practical problems in life. Pinru was criticized by her mother-in-law, Kagaya, for never being able to get pregnant, and her daily life was full of problems, it's stumbling. Everyone sat on the sofa and watched the TV series together. Yume and Dave sat on the carpet, Yume leaned in Dave's arms, and the two watched the TV series and whispered. Tobirama and Izuna sat together, taunting each other from time to time. There is a plot, Senju Shishen, played by Hashirama's sentence. This evening left an indelible image in everyone's hearts. Now that Tobirama and Izuna saw Hashirama's face, the words, "You are so sexy," came to their minds involuntarily. Just watched it all night. Mito looked at the loving young couple on the carpet, and then at Hashirama who was chatting with Madara. The veins on his face popped out. What a piece of wood. There was no other way, she could only talk to Wei. Let's chat with Yorichi. You're so naughty, the atmosphere fell into silence. Spicy stuffing. Madara and Indra looked at each other, and at the same time, a spicy stuffing knocked Black Zetsu away. Ashura found Indra and lay in Indra's arms with a smile. Indra was helpless. Sigh. Who made him my brother? At the same time, Uzumaki Pinru's best friend Uchiha Eli, played by Madara, who was studying abroad in a foreign village, suddenly returned to Daxia with the little boy Hitaki Shonen, played by Sui Ren, and Shonen turned out to be Shishen's biological flesh and blood. In order to save her, Eli did not hesitate to declare war on his friends after losing his love, and Pinru became increasingly tired in this continuous war of family and love. Dave said slowly in a magnetic male voice, Chapter 186 Kakuzu, come for advertising endorsement. Senju Shishen, Hashirama, played, why do you wear Uzumaki Pinru's clothes? Uchiha Eli, Madara, played by Madara, since we want to pursue excitement, why not go through it to the end? Senju Shishen grinned slightly and said softly, you are so sexy. These three lines spread throughout the streets and alleys of Konoha in an instant. Senju Shishen, you scumbag, I will beat you to death for Pinru. Watching a female villager being taken away by the police department, Hashirama and Madara both looked confused. Wow, didn't they just make a TV series? Hey, who are you? Who are you? At this time, another villager passed by and pointed at Hashirama's face. Hashirama is full of expectations, hoping to hear the 5 words first Hokage from the villagers' mouths. You are so naughty, ooh. I will never make a TV series again. Hashirama squatted on the corner of the street, holding a branch in his hand, and the screen showed black and white shadows. He is a famous first Hokage, but no one recognizes him. Instead, he made a TV series and became famous. Wow, it's so hurtful. Okay, I just recognized you by mistake. What's the point? Madara smiled disdainfully at the side and comforted helplessly. Then, Please, are you the chief of the Uchiha Madara clan? At this time, a girl who looked young walked up to Madara, lowered her head and asked shyly. Well, sign and take photos. Madara was stunned for a moment, smiled helplessly. She took out her mobile phone and pen from her arms and asked. He was used to this kind of thing. Tell me, sign or take photos. Wow 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 wow. Hashirama cried even louder when he saw this scene. Then, you, the Uchiha Ellie you play, can you, don't be so. Oh, the little girl blushed and ran away before she finished speaking. Madara was stunned. Oh, ahahahaha. Hashirama laughed wildly. Even if you talk about me, Madara, you can't run away, ha ha ha. Just when Madara had veins popping out on his head and was about to beat Hashirama, his phone vibrated. It's Kakuzu. Madara answered the phone. What's going on? Madara asked. Excuse me, are you and Hashirama free now? Kakuzu's voice came, sounding a little excited. Advertisement, I'm free, what's wrong? Madara glanced at Hashirama who was laughing next to her and nodded helplessly. Please come to Aishin Company. Good, the two of them arrived at the Kidney Love Company in just a few seconds. Why do you need us to come here? Madara looked at Kakuzu who was busy over there and asked in confusion. Oh, it's no big deal, I just want you two to shoot an advertising endorsement, Kakuzu said with a smile. Advertising endorsement? What do you mean? Hashirama asked. It's okay, just do as I say. Hashirama put on first Hokage's costume. Hashirama looked at the lines in his hand with anticipation. Am I going to be on TV again? Is my image going to change again? And the costume this time is not so strange. This is the Hokage robe that marks the first Hokage. Have you memorized the lines? Kakuzu held something and looked at Hashirama and asked. Yeah, I've remembered it. Hashirama nodded. His face was full of excitement. Come on. Lights up, photographers in place. Hashirama slowly walked onto the curtain with his chest raised and his head raised. By the way, take this thing. This is what we are going to endorse this time. Kakuzu handed the thing in his hand to Hashirama and said with a smile. Understood. Hashirama nodded. With everything in place, Hashirama took a deep breath. Hello everyone, my name is Senju Hashirama. If a man wants to have good kidney health, he must drink Shenbao. After drinking it, he can run faster than Tobirama and grow taller than Kagaya. 1 bottle to refresh your mind. 2 bottles, never tired. 3 bottles, immortality. Oh yeah. Drink up. Kakuzu reminded in the audience. Hashirama nodded quickly, opened the kidney treasure in his hand, and swallowed it directly. Kenbao. Tastes great. Hashirama frowned. Advertisement. In addition, Shenbao, please look for the Love Shen Company brand. There is a huge discount right now. Every 3 bottles purchased will come with a signed photo of Mr. Kakuzu, the financial manager of the Shen Care Company. Hashirama came back to his senses and after finishing speaking vividly, Kakuzu shouted, Perfect, once and for all. How's it going? How's my shooting going? Hashirama walked up to Kakuzu and asked excitedly with a face filled with anticipation. Well, it's perfect, but I just need to modify some small details. The finished film will be broadcast on TV tomorrow, Kakuzu said excitedly. Ha ha ha, Dave is indeed a genius. Not only does he not have to pay endorsement fees by hiring 2 very well-known people to endorse him, but he is also extremely efficient. Madara-sama, how do you remember it? Kakuzu turned around and looked at Uchiha Madara over there and asked. Well, that's almost it. Madara nodded, then change your clothes and come on stage quickly. A moment later Madara wore an exaggerated gold chainmail armor and slowly entered the stage holding a golden 2-meter machete. Love kidney. Kakuzu held the clapper in his hand and shouted after slapping it down. Hello everyone, wo li wa wuchi hamada. Tanwen Red Moon, a brand new version that you have never played before. It only takes 3 minutes to play and you will fall in love with this game like me. It's a brother, come and chop me down. Click here to play for year. Equipment doesn't cost a penny. Come play Red Moon with me. At 8 o'clock tonight, drive on time. Equipment recycling will be delivered to your account in seconds. The explosion rate is extremely high. You can get the paralysis ring and the dragon slaying sword with just a wave of your hand. Log in and you will get 1,000,000 yuan. Tanwen Hongyue, I'll wait for you in Konoha City. Uchiha Madara held a machete in his hand with an expressionless face and said slowly. Madara-sama, swing twice, Kakuzu reminded. Uchiha Madara held a large sword in both hands and waved it twice symbolically. Perfect. Ending. Kakuzu filmed the Allegro again and said with a smile on his face. This looks like a slogan for the game, right? Madara put down the golden machete in her hand and looked at Kakuzu in front of her and asked in confusion. Yeah, but this game is similar in nature to the game Legend of Ninja World. It will be broadcast on TV. I will modify it today and you will be able to see it on TV almost tomorrow. Kakuzu nodded. Okay, let's leave first if it doesn't matter. Madara nodded and prepared to leave with Hashirama. Just after the two left, Kakuzu sent a message to Dave saying that the filming was completed. Dave said it was okay and would wait for me to go over and modify it into a film. Chapter 187 Kakuzu. Let go of my money the next day. Hashirama was full of expectations and pulled Mito, who had just woken up and was still a little confused, to sit on the sofa, ready to look at the advertising endorsement he had just shot yesterday. Why are you waking me up so early in the morning to watch TV? Isn't the temptation of returning to the village only shown at night? Mito asked in confusion. Hey, I took some new stuff yesterday, didn't I want you to see it? Hashirama said excitedly with a smile. Mito nodded helplessly, still a little sleepy. Hashirama turned on the TV in anticipation, after watching. Mito no longer feels sleepy at all. You? Mito looked at Hashirama blankly. How is it? Is my photo good? Hashirama asked excitedly. No. You look like AR*****D. Mito shook his head. Then, Mito's red hair slowly floated, a moment later. I went to Kagaya to rehearse the square dance. You pulled me up early in the morning to watch this kind of intelligence-reducing commercial. You filmed it yourself. Huh? Mito clapped his hands and said with a little anger on his face. She could already imagine the expressions on her face when people who knew her and Hashirama saw this advertisement. Why couldn't she think of marrying this guy in the first place? After Mito finished speaking, he left here, leaving only the half-dead Hashirama on the ground. The other side. Madara gets up and comes to Izuna's house for breakfast. Don't think too much, Madara, can cook, well, it's just something he doesn't bother to do. Izuna is used to it, after all, his brother likes to eat the food he cooks, and it's not too late for him to be happy. The two of them sat at the dining table and had breakfast. Izuna turned on the TV. This was a habit he had developed after buying the TV. He checked every morning to see if there was anything interesting on the TV. Hello everyone. I'm so mad. Hearing a familiar voice coming from the TV. Izuna was stunned, and looked towards the TV. Madara also looked over. After a while, after watching the commercial, the brothers fell into silence at the same time. Pa. The spoon in Madara's hand was clenched and exploded. Watching the mosaic black-haired man on TV holding a golden machete and swinging it around so frequently that he felt as if he was having a convulsion. Advertisement him. The frequency of waving is too fast. My face has become a mosaic. Madara clearly remembers that she only waved a few symbolic times. Who made her move like this? Kakuzu. You eat first, I'm full and I'm going to get busy first. Madara cleared away the spoon remnants on the table and on the floor, picked up the sickle hanging on the wall and walked out slowly. Izuna is still stunned, looking at the convulsing mosaic man on TV. Izuna doesn't know what to say. In Love Kidney Company, Kakuzu looked at the two commercials broadcast on TV with a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad, that guy Dave is pretty good at editing videos. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Kakuzu. Did you modify this advertisement randomly? Madara Rinnegan revealed a purple light and asked with murderous intent. Kakuzu swallowed. Just as he was about to explain that it was Dave's D boss who did it, his cell phone rang. It was from Dave. Little Rabbit's husband. Don't mention my name when they ask you, otherwise your dividends in the past few years will be gone. Oh, by the way, this is not a work-related injury and will not be reimbursed. When Dave saw his uncle's miserable condition, he realized something was wrong and quickly sent a message to Kakuzu, fearing that he would betray him. Kakuzu lowered his head and after reading it, he instantly crushed his phone. Veins popped up on his head. Damn brat. He actually threatened me. This is hegemony. This is exploitation. This is oppression. This is the coercion of capital. I want to resist. Kakuzu. It is the hope of the people? Kakuzu took a deep breath. That's right, I modified it. A moment later, a group of lions entered the hospital. On the street, Hashirama and Madara were walking down the street with masks and caps on their faces respectively. It's brothers. Just come and chop me. Madara saw two children on the street talking happily about this damn advertisement. I always felt that I had acted lightly just now. Shenbao, it tastes great. At this time, another child ran over and shouted. Madara. Does the commercial I shoot really look like AR****D? Hashirama burst into tears when he saw this scene. He looked at Madara and asked with a choked voice. Madara was stunned for a moment and pointed to the store selling TVs over there. Advertisement. There are several TVs placed in the glass cabinet outside the TV. The Hashirama advertisement is currently playing on them. Hashirama and Madara stood outside the glass cabinet and finished watching the advertisement. How should I put it? Madara fell into deep thought. Madara looked at Hashirama next to her, whose eyes were twinkling with little bowling stars. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Ooh! Hashirama squatted in the corner of the glass cabinet and cried. At this time, Madara's commercial was played on TV again. Hashirama glanced at him inadvertently. Ah ha 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 ha. Who is this person with convulsions? Ha 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 ha. He has a stroke. Ha 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 ha. What a ghost. Hashirama was rolling with joy after watching the advertisement. Veins popped up on Madara's head. She clenched her fists. Moments later, Hashirama entered the hospital with a disabling fracture. The patient in Hashirama's room is a black Fred lying on the bed. Ha 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 ha. Hello, my name is Senju Hashirama. How did you get in? Hashirama laughed and looked at the black line and asked. The black line cannot make a sound. Oh, I was called in. Woo woo woo. He's too much. I don't even know what I did wrong. Woo woo woo. Hashirama said miserably while wiping his tears. Haha. Maybe you can speak. You know me. My name is Senju Hashirama. That's the first Hokage. Not the one who drinks Shenbao. By the way, have you watched the TV series The Temptation of Returning to the Village? This ball of thread tried its best to make a sound. Could you shut up? Medical expenses will not be reimbursed. Even if I pay for my own hospitalization, I will have to endure the torture of your chatty words. Oh haha. Yes, that's Senju Shishen, I played him. Well, what? You want my autograph? Ha ha ha, this. Ahem, where can I sign it for you? Well, what? You want me to sign the money next to your bed? Okay. Let go of my money. Kakuzu roared angrily in his heart. Chapter 188 Dave, looking for death. Today is little Tsunade's second birthday, and the Senju station is very busy. Even Hashirama remembered that he still had the identity of a grandfather, running the family. Hey, Izuna, that ribbon is not hanging somewhere. Madara, don't be lazy, move these things in quickly. Dave, stop playing there, go to the kitchen and help your aunt, Yume and the others. Hashirama put his hands on his hips and spoke forcefully. Without him, little Tsunade looked at him with big eyes behind his butt. Izuna glanced at Hashirama helplessly, then jumped to take down the ribbon from the roof again, and hung it in the toilet over there. Madara glanced at this guy coldly. Today is little Tsunade's birthday, this guy is Grandpa Tsunade. Well, let's talk about it tomorrow. Dave was speechless, went to the kitchen to help. Grandpa, what are Grandpa Madara and the others going to do? Little Tsunade hugged Hashirama's thigh, his little eyes revealing big doubts. Hey, today is yours, little Tsunade. Oh, we have a distinguished guest coming to our home today. Hashirama was about to blurt out, then remembered that today was a surprise for little Tsunade, and quickly changed his words. Oh, then I'll go play with Orochimaru and the others first. Little Tsunade nodded and ran out without thinking much. Hashirama chuckled and continued to direct. What are you giving random orders? Come and help me too. Mito in the kitchen noticed this scene and became furious. He walked over to Hashirama, pulled Hashirama's ears and growled. Hashirama screamed and was dragged away by Mito. On the street, little Sanin is running around. Hey, come and catch me. You can't catch me. Little Jiraiya turned around and gave the two little guys a grimace. Damn, Jiraiya. Stop. Little Tsunade's face turned red with anger. Kuchimaru followed the two of them with a helpless expression. Today he should go to learn literacy with his mother. He is very interested in what his father is busy with every day. He wants to be with his father every day, but his father tells him to learn literacy first. I originally planned to learn how to read with my mother today, but Tsunade came to his house and wanted to take him to play. Of course, Orochimaru was unwilling, but his mother looked at little Tsunade happily and nodded with a smile from time to time. So, he was forcibly kicked out by his mother. Advertisement Orochimaru feels wrong. Orochimaru wants to cry. Orochimaru wants to hug. At this time, little Jiraiya didn't look at the road. A person came in front and knocked little Jiraiya to the ground. Little Jiraiya rubbed his butt and was about to get up to say sorry. As expected, the children in the ninja world are just a bunch of trash, they don't even have good eyesight. The passerby, a young man from the Otsutsuki clan, said with disdain as he looked at little Jiraiya who fell on the ground. Jiraiya, are you okay? Little Tsunade hurriedly followed up and helped little Jiraiya who had fallen to the ground and asked worriedly. No, it's okay, uncle, I'm sorry. Little Jiraiya stood up, looked at the Otsutsuki young man in front of him, and bowed quickly to apologize. What? Uncle? The Otsutsuki young man was stunned for a moment, then veins popped out on his head, and he kicked the little Jiraiya in front of him away. What are you doing? Why are you hitting someone? Little Tsunade looked at Jiraiya who flew backwards and roared angrily at the young man in front of him. Oh, what's wrong with hitting him? Believe it or not, I'll hit you too. The young man sneered and was about to hit Tsunade with his hand. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of Tsunade and grabbed the young man's hand. Little Tsunade closed her eyes tightly, and the imaginary hand did not hit her after she waited for a while. Little Tsunade slowly opened her eyes. Boy, are you looking for death? Kakuzu looked at the man in front of him and asked with a sneer. Grandpa Kakuzu. Little Tsunade's eyes were filled with stars. Looking at the back figure in front of him, his face was filled with surprise. Kid, are you okay? Kakuzu turned around and looked at little Jiraiya who was lying on the ground and being helped up by Kuchimaru and asked. No, it's okay, little Jiraiya said reluctantly, holding her stomach. Kuchimaru supported little Jiraiya and looked at the young man with resentful eyes. Let go. Let go. Looking at Kakuzu who suddenly appeared in front of him, the young man tried hard to break free, but found that he couldn't get away no matter what. Kakuzu looked at the young man in front of him and let go of his hand. Let's go, Kakuzu said with a faint look at him. The young man gave Kakuzu a hateful look, turned around and left. Advertisement, Grandpa Kakuzu, why didn't you beat him? He beat Jiraiya too. Little Tsunade looked at the back of the leaving young man and asked angrily. Don't worry, someone will take care of him, Kakuzu sneered. Let's go, I'll take you to the hospital first to show that brat. Kakuzu looked at the three little guys and said slowly. He was just a 2-year-old, it was his fault he hit that guy. He apologized. Why did that guy hit me? Then, the three little guys got on Kakuzu's electric tricycle. Kakuzu drove the three little guys to the hospital. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, smiled, and reported the situation to Dave. Little Rabbit's husband. Damn it, he's looking for death. Do you even dare to hit my little Jiraiya? Whoa. Little Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. The little child threw herself into Dave's arms and cried loudly. Uncle Dave is your strong backing, don't be afraid in the future. If anyone bullies you, tell Uncle Dave. And the two of you too. Dave smiled and hugged the two little guys next to him. Money is life. Leave him alone for now and give him money. In the hospital, little Jiraiya had a bruise on his stomach. The nurse bandaged him and then asked Kakuzu for money. Little Jiraiya, are you okay? Dave ran to Jiraiya and looked at Jiraiya carefully and asked worriedly. Little Jiraiya, don't be afraid. Uncle Dave, don't you know? Even if he is Uranus lousy, I will kill him. Dave smiled. And hugged the little one tenderly. Jiraiya said softly. Damn it, how shameless are you, a young man, beating a 2-year-old child? No, it's okay. It's okay Uncle Dave. Jiraiya accidentally bumped into some uncle. That uncle got angry and beat. Little Jiraiya quickly shook his head, but he didn't finish speaking. Dave pulled him into his arms. Can you identify the person who hit you? Dave opened little Jiraiya's clothes, looked at the bandage on it, and became angry instantly. Orochimaru looked at Dave who was hugging him, with a smile on his face. Uncle Dave, it's so nice. Kakuzu smiled, took out the money from his pocket and went to the counter to pay. A total of several thousand silver taels. Well, adding 2 zeros when reporting to the company is not too much. After a while, Dave came over Little Rabbit's husband. You pay first, and the company will reimburse you. Wait for me there, I'll be there right away. No, it's okay. Little Jiraiya shook his head. Chapter 189 Happy Birthday, Tsunade. Dave comforted the 3 little guys for a while. Okay, you go back to the Senju station first, Dave said with a smile and looked at the 3 little guys. Immediately, Dave turned his head and looked at Kakuzu. Go, FK him. Kakuzu nodded, took out the stockings from his arms, put them on his head, and took out his pistol. Dave was speechless. When did this guy become so funny? But the 2 of them haven't walked out of the room yet. Little Tsunade hurriedly ran to Dave. Take Tsunade with you. Little Tsunade stretched out his arms to stop the 2 of them and said. Leave this kind of matter to the adults, Kakuzu said helplessly. The kid is trouble. If you don't take me, Grandpa Kakuzu, I will tell Uncle Dave that you just lied about the reimbursement expenses. Little Tsunade rolled his eyes and walked up to Kakuzu and whispered. I think we should take her there. I have Alzheimer's disease recently and my memory is a bit bad. I have forgotten what that person looks like. Kakuzu looked at Dave righteously and said. You really think I'm deaf, don't you? Reluctantly, the 2 took Lil Tsunade with them. Arriving at the Otsutsuki tribe, the young man was still chatting and spanking with several other young men, bragging that he beat up a ninja child today and made a huge contribution to their plan. Suddenly, 2 perverts wearing stockings and a child wearing stockings appeared here. Is that him? Dave looked at Kakuzu and asked. Yeah, Kakuzu nodded. Yes, it's him who kicked Jiraiya, hit him. Little Tsunade screamed in Dave's arms. Little Tsunade, it's not good for you to be so violent. Dave was stunned and taught him carefully. We must convince others with virtue. Then, Kakuzu and Tsunade stared blankly at Dave holding a brick with German characters written on it, and greeted the young man in the face. I understand. I will also convince others with virtue in the future, Little Tsunade said with bright eyes when he saw this scene. Advertisement. Kakuzu wiped the cold sweat from his face. There is something wrong with Dave's education model. Then he quickly covered Tsunade's eyes to prevent her from seeing the bloody scene that followed. After a while, Dave wiped the sweat from his face, wiped the bloodline on the German characterized brick in his hand with the bloody young man's clothes on the ground. Then, Dave put the brick in his arms. He picked up Tsunade who was on the ground and left here with Kakuzu. Several other young people were too frightened to move. How about it? German brand tiles, made of alloy. The hardness is 999. Well, this one is dirty. I will give you a new one later, Tsunade. Just think of it as a birthday gift. Dave smiled and looked at Tsunade and said. Huh? Birthday gift? Today is my birthday? Tsunade was in Dave's arms and was stunned when he heard Dave's words and asked in surprise. You little idiot, how can you even forget your own birthday? Dave smiled and gently pinched Lil Tsunade's nose and said. Alas. Little Tsunade's eyes lit up. Okay, I guess your grandpa and the others have already arranged it. Let's go to Lil Tsunade's birthday party. Dave smiled and put Little Tsunade on his neck. He ran back laughing. After a while, Senju was at the station. Little Tsunade pouted and tilted his head, ignoring Hashirama in front of him. Ahem, Little Tsunade, Grandpa didn't lie to you just to give you a surprise. Hashirama coughed twice in embarrassment and hurriedly comforted him. HMPH, okay then, Tsunade won't be angry, Lil Tsunade said with a hum. Hey, look, this is a gift from Grandpa. Hashirama chuckled and took out 2 scrolls from his arms. What is this? Little Tsunade looked at the 2 scrolls in his hands curiously and asked Hashirama. No, this is the scroll extracted by chakra. As for the other one, it is the summoning scroll. After Little Tsunade extracts chakra and writes his name on it, he can summon Katsuyu Sage to help Lil Tsunade fight. Hashirama he smiled and introduced the 2 scrolls in his hands. Hashirama, did Tsunade let her refine chakra at such a young age? Madara looked at Hashirama in confusion and asked. Little Tsunade's physique is different from ordinary people. I have observed that little Tsunade is much stronger than many children of the same age. Her current chakra practice will not cause any damage to her body. This is something I inherited. Hashirama hummed to show off. TCH, there were boos in the room. Hashirama ran to the corner with a branch and drew circles. Well, I'll ignore him for now. Little Tsunade, this is the Shinigami sickle. Well, consider it as your birthday gift. Madara took out a scroll from his arms, and his sickle was sealed inside. Motor. You're still talking about me. Hashirama, who was squatting in the corner over there, heard this and asked unhappily. Advertisement. Madara just gave this guy a cold look. I'll have to deal with this guy tomorrow. Madara also wanted to give other things, but he found that except for the scythe in his hand, he didn't give it away. Well, the other precious things were all given to Dave on his previous birthday every year. Kagaya looked at little Tsunade, slowly walked up to him, and put his hand on little Tsunade's head. Little Tsunade felt her body suddenly warm and comfortable. I strengthened her physique, and she is now just like you. Kagaya looked at Hashirama and said slowly. Oh. Hashirama and Ashura looked at each other with stars in their eyes. So grandma, ancestor, is so powerful. The gift from Kakuzu was very simple and unpretentious. Well, a 20% off lifetime coupon for the Love Kidney Company. For such a gift, Kakuzu felt distressed for several days. Jiraiya gave Tsunade a few hundred silver taels and a greeting card. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya a little unhappy. Why did you just give these? Little Jiraiya seemed a little lonely. He walked aside and silently ate the pastries on the dining table. Little Tsunade, I was originally going to give this money to Jiraiya, so that Jiraiya could treat it as a gift to you. But Jiraiya didn't want it. He wanted to make money to give it to you. This is what Jiraiya has been picking up bottles in Konoha for a month. The result of hard work. And that greeting card. Little Jiraiya can't read, but he cut those words off the newspaper one by one and asked me to help him read and glue them on. Dave smiled and walked to Tsunade and squatted down. He got down and said softly. Tsunade was stunned, looking at the lonely figure over there. It turned out, she hadn't seen him much in the past month. Did he go to pick up bottles? Dave smiled and stood up to leave. Little Tsunade slowly walked up to little Jiraiya. Stupid. Thank you for your birthday gift. I like it very much, little Tsunade said uncomfortably. Really? When the lonely little Jiraiya heard this familiar voice, his little eyes gradually brightened and he asked happily. Ahaha. Happy birthday to you, Tsunade. Little Jiraiya happily hugged Tsunade. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, his face gradually turned red, and he pushed Jiraiya out who was holding him. It hurts. With this push, little Tsunade hit little Jiraiya's wound. Are you okay? I didn't mean to do it. Little Tsunade hurriedly ran forward, knelt on the lawn and asked worriedly. Hee. Little Jiraiya opened his eyes and turned his eyes slightly cunningly. He smiled. How dare you lie to me? I really hit it this time. Seeing the two little guys playing, everyone had a smile on their faces. Advertisement chapter 190 Kagaya. You, come with me in the afternoon. The next day, after Kagaya and Mito finished their square dance. Kagaya, you go back first, I have some things to do. Mito looked at Kagaya and said with a smile. What's going on? Kagaya asked calmly. It's not a big deal, it's just that this year's blind date conference is about to start. I'm the host, and I have to help. Mito smiled and said helplessly. Dating conference. What is it? What, a blind date meeting? Ashura Indra, Hagoromo and Hamura asked in confusion. Ahem. Mother. Well, I already had a wife thousands of years ago. After she gave birth to Ashura Indra, I no longer had the intention to look for any woman. Hagoromo shook his head and said slowly. Kagaya was stunned for a moment, and after glancing at Indra and Ashura, that's all. Hagoromo is a good boy. Me too, mother. Hamura nodded as well. His descendants have all become a tribe, so naturally he has no intention of looking for other women. Well, Hamura is also a good boy. Then, that's all that's left. Indra and Ashura were even more confused, with cold sweat on their faces. That, Grandma, I also had a wife 1,000 years ago, Ashura said quickly. This time, Kagaya slowly turned his head and looked at Indra. Indra is confused. He doesn't have a wife. He died in a battle with Ashura 1,000 years ago. Where can he find a wife? You, come with me in the afternoon. Kagaya glanced at his grandson and said slowly. Indra tried to speak and try again. Kagaya just glanced at him lightly, then turned and left. Neither the comics nor the anime explained Indra's emotional affairs. Well, another pitfall. I'll fill it in. But Ashura has a daughter-in-law named Kanana, who looks similar to Hinata. Ashura, Hagoromo and Hamura looked at Indra with schadenfreude. Indra glared at them fiercely, turned around and left here. Afternoon. Advertisement Tobirama and Izuna are already waiting here. As veterans of the blind date conference, they are basically there every time. Now there are rumors in the outside world that these two old men have been on a blind date for almost 10 years. Years later, I'm still a bachelor. Is there something wrong with the two of them? Tobirama and Izuna both protected their hands, turning a blind eye to the pointing fingers around them. Suddenly, Indra's figure appeared here, beside the two of them. Why are you, ancestor, here? Tobirama and Izuna looked at Indra in confusion and asked. Indra kept silent and pointed to Kagaya, who was busy with Mito over there. The two understood instantly and looked at Indra with a trace of pity. This is also a poor person. They were all forced here. After a while, Kagaya and Mito over there took a break and found the three of them. Well, Indra, you are new here, and you may not understand the rules. Just let Kagaya take you to get familiar with it later. Mito looked at Indra and said with a smile. Indra remained silent. As for you two, if you make trouble for me again this time, then, Mito looked at Tobirama and Izuna with a nuclear smile. The fists in his hands crunched. I understand. The two of them nodded quickly. Mito has given up on these two old bachelors. In the past 2 years, she didn't want Tobirama and Izuna to come again, but these two people seem to regard blind dates as a kind of fun. They come every year. This makes Mito wonder if there is something wrong with these two people's minds. Then, Kagaya took Indra and Mito took the two old bachelors to make arrangements respectively. Just sit here and wait. Kagaya took Indra into the restaurant of the Daying Corner and pointed to a table. Indra sat down without saying anything. Kagaya nodded with satisfaction, turned around and left here. Then, Indra waited for a few minutes, and the shout of the start of the blind date conference came from outside. Soon, a woman sat down in front of Indra. The woman was from the Hyuga clan. Originally, the Hyuga clan did not allow intermarriage with outsiders, but Hamura, the ancestor, felt that this was a strange system and abolished it with a wave of his hand. The same is true for the Uchiha clan, which was abolished by Hamura. Madara has no feelings about this matter. If the clan couldn't find someone who can take over the position of clan leader, he would have given up the position of clan leader and ran away. Hyuga Tenin, a 70-year-old man, watched his ancestors abolish a system that had existed for hundreds of years. Well, he didn't even dare to say a word. The woman from Hyuga looked at the handsome man in front of her, who exuded a cold and arrogant air, with little stars in her eyes. Hello, my name is Hyuga Yu. The woman greeted Indra happily. Advertisement. Indra just looked at the woman silently. Ahem. What's your name? At this time, the blind date conference has entered its final stage. Watching the woman pick up an apple and eat it, Indra stood up and left here. Kagaya and Mito over there couldn't stand it anymore, and wanted to go up and talk to Indra. Well, I usually prefer square dancing and traveling. Also, I am a chunin. When they spoke, Kagaya and Mito's eyes lit up. There was something going on. Indra has been on so many blind dates, and this is the first time he has spoken. Indra just looked at the woman silently. Let's eat, and leave when the time is up. Anyway, we're just here to go through the motions, Lindsay said with a smile, pointing to the fruits on the table. Just like that. Indra stared at several women and walked away, still without saying a word. A woman sat in front of Indra. The woman had an oval face and a sweet smile. Lindsay tilted his head and looked at Indra's back in confusion. He was such a strange person, but he was quite handsome. Kagaya and Mito were both confused. Why did they suddenly leave after having such a good chat? Yin. Dora. Ahem. Well, I think you came here just to deal with the elders. Well, me too. Woo woo woo. My parents forced me to come. Lindsay leaned over slightly, feeling helpless, and he whispered aggrievely. On the Hokage rock, Indra sits on the first generation avatar. Indra slowly took off the hair tie from the 2 strands of hair in front of her face, and looked at the hair tie in her hand quietly. Hello, my name is Gubo Lindsay. Chapter 191 Tobirama. I'm going to be a grandfather. Hey, what's wrong with your brother? He's been sitting there for 2 days. Ashura and Hashirama squatted in the grass and looked at Indra on the Hokage rock. Hashirama asked in confusion. I don't know, brother, he has been sitting there since he went on a blind date 2 days ago. Ashura shook his head. Blind date? Didn't you go? Hashirama asked doubtfully. I had a wife before, and I promised not to let her down. Ashura shook his head. Then your brother doesn't have a wife. At this time, a black shadow appeared beside the two of them, startling them. Oh, it's Kakuzu. I saw Kakuzu wearing camouflage uniforms, smeared camouflage on his face, and holding a camera in his hand. Well, the newspaper sales have been a bit bad these 2 days. Kakuzu, can only lead the way, took some secret photos. Kakuzu, why are you here? Hashirama was startled and asked in confusion. Hey, why can't I be here? Kakuzu smiled disdainfully. Brother, he didn't have a wife. He died in the battle with me, Ashura said with a sad tone. Oh, if I remember correctly, the Uchiha clan is his descendant. If your brother does not have a wife, then, how did the Uchiha clan be passed down? Kakuzu, who was quick-witted, discovered the problem. Yes, Ashura slapped the ground hard and shouted. That brother has no wife. How to explain this descendant of the Uchiha clan? Ashura and Hashirama's eyes gradually brightened, as if they had discovered something terrible. Who turned off the light? At this time, a shadow covered the 3 people's light, and Kakuzu asked with some displeasure. The 3 of them looked up. Indra. Kakuzu ended up in the hospital. Ashura and Hashirama Indra could only fight in a draw. Kakuzu was easy to bully. Overflowing with curiosity, Hashirama and Ashura found Hagoromo and asked if Hagoromo knew anything. I don't know, Yuya shook his head. He never thought of intervening in Indra and Ashura's affairs thousands of years ago, so naturally he didn't know about it. He only knew that the Uchiha clan was the descendant of Indra. But, after his son Ashura said this, Hagoromo became a little curious. Indra died early in the battle, so how did his descendants appear? Ever since. Hashirama, Madara, Izuna, Tobirama, Kagaya, Ashura, Hagoromo, Hamura, Mito, and Dave blocked Indra at the door. Advertisement. Excuse me, what should you do if you just open the door when you wake up in the morning and a group of people look at you with stars in their eyes? Get out of here. Veins popped out on Indra's head and she slammed the door shut. Forget it. Since people don't want to say, well, then forget it. Well, Kakuzu is a good comrade, so I'll leave this glorious task to him. Little Rabbit's husband, Comrade Kakuzu, whether the Kidney Love newspaper can be revitalized and whether your year-end dividend can be increased depends on you this time. Money is life. Leave it to me. As soon as the nurse in the hospital walked into the ward with a bottle of intravenous drip, she saw the broken window and the quilt thrown to the ground. When Dave returned home, Yu-mei had just made breakfast, and the two happily sat down to eat together. Dave scooped up a spoonful of porridge, put it to his mouth and blew a few mouthfuls, then brought it to Yu-mei's mouth. Yu-mei smiled softly. At this moment, Yu-mei just opened her mouth, her face suddenly turned pale, she hurriedly ran out and lay down outside and vomited. Seeing this situation, Dave didn't have time to think too much. He quickly put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands and ran to Yu-mei's side to gently support her. What's going on? Dave looked at Yu-mei's pale face and asked worriedly. I don't know. I just feel like vomiting when I eat. Yu-mei shook her head. Let's go, I'll take you to the hospital. Dave picked up Yu-mei and rushed towards the hospital. Yu-mei said that I can leave. Well, Dave refused to let her go and insisted on holding her. A few minutes later, in the Hokage building, love is not something you want to buy, you can buy it if you want to. Tobirama was grading documents on the computer when suddenly his phone rang. Tobirama picked up the phone and saw that it belonged to his precious son. What's wrong, Dave? Tobirama asked as he got on the phone. You're going to be a dad. Phew. You're going to be a grandpa. Dave's excited voice came from over there. In the hospital, Dave looked at Tobirama who suddenly appeared and was shocked. Is Tsukimi pregnant? Tobirama asked excitedly. Advertisement. Yeah, Dave nodded, equally excited. In the hospital, two excited Bai Mao hugged each other. Ever since, the two white-haired men protected Yu-mei and completed a series of inspections. During this period, anyone who dared to come within 3 meters of Yu-mei would be scared away by Tobirama. On the way back to the Senju station, the two white-haired men looked like bodyguards. One of the bodyguards was wearing a second Hokage robe. Uchiha Izuna. I leave the affairs of the Hokage building to you today. Hey, I'm going to be a grandpa. Uncle Dave. Are you and Aunt Yu-mei going to have a baby soon? Little Jiraiya sat aside and asked excitedly. Tsuki Mei, it's best not to go anywhere in the past few months. If you must go out, make sure Dave or your uncle follows you. Then, Tobirama looked at Tsuki Mei and said with a solemn face. Is he a younger brother or younger sister? Little Tsunade asked excitedly. Yeah, Dave smiled and nodded. Readers, please share your thoughts. What should Dave's child be named? Eat more to replenish your body, Dave said gently as he put a few pieces of chicken in Yu-mei's bowl. Yu-mei nodded in agreement with a wry smile on her face. The white-haired Tobirama was shouting at the station with his hands on his hips. After greeting Hashirama Mito and Dave, he even called Izuna with great pride. What are the names of the younger siblings? Little Tsunade asked next. I haven't thought about it yet. Brother, go and kill some chickens raised behind the station for me to make soup for my sister-in-law. Over at the Hokage building, Izuna gritted his teeth as he looked at the documents all over the room. Lousy worked so hard here, why the hell are you going to be a grandpa? Tsunade and the other 3 little guys also returned to the camp after playing outside. When Hashirama said that they were going to have a younger brother or sister soon, the 3 little guys' eyes lit up. I don't know yet, it will take a few months, Dave said with a smile. After returning to the station, the Senju station suddenly became agitated. Dave. Go to the street and buy me all the necessities for pregnancy. You must show them to me, they must be the best. At the dinner table. Chapter 192 Traveling through the Ninja World, the dream of 300 million mice. After everyone finished eating, Tobirama quickly called Dave to help Yu-mei back to rest. Yu-mei had a helpless smile on her face from beginning to end. From now on, the Senju clan has entered the first level of combat readiness. Tobirama looked at Hashirama and said solemnly. Ahem. That. Tobirama. I think. Tsuki Mei is only 2 months old, isn't she a little impatient? Hashirama coughed twice and asked awkwardly. 2 months. It's already been 2 months, isn't it urgent? The baby is due in 8 months, Tobirama retorted. Hashirama and Mito looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. 1 month later. Oromo, this is the blade, report the situation of the target person, over. In a dark and small room, a pervert wearing stockings on his head shouted with a walkie-talkie in his hand. Blade, this is Oro, the target has not left the building, over. Beautiful. I'm going to the internet cafe now, help me turn on the phone, over. Dave excitedly took off the stockings on his head. It's been a month, he's been at home for a whole month. I haven't even stepped out of my house for a whole month. The old father completely installed cameras outside the entire house. As long as Dave takes a step outside, Tobirama over there will immediately receive the message and rush over to scold Dave. Dave didn't go out for a whole month at home and was going crazy. Oh, except when Yu Mei wanted to go out and walk around twice, he still came out and walked around the station twice. Originally, there was a computer at home. But Tobirama heard that computers have radiation, even if it is very, very small, it can even be ignored. But when he learned that radiation would have adverse effects on pregnant women, Tobirama resolutely dismantled all the computers in Dave's home. Dave was so angry that Tobirama confiscated his cell phone. I usually just watch TV with Yu Mei at home. Well, you have to watch TV for a limited time. Dave has already started to maintain his health at home. Soaking wolfberry in a thermos cup, thinking about billions of dollars in the rocking chair in the courtyard. Today, Dave is going to rebel. He can't stand it anymore. He wants to fulfill the will of the Akatsuki organization. Create a world with only the internet. He is going to the internet cafe. Giggle, come on, don't let your father find out later, Yu Mei said with a giggle as she looked at Dave's appearance. Advertisement. She naturally also knew how hard Dave had been this month. He had been by her side all the time and couldn't go anywhere. Yu Mei felt a little pitiful for him. Moi, if you have any emergency, please call me, or activate the Flying Thunder God spell left by your old father. Dave kissed Yu Mei's face hard and said with a smile on his face. Go quickly. Yu Mei looked at him angrily and said. Hey, let's go. By the way, I'll be back to cook in the evening. Don't do it. The fumes are bad for your health. Dave waved his hand, then jumped over the wall and ran out. FK. Whoever placed the hoe outside the wall has no sense of ethics at all. Yu Mei smiled helplessly as she listened to Dave's howling outside the wall. A moment later, outside the internet cafe, two perverts wearing stockings were squatting in the corner. Are you ready for observation? Blade looked at Oro and asked calmly. Well, I have observed it in advance. There is no spy from your father or any surveillance here, Oro nodded. Go. Blade gestured, and then the two of them rushed into the internet cafe. Nine Tails, the network administrator, was slumped in his seat, holding the mouse in one hand and placing the keyboard sideways with the other hand, clicking continuously, with a cigarette in his mouth. At this time, two perverts who looked particularly ferocious against the backdrop of stockings suddenly appeared in front of the counter. Little Nine Tails was startled. The cigarette in his mouth fell on his belly, burning his hair. FK. Little Nine Tails quickly patted the flames on his belly. Turn on the machine, the two of them said indifferently. Little Nine Tails saw that there was a piece of hair missing from his belly, and looked at the two of them very unhappy. 50 silver taels for 1 hour, 30 silver taels for 1 hour for membership, 1 free hour for 5 hours, 30% off on holidays, Little Nine Tails said calmly, continuing to play the game in his hands. The two looked at each other, took out the membership card from their arms and handed it to Little Nine Tails. Blade. Oromo. Little Nine Tails looked at the two membership cards in his hand and swiped them on the computer. Strangely, the people displayed on the computer were two perverts wearing stockings. Advertisement. Well, Speed, Blade nodded and said solemnly. You have to be the one to make money, Kakuzu, you're talented. Little Nine Tails waved his hand helplessly and returned the card to the two of them. Can a game that doesn't make money be called a game? Akatsuki. No one knows who founded the Akatsuki Mercenary Company, nor where its headquarters is, and so far, no one has found the person in charge of this company, and there is not even any morality or law that can bind it. AWM Scarlet Sharingan, price, 8,888 silver taels. Kanai Seal Lock, price, 4,888 silver taels. Traveling through the ninja world, the dream of 300 million mice. M401 Forest Hidden, price, 8,888 silver taels. Katana Money comes first, price, 5,888 silver taels. There are only a few types of weapons inside for the time being, but, Dave clicked on the introduction of cage-level weapons. There are more than a dozen cage-level weapons in there. The one with the lowest price sells for 4,888 silver taels. Act 47 Tailed Beasts Disaster, price, 8,888 silver taels. Root Organization. This mercenary company serves a specific country and village in the name of maintaining peace. They claim that they have the most righteous position, and if fighting goes against their beliefs, they will never be swayed by the temptation of more money. The game tells the story of the showdown between the two major mercenary groups in the ninja world, the Akatsuki Organization and the Root Organization. There are many modes in the game such as Team Mode, Clan Competition, Blast Mode, Ghost Mode and so on. Introduced an instant joining system in the form of replacement for missing people. Which cage-level weapons did you design? Dave looked at Kakuzu aside in confusion and asked. Ahem, Kakuzu, look, I'm the boss of the company. Isn't it too much for me to use the backend to buy a few weapons for free? Dave asked after coughing twice. The two of them sat in front of the computer. Today is the day when the new game Crossing the Ninja World is launched. It will be launched on the Kidney Love Game platform in 3 minutes. Dave clicks on the trailer to take a look. Well, how about it? Kakuzu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with some pride. Chapter 193 Tobirama. Is he reasonable? Kakuzu didn't answer Dave. Looking at him with a faint green light in her eyes. Well, my boss still has to recharge the money himself, Dave sighed helplessly. Kakuzu hummed. What happened to the boss? Can the boss use his privileges to rescue me? You know, Lousy's dividends are related to every tael of silver charged into the game. The game is online, go. When the time came, the two entered the game. After Dave entered the game, he directly bought a few cage-level weapons. He still had a lot of money in his cart. Well, Kakuzu was so excited when he saw this scene. No, he had to go back and tell the game technology department to get more cage-level weapons, preferably one a day. Although Dave was the richest man in Konoha, he kept all the money at home, and Dave was in charge of Tsukimi. He usually only had a little with him. What gun do you use? Dave asked. A rifle, it looks pretty good, Kakuzu nodded. Humph, rubbish. Did you know that sniper rifles are a man's romance? Dave smiled disdainfully. Equip the AWM Scarlet Sharingan and Bullet Dung Realm War that I just bought. Kakuzu gave him a roll of his eyes. Whatever, you just need to top up the money. In this young age, only by charging money can you become powerful. Dave teamed up with Kakuzu and started matching, and soon entered the blast mode. Oh, there is actually a big brother here with a cage-level weapon. Big brother, let's change the gun and let us play with it. At this time, the teammate turned on the voice and let out a howl. Let's play the next game. I just bought it and haven't used it yet. Dave's vanity suddenly rose and he said with a groan. Thank you, brother. Actually, you can also buy one yourself. At this time, Kakuzu opened the microphone and said. It's so expensive. A cage-level gun costs 8,888 silver taels. I can't afford it, the teammate said with a sigh. How can you think so? You are a bit one-sided. Think about it. A cage-level gun costs 8,888 silver. What benefits can it bring to you? It can allow you to pretend to be in the game and satisfy your needs. A soul that longs for attention. Think about it, this is a kind of satisfaction that comes from the soul, the heart, and the body. It is equivalent to saying that you spent 8,888 silver taels to satisfy both the spirit and the body. And not only that, this is the first day of the game, and these cage-level weapons are likely to be removed from the shelves in the future. This will make these cage-level weapons permanent items that retain their value. If you no longer want to play with them in the future, you can still sell them at a high price. Not only did I get my money back, I also made some money. Believe me. Buy him. Must buy him. If you buy him, you will earn from him. Advertisement Kakuzu. Economics lecturer is online. Dave looked at Kakuzu fooling around here and shook his head helplessly. Indeed, after Kakuzu finished explaining what he considered economics, his teammates were silent for a while. Father, let's sell the house and buy cage-level weapons. You traitor, what are you talking about? Soon, the howling sounds of teammates came from the other side of teammate Mai. Well. Rush B. Rush. Dave howled. The two rushed into Area B, but as soon as they rushed in, they were killed instantly. Dave and Kakuzu looked at each other confused. Come again, in the second game, after the two people were resurrected, they were ambitious and vowed to kill the person just now. Bang, bang, two people died again. Damn it again, the third game. FK. Come again. The fourth round. I see asterisk asterisk you, F asterisk asterisk. I don't believe it anymore. I can't beat him. Come again, the fifth game. The ninth inning. Dave and Kakuzu looked at their 09's panels and fell into deep thought. Dave silently switched pages and opened something mysterious. In the 10th game, enter the game again. Kakuzu had already given up on going to Area B to look for that guy. When he saw Dave running over there unwilling to admit defeat, he shook his head helplessly. In the Hokage building advertisement, Tobirama squatted in Area B, looking at his 18 halves panel with a smile on his face. The two dumbfounded young people opposite him looked really good. At this time, Tobirama opened the scope. The time had come, and the two rookies should have arrived. Sure enough, the one named Akatsuki Blade came, opened the camera, clicked, and killed in one go. Was there only one? It seems that the other stupid guy is not so stunned. Something's wrong. Didn't I hit it? Why is there no kill effect prompt? Tobirama opened the scope, and the man was still intact. Tobirama sneered, so it turned out that he made a mistake just now and missed the target. It's okay, just this time. At this time, a sound came from Tobirama's headphones. Tobirama was completely confused. What is this? Why just immune to death? I saw that the character on the computer screen started to form hand seals, and then, a screen full of fire styles sprayed his character to death. Tobirama looked at the man who had walked up to him and was very close. He took out his pistol and started shooting. Are you playing? Can't you see that fire style is so big? Is it reasonable for him to use ninjutsu in this F*******G gunfight game? Tobirama's mind went blank for a moment. Tobirama snorted coldly, I don't believe this evil anymore. Dave just stood still and let him hit him. It was ridiculous. Dave glanced at his 10 billion health in the lower left corner. Even if you blow up the gun, you may not be able to kill me. Soon. Tobirama, all the bullets in his main and secondary weapons were exhausted. Tobirama took the kunai and scratched his body randomly. Bang bang bang. Tobirama shot 3 times in a row, all of which hit the head. Why the hell is this guy not dead? Dave in the internet cafe opened the back end of the game technology department, looked at the submitted report, and smiled disdainfully. This game. Isn't it about shooting guns? Where did this guy get the ninjutsu from? Is he cheating? Fire style. Great fire extinguishes. Tobirama looked at the message from the computer and became even more confused. What happened? Why isn't that person dead yet? Tobirama was stunned, watching the character swaggering towards him with a knife. Your report is invalid. After game inspection, the player did not find any signs of cheating. Due to your random reporting, the system will ban your account for 3 days. After being sprayed to death by this man's fire style several times, Tobirama became furious and took a video of him to report him. Chapter 194 Dave. I am the hope of the people. Tobirama slapped his hand hard on the desk in front of him. Damn it. This is simply unreasonable. Are the people in the game technology department of Ishin Company so blind? That guy is as big as Firestyle. This is still a gun game. How about playing? You even blocked my account? The more Tobirama thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he wanted to go beyond it. He picked up his cell phone and called Dave. When Dave in the internet cafe saw the call from his old father, he thought he was here to check the post again. He was startled and hurriedly hid in the toilet of the internet cafe. Ahem. Old father, what's wrong? Dave answered the phone and asked in a low voice. Dave. There is something shady about your kidney-friendly company, Tobirama said slowly, suppressing the anger in his heart. Huh? What's going on? Dave was also stunned. The company actually had a shady secret? Why doesn't my boss know? Dave's tone also became colder. Then, Tobirama specifically explained how disgusting that B********D who used Firestyle in the gun game was, and how blind the people who did the background detection were. There was such a huge Firestyle, and you told me that it was not turned on. Hanging signs. They also said that I made a malicious report and my account was blocked? Punish, must be punished. Definitely catch that bug in the company? Give the company a better tomorrow? Dave, the company's worm, had cold sweat on his face after hearing this. This is really unlucky. Why is that man still an old father? Ahem, old father, please wait for my news. I will help you find out. Dave. I am the hope of the people. I will definitely give the people a fair explanation. Such a moth. I will definitely fight vigorously, find him and deal a devastating blow to him, Dave said righteously and hung up the phone. Tobirama burst into tears when he heard this, and was extremely happy. The child has grown up. Such a just and responsible speech, wow, so touching. A few minutes later, old father, I found it, the backstage technician is Kakuzu. Yes, I understand. Do you know where he is now? Well, he should be in the internet cafe, understood. Advertisement then, Dave hung up the phone, and looked at Kakuzu over there who was still playing the game without knowing it. Good comrade Kakuzu. You wish yourself well, the people will definitely not forget you. Afterwards, Dave climbed out of the corner of the toilet and ran back towards home. Why is that kid so slow to go to the toilet? Kakuzu was playing with Dave's account. Dave just said he wanted to go to the toilet, and asked himself to help him, but why is this kid so slow? Did he fall into a trap? At this time, a white-haired figure appeared behind Kakuzu. The white-haired figure looked at the character controlled by Kakuzu on the computer screen. Hey, let me tell you, it turned out to be you. A moment later, Kakuzu entered the hospital again. The surgeon in charge of the hospital looked at the black line and was speechless. How many times did this guy come to the hospital in a month? It's almost catching up with Uchiha Kageme's record. The attending doctor arranged Kakuzu in a room. This time the hospital was prepared and put iron bars on all the windows. In the end, people still escaped. The attending doctor and the nurses looked at the holes on the ground. This seems to be the 6th floor. Has this guy really dug through the 6th floor? The third shit world war is about to strike. Black Zetsu carries the cannon and finds his mother. Mom, are you free later? Black Zetsu, wearing shit yellow camouflage, looked at his mother and asked hopefully. Yes. Kagaya was stunned. She seemed to have nothing to do today. Great, Mom. Can you go watch the battle between me and that B******D George later? Black Zetsu asked excitedly. War. You? Kagaya suddenly felt something interesting. It seems that his own will has no fighting ability. His only 2 skills are Mayfly technique and the other is to control people's minds. He can still participate in the war. Okay. Kagaya nodded. There was nothing to do today anyway, so let's go take a look. Ha ha ha. Great, Afe. Mom will also go to watch the game today. Tell those white Zetsu. You must show your full spirit. Black Zetsu laughed happily, picked up the phone and called Afe past. Then, Kagaya accompanied Black Zetsu to a forest in the back mountain of Konoha. The forest was filled with smoke. The smell. Something was wrong. Kagaya smelled the smell in the air. Something feels wrong. Everyone, assemble. Black Zetsu walked to his side's battlefield and shouted loudly. Then, a large piece of white Zetsu appeared in front of Black Zetsu. Advertisement, today. Mother will also come to watch the battle. We must show our momentum, we must show our strength. Do you understand? Colonel Black Zetsu shouted to a group of white Zetsu eggs below. Understood. Shouted the white Zetsu. Kagaya glanced at these white Zetsu lightly. Not bad, they have the momentum of a big battle. Mom, please. Black Zetsu bowed down, and several white Zetsu brought out a leather seat. Black Zetsu stretched out his hand and asked Kagaya to sit down. Then several white Zetsu brought a table and placed it in front of Kagaya, with a cup of hot tea and some fruits on it. After arranging Kagaya, looking at Kagaya nodding with satisfaction, Black Zetsu saluted Kagaya with a solemn face, and slowly turned back towards the trenches dug in advance. I bet on my reputation as the commander-in-chief of the dung-picking brigade. This time, I absolutely cannot lose. Looking at Black Zetsu's upright figure leaving solemnly, Kagaya wanted to laugh. In the trenches, Afei. How is it? Are there any zombies shooting on the other side? Black Zetsu looked at Afei, who was holding a ball of yellow in his hand, and asked solemnly. No, Afei's attention was entirely on the excrement in his hand. In that case, let me fire the first shot in this war. Give me the special version of Desert Eagle excrement that just arrived 2 days ago. Black Zetsu nodded and handed a white Zetsu from the side. The pistol was in hand. Then, Black Zetsu stood up from the trench, stood on the sandbags on the trench, raised his pistol and aimed it at George, who was enjoying tea on the opposite side. Boom! George was drinking tea when suddenly a lump of yellow feces hit George on the head, knocking him away. George stood up angrily and touched the clear particles of feces on his head. At this point, the Third Fecal World War officially started. Chapter 195 Black Zetsu. I can lose if I bet on my mother's will. The battle scene was very shitty. Kagaya was just about to drink tea. Suddenly, a small lump of feces, only the size of a thumb, suddenly fell into Kaguya's teacup. Kagaya looked at the teacup that was only a few millimeters away from her lips, and then looked at the shit yellow color that suddenly fell from the teacup. Silence. The war has reached a fever pitch. Black Zetsu found that its weapons are a bit insufficient. Damn it, haven't you bought enough weapons? The guns sold by that damn black-faced devil are extremely expensive. Afei. Play the trumpet. Oh no. Black Zetsu looked at Afei, who was aside, and shouted. Before he finished speaking, a piece of Tien Shang's feces fell into Black Zetsu's mouth. As a result, Black Zetsu's voice is a little unclear. Afei nodded and handed the golden trumpet to White Zetsu beside him. White Zetsu nodded solemnly, took it from Afei's hand, then stood up and blew the trumpet. We don't have enough weapons. Are we going to fight in close combat? Let's fight them. George heard the sound of the horn over there and smiled disdainfully. Then, on either side of Black Zetsu and George, White Zetsu and Zombie each carried 2 jars several meters high for storing feces. All the zombies and White Zetsu put down their weapons and walked to the jar. Black Zetsu and George stood beside the jar and gave each White Zetsu and Zombie a small jar with about a liter in it, liquid feces. The zombies and White Zetsu hung it on their belts, and then put their hands into it to prepare. Go! George and Black Zetsu ordered. Kill! Then the two of them took the brunt and rushed out. The fight between George and Black Zetsu was very exciting. After only a few rounds, both of them were covered in yellow. The fight between the White Zetsu and the zombies was also very fierce, and the situation was at a stalemate. Half an hour later, Black Zetsu and George were half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. Behind Black Zetsu lay a pile of yellow corpses, and behind George lay a pile of yellow corpses. Advertisement: in other words, the outcome of the battle will be decided between the two of them. Aren't you going to admit defeat? George was breathing heavily, and his breath seemed to have a little color. He asked with a sneer on his face. Black Zetsu swallowed. He swallowed a bit of the golden color and struggled to shake his head. Okay. Let me show you the most scientific crystallization of the most powerful and invincible bully zombie in the world that will end mankind. The fecal version of the robot zombie. Ha 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 ha. George struggled to stand up and laughed. Then, he took out a seal scroll in his hand and slapped it on the ground. The white smoke dissipated, and a huge yellow zombie machine appeared in front of Black Zetsu. George sat on the head of the robot and controlled it. Ha 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 ha. Give up. You have no chance of winning against me, who possesses the most scientific crystallization of the most powerful and invincible zombie in the world. The excrement version of the robot zombie with the special characteristics of terminating the most powerful and invincible bully zombie in the world. You have no chance of winning. George was arrogant. Laughing. I can't lose. Black Zetsu struggled to stand up, looked at the big robot in front of him with a trembling body, and said slowly. The Huang Zetsu people behind Black Zetsu were so moved when they saw this scene that they howled. Forget it, Lord Black Zetsu. No, Mom is still here watching. I must not lose. Black Zetsu put his hand in the small golden jar between his belt and wiped his hand, then took it out after smearing his hand, said slowly. In that case, then go die in despair. Ha 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 ha, George laughed. Immediately, George controlled the big zombie robot, slowly opened his big mouth, and suddenly launched a dung ball several meters high from it and hit Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was directly knocked away. Ha 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 ha. Is this what you said you can't lose? George laughed, and then controlled the robot. The robot's hand suddenly held a car specially designed for pulling excrement, and it hit Black Zetsu hard. Passed. At this time, Kagaya suddenly appeared in front of Black Zetsu, and with a wave of his hand, his car flew away. Mom. I let you down. Black Zetsu lay on the ground, looked at the mother in front of him, and said very lonely. The scene in Black Zetsu's mind of the mother gently turning around to tell her child that it was okay, and then beating that George violently did not appear. Kaguya's white hair floated slowly. There was a fierce look in his eyes. Forget about the cup of tea. This damn thing actually got that filth on my clothes. I know. This dress is a square dance dress I asked Mito to find someone to make specially. George looked at the white-haired woman flying slowly in front of him and swallowed nervously. There was something wrong with this woman. Advertisement. Well, Tobirama had just returned to Hokage's office when he suddenly saw a burst of intense white light coming from the back mountain. Sure enough, only mother is good in the world, Black Zetsu. Apart from these rooms, the room at the end of the corridor that makes the most noise is. Oh, that's my mother. Can my mother be considered a foreign aid? Black Zetsu was not that angry. He believed that his mother's action just now must have been because she couldn't stand that George bullying her dear child. You are so shameless. You even asked for foreign aid. George, who was tied up, roared angrily and asked. Humph, that's because my mother was too angry and didn't control her strength properly. That's why she accidentally hurt me. Oh, your mother can still send you to the hospital? Do you think I'm stupid? George asked with a sneer. He was okay. In the end, a robot took most of the damage for him. The hospital is very busy today with all kinds of species. But Black Zetsu is missing 2 legs. Of course, they can still grow back. White Zetsu. Basically, everyone in the hospital is contracted by these gadgets, and strange sounds come from every room from time to time. Tobirama looked at the flat land in front of him. If he remembered correctly, this place seemed to have been a forest before. Absolutely. He is a doctor, not a veterinarian. Even if a veterinarian comes here, he may not be able to cure it well. Zombie. The chief surgeon at the Department of Surgery has a big head. Forget about the ball of thread in the morning. That thing can still be regarded as a person. But what are these piles of zombies and white Zetsu? Tobirama was stunned for a moment and hurried over to see what was going on. George. Chapter 196. Let me teach you a ninjutsu Anbu's underground. Leave it to Yayu and Jen for this mission, a masked man said slowly, holding a commission in his hand. What? Can I change teammates? Jen asked unhappily. I'm sorry, your teammates Monkey and Horrible Dung have not returned from their mission outside, and this mission must be carried out by 2 or more people. The only free person in Anbu is Yayu, the man said slowly. Can I refuse to perform the task? Jen asked speechlessly. Yes, but this mission is an S level 1, if you want to refuse to perform it. I execute, I leave now. Danzo took the mission report and walked out of the room. S-class person. He has been in Anbu for a year or 2, and he has never seen an S-class person. This is the first time. Yo, Danzo. Danzo walked out of the base and heard a familiar voice coming from beside him. His head almost exploded. Why the hell can't this woman die during a certain mission? He has been sneaking around in the Anbu base for the past 2 years. Why is this woman still lingering? Haha, don't be like this. After all, I am also your teammate in this S-level mission, Mi Lu said with a smile. Shut up, call me Jen, perform the task, leave now. Danzo glanced at her with a headache and ran away first. Mi Lu smiled and followed Danzo. At the border of the Kingdom of Wind, it is already night. Mi Lu made a bonfire and sat aside. Danzo stood on the tree, observing the surroundings vigilantly. Danzo, am I really annoying? Mi Lu asked calmly, looking at the torch. Yeah, Danzo said directly without thinking. Damn it, for a person with a normal IQ, you still get angry while performing tasks. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Mi Lu suddenly covered her right eye, and then suddenly left here. Danzo was not surprised when he saw this scene. There must be something wrong with this woman, and it must not be simple. I am too lazy to care about her. Until dawn, Mi Lu came back. Advertisement? Back? Danzo asked calmly. Danzo, let me teach you a ninjutsu, Mi Lu said with a smile. Ninjutsu? What ninjutsu? Danzo was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. Izanagi. When Danzo heard this name, he suddenly felt that it sounded familiar. However, he had been wandering in the darkness for the past 2 years, so he only felt that this ninjutsu was somewhat familiar. Can I not learn? Danzo asked calmly. Cannot. After Mi Lu taught Danzo the seals of this ninjutsu, the two continued on their way. Danzo asked her what the nature of this ninjutsu was and what it did, but Milu kept silent. Danzo just ignored it. The two arrived at San Shinobi. Their mission this time was worthy of being S rank, and it was actually to obtain Sanagakure's puppet technique. Since it is such an important thing, the first place the two of them thought of must be the safest place, the Cage building. On a dark moonlit night with high winds, the two of them broke in. The two of them kept groping in the corridor, being very careful. After all, it was a shadowy building and there must be someone guarding it. Danzo and Mi Lu climbed out of the wall, climbed outside the wall to hide from the bright light, and kept looking at what was in the room through the windows on the wall. The two of them looked from the first floor to the third floor. After seeing a pile of scrolls placed in the last room on the 4th floor, Danzo gestured to Mi Lu and then observed the structure and darkness of the room to see if there were any. There is no such thing as a V******. The two jumped right in. The two jumped into the room and bent down to observe the surroundings. After confirming that there was no problem, the two began to rummage. At this time, Mi Lu discovered a book, Puppet Technique. This book is very strange. It is not a book or a scroll, but is made of wood. Mi Lu slowly opened the wooden pages of the book out of caution. Boom. Ah. Mi Lu lay down on the ground with a cry of pain. Danzo was startled and hurried over to check the situation. Danzo looked at Mi Lu, who was lying on the ground covering one eye and wailing in pain, and then looked at the book that was still emitting purple poisonous gas, and was fooled. Advertisement, no. Someone has invaded the Cage building. At this time, shouts came from outside. If you fail to succeed, you will fail, so I knew that bringing you along would be no good. Danzo was speechless, and quickly picked up Mi Lu and rolled out of the window. They ran away from the window. I will take my men to chase them. You go find Mr. Cage. Several guards ran into the room and shouted while looking at the wide open window. Mi Lu took off the mask on her face and threw it out, then reached into her right eye socket, pulled out the eyeball that had been corroded by poison, and threw it out. Mi Lu was lying behind Danzo, blood was flowing from her right eye, and there was a smile on her face. Then Milu stabbed the kunai into her heart and lay down next to Danzo. Danzo quickly retreated, looking solemnly at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Remember that ninjutsu I told you, use that technique. Danzo looked at him coldly, preparing to put Mi Lu down from behind and fight to the death. You are still laughing, do you know that you are going to die? Danzo shouted speechlessly. Mi Lu smiled and did not answer Danzo. Third Cage was stunned by this operation. Mi Lu smiled gently at Third Cage, but she was missing one eyeball and her face was bleeding. This smile made Third Cage feel a little ferocious. Mi Lu still had a smile on her face. Just go ahead and capture them, Third Generation said coldly, looking at the two masked people in front of them. I can't run away, it's the Third Cage, Danzo said solemnly. Are you crazy? Can you still laugh in this situation? Danzo looked back at the pursuers and saw Mi Lu still laughing, roaring with anger. Danzo. Do you believe me? Mi Lu tilted her head and looked at Danzo with a smile. In the desert, Danzo was running ahead with Mi Lu on his back, followed by a large number of pursuers. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Danzo, and several kunai made of black iron sand came towards him. Danzo did not notice, and then Danzo's chin was hit by the kunai, and the mask on his chin was shattered. Danzo's chin was scratched with blood from the kunai. Everyone in Third Cage was dumbfounded. From which village were these people so ruthless? Believe, this crazy woman, when did she ask such nonsense? At this moment, Mi Lu, who was lying behind Danzo, said slowly. Danzo was stunned for a moment, but then he did as he was told. Then Mi Lu took out a kunai from her arms and stabbed Danzo hard in the heart. Danzo looked at Mi Lu in confusion, and then fell to the ground. Chapter 197 Dave. FK him. Do you dare to bully my brother? Third Cage looked at the two people lying on the ground, shook his head and sighed, and then ordered everyone to slowly leave the place. Their village did not have the ninjutsu that could detect memories like the Yamanaka clan of Konoha, so it was useless to ask for this corpse. A few minutes later Mi Lu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened her eye and stood up slowly. Then she pulled out her last eye, pulled out the left eye of Danzo's corpse on the ground, and put it in. After a moment, Danzo also opened his eyes. He felt the stinging pain from his left eye, sat up and looked at Mi Lu who had her eyes closed tightly in front of her, with blood flowing from her eyes. What's going on? Danzo asked slowly, covering his left eye. Izanagi, the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. Its function is to record the caster's own state with Sharingan at the moment it is activated, and then within the effective time of the spell, any damage suffered by the caster will be removed. Even the death of the caster can physically restore it to the state recorded by Sharingan. The price is that the eye using Izanagi will permanently lose its light, so it is listed as a forbidden technique. Shu said. Then, I don't have a Sharingan? Danzo asked doubtfully. You can look at your left eye, Mi Lu said with a smile. Danzo took out a kunai and looked at the Sharingan in his left eye that was glowing red in the moonlight. You? Danzo was stunned for a moment and looked at Mi Lu. Her right eye was destroyed by poison, and now her left eye is also. I bet you are looking at me now, haha. Even if I give this Sharingan to you, it is considered a burden for me to carry. Don't underestimate it, he is similar to the Mangekyo Sharingan of the clan leader and brother Mirror. This of mine, although Yin doesn't have their special abilities, it is still very special. Mi Lu said with a smile. Izanagi is only applicable to a very short or even instantaneous time, but the two of us were able to live for several minutes even after death, all thanks to this eye. The pupil power of this eye is very strong, so powerful that you can't imagine think about it, even if Izanagi can be used dozens of times in a row, this eye will not lose its light. Because of this, the pupil power of this eye is so powerful that it can forcibly lock the time of Izanagi's spell. I have calculated it, and it seems that it can be done within half an hour. Mi Lu smiled and continued. You? Danzo covered his left eye and looked at Mi Lu's lost eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable. Okay, why are you still hanging around? Go back. The mission has failed. You don't still want to steal it. I'm already like this. Mi Lu said with a careless smile. Advertisement. Danzo slowly stood up and walked slowly in a certain direction. Hey, you carry me on your back. My eyes are gone. I can't see the road, Mi Lu's angry voice came. Oh. Danzo hurriedly went back and picked up Milu on his back and rushed towards Konoha. Danzo. His eyes are all gone. It's pitch black, I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Mi Lu lay behind Danzo and said slowly. Then, shall I return this eye to you? Danzo was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully. Hey, you idiot, can't you even say a word of love, like I will be your eyes from now on? Good. What did you say? I said, you are fat, like a pig, you are sinking to death. Ah. Damn you Danzo, hiss, why are you still biting? What if I just bite you? You crazy woman. Under the moonlight, a man and a woman returned to Konoha noisily. The next day, in Konoha's hospital, Hiruzen, Mirror, Danzo, and Feng came to Danzo's bedside. Tell me, who did it? Dave looked at Danzo and then at Mi Lu's appearance on the hospital bed next to Danzo, and asked slowly. FCK, hit my brother, say. Who is it? I'll FK him to death, Dave shouted angrily. Advertisement Kagami, Hiruzen, and Tifeng nodded, all three with evil looks on their faces. Mirror and Hiruzen also just returned from their mission. When they came back, they heard that Danzo was hospitalized and hurried over to check on him. Third case cage. Danzo smiled helplessly and said. Let's go. Follow him and FK him. This guy doesn't want to live anymore. Dave greeted, took the wind, Mirror, and Hiruzen, and followed Dave, running towards the direction of San Shinobi. Watching the four people running out in a hurry, Danzo smiled helplessly. Did they really go? Emilu asked doubtfully. Yeah, I really did. Danzo nodded. Is this the brother Dave was talking about? Hey, aren't you going to stop them? That's the third case cage? Emilu asked even more surprise. Third case cage? Is he stupid? Danzo tilted his head and asked calmly. As for that thing, neither Jing nor Dave can scorn that thing. Do I need to worry? I'm worried that the case cage is still about the same. Emilu was almost speechless. Yes, I don't care. I don't care. How did we end up like this? Danzo saw the meaning of Emilu's helpless expression and coughed a few times in embarrassment. You see, I am the brother of Dave and his friends. They beat Feng Ying, so in rounding up, doesn't it mean that I beat Feng Ying? Well, is there a problem? This is no problem. In the afternoon, news came from Sanagakure that third case cage was beaten violently by 4 masked men. His whole body was shattered and fractured, he was so shattered that he was almost reduced to slag. And after case cage woke up, I keep vomiting and my bones are almost vomiting out. Now I will vomit when I see yellow things. But, the situation over at Sanagakure is, well, there are a lot of yellow things. Case cage doesn't even dare to come out of his room now. With that said, the identity of the masked man is obvious. No matter who among the 4 people, one of them must be the terrifying Dung. The ninja world is once again shrouded in the shadow of the terrifying Dung. The ninjas of the other 4 major villages now I don't dare to take on missions that come out of the village. A month later, Tobirama found Dave Hashirama, Madara and others to discuss it. He had been in the position of the second generation for 5 or 6 years. Now, excluding Konoha, the remaining 4 major ninja villages are all ruled by the third generation. Now, his only second generation project seems a bit embarrassing. As a result, Dave abstained and recommended Danzo, while Hashirama recommended Hiruzen. However, after everyone discussed it, they still thought Danzo was more suitable. The third Hokage, Danzo, is coming soon. Chapter 198 Danzo. I'm getting married. Danzo's home, within the Shimura clan's territory. Why is there a scar on your face? Emilu closed her eyes tightly, caressed Danzo's face, and touched Danzo's chin, asking in confusion. She clearly remembered something that hadn't happened before. Sneak attack by the third case cage, Danzo said calmly. Brother, you are going to be a Hokage. Are you excited? At this time, Dave ran away and shouted carelessly at Danzo's house. Cough cough cough. I didn't see anything, you go on, call me when you're done. Dave walked in and saw the scene of Emilu touching Danzo's face. As soon as he walked into the room, he coughed twice and turned away. Ah, is someone coming? Emilu quickly put down her hand and asked. Come in. Danzo shook his head helplessly and shouted towards the door. Hey, Milu. Why are you at Danzo's house? Are you too? Dave lifted the doorframe, exposed his head, and asked with a smile. The eyes revealed the aura of 8 trigrams. She lost her eyes and it was not convenient to live alone at home, so she moved to my place and I took care of her, Danzo said with a headache. This crazy woman originally planned to have 2 eyes transplanted to her, but this woman didn't want it, saying that it would be good. Danzo's left eye is wrapped in a bandage with a seal drawn on it. Mito sealed it for him. It would be easier to untie it if used. After all, Sharingan is a burden to him. Oh, I understand. You are about to become the third Hokage. Are you excited? Dave glanced at the 2 of them with a half smile, and said with a smile. What? Hokage? Danzo was stunned for a moment, then asked excitedly. No, Master Second Generation has only been in office for a few years, hasn't he? Why is it my turn? Danzo came back to his senses and asked in confusion. Let's not talk about the time when he took office in Second Generation. Just look at the mirror in front of him. Dave is more competitive than him. Why is it my turn? The Second Generation project is already 50, and it is already a little overwhelmed. The rest of the villages are third generation projects, so he just wants to give up the burden. As for me, I abstained. You know me, I don't even bother to care. With these things, I have a headache just taking charge of the Senju clan. As for Kagami, he is also preparing to take over as the leader of the Uchiha clan, and adding Hokage to it, he can't bear it. Dave explained with a shrug. Advertisement, what about Hiruzen? Danzo was stunned for a moment, thinking of Hiruzen. As for Hiruzen, the senior management discussed it and thought it would be better for you to be Hokage. So Hiruzen, Dave said helplessly. But you don't have to worry. Hiruzen is doing very well in Anbu now. After 2 years of training, he will be able to serve as Anbu's minister, Dave said with a smile. Danzo nodded. Hiruzen, like him, had thoughts about Hokage. Now that the results are out, it would be great for Hiruzen to have the position of Minister Anbu in the future. Okay, third generation, I just want to inform you that you have to go to the Hokage building this week, Dave said with a smile. Danzo wondered. Silly, you have to replace everything. The second generation program also has to teach you some things. It will probably take a week. Today next week is the day you take office. Dave rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile. Understood. Danzo nodded solemnly. Third Hokage. I will definitely not let down everyone's expectations. Oh, by the way, when will you two get married? After talking about business matters, Dave was about to talk about personal matters. Dave asked with a smile. Married? What kind of marriage? Danzo was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. Mi Lu on the side blushed and said nothing, but after hearing Danzo's words, she turned her head in displeasure. Ahem, I forgot to tell you. To become a Hokage, you must be married. Dave saw this situation and said, no, Dave, as a good brother, want to help you, a handful. What? Why do you have to have such conditions to become a Hokage? Danzo was even more confused. Stupid, think about it. Hokage is a high-risk position. It is the leader of a village. Other villages will not be happy with you. Normally, you are probably assassinated just sitting there. So, Lord First Generation stipulated that Hokage must have a wife and a child within 3 years, otherwise I will kick you out. Dave said blindly. What about Mr. Second Generation? I remember he doesn't have a wife, Danzo asked quickly. Where did I come from? Dave kicked him and asked angrily. Oh. Danzo remembered. This guy in front of him is still Second Generation's son. Advertisement. Well, you can make up your own mind. Dave looked at the two of them, smiled, and then left. Brother Danzo, I can only help you so far. Then, the atmosphere fell into embarrassment. Danzo didn't think about third Hokage anymore. A wife's room. Where would he get a wife's room? You have to have a child within 3 years? Teacher, has he ever issued such an order? This is making things difficult for someone in our group. Ahem. Mi Lu, can I ask you something? After a moment of silence, Danzo looked at Mi Lu and asked intermittently. I do, Ba. What's the matter? Mi Lu realized she had said the wrong thing, blushed and quickly changed her words. Danzo was about to bloom. Do you know any unmarried woman? Please introduce me to it. I, Danzo, am about to enter the third generation program. Can't I find a wife in a week? Ridiculously funny. Damn you Danzo. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Mi Lu gritted her teeth angrily. Hiss. You crazy woman. Why are you so crazy? Danzo took a cold breath and hurriedly hid aside. The result is, Danzo, willingly, proposed to Mi Lu. Danzo thought that the wedding was just a formality and invited the right people. Well, I must invite the two Hokage here to show them what I have. Wife, don't take away my Hokage qualifications. Then we had a meal and that was it. Mi Lu had no objection. Hiruzen and Jing were at home, and suddenly they received the news that Danzo was getting married. Both of them were confused. Danzo? Can he still get married? Are there any women who can fall in love with him? Especially when Hashirama was busy with Madara, suddenly a message from Danzo came on the phone. Guardian of Konoha's roots, Danzo, teacher, I'm getting married soon. I have a wife. Please don't cancel my Hokage qualification. Oh, right. I will definitely have a child in 3 years. Don't cancel my Hokage. Hashirama looked at the messages on his phone with a confused look on his face. Madara on the side saw this opportunity and killed it directly on the computer. Hashirama was even more confused. He directly blocked the person who was protecting Konoha and continued to fight Madara on the computer. Danzo was stunned when he saw that the message he sent turned into a red exclamation mark. Chapter 199 Kakuzu Loan, you deserve it. A few days later. Yume, let's go to Danzo's house tonight. Dave looked at Yume, whose belly was already swollen, and supported her. Danzo, isn't he going to be a Hokage and be in the Hokage building these days? Tsukimi asked in confusion. Then, Dave told him that he had helped his good brother. Peeved, Yume burst out laughing after hearing this. Looking at Dave who was laughing, she shook her head helplessly. In the evening, a bunch of people gathered at Danzo's house. Danzo saw Dave coming and threw Dave directly into the kitchen. Dave looked at the spatula on his left hand and the iron pot on his right hand. Aren't I here to eat? I don't have any servants at home, so no one cooks. Mi Lu can't see it either. Well, I'll leave it to you. Hurry up, the guests are all waiting outside, Danzo said calmly. Dave wanted to slap this guy with the shovel in his hand. I can't help it. I made it myself. Well, I have to bear it. In the living room, several people were chatting. Danzo and Mi Lu got married. When did they get married? Jing asked with a confused look on his face. I don't know. Several people shook their heads. At this time, Kakuzu walked over slowly, wearing a suit and leather shoes, dragging a wine glass in his hand. It all originated from a toilet, Kakuzu said calmly, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. Advertisement chef Dave prepared the meal, and Danzo called the mirror and brought it out. Everyone sat around several tables and started chatting. It's great. It's a pity that I can't see. Mi Lu felt the noisy sounds around her. Not only did she not feel confused, but she felt a little happy. Haha. Who did you blame if you didn't listen when I told you that I would transplant 2 eyes for you? Humph. Danzo said with a sneer and disdain. Die Danzo. Can you shut up? Veins popped out on Mi Lu's head. Danzo. Happy wedding. I also wish you will become the third Hokage. Dave stood up, raised his glass and looked at Danzo and said with a smile. Mirror, Feng Feng, and Hiruzen also stood up. They looked at each other and smiled, sighing. Yume couldn't drink, so she had to drink juice instead. When Hiruzen heard that Danzo had become the third Hokage, he felt a little uncomfortable, but Dave gathered a few people together and had a good chat, and he felt relieved. Now that Danzo has become Hokage and he has become the light, then I have to work hard too. I have to hurry up and become Minister Anbu and turn into darkness to assist him. You are Konoha bathing in the sun, then I am the Rude in the darkness. The old guys on the other side were very pleased to see this scene. Madara, do you see, these are the future of Konoha? Hashirama looked at this scene with joy and said with some emotion. Madara and Mito shook their heads helplessly. Uncle Danzo, Aunt Milu. Happy wedding to you. Little Tsunade jumped out of Mito's arms, holding a small piece of gold in her hand, walked up to Danzo and said with a smile. Thank you, Tsunade. I like it very much. Danzo was stunned for a moment, but he still took it and said with a smile. Is it little Tsunade? Thank you little Tsunade for the gift, Emilu said with a smile when she heard the sound. Little Tsunade smiled shyly and ran back into Mito's arms. This is the gold I took out from the Shukaku Gold Rush shop for hundreds of thousands of taels, Well, the money spent was Hashirama's. Hashirama didn't have any money. He used the Kakuzu Loan app in order to keep up his face. Kakuzu Loan, a loan software you can trust. The loan amount is high, the repayment interest rate is low, the lending speed is fast, the repayment period is long, the borrowing threshold is low. What are you waiting for? Kakuzu Loan, your best choice. The Kakuzu Loan app also includes the Kakuzu Financial Management function to help you handle every penny of your money. Let you manage your finances happily and live a happy life. Advertisement. Now the interest rate is compounding. 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 Hashirama's repayment ability. It has been owed for a year. It should be 1 million. Hashirama felt the faint green light staring at him from behind. Cough cough. Eat. The student is getting married today. I want to eat more. Kakuzu was eating something with his hands, and his eyes were always on the Lao in front of him. Kakuzu Loan app, still not able to pay. Don't worry, I was bombarded with phone calls and text messages all day long, and I still couldn't get through it within 3 months. In addition, the Kakuzu manager even came to express my condolences in person. Everyone who has used it says it is good. Hashirama, this old B********D, has not paid back the debt for a year. The double bombardment of phone calls and text messages cannot do anything to him. Basically, the first thing Kakuzu does when he gets up every morning is not to have breakfast, but to go to the Senju station to collect debts. Although he would be kicked out by Mito every time. Well, Mito would also drive out Hashirama. And then, Kakuzu would spend the whole morning following Hashirama, demanding payment from Hashirama. As for why it's only one morning, apart from Hashirama, who needs to focus on, there are other people who need Kakuzu's attention. Kakuzu has never forgotten the person named Namikaze Kirin, guest star from a reader, who said that I wanted to start a business like Mr. Dave, and then I borrowed millions of silver taels from Kakuzu loans to open a few stores. Well, I can't. I paid all the compensation for the accident. Now I am still working in the electronics factory of Ishin Company to pay off the debt. Everyone ate and drank. Danzo watched everyone off, but the look in the eyes of Hiruzen, Mirror, and Dave when they left made Danzo confused. What the hell? Danzo cleaned up the messy things in the room and looked at Emilu, who was sitting silently on the sofa. Aren't you asleep yet? Danzo asked calmly. Right away. Emilu stood up nervously. She had been living here for a month and probably knew the structure of the rooms here. She got up and hurried towards Danzo's room. Wait, why are you going to my room? Danzo asked confusedly as he stopped Emilu, who was about to enter his room. Die Danzo. You piece of wood. Then, under the guidance of Emilu. Well, at night. Well, ahem. You can imagine for yourself. I am not a bad writer of hydrology. Finally, it's time for Hokage to hand over. Shimura Danzo, will be the third Hokage of Konoha from now on. Chapter 200 Kakuzu. Ask for the account. Warm reminder, when watching this chapter, please post all the edible items in your hands. I promise, this is the last billion times. Danzo has really spent these 2 days in happiness and pain. The happy thing is that when he was working hard in the Hokage building, when he got tired, he looked at the Hokage rock with his own face engraved through the window of the building, and Danzo immediately became full of energy again. This made his assistant Mitokado Homura speechless. This assistant has no sense of presence at all. Now, Mitokado Homura spends his days in the office drinking tea, watering the flowers, playing shogi on the computer, and collecting files to Danzo. That life is so comfortable. The thing that makes Danzo unhappy is when he goes home at night. Well, after all, he is going to have a baby in 3 years. Comrade Danzo has been trembling when walking for the past 2 days. Dave is even afraid that he will be caught in the wind when he goes out, killed alone. Tobirama and Izuna are liberated. The old and the new have replaced each other. They have also entered the stage of retirement. They don't go anywhere every day and just follow Hashirama and Madara around the village. I heard that 4 people have to drive for 2 days. A concert called the 4 Uranus of Konoha, in Love Kidney Company. How's it going? How many old people are there in Kakuzu's loan? Kakuzu sat in the office and looked at the employees in front of him and asked in a serious voice. Financial manager. Do you want an overview or various stages? The employee asked, stunned for a moment. Every stage. Kakuzu thought for a while. Among the old ladies, there are 347 people with less than 10,000 silver taels, 38 people with more than 10,000 silver taels but less than 100,000 silver taels, 133 people with more than 100,000 silver taels but less than 1 million silver taels, and only 2 people with more than 1 million silver taels. First Master Hokage and that Namikaze Kirin. The employee took out the documents and said one by one. Don't worry about those 2 million taels, I can just go and get them myself. How many of the remaining people are in particularly bad condition? Kakuzu asked, rubbing his eyebrows. 87 were overdue for more than half a year, and 19 were overdue for more than 1 year. Okay, I understand, go ahead and do your work. The addresses of these people who are in particularly bad situations will be sent to my mailbox later. Kakuzu nodded. After the employee left, Kakuzu looked at the address in the email he received on his computer and took out his mobile phone. Hey, let's start taking action. The addresses will be sent to you in Penguin. Those 17 people must be taken care of, Kakuzu said slowly after making a phone call. Advertisement, understood, came from the other side of the phone and hung up. Night. Someone's home in Konoha. The man was lying in his room sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, several black shadows appeared at the window. The next day, before the man opened his eyes, he smelled something confusing. He slowly opened his eyes, sat up. The word, pay back the money, was written in big words on the wall in front of him, and it was written in feces. It might still be thin, because golden liquid was constantly sliding down the wall like the ground. He could even see it. The liquid on the ground contained watermelon seeds and mutilated enoki mushrooms. Vomit. This situation appeared in the homes of 87 people in Konoha village today. Some of them had severe vomiting and were admitted to the hospital. They almost vomited out their gastric juice. There are also these things on the walls of the homes of the other 17 people. One of the 17 people is also a spy from other villages. In the past few years, in order to prevent encounters with Konoha's Uchiha horrible shit, they have been helpless. It is already in their minds. I have described countless scenes like this, so I am not particularly disgusted when I encounter this kind of scene. The question is, how was he exposed? When he woke up in the morning and saw the 2 big characters on the wall, he didn't think anything was wrong. After cleaning up, he inadvertently licked his lips. At first, he only felt the smell of blood and stench. He went to take a photo of it in confusion. Look in the mirror. His mouth was smeared with red and yellow stuff. The spy died instantly. This familiar red plus shit yellow color. I had hemorrhoids before adding this spy. Well, everyone who understands understands. This spy was so alive that he vomited to death. When the body was examined, it was discovered that this person was not from Konoha, which made Kakuzu furious. Not from Konoha. Where can I go to get the account? After Danzo learned about this, he first strongly criticized Kakuzu for using this inhumane method to collect debts, and then arranged for some people to find which village this person came from. Oh, it was from Mist Shinobi. The next day, Dave wanted to discuss something with Kakuzu. What? Is he still on a business trip? What did he do? Dave looked at the employee in confusion and asked. Advertisement, Manager Kakuzu said he went out to ask for a bill. The employee said truthfully. Okay, just let me know when he comes. Dave waved his hand helplessly and left here. Kirigakure. It only took Kakuzu a few hours to get here with Black Zetsu. Why did we come to Mist Shinobi to ask for a bill? Black Zetsu looked at Kakuzu and asked in confusion. One of those 17 people is a spy of Mist Shinobi. He just died yesterday. If he doesn't pay back the money, then go to Mizukage and ask him to pay back. Kakuzu flashed a faint green light, holding a fist in his hand. Anyone who dares not to pay back my Kakuzu money is not even born yet. Court death. Have you brought everything? Kakuzu turned to look at Black Zetsu and asked. Bring it. Black Zetsu nodded and patted the small backpack behind him. Let's go and pay. The two angrily groped into Mist Shinobi. At night, Mizukage finished his work for the day. The tired Mizukage stretched himself and prepared to go back to sleep, and just when Mizukage stood up, suddenly, 2 black figures appeared in front of me. The next day, there was a shock in the ninja world. The third Mizukage of Kirigakure, the Kingdom of Water, was seriously injured. When he was found, his mouth was still filled with feces. Because his spies owed Mizukage 1.5 million silver in Konoha and refused to repay him after he died in Konoha, the black-faced ghost found Mizukage, seriously injured him, calculated the interest, and walked away Kirigakure village treasury 300 million silver taels. The reputation of the black-faced buck ghost became famous in the ninja world, and after Mizukage was seriously injured, the other 3 villagers hurriedly sent a message to their own spies in Konoha to come back quickly. Don't owe money if you can't come back. Whenever a black-faced ghost comes to the village, you will be responsible for the consequences. If horrible shit is the nightmare of most ninjas in the ninja world, then the black-faced buck ghost is the nightmare of all shadows. When Kakuzu returned to the village, Danzo looked at Kakuzu and felt something was wrong. After Danzo heard the news before, he hurriedly looked through all his account books in the past few years to see if he owed Kakuzu any money. Chapter 201 Concert. The devils have entered the village. Dave and Yu-mei were cozying up at home. Suddenly, Dave's cell phone rang. Hear this familiar ringtone. Oh, it's Kakuzu's. Dave answered the phone. I heard from the employees that you have something to do with me? Kakuzu's voice came from over there. Well, but it's okay now. There was a big project that I planned for you to take over, but you were on a business trip and the Uchiha clan took over the project. Dave was stunned for a while and said helplessly. Is this project profitable? Kakuzu was silent for a while and then asked. Well, quite a bit. Dave said slowly after thinking for a while. Who among the Uchiha clan took over? Uchiha Kagami. Is there anything else? It's okay, hang up. Looking at the hung-up phone, Dave shrugged helplessly. 2 days ago, Uchiha Kagami officially defeated the clan leader's banner from Uchiha Madara. Kagami didn't know if it was because he had been training in Anbu for several years, and he became more calm. He didn't have the careless character before. Madara was very satisfied, plus Jing is strong enough, although his strength is a bit. But it's okay. Madara just put down her burden and felt relieved when she had nothing to do. What's wrong? Yu-mei sat aside and asked softly. It's okay, it's Kakuzu's call. He just told me when he comes back, Dave said with a smile. By the way, Uncle and their concert will be held in 2 days. Uncle has already given me the tickets. Let's go and see it in 2 days, Yu-mei asked. Advertisement, okay, I'll accompany you wherever you want to go, Dave said without thinking. What if I want to go to heaven? Yu-mei asked with a playful smile. I'll take off the sky and let you step on it. Yu-mei lay in Dave's arms. Dave hugged her gently and smiled softly. 2 days later, the concert of Konoha's 4 major Uranus officially started. It was originally for the 6 major Uranus, including Indra and Ashura. But they tasted Grandma's care, and Grandma personally sat for them, after 3 days of food. Now the 2 of them are in the hospital. The concert venue was built in the back mountains of Konoha. It is estimated that many activities will be held here in the future. The venue here is large and can accommodate 60% of the village's population. The security captain might weigh in black Zetsu. The security captain led a group of white Zetsu to stand outside the venue and check the surroundings at all times to prevent those who want to escape and enter the venue without buying tickets. 2 security guards were patrolling around with flashlights at night, and they actually found a fair evader entering the venue. The fair evader's eyes flashed with a faint green light. Might looked at this person and it was clear that he was not a good person. I, Might Wei, the captain of the security team, do my duty. Grandma Lee knocks on the door. Open, wait, I'm. In the middle of the night, the attending doctor, who was just about to go to bed, received a call from the hospital. After returning to the hospital, he looked at the familiar thread, and started the operation that he had performed more than a dozen times with an expressionless face. He can now tell which wire should be placed where with his eyes closed. Dave supported Yu-mei and slowly walked into the scene. Hiruzen followed closely, holding Bawako's hand. Hiruzen and Bawako are currently in a relationship, but Hiruzen has already planned to get married when he takes office as Minister Anbu in 2 years. Jing held Shanshan's hand and followed them. Shanshan was already 14 or 15 years old. Well, when she turned 16, she would marry Jing. The 2 elders, Changzhong and Long Yao, had already discussed it. The first 3 couples were fine, but when it came to the style of Danzo and Mi Lu. Danzo cursed and seemed to be reluctant to hold Mi Lu's hand and walked into the scene. I asked you to pretend to be blind, but you still can't do it. You can't watch this concert. Why do you have to come? Let me tell you, I still have a lot of files that I have to spend time revising. Listening to Danzo's rants, Mi Lu would have rolled her eyes at him if she hadn't been blind. Forget it. I found my own husband. Sigh. The place was full of people. 4 couples sat together, each chatting about their own affairs. Of course, the 4 big men also chatted a few words from time to time. Advertisement, 4 Uranus. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. At this time, the lights on the venue suddenly became silent. As the female voices came out one by one from the speakers, 4 figures slowly appeared on the stage. Possible man. The 4 of them walked slowly to the microphone. Izuna looked at the microphone that was higher than her. Ahem. Who put the microphone on this? Izuna quickly lowered the microphone while no one was paying attention. Next is Izuna. Well, this one is very interesting. Izuna is a hip-hop dance with Madara. Their sharp-edged faces under the light, coupled with fluorescent clothes, lighting, and music, it exploded and overthrew the whole place, causing the whole place to roar. When the 4 couples saw the spotlight shining on them, Dave was stunned for a moment, smiled, and did not go on stage first. Instead, he looked at Yu-mei aside and kissed her. No, afterwards, 4 people took the stage, and 8 people danced happily all night long. This kiss instantly ignited the scene, and the simple villagers screamed excitedly when they saw this scene. Hiruzen looked at Bawako aside, the 2 blushed for a while, and then they also kissed each other. Jing and Shanshan did the same. 182.3. The above data is for query. No shady story, absolutely no shady stuff. The user of my spotlight just happened to see Boss Dave, and it just happened to shine on Boss Dave. Then came Tobirama. As for Tobirama, well, anyway, you can only see the afterimage of his dance. I don't know what he danced. The atmosphere is good. Finally, the 4 people have a small interaction before the final performance. That is, the spotlight will shine on an audience stage, and the lucky person who is illuminated will be invited to the stage to perform with the 4 people. Izuna height, 174.8. Madara height, 179. Hashirama height, 185.1. Tobirama height. The employee was promoted to a cadre the next day because he stepped into the company with his left foot. The first person to take the stage was Hashirama. His belly dance. Well, don't mention it. Dave looked at it and thought it was quite shocking. Oh. Lonely night, dark hospital. A group of black lines looks from the iron cage window to the fireworks set off in the sky in the direction of the concert. After the 4 of them sang a song together, it was time to show off. Well, the spotlight was lucky enough to shine on Dave's 4 pairs. Danzo. What happened? Chapter 202 Dave. How can you still call yourself a young man if you're not full of energy? Ninja School. Today is the graduation day for this class of students. All the students are very excited. They're finally going to start their ninja careers. Quiet, quiet, let me announce everyone's team formation and your leading teacher. The teacher slowly walked into the classroom and looked at the noisy students. The students immediately fell silent and their faces turned red with excitement. But not all students. Sakumo and Kimima were very calm. They had already guessed who their teacher was. Hey, Sakumo, Kimima, don't you all expect who your teacher will be? Might Dai looked at the 2 of them excitedly and asked. No, Junma shook his head. It's okay, Sakumo said perfunctorily. Class 7, Kagaya Kimima, Hitaki Sakumo, Might Dai. Your leading teacher is Senju Dave. At this time, the teacher in the class said about them. Kimima shook his head helplessly. Sakumo wiped the knife in his hand as if nothing had happened, and Might Dai howled excitedly. Well, it's not shady. TCH, why are you excited? That Senju Dave seems to be a genin, and your team leader is a genin. Are you excited? Oh, forget it, maybe you 3 have never seen the world? At this time, the 3 a boy with white eyes sitting in front of the person turned his head to look at the snarling Might Dai and asked disdainfully. The eyes of the 3 people were immediately fixed on this young man. The young man looked at the knife on his neck, the bone blade on his head and the leg beside him. He swallowed slowly and wiped the cold sweat on his face. These 3 people are the 3 strongest people in the class. Who can he do? I can't beat them. If all 3 of them attack me, won't I be ruined? Take back what you said and apologize, Sakumo said coldly. The young man swallowed, glared at Sakumo fiercely, and quickly apologized. Of course I'm not a coward. I call those who understand current affairs a hero. Sakumo put away his sword, Kimima put away his bone blade, and Maide put down his leg that was shining with green light. After the teacher in the class finished talking about the class distribution, he left here after communicating with the students who had been with him for several years. Soon, many teachers came to the class and took their students away. In the end, only Sakumo and the white-eyed boy were left, and the atmosphere was a bit silent. Ahaha, I'm late, I've been waiting for a long time. At this time, Dave was wearing a white vest, black pants, slippers on his feet, messy white hair, and a lollipop in his mouth. Shu walked in and laughed. Advertisement, teacher, what? Looking at the rough man in front of him, Sakumo could hardly imagine connecting Dave's handsome image. Well, isn't your wife pregnant? I haven't been out for the past 3 months. I have been taking care of your wife at home. No, I came out in a hurry when I received the message and asked me to take care of you. I forgot to take care of it. Dave scratched the white hair on his head carelessly, biting the lollipop and said with a smile. Oh, the 3 of them nodded blankly. Get away, you garbage blocking the road. As he was standing at the door, a middle-aged Otsutsuki man walked slowly outside the door. He looked at Dave who was blocking the door, pulled Dave away and cursed. Dave stared blankly at the young man who had suddenly arrived, and shrugged helplessly. Uncle. The boy with white eyes looked at the young man and shouted excitedly. I am the teacher of the 3 of you. Don't talk nonsense and come with me. The middle-aged man waved his hand and prepared to leave. At this time, the boy with white eyes rolled his eyes, ran to the side of the middle-aged man, and whispered something. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, smiled disdainfully, and walked towards the 3 Shuamao people. It was you 3 who bullied him just now, the middle-aged man asked in a solemn voice, looking at the 3 of them with dangerous eyes. Yes, do you have any objections? Junma nodded and looked at him like this. Huh, you 3 little brats. Let me discipline you for your elders. The middle-aged man sneered and slapped Junma. Kimima smiled without blinking, and his hand did not touch Junma's face, but was held tightly by the other hand. You? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then turned back to look at Dave who was holding his hand tightly. Don't bully children. How old are you? Dave said with a smile. HMPH. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and then used his hands hard to break free. Dave just looked at him with a smile. Just a genin. Young man, don't be too arrogant. If you're not angry, you're still a young man, Dave responded with a smile. Seeking death. The veins beside the middle-aged man's eyes popped out. White eyes, 8 trigrams. Advertisement, roll your eyes. Dave smiled disdainfully, picked up the slippers from under his feet, and slapped the man in the face with the slippers. 8 trigrams. The middle-aged man was slapped and took a few steps back, roaring angrily. 8 trigrams. Dave followed up and put another slipper mark on his face. Empty palm. Empty palm. You have the ability. I'm capable. A moment later, looking at the middle-aged man lying on the ground with half his face swollen and fainting, Dave smiled disdainfully and put the slippers on again. Okay, I'm very familiar with you three. Let's not imitate those stupid people playing the bell-grabbing game. Let's go eat ramen over there. It's been a long time. Let's go see him. Dave looked at the three little guys behind him and said with a smile. Dave walked to the door of the classroom and looked back. Why was only Tsukumo following him? I'm treating. Dave said speechlessly, looking at Junma's tangled look over there. Junma was behind Dave in an instant, with a face full of stars like a good baby. Dai, what's wrong with you? Then Dave looked at Dai, who was still stunned at the end, and asked doubtfully. Dai looked at the slippers on Dave's feet and thought of Dave's heroic scenes just now. His eyes were filled with little stars. Dave looked at Dai like this. Always had a bad feeling, what is it? But in the end, Dai followed Dave to the handmade stall. The handmade stall is now well known in Konoha. After all, his stall is the only one in Konoha that does not require taxes and no black-faced ghosts come to the door every month. The stall that urges the payment of street stall fees. In addition, the taste of handmade ramen itself is very delicious. Handmade ramen stalls are already well known in Konoha. Chapter 203 Dai. Feel the youth. Vegetable thief in Konoha. In addition to the famous handmade Ichiraku ramen stall, there is also Gyuki grilled squid. If you like something lighter and want to enjoy quiet and delicious food, I recommend you to go to Ichiraku ramen stall. If you like something a little spicy, try Gyuki grilled squid. However, Gyuki grilled squid may not have very good traffic these 2 days. The reason is that the third Hokage strongly condemned the Gyuki barbecue restaurant on the Konoha forum. He went there twice. Each time he looked at the toilet waterfall. If the third Hokage hadn't seen Gyuki as a tailed beast, no complaint with him, otherwise this thing must be good looking. In order to take care of someone's feelings, the Konoha forum has launched special label authentication, such as Danzo's Konoha forum account. Originally, Danzo's account only had more than 100 fans, but now there is a golden light hanging under his page. The 5-word logo of the third Hokage. Every time Danzo posts a message on the forum, he will be promoted at the top of the page. In just a few days, Danzo's forum account has hundreds of millions of fans. You must know that the total population of the entire Fire Country is only more than 1 million people. He won't mess around. Now he will only post some comments about Konoha's reform system on the forum and call on people to participate in discussions. There are also, for example, someone's first Hokage and Ninja God logo, Tobirama's second Hokage logo, and Madara's Ninja Shiro logo. Mirror's Scary Turd and Uchiha clan leader's logo, Narayuya's Fire Nation Daimyo logo, Kakuzu's black-faced ghost logo, Dave's kidney-loving company president and Tsukimi's president's wife logo. Here's what. Kakuzu has the highest number of fans, reaching a terrifying number of 1 million fans. You know, there are only a few million people in the entire Fire Nation. Dave has counted that, in the entire Fire Nation there are more than 3 million users on the Aishin Company network, including more than 1.5 million users on the Konoha forum. It can be imagined how popular Kakuzu is in the Land of Fire. That's right. Kakuzu's explosion, the style of painting is a little different. Others, such as people on Dave's forum, are very friendly and greet you. When will you release a new game, Boss Dave? What will your child be named, Boss Dave? Who is your company, Boss Dave? Isn't it necessary to do something else? As for Kakuzu, I want the dragon slaying knife. I see asterisk 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 you. FKU asterisk 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 asterisk. I see asterisk 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 you asterisk 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 asterisk. A black-faced bucking ghost. You return my hard-earned money. There is absolutely no charge to play the game. Legend of Ninja V15 user. Damn the black-faced buckster. Don't try to use anything in the game to tempt me to top up my money again. Impossible. There's no way I'm going to put a penny into your damn game. Money means life. You will never need to recharge money to play the game. Crossing the Ninja World will release new cage-level weapons in 2 days. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? You will never recharge money when playing games, and it will be your life. Damn it. Advertisement, let me go. Black-faced buckler, brother, uncle, please let go of my wallet. I really have no money at all. Woohoo. I can't pay the rent this month just to buy skins, and I'm still living in an internet cafe. Woohoo. Well, these are all cordial and friendly greetings from the citizens of the Fire Nation and the villagers of Konoha Village. After Dave and the 3 little guys finished eating ramen, the next day was the time for them to gather to do the task. Dave Gyu was lying on the rocking chair in the courtyard. Tsukumo and Kimima beside him were already numb with boredom waiting. Did Dai have something to delay him today? Dave felt a little bored and looked at the 2 people aside and asked in confusion. If it was Junma who was late and asked them to wait, Dave would probably not have any doubts, but it was Might Dai who was late. This made him confused. The child's whole body was full of youthful aura. He was not responsible for such a thing. It will definitely not disappoint, but what happened today? I don't know, he didn't reply when I sent him a message just now. Tsukumo shook his head helplessly. Pa. Just when everyone was confused, a shuffling sound suddenly came from outside the wall, and the 3 of them looked towards the door in confusion. At this time, a strong gust of wind blew by, making everyone unable to open their eyes. When everyone looked at the door again, a green figure appeared at the door. I saw Might wearing it, or which Might was wearing. The green leather tights on his body turned into a green vest and green shorts, and he was wearing slippers. What kind of look do you have? Dave looked at it in a daze and asked with a confused look on his face. Hey, brother Dave. I was inspired by this while watching your passionate battle yesterday. After I returned home, I stayed up all night discussing the passionate youth with my father. I'll let you see my changes later. Might wears his teeth, he said with a flash of light and a thumbs up. Advertisement, I already feel it. In order to prevent himself from seeing the eye-catching scene in his imagination today, Dave specially found several D-level tasks at the task commission office and went to the fields to collect bankers. Dave took the 3 little guys and ran to the employer's field. After the employer explained the situation to the 3 people, Dave handed over the task to the 3 people. He ran to the side chatting with the employer and eating watermelon, claiming to be a supervisor. None of the 3 people have any opinions, no one else, just get used to it. The 3 people divided the work evenly, and then Might Dai took charge of the piece of land closest to the forest edge and began to close the banker. Comrade Kakuzu has discovered in the past 2 days that the food at home seems to be gone. The rice that boy Dave sent a few years ago cannot be eaten. I knew that boy was a black-hearted boss. One day I will expose him and replace him. I care about giving gifts to my subordinates, but I give them this kind of rubbish. Comrade Kakuzu found the field closest to home. He turned a few familiar paths and walked to the most remote field. Well, I, Kakuzu, have dedicated my life to Konoha for so many years, so it's not too much to take some food. Thief. Just when Kakuzu put his hand on the food, a roar came. First door, open the door, open, slippers lotus. Kakuzu was so distracted by the shadow like slippers. It seems that this thief is not simple. The second gate is closed, open it. Third gate, the gate of life, open, this is my limit. Feel the suffocation of youth, vegetable thief. Powerful prelude. Slippers whirlwind, fight. Chapter 204 Hashirama. I, Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, want to calm down the troubled times. Dave, who was chatting with the farmer and eating melons, was stunned for a moment when he saw the green whirlwind over there. After understanding the situation, he quickly stopped Might Dai. Kakuzu wasn't seriously injured. Might Dai was just an 8 or 9-year-old kid, so naturally he couldn't hurt Kakuzu. But Kakuzu was attacked by a sneak attack. And he also knew Might Dai, so he didn't fight back. It's Uncle Kakuzu, Private Marseille. Dai, who was in transit, stopped and looked at Kakuzu's face. Only then did he realize that he had gotten into trouble and quickly apologized. Forget it, it's okay. Kakuzu waved his hand and didn't care. Kakuzu looked at the money Dave had stuffed into his waist and said, well, kid, what's this? Wasn't it just a few slaps from the slippers? Give me some more and I'll let him fan him. It's you stealing food again. Stop. At this time, the farmer also came over. When he saw the familiar figure from behind, he roared angrily. I'm leaving first. After Kakuzu finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Dave looked at Kakuzu's hurriedly running back and shook his head helplessly. Then he looked at this little kappa monster with slippers in both hands. It's over. Completely off track. At this moment, Dave's cell phone rang. It was Danzo's. What's wrong, Danzo? Dave answered the phone and asked doubtfully, shouldn't he be busy at this time? Are you free now? Danzo asked directly. I'm taking 3 boys on a mission, what's wrong? I came here after completing the mission. There's something I need from you here, Danzo said slowly. Okay, then. Dave also started to help the 3 boys collect all the dealers. After returning to the mission office and handing in the mission, he asked the 3 of them to take on the D-level mission on their own before going to the Hokage office. Entering the Hokage office, Danzo sat behind the desk and Mitokado Homura stood aside. In front of them stood 2 red-haired people who seemed to be from the kingdom of Whirlpool. What's wrong? Dave looked at the 2 of them and then looked at Danzo and asked. Advertisement, Uzumaki Ashina, the daimyo of the country of Uzumaki, will have his 60th birthday in a few days, and he has invited us from Konoha to come. I am too busy here. Hiruzen has been completing tasks in Enbu recently, and Kagami is also busy with the police. It's something about the ministry. Originally, we planned to invite Mr. First Generation to go, but Mr. First Generation has been in the hospital these 2 days, so you are the only one who is relatively free. Danzo said slowly. Hashirama and Madara participated in a certain organization in a certain battle 2 days ago. Well, are you allowed to find foreign aid for Black Zetsu? Could it be that I, George, can't do it? When George found Hashirama and Madara, they did not agree at first until George offered a large amount of silver as reward. Hashirama said that I was not doing it for money, but for peace and to calm down the troubled times. Under my great Konoha, there are still evil things like this kind of war appearing. I, the god of ninja world, Senju Hashirama, will never let them go. Seeing that Hashirama also participated, Madara was deceived by Hashirama. But, this battle is different from the battle they imagined. The 2 arrived at the battlefield, and when the opponent's first shot hit Madara's head, the nature and meaning of the battle changed. That day, the people of Konoha looked at the sky behind the mountains and saw a huge meteorite falling. Because Madara was close to crazy at that time. Well, basically, except for Madara who was intact, everyone else was accidentally injured and admitted to the hospital. I heard that Madara has been washing her hair at home for 2 days. Okay, Then it's no problem if I take those 3 boys with me, Dave nodded helplessly and said. No problem. Danzo nodded. Oh, by the way, as for the congratulatory gifts from Konoha, I'll leave them to you. I don't have anything to give, Danzo said shamelessly. You too, let's let this one go to congratulate Konoha instead. This is also the son of second generation Master Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara's apprentice, Senju Dave. Danzo said, looking at the 2 red-haired people aside. Well, okay, since the message has been sent, let's leave first. The 2 of them and Dave nodded, then said hello to Danzo and left here. Advertisement. Hey, third generation, is Hokage fun? Seeing the outsiders leaving, Dave lay down directly on the sofa next to the office and asked with a smile. I don't know if he's funny or not. Anyway, I've been having a lot of fun these days. Mitokata Homura on the side shook his head helplessly and sat aside and said helplessly. What? You, Hokage secretary, still have any objections? Dave said with a joking smile. Don't worry about Homura for now. Do you have any other ideas besides leading the team? Danzo calmly picked up a file on the side and asked while examining the file. What else can I think about? I'm so happy. I play with my wife every day, and when I have nothing to do, I take the 3 boys out to do tasks. Dave said with a smile. Oh, by the way, how many months old is Yume? Danzo put down the document in his hand and looked at Dave in confusion and asked. It's been 7 months, and the baby will be born in 3 months. Dave smiled happily. Okay, remember to call me when the baby is born and there is a banquet. Danzo nodded and looked at the document again. Why, there's no movement from you and Emilu yet? Dave looked at Danzo and asked with a smile. The expression on Danzo's face froze. His waist trembled from time to time. It will take 3 years to have a baby. This system must be abolished. Danzo is so unkind to me. Ha 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 ha, look at you like that. Dave laughed when he saw this scene. Hey, don't laugh at Danzo, he is also working hard. These days, Emilu comes to give him big tonic soup every day during lunch. Homura also said with a slightly vulgar smile. What about me? You said yesterday that you were going to treat Kaharu to dinner, but in the afternoon I turned on the computer and saw that your alliance was online. What happened? Danzo looked at Homura with a blush and asked angrily. Oh? Dave raised his eyes at Homura. The smile on Homura's face froze when he heard this. The 3 of them were silent for a while, then looked at each other and laughed. 6 Candelas Chapter 205 Dave. Plan the next day, Dave took the 3 little guys and headed towards the kingdom of Whirlpool. Dave no longer needs to take care of the family, and Tobirama is left to Mito. Well, now Mito, Kagaya, and Tsukimi are watching the temptation of returning to the village at home. I didn't meet anyone who robbed me on the way. Well, I met a genin who was beaten to death by Might Dai with his slippers. Kimima and Sakumo on the side wanted to step in and help him, but the slippers Might was wearing were blind when he swung them. They didn't want to be swung by this guy's slippers. Well, the 3 young men didn't feel any discomfort. Dave took them out to practice chakra and saw blood when they started practicing chakra. Well, Dave, am still a good, dedicated teacher and a good elder. Because they took 3 little guys with them, it took them a day to reach the kingdom of Whirlpool. The daimyo of the Uzumaki country, Uzumaki Ashina, although he is almost 60, is already an old man with gray hair standing at the door to greet them. Is he from Konoha? Is he Hashirama? Ashina struggled to open his eyes, looked at Dave and asked indifferently. No, Grandpa, my name is Senju Dave, and my father is Senju Tobirama. My uncle has something to do and he can't come, so I came here for him. Dave smiled and walked forward to let Ashina take a closer look. Oh, it's Tobirama's child. Come on in. Ashina nodded and said with a smile on his face. Then, Ashina took Dave and the 4 of them into the country of Whirlpool. The 4 Daves are attracting much attention on the streets of the kingdom of Whirlpool. 3 white-haired ones and 1 black-haired one. Heimao was also wearing big pants and slippers. The 4 of them looked out of place among a group of red-haired people. Ashina led 4 people into the Daming Palace. Dave and Ashina were sitting at the table chatting, and the 3 young men were sitting aside and looking around. At this time, a girl suddenly ran into the hall. Hey, Grandpa Allo, Brother Akai is so scary, woohoo. The girl looked to be 13 or 14 years old and ran in crying. Nanako, don't you know there are guests here? How unbecoming is this? Ashina frowned and shouted. Sorry. Nanako was stunned for a moment, then she saw Dave and the others next to her, and she lowered her head in embarrassment and said. Oh, Nanako, don't you know youth, it's not something to waste, let's practice hard. At this time, a girl wearing red tights and a red watermelon head ran into the hall. The red-skinned monster shouted. Akai. Ashina had a headache hearing this voice. This kid was fine before. Ever since that black-faced buckster brought that security captain Might a few years ago to the country of Whirlpool to import and sell cigarettes, the kid and the security captain seemed to have stayed together for just one day. And then it became that's it. Advertisement Might Dai became excited when he heard this sound. Yoshi. That's right, youth. Like the light of the scorching sun, it will never fade away. Huh? Youth. Akai looked at Might Dai excitedly when he heard this. Youth. Looking at the big one and the small one hugging each other and cherishing each other, Ashina and Dave looked at each other with stiff faces. They were both speechless. I I think it was a wrong choice to let might follow Kakuzu out to deliver goods. After driving the two young people out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Who is this? Dave looked at Ashina, then at Nanako, and asked doubtfully. Oh, this is my granddaughter, Uzumaki Nanako. I just made you laugh. Nanako, this is the nephew of Grandpa Hashirama whom I told you before, Uncle Dave. Ashina smiled helplessly and introduced slowly, Road. Dave took another look at Nanako and felt a little familiar. Nanako, Kashina? Hello, Uncle Dave. Nanako nodded obediently and greeted Dave. Well, hello Nanako. Dave smiled and nodded. Nanako, you go back first. As for Akai, don't worry about him for now. Ashina looked at Nanako and said slowly. I know, Grandpa, I'll leave first. Nanako smiled playfully, said hello to Ashina and left. Dave and Ashina chatted until late at night. During this period, both Tsukumo and Kimima fell asleep. Ashina's servant took the two little guys to bed first.
Most of the time, Dave was listening to Ashina talk about the past Sengoku era. Dave would also talk about the current situation of Hashirama and the others and the situation in Konoha in recent years.
There is a 40-year age gap between the two, but they didn't feel any disconnect and they had a good conversation. Until 2 or 3 in the morning, Dave looked at Ashina and still wanted to talk. He was almost dozing off, so he quickly waved his hand to go to sleep. Ashina could only give up and ask someone to take Dave to rest. Maybe I forgot 2 people. The next day. Advertisement. Dave got up and looked out the window. Dave, who had just gotten up and was still a little hazy, woke up instantly. I saw a red-skinned monster and a green-skinned monster, each holding a slipper and waving. Nagato's mother. Readers who don't know can search for it. Yes. Nanako was stunned for a moment, and then said with eyes looking straight at the little star. In the store, a girl who looked like a teenager was busy working hard, and behind the counter of the store were a bunch of red-haired children. Ashina is a big name after all, and he is still busy. He arranged for Nanako to take Dave and the others around the country of whirlpools. Leave it to me, Fuso, Nanako repeated doubtfully. Nanako, what's going on? Dave pointed to a store and asked in a daze. No, I want to take a nap. Dave was speechless and returned to the bed. It wasn't until noon that Tsukumo knocked on Dave's door and woke him up. In Uzumaki, is South Blue's influence so great in the land of Whirlpool? Then, everyone left here and continued to wander around the kingdom of Whirlpool until dusk. Dave spent the whole day thinking. Oh, that's the orphanage of the country of Whirlpool. The girl's name is Fuso, and she is the current director of the orphanage. Nanako was stunned for a moment and explained. She was born in the kingdom of Whirlpool. She has been in the kingdom of Whirlpool for more than 10 years and has never been outside. If Grandpa hadn't been watching her closely, she would have figured it out long ago. Dave and a few people were walking on the street, looking at most of the men on the street except women. Ranging from old men who looked 70 years old to children who looked like teenagers. Everyone is holding a cigarette and smoking. Wait, what did you say her name was? Dave was stunned for a moment and asked quickly. Nanako, are you interested in coming to Konoha? Well, after thinking about it for a day, Dave decided to implement this plan, abduct people. Let the people of the country of Whirlpool experience the exotic style of Konoha village of the country of fire. Kidnap people. Let the people of the country of Whirlpool experience the exotic scenery of Konoha village, the country of fire. The plan begins. Chapter 206. Let's go to Konoha and see it. On the day of Ashina's birthday, the daimyo palace was extremely lively. There are a bunch of red hairs in the hall. Just 3 white hairs and 1 black hair sitting in the corner. Dave was bored and kept eating vegetables. Tsukumo was also sitting there bored and staring at the knife fan in his hand, and Kimima's eyes were rolling from time to time, and he was typing with his mobile phone in his hand, as if something came to mind. If Might wears it. Might Dai and a certain watermelon-skinned red-haired man kept looking at each other, their teeth shining brightly. It can be regarded as a different scenery in the hall. After Ashina finished his speech and thanked everyone for giving him the honor to attend his birthday, it was time to give gifts. Dave's gift was very plain. The latest version of Ishin mobile phone, Ishin 6S Plus. The selling price is 100,000 silver taels. Ashina took everyone's gifts, but looking at the small white box in the pile of gifts, he thought it was a bit novel. While everyone was chatting and eating, Ashina sat at Dave's table with his mobile phone. Dave, what is this? Ashina held the mobile phone in her hand and looked at Dave in front of her and asked doubtfully. Then, Dave taught Ashina how to use the mobile phone, how to play games, and how to recharge money in the game. This is what Dave focused on. Ashina registered a penguin account, named Uzumaki Ashina. Not long after he registered, several friend requests were sent to him. A woman in love. A man named First Hokage. A Konoha dance god, and a ninja god Speed. Love woman. Uncle Ashina. Uzumaki Ashina. Who are you? Love woman. I am Mito. Uzumaki Ashina. Mito. Oh, it's Mito. Love woman. I wish you a happy birthday. Emoji package, Q version Kakuzu holding a happy birthday plaque. Advertisement. Then, Uzumaki Ashina and Mito chatted for a long time. Ashina also had a smile on his old face. He hadn't seen this child for a long time since the establishment of the village between Uzumaki and Konoha. First Hokage. Uncle Ashina. I wish you a happy birthday, emoji package, Q version of silly Hashirama holding a happy birthday plaque in his hand. Konoha dance god, happy birthday, old man. When will you die? Emoji package, Q version Madara folds her hands with a cold face. The speed of the ninja world, happy birthday, Uncle Ashina. Emoji package, Q version Tobirama environmentally friendly hands with cold face. Looking at these three people, no matter how old Ashina is, she still knows who these three people are. Ashina didn't care that much and chatted happily with a few people. After chatting for a while, Ashina pushed out the penguin. Inadvertently, Ashina saw something called Konoha Farm. Out of curiosity, Ashina clicked on it suspiciously. After completing the novice guidance, the old man happily planted a few vegetables. Because he was a novice, the vegetables he planted only had 1 minute to mature at first. The old man put down his mobile phone and chatted with Dave beside him for a while. When the old man took out his mobile phone again and opened Konoha Farm. Dear farmer, during your absence, your friend Ninja quickly stole 100 cabbages from you. The veins on the old man's head popped out. Forget it, maybe that kid Tobirama was careless. The old man thought to himself with comfort, and planted a few cabbages again. This time it will take 10 minutes to mature. After the experience just now, Ashina really couldn't keep his eyes away from the screen for a moment. Dave on the side wanted to pick up a dish for Ashina to eat, but seeing Ashina's appearance, Dave shook his head helplessly. Eat it yourself. 3, 2, 1. Ashina used hand speed that shouldn't be possible at his age and frantically clicked on the cabbage on the screen. FK. How can this phone still be stuck? The screen suddenly got stuck, and the old man was so angry that he cursed. When Ashina deletes the game from the background and clicks on it again. When Ashina's son looked at the documents that filled an entire room, his face was really smiling. Advertisement. So, Ashina and Dave talked about the list of going to Konoha, but when Dave said that he wanted to take the children from the orphanage back with him, Ashina was confused. But thinking about the two incidents just now, Ashina is still a little angry. Okay, but are you the only one to come back with us? Dave thought, this is a good opportunity to kidnap people. Ahem, that plan can be implemented. So, Ashina's son got up the next day, and when he was still a little dazed, he suddenly received the news that he had become the daimyo of the land of Whirlpool, and asked him to get up quickly to take over and then work. Dear farmer, while you were away, your friend Ninja quickly stole 100 cabbages from you. The same goes for Akai. Ashina looked at the child's burst of youth. Well, let's go to Konoha. In the past 2 years, there have been many children in the country of Uzumaki who were almost led astray by this child. Ashina is very confident in his own strength. He just clicked to delete it in the background and clicked on the game again in less than 2 seconds. In other words, that boy Tobirama was just staring at his vegetable patch. Stuck. Just steal it. As for Nanako, Dave argued with Ashina for a long time before getting Ashina to let go. I haven't seen Hashirama Mito and Tobirama in decades. I'm already 60 and probably don't have much time left to live. I want to see them. Ashina said with a touch of sadness. I just don't know why my tone became stronger when I mentioned Tobirama. Ashina glanced at Dave, smiled and shook his head. That's all. Huh? Dave was stunned for a moment. Why are you going back to Konoha with me? Dave, can I go back to Konoha with you? Ashina looked at Dave and asked slowly. A shadow gradually appeared on Ashina's face. Ashina's son was even more touched. Ashina also left a letter to his son. The general meaning is that I am going to Konoha to retire, and the country of Uzumaki will be left to you. I will come back to visit from time to time. Well, come on, son. But I didn't say anything. Most of the children in the orphanage are the children of ninja parents who died in the mission in the country of Uzumaki. No one knows the situation in the country of Uzumaki better than Ashina, and Konoha, too. The children, if you go there, you will grow up happily. Seeing the old man's appearance, Dave quickly taught him how to use his money ability to stop him from stealing food. Ashina felt relieved when he saw a dog sitting in his yard. Chapter 207 Dave, Kindergarten Director. On this day, Tobirama got up, washed up and was going to play with Izuna. As soon as he walked out of the yard, he saw an old man with white hair standing at the door. Old man, who are you? Tobirama looked at the old man and asked doubtfully. Why does this old man look familiar? The old man's hands were silently forming seals. Tobirama sensed something was wrong and wanted to use Flying Thunder God to leave here. Then, Tobirama was confused. He couldn't find the space? Uzumaki Ashina. That, Uncle Ashina. Listen to my explanation. Then, a moment later, Hashirama was lying on the hospital bed in a daze of boredom. At this time, the nurses wheeled in a patient. Hey, new patient. Hello. My name is Senju Hashirama. Hashirama happily turned his head to look at the person next to him and introduced himself. The patient slowly turned his head and looked at Hashirama with a bloated face. Tobirama. Even though this man has a pig head, the white hair on his head still makes Hashirama recognize this man as Tobirama at a glance. Pig-headed Tobirama nodded, indicating that I was a little tired and didn't want to talk. I lay there and fell asleep. He doesn't have Hashirama's pervert recovery ability, so he can only take care of himself. Uzumaki Ashina, his sealing technique is very superb. Even Mito may not be as powerful as his sealing technique. He knows hundreds if not thousands of sealing techniques. He seals the space around Tobirama so that Tobirama cannot feel flying. Thunder God coordinates, a very simple matter. Tobirama rested for a while, and after hearing Tobirama's experience, Hashirama laughed heartlessly. Advertisement: This is Uncle Ashina's first contact with a mobile phone. Who knows in Konoha now that Konoha Farm is strictly forbidden to play. If you play, you have to pay for a dog, otherwise your food may not be yours. On the streets of Konoha, Brother Dave, when we come to Konoha, what will we do with these children? Uzumaki Fuso looked at the group of red-haired children behind him looking curiously at the new environment around him, and asked with some fear. Don't worry, I'm taking you to a new place now. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a surprise. Dave smiled and comforted her. Fuso nodded. Yesterday, she received news that she was leaving the country of Whirlpool with her children. Fuso had grown up, and it was the first time for her to leave the country of Whirlpool. She was also a little scared when she came to a strange environment. Then, Dave took them to the south end of Konoha. Looking at the Dave kindergarten in front of him, Fuso was a little confused. Well, this will be your new home from now on. Come on, let's go in and have a look. Dave smiled, took out the key, opened the door and led them in. Wow. Uncle Dave. What are these? At this time, a little red-haired girl looked at the amusement facilities over there and asked excitedly. Those are for the children in the kindergarten to have fun. Do you want to play? Dave smiled and looked at the children and asked. Yeah. The children's big eyes were twinkling with little stars. Fuso looked at the children over there, laughing and sliding down the slide one by one. It seemed like it was pretty good. The children liked it very much. Of course, if the kindergarten children are not interested in becoming a ninja, there is also an experimental school in the village. The children can enter the experimental school and learn other knowledge. After everyone played for a while and got a little tired, Dave took them to a place in the kindergarten where there were beds specially placed for children to sleep. Be prepared, kindergarten enrollment will begin in 1 month. Advertisement: So you don't have to worry about what happens after the children come to Konoha. The children can live in the kindergarten. There are no orphanages in Konoha. Children without families will live and study in the kindergarten. The atmosphere of the kindergarten is very good and can make children. We have made a lot of friends. Dave introduced them one by one with a smile. The ninja school has a 6-year system. That is to say, you can graduate from the ninja school after the age of 12 and officially become a genin. But compared with the ninja school, the experimental school does not have a prescribed year limit. You can decide according to your own needs. After knowing your own knowledge and passing certain assessments, you can graduate and then you can directly start working. No problem. Fuso nodded excitedly after hearing this. The most worrying thing for her when she came to Konoha was the children. Now that the children have a home, they don't have to worry about them, but Fuso doesn't want to leave them. If she stays here and becomes a teacher, can also see them often. This is excellent. Okay, that's no problem. Here are all the teaching books in the kindergarten. Go back and take a look at the lesson plan. Your place is in the building at the end of the kindergarten, which is the teacher's apartment. Dave took it out from behind his back. He handed Fuso a few books and said with a smile. Let's go, let's talk. Dave looked at Fuso aside and said with a smile. Kindergarten, similar to ninja school, educates children. It just teaches children basic things, simple arithmetic, literacy and so on. Kindergarten starts recruiting children at the age of 3 until they are 6 and 7 years old. Entered the ninja school directly. This is something Dave and Danzo discussed a few days ago. Danzo, Hashirama, and Tobirama looked at it and found that there was no big problem. Ninja is not a glamorous profession. Danzo, Hashirama, and they didn't want the flowers of Konoha to be all the same, fell on the ninja. What's more, Dave is so lazy that he can actually take the initiative to find something to do. Well, it's rare to see him. You don't have to worry about the children's food, clothing, housing and transportation in the future. Konoha will regularly distribute funds to kindergartens every year. Of course, our company will also do the same. Well, I see that you like these children too. How about this, you will be the kindergarten teacher. A teacher, 8,000 silver taels per month and various commissions, not 996, and 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are in place. How about it? Dave looked at Fusong with a smile. In the future, children will be able to live here. This is a kindergarten. It is different from an orphanage. There are no orphanages in Konoha, Principal Dave said with a smile. Fuso nodded, and the two walked into the principal's office nearby. Dave sat behind the desk and Fuso sat in front. Let's go, Uncle Dave will take you to play. Dave smiled, picked up a child, and ran over there. The other children followed Dave with smiles and noisy, completely losing their enthusiasm when they first arrived. Fear. Fuso nodded happily. Looking at the children sleeping peacefully on the small beds, Dave also had a smile on his face. For example, finance, medicine, science, etc. The principal of the experimental school is Kakuzu, who is also a famous professor in the Department of Finance. He published a famous paper called The Story of a Water Gun. I will introduce you to him another day. Chapter 208 Ikai. Senior Wei, Dong Dong. At this time, there was a knock on the office door. Please come in, Principal Dave. A young man with black hair walked in and looked down at Dave with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Oh, it's Eyes. Is there something wrong? Dave asked with a smile. Eyes is one of the refugees received by the Fire Nation in recent years. Because of his good medical skills, he was found by Kakuzu and hired as a medical staff in the kindergarten. If you want to ask Kakuzu why he didn't find a doctor in the hospital, well, it's expensive. I heard that the other party was originally from the Kingdom of Rain, but in recent years, a young man named Hanzo of the Salamander has made people there panic. Some people from the Kingdom of Rain couldn't stand this kind of life, so they ran away. Where do I live? I couldn't find Mr. Kakuzu after he asked me to come here. I slept in the internet cafe yesterday, I asked with a somewhat embarrassed look. That's just right. This is the new teacher of our kindergarten, Uzumaki Fuso. Fuso, please take eyes over to take a look. There are good room numbers marked there. Oh, yes, this is your room key. I still have some urgent matters, so I'll go back first. Dave smiled, took out 2 keys from the drawer and handed them to the 2 of them. Principal Dave, is it an emergency at the school? I can help. Eyes asked quickly. After running away from the country of rain, I heard that the country of fire was good, but after experiencing a few months of real refugee life, I still didn't want to let go of the fact that he had finally found a stable job. Ha ha ha, no, my wife is pregnant. She is already 7 months old. I have to go back and take care of her quickly. Dave laughed and waved his hand, then left here. Principal Dave, you are such a good person. Eyes looked at Dave's back. Yeah, brother Dave is very good. Fuso nodded, with admiration in his eyes. Oh, hello, my name is Eyes. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Fuso. Senju Station, Uncle Ashina, why are you here? Mito looked at Ashina in front of him and asked happily. What, don't you welcome me? Ashina teased. No, of course you are welcome. Are you the only one here this time? Mito said with a smile. No, I also brought some juniors, let them live in Konoha from now on. Ashina shook her head and said with a smile. Don't worry, Uncle Ashina, I will definitely take good care of them. Mito was stunned for a moment and said quickly. Ha ha ha, okay, Uncle Ashina still believes in you. Where is that boy Hashirama? Ashina laughed and looked around but did not find Hashirama. Hashirama, he is hospitalized, Mito said helplessly. Advertisement, Grandpa Ashina. I feel the call of youth. Oh, at this time, a bunch of red hair suddenly rushed into the room, roaring with excitement. Well, chains suddenly appeared behind Ashina, and the red hair was thrown directly. Uncle Ashina. That child is. Mito looked at the red hair who was knocked away, swallowed, and asked doubtfully. Uzumaki Akai, Ashina said with a headache. This kid was the kid Ashina was looking for in the Uzumaki school before. Because his talent for sealing was very good, he naturally fell in Ashina's eyes, but, since the security captain came, well. This kid has a special liking for taijutsu, and even the sealing technique has been neglected. Ashina also tried to correct him. Well, it failed, Ashina gave up, and the kid was hopeless. Brother Akai. Might Die outside the station roared with excitement when he saw the red hair coming down from the sky. Might wear it, Dai yo. Do you know where Senior Mightway is? I haven't seen him for several years. I want to see him. Receive the teachings of youth again. Kai Jing stood up from the garbage pile and picked up the red watermelon rind. He asked excitedly after taking off the banana peel from his head. Yoshi, father, he is in the security brigade now. Let's go find him. The 2 watermelon peels ran towards the security team. Inside the security brigade, Mightway was wearing a security uniform and stood in front of a group of young security guards. What is our slogan? Mightway shouted loudly while looking at the group of young people in front of him. I'm a security guard. Love has nothing to do with me. I go to work just to get off work. I love eating bear biscuits. The young people shouted collectively. I can't hear you. You can't be louder. You guys are acting like this. How can you show off your lost youth under the sunset? Might shouted mightily. I'm a security guard. Love has nothing to do with me. I go to work just to get off work. I love eating bear cookies. Yeah, very good. Very energetic. Now, continue to patrol around the company. Run. Walk. Mightway nodded with satisfaction and then directed everyone to run. Mightway looked at the running team and was about to follow him when suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of him. Father. Advertisement. Dio. Akai held the father and son hugging each other and shed tears of excitement and passion. This. How many years have I not seen you? Senior Wei is still so young. After the father and son had a youthful embrace, Wei noticed Akai beside him. Who are you? Wei looked at Akai and asked with some doubts. Senior Wei, have you forgotten me? Akai's eyes flashed with tears. You are. That child from the Kingdom of Whirlpool. What's your name? Wei observed Akai carefully and then shouted in surprise. Uzumaki Akai, Senior Wei, Akai yo. Dai on the side looked at the 2 embracing each other and enjoying their youth, and also shed tears of emotion. Then, right ascension. Dio, Senior Wei. Kakuzu worked hard all day at the company and his eyes hurt a little. He stood up and wanted to take a look at the scenery outside the window. I didn't see the scenery, but I saw the scene of 3 watermelon skins hugging each other. Now Kakuzu wants to have his eyes peeled off. The 2 weirdos in the village are not enough. Where did this extra red hair come from? Yoshi. Let's run 500 times around the village. Let's celebrate the burning flame of youth when we come together, he shouted with his majestic teeth flashing. I want to run 600 laps. What? I want to run 700 laps. I'll run 1000 laps. Yo, youth, burn, roar. Kakuzu looked at the 3 watermelon rinds running out. No, I have a headache. Chapter 209 Weakened. A few days later, Hashirama and the others were discharged from the hospital. After being discharged, Hashirama did not go home immediately. Instead, he found Madara, Indra, Ashura, Izuna Tobirama, Hagoromo Hamura, and Ashina and the others came to the internet cafe. Oh, I also brought Dave with me, 10 people, just right. Today is the day of the Ninja League season update. The new heroes are Uzumaki Ashina, Danzo, Madara, Rinnegan, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Ashura, Indra, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Hamura. There are 8 new ninjas in total. Not only that, some ninjas have also been tweaked. Uchiha Kageme's ultimate move's feces reading has been changed from the original 200 range around the body to a single pointed one, the silence time has been changed from the original 3 seconds to 2.5 seconds, and the stun time has been changed from the original 2 seconds to 1 second. The basic damage has been weakened from the original duration of 10 seconds and 150 real damage per second to the duration of 8 seconds and 100 real damage per second. This is such a big cut, some veterans of the National Service felt heartbroken after seeing it. Senju Tobirama's mark retention time has been reduced by 0.5 seconds. Well, the hero Tobirama has been criticized on the internet. He knows how to play. Tobirama is running around blindly. Sometimes you can't even see anyone and you die. Those who don't know how to play are just running around blindly. Well, they are running around so hard that no one can see them. After the whole game, the total output accounted for less than 3%. Senju Dave. The ultimate mushroom can only be stored from 4 to 6. The base damage per mushroom has been changed from 200 damage per second to 300 damage per second. The blinding time of the first skill has also been increased by 0.5 seconds. Overall, among the several ninjas, Senju Dave is the one that has been strengthened, because background statistics found that this ninja died the most in the game. Which player doesn't grit his teeth when mentioning this thing? Kakuzu doesn't care about that much. At this moment, he is looking at the data in the backstage of the company's game technology department. When new heroes appear, they will definitely get new skins. Kakuzu's eyes are fixed on the sales of the skins. Uzumaki Ashina's epic skin, Sealed Master, Danzo's epic skin, 3rd Hokage, Madara, Rinnegan's legendary skin, Pen 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Kaguya's limited skin, Bunny Girl, Ashura's excellent skin, Bar Scholar, Indra's epic skin, Childhood, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's legendary skin, Millennium Dutiful Son, Kakuzu's excellent skin, Deck Collector, Tobirama, Izuna, Hashirama, Madara, Youth, 4-person joint skin, 4 Uranus. Stop talking, I'll buy it. Why don't I buy it? Seeing so many skins appearing, the villagers willingly took out their wallets and shed tears silently. After buying the skins, they opened the form of the black-faced ghost, and then cordially greeted the black-faced ghost below. Because the creator of the skin is marked below the picture of each skin. Except for the skin that Dave made for the sexually transmitted disease man before Dave made it. If you look at the rest of the skins, they're all black. Nyenko Gui, made with painstaking efforts. Advertisement. In addition to these, the most attractive thing is that a new mode has appeared after this season update, called Ninja World. Yee. In the Ninja game mode, 8 players will compete in a one-on-one duel in each game until there is only the last player left on the field. The key to victory is to select the best hero lineup from the randomized ninja pool under reasonable tactical strategies, strengthen the lineup with equipment, and construct an advantageous battle formation. Now that the season has just been updated, many players are interested in this mode. Sometimes when you are tired of playing ranked games, your hands are tired, and your mouth is tired, you can play a few games and relax. Konoha F4. After the 4 heroes Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna, and Uchiha Madara are put into battle, each time the game starts, the 4 heroes will receive 300% mana. Happy Village. When Senju Dave, Uchiha Kagami, and Shimura Danzo join the battle, you will receive a lucky bag for every win. The lucky bag may contain anything. The more consecutive losses, the greater the surprise of the lucky bag. Love. Enter the 3-star Senju Dave. A female ninja, Uchiha Tsukimi, will be added to the field to accompany Dave. Tsukimi inherits Dave's attributes and equipment to fight with him. Anyway, there are all kinds of bonds, and these 3 are the most popular. 10 people came to the internet cafe. Little Nine Tails looked at the 10 big guys who suddenly arrived in front of him and swallowed. My internet cafe has not accepted minors recently. Why are they all coming to my place? I am not breaking the law. TCH, old man, look at the batch of food from your ninja alliance. How come you still have the nerve to play with it? Little Nine Tails smiled disdainfully, looked at Hagoromo in front of him and mocked. One of the 2 uses Otsutsuki Hagoromo and the other uses Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kurama, how are you? I told you that I came back on the day of peace in the ninja world. Hagoromo looked at the Little Nine Tails sitting on the seat, walked forward with a smile and said slowly. Are you talking about me? Advertisement. Yuya sat on his seat, turned on the computer and logged into the game. Little Nine Tails immediately pulled Yuya into the room. Turn on, there are 10 of us. Madara looked at the Little Nine Tails and said calmly. Ah. Damn it. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who made this disgusting thing? Those 4 skills all have dizziness. How can I play? Little Nine Tails roared angrily. Shinshinshin. Yuya nodded helplessly. Thousands of years have passed, but Kurama's temper is still so bad. Then, Kagaya slowly walked into the internet cafe. Phew, Little Nine Tails breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my little Nine-Tails is a good villager, and he usually doesn't do any bad things. How could a son beat his mother? Little Nine-Tails gets hung up and beaten. At this time, outside the internet cafe, Kagaya, who was holding food in his hand and wanted to deliver food to the children, heard the roar inside. Ha ha ha. I'll grab you in the first place. Speed, I have to beat you into submission today. Little Nine-Tails snorted a few times, helped Yuya turn on the machine and said disdainfully. Oh, ha 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 ha. If I hadn't been worried about your weak mind and put a damper on you, how could your mere village icon Hashirama defeat me? Hagoromo laughed. Can you still Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Hagoromo looked at Nine-Tails with a smile and sneered. Old man, I find that you have become more and more annoying recently. Who do you look down on? I'll beat you up, believe it or not, little Nine-Tails yelled angrily. A-hole, old man, do you dare to compete with me again? This time I will use Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Little Nine-Tails looked at the old man's arrogant appearance, slapped the table angrily and roared. Chapter 210 Kindergarten is about to start. The chief doctor at the hospital now wants to resign. I am a doctor in a hospital, and I treat illnesses and save people. The objects of my treatment are people. It's human, not a ball of thread. It's not a white and white thing. He's not a zombie whose whole body looks like he's had a stroke. What's even worse is that it's not a red fox. Is it easy for me to be a doctor? Now I feel like I can become a veterinarian. Specialized in treating difficult and complicated diseases, animal white Zetsu zombie. 1 month later, today is the first day of kindergarten. Dave stands outside the school gate, looking at the children entering the kindergarten with a smile on his face. At this time, Dave noticed a little girl with yellow hair standing behind the tree and looking quietly at this side. Dave smiled and walked towards her. Little girl, class is about to start, why don't you come to the kindergarten? Dave smiled softly, squatted down and asked. The little girl with yellow hair was stunned for a moment, looking at Dave in front of her without saying a word, looking a little scared. Haha, it seems I was a little abrupt. My name is Senju Dave, and I am the principal of this kindergarten. You can call me Principal Dave. What about you? Dave laughed and touched his head awkwardly. Yakushi. The little girl looked at Dave blankly and said softly. Now it was Dave's turn to be stunned. Why don't you come to kindergarten? Dave came to his senses and asked with a smile. I don't have money. Can't afford to go to school. Nanoyu quickly shook his head, lowered his head and murmured softly in embarrassment. Where are your parents? Dave asked, stunned. I have no parents, Nanoyu said slowly, lowering his head. Ha. This is easy to handle. Dave clapped his hands, very happy. Advertisement. Nanoyu raised his head and glanced at Dave. Maybe I didn't explain it clearly. Our kindergarten is similar to an orphanage. It takes in orphans and also takes in children from the village to come here to learn and play. Children from the village come here. There is a fee to go to school, but orphans don't have to. You can come here to go to school for free, Dave said with an awkward smile. Really? Nanoyu asked excitedly. Of course, isn't that what the notices hanging outside the kindergarten say? Our kindergarten is very friendly to orphans. Not only does it provide food, accommodation, and education, it also provides direct employment after graduation from college. 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund are directly provided for work. Number 996, the boss is handsome and kind and never exploits his employees. How exciting. Dave introduced excitedly. Mom, what is that weird guy saying? That's pervert, you must remember it. Those in kindergarten should stay away from that weirdo. A mother and daughter walking by saw this scene and whispered. Dave's figure instantly turned black and white. Giggle, no Nayu covered his mouth and snickered. Principal Dave. I still have some children here. Can they also come here to go to school? Nanoyu was silent for a while and asked a little embarrassedly. No problem, the kindergartners are here, you can bring them here. But you have to hurry up and bring them the salutes and so on. You will live here from now on. The opening ceremony is in half an hour. Dave smiled laugh. Yeah, thank you, Principal Dave. Nanoyu nodded happily and trotted back. Dave returned to the school gate and continued to watch the children enter the kindergarten with a smile on his face. Some crying children who came to the kindergarten after being separated from their parents would be comforted by Dave himself. Over there, Nanoyu came over with a dozen children and saw this scene. Principal Dave, this is great. Come here. After Dave comforted the crying children, he turned around and saw Nunoyu and the others smiling and waving their hands and shouting. Looking at the dozen children in front of him, their clothes were in tatters and their faces were gray, Dave felt a little distressed. Well, there are still 10 minutes left. I'll take you to take a shower and change into school uniforms, Dave said with a smile. Advertisement. Dave took them to the accommodation. The room here was a standard 8-person room with a washroom inside. Because they are orphans, they must have all their daily necessities. This is for girls. The boys' building was on the first floor in front of the teacher's apartment. Children like those in the village don't need to, they will still go home at night. Just take a nap in the kindergarten at noon. A few minutes later, Dave looked at the children in uniforms in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Hey, is this me? A boy saw himself in the mirror and jumped up and down with joy. Uncle Dave. Just when everyone was about to leave, 3 children ran out from behind Dave. Huh? Why are you 3 here too? Dave looked at the little Sanin in front of him and asked in confusion. Okay. Nanoyu looked at the children around him and himself, covered in dust and a little embarrassed. Dave didn't want the kindergarten uniforms to look like big lumps of bread. The boys were dressed in little blue suits, with shiny little leather shoes and little ties hanging around their necks. The girls wear white shirts on the upper body and a plaid skirt above the knee on the lower body. Hey, dragon. I told you, you're very fat. The little boy on the side looked at the mirror, but he didn't look at himself. Instead, he looked at another little boy laughing. Wait a minute, Orochimaru, did you get your school uniform? Dave looked at Kuchimaru and asked with a confused look on his face. Nonsense. Me? I'm not fat, another chubby little boy named Long shouted unhappily. Yes, yes. Principal Dave said it all. I am called plump, not fat. Long kept nodding his head, and the fat on his little face trembled. Dave then took the boys to a building in front and gave them some clothes as well. Then Dave smiled and went to help them make the bed. Dave first took the girls to the bathroom room on the first floor. You are called a dragon, you are called plump, not fat. Dave felt a little amused and said with a smile. Let's go, the opening ceremony is about to start. I'll take you there. After everyone laughed for a while, Dave looked at the time and said with a smile. No, just take out your clothes and throw them away later. These are your school uniforms. Hurry up. Dave took out a dozen sets of clothes and handed them to the girls. The children nodded happily. They didn't care whether they were wearing school uniforms or not. In their eyes, these were new clothes. Come, look in the mirror. Dave smiled, moved a mirror from the entrance of the corridor behind him and placed it in front of the children. Chapter 211 Opening Ceremony. Idiot, I told you that your clothes are too big, Tsunade said angrily from the side. Humph, this Orochimaru is stupid. Tsunade is right, little Jiraiya nodded and echoed. Kashemaru was helpless. Orochimaru's long hair fell down to his waist, and the blue school uniform on his body looked very wide compared to Orochimaru's figure. Both of Orochimaru's hands were hidden by long cuffs, and even in the middle. After buttoning up, you can also see the white and tender chest of Orochimaru. The pants on your lower body are so long that they cover Orochimaru's feet, dragging them on the ground. You guys go ahead. I'll take Orochimaru to change some clothes. Dave shook his head helplessly, picked up Kuchimaru and left here first. As soon as Dave left, the children seemed a little at a loss. Principal Dave didn't seem to say where the opening ceremony would be held. Let's go, I'll take you there. Little Tsunade giggled and walked up to the children and said. Thank you. Nanoyu nodded and thanked. You're welcome, my name is Tsunade, what's yours? Yakushi Nanuonuo, and me, I'm a dragon. HMPH, my name is Jiraiya. Soon, Tsunade Jiraiya became involved with a group of children. Why are you here? Also, haven't school uniforms been issued to you yet? Dave was rummaging through the boxes and looking for it, then turned around and looked at Kuchimaru sitting on the ground and asked. We also want to live here, Shashimaru said helplessly. Huh? If you three don't go back to your nice homes, why are you living here? Dave asked in confusion for a moment. Can Orochimaru say that he was voluntarily persuaded by Tsunade and Jiraiya? Then, Dave found a small set and put it on for Kashemaru, and then took Kashemaru's hand and walked to the playground. A few minutes later advertisement Dave took care of himself and then slowly walked to the stage. A group of children were sitting under the stage, and parents were watching outside the school gate. The original plan was to let parents come in together. But Kakuzu found him and calculated every dollar in detail. Well, parents just stay outside and watch. Hello everyone, I am the principal of Dave Kindergarten, Senju Dave. Children, you can call me Principal Dave. Dave smiled and looked at the children in the audience and shouted. Oh, I forgot, now our Hokage-sama is invited to speak first. At this time, Dave felt someone's eyes and said hurriedly. This excitement made Hokage fall down. Ahem, hello, everyone, I am 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzo. Where the leaves are flying, fire is also growing. The fire will illuminate the entire village and make the new leaves sprout. The next step in the village. Danzo was unhappy. I glanced at Dave. You don't want to hang out anymore. He actually blocked my way. Then, Danzo came on stage and started his speech. 3 hours later. You will be the new leaves of Konoha from now on, and I will watch your growth. Thank you. Danzo took a breath and said with a smile on his face. Okay. What you said is really great. Master Hokage is different. This advanced general view of Konoha's wolf fire made my blood boil with excitement. Dave, who was drowsy in the audience, listened. When it was finally over, he stood up excitedly, clapped his hands and shouted. Danzo looked at Dave's appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Dave is a good comrade. He's just a bit lazy. For the future of Konoha, I'll talk to him later and must not slack off. Danzo smiled and nodded, waving to the children, then nodded with Dave and left. Today is also the opening day of ninja school, and I, Danzo, have to go there to give a lecture. Work is not as important as the will of fire for Konoha's future flowers. Today's speech is the essence of what he and Hiruzen thought about for days and nights together. Ahem, Mr. Hokage has left. I will just say a few words. Dave walked onto the stage and said helplessly. Hulu, our kindergarten, Hulu. The plan is. Advertisement, Hulu, Jiraiya. Veins popped up on Dave's head, and he roared angrily as he looked at little Jiraiya snoring and sleeping below. Tsunade, I have no money? Little Jiraiya was woken up and shouted hurriedly. Little Tsunade sitting next to him kicked little Jiraiya away. This idiot. Stand down there. Dave pointed at a place under the stage and shouted. Little Jiraiya stood up, touched his kicked butt unhappily, stood where Dave pointed, and looked at Tsunade with a groan, as if he was complaining. I won't say much, everyone, look over there. Dave pointed at Nanoyu's group of children. The other children all looked at them. The little fat boy long felt the gazes of several girls, and there was a trace of blush on his plump little face. They are wearing our kindergarten uniforms. After the ceremony, the teachers will take you to get your own uniforms. There are 2 sets in total. You must wear them when you go to school. Let's take a look. Are they very beautiful uniforms? Dave introduced with a smile. The children all made a sound of surprise. This was the first time that school uniforms appeared. We will all wear the same clothes to school from now on. Really been waiting. Principal Dave. At this time, a child with blue and white hair below raised his hand. Tell me, Dave smiled. Can kindergarten teach us ninjutsu? I want to learn ninjutsu. I want to become a ninja. A very powerful ninja. It seems that this child is from the Otsutsuki clan. Upon hearing this, some boys nodded excitedly. Their goal was to become a ninja. Haha, if you want to become a ninja, you have to go to a ninja school. You can wait until you are 6 or 7 years old, Dave said with a smile. Ah, it will take so long. The boy with white eyes felt a little lonely. But don't worry, our kindergarten also provides humane education. We will also teach you some basic knowledge of ninjas and some basic training in the kindergarten. If your talent is good enough, you rank among the best in the annual exams, and you are confident enough, then you can directly apply to me to graduate from kindergarten and go directly to experimental school or ninja school. Of course, in the end, it is my decision. I will see if you are qualified. Dave said with a smile. Huh? Don't worry, Principal Dave, I will definitely work hard. I will definitely let you see if I am qualified or not. Okay, I'm looking forward to that day. Chapter 212 The Emergence of Visions. After Dave talked about some basic activities in kindergarten, Dave asked the teachers to come and pick up their children. Shao Sanin and Nanoyu are all under Uzumaki Nanako. Well, there is no shady story. Principal Dave, stress again, there is absolutely no shady story. All of this is random and depends on situation. When the children were all taken to the classroom by their respective teachers, Dave looked to the side. Hey, what about you? That PE teacher. Come and get all the benches and tables down here, Dave shouted with a smile. B******** D Dave. I'm a teacher, not a coolie. Veins popped up on Wu's head and he roared angrily. Because of what Wu did before. His apprentice Onoki stopped sending him money. Well, in order to make a living. Wu found Dave and gave him a job. He came to be a physical education teacher. That traitor, wait till I get back. He actually let his master survive alone in another village? Now he can't even buy skins in the game. Damn it. Just when Dave was smiling and about to say a few words to Wu Gang, a vision suddenly occurred, and he saw a black hole slowly appearing on the rooftop of the main building of the kindergarten. Dave and Wu were both stunned, and then they looked at each other and were on the rooftop in an instant. Oh, was this place a few decades ago? A figure slowly walked out of the black hole. This man was holding a fishing rod in his hand, with a pair of white eyes in his eyes, and said in a casual tone. Dave was stunned when he saw this figure. This guy is not. Huh? There are 2 more mice here? The man walked out of the black hole and also noticed Dave and Wu beside him. Oh, ha 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 ha, Senju Dave, I didn't expect you to come to the door. I don't have to go to find you again. The man looked at Senju Dave and laughed. And just when Dave was about to pull him away, 2 black holes suddenly appeared behind Dave and Wu, dragging them away directly. Dave is confused. What kind of plot is this? Why is everything so messed up? Advertisement. Is that rat here too? It's really disgusting, but you can't hide from it. Looking at the 2 people disappearing out of thin air, the man smiled evilly and then disappeared here. In the forest behind Konoha, Dave and Wu suddenly appeared here. The 2 landed safely and looked at the 2 people, one large and one small, on the tree in front of them. One of them was wearing a black cloak, with bangs on his head covering one eye, and his appearance was very similar to Izuna. The little one has yellow hair. Who are you? Wu looked at the 2 of them and asked in a solemn voice. The ninja world is really getting more and more chaotic. Where did these 3 people come from? We are from other villages. That man is the rebellious ninja of our village. His target is you, Senju Dave. Our mission is to kill him and protect you. The older man looked at Dave slowly, said. What are your names? Dave asked without caring, looking at the 2 of them with a smile. Sasuke. Boruto. Sasuke looked at the smile on Dave's face. Was this old man always so annoying when he was young? Boruto looked at Dave curiously. Did Uncle Dave look like this when he was young? At this time, a gust of wind came on the field, and the bangs in front of Sasuke's face were blown up. Wu saw the Rinnegan in Sasuke's right eye socket. Aren't these the same eyes as Uchiha Madara? Wu just wanted to open his mouth to expose them, but Dave on the side patted Wu lightly and shook his head. Sasuke naturally saw Dave's actions and his eyes widened. This old man, does he know anything? Sure enough, I still like to play tricks. In this case, that person has also run away, so the 2 of them should come to the village to rest first, Dave said with a smile. No, I still need to track down his whereabouts. Let's go first. Sasuke glanced at Dave lightly, turned around and left. Boruto was left alone here. Dave smiled and looked at Boruto in front of him. Young man, have you ever been to kindergarten? Dave asked with a smile. Brother Dave. Ahem, Brother Dave, don't look down on people so much, okay. I've already graduated from ninja school, Boruto said very unhappy. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to the village first. Dave shook his head and smiled, leading him back to the village. Advertisement Boruto followed Dave and Wu as they walked through the streets of the village, looking around. The three of them walked to the door of the internet cafe. Boruto, shall I take you to the internet cafe to play games? Dave asked, looking at Boruto aside. Aren't those under 16 not allowed to enter the internet cafe? Boruto asked doubtfully. I regretted after saying that, which was terrible. Well, of course, but I have privileges here. Dave smiled, not paying attention, and continued Boruto's words. Okay. Boruto nodded excitedly. When he wanted to come to the internet cafe, he had to buy cigarettes and bribe the Kurama, and he was always worried about the police department who would come to investigate. Once, the police department caught him on the spot, and his mother beat him hard when he went back, but now I can walk into an internet cafe openly, which is great. The three of them walked into the internet cafe. Boruto saw Kurama on the counter. Kurama still looked half dead. Turn on 3 machines, Kurama. Dave walked to the counter and said speechlessly while looking at Kurama puffing away in front of him. Kurama watched Dave coming and turned on the computer for the three of them without saying anything. Coincidentally, the machine opened for the three of them was next to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Boruto looked at Madara's ancestor who was dueling with Hashirama's ancestor over there, and shuddered hard. Swallowed. And tiptoed to sit on the machine farthest from the two of them. Back then he bullied Sarana, on his way home from school. Well. Ancestor Madara, Ancestor Izuna, Uncle Kagami, Uncle Shisui, Uncle Obito, Uncle Itachi. Well. 6 of them don't talk about martial ethics. A group of people who are hundreds of years old in total. Actually blocked me, an 8 or 9-year-old child, in an alley. Ooh. Uncle Mirror almost used the Mangekyo Sharingan. Woo, so scary. Huh? Is Dave here? Madara looked back and asked Dave. Uncle Madara, Uncle Hashirama. Dave smiled and nodded. Huh? Is Dave here too? Isn't it the time for your kindergarten to start today? Hashirama asked in confusion. The things in the kindergarten are over, I have nothing to do now. Dave shrugged. Come on, there are exactly 5 of us, let's go in 5 rows. Hashirama is a scumbag, I can't take him with him. Madara nodded, looked at a few people and said. Chapter 213 Black Zetsu. I understand you. There is a child? Who is he? Madara noticed Boruto over there and asked in confusion. Ancestor Madara. I didn't bully Sarana. Boruto immediately ran over and hugged Madara's thigh, sobbing. There's something wrong with this kid's brain. Well, it's okay. Dave rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly. He lifted Boruto who was holding Madara's thigh and threw him back to his seat. Boruto skillfully turned on the computer and opened the Ninja Alliance. Enter your account number. Huh? Account does not exist. Damn it, I also want to play with my village logo, Naruto. There is no way, Boruto can only create a login. Because Boruto is a new account, he can't play ranked yet, well, he can only play matching. What an old version. Boruto thought helplessly as he looked at the few heroes in the ninja interface. Etc. Old version. Uchiha Kagami hasn't been nerfed yet. Ever since, Boruto directly selected Uchiha Kagami when he entered the selection interface. Kid, can you play Uchiha Kagami? Hashirama looked at Boruto in confusion and asked, how can this kid choose in seconds? No, but I think Uchiha Kagami is quite pleasing to my eye. So I chose it, Boruto said while touching his head in embarrassment. Forget it, it's a match anyway, just play whatever you want. Madara shook her head helplessly. How has this mirror been chipped? Also play, Uchiha Kagami. Positioning. Mage, Warrior Passive. Each skill will apply a layer of shit reading mark to the place. Each damage of the ultimate move will be superimposed on the enemy, up to 4 layers. Will cause an explosion damage to the enemy. The explosion damage will be based on Uchiha Kagami's spell damage and 14% of the target's missing health. Q skill. Nirvana Abode Technique. The mirror uses illusion magic to cause magic damage to enemies in a certain area. If the enemy stays in the area for more than 1.5 seconds, it will cause a 1-second coma effect to the enemy. W skill. Susanoo's Arm. The mirror summons one of Susanoo's arms and slaps it in the specified direction. Enemies in the middle of Susanoo's arm will also be knocked unconscious for 0.5 seconds. After the arm disappears, all enemies hit by the arm will be grounded for 1.5 seconds. E skill. Mangekyo Sharingan. Unreal Reality. Mirror's ability to use his right eye will cause damage to enemies in a certain area, and will cause an illusory reality effect for 3 seconds to the enemy hit. CD. 6 minutes. Advertisement Unreal Reality. The enemy's vision is confused, and teammates in the opponent's vision will become our own personnel, and the enemy can cause damage to other teammates. And the damage caused will be multiplied by 1.5 times. R skill. Mangekyo Sharingan. Shit reading. Immerse yourself in the world of scat. It will be used on the designated enemy, causing the enemy to receive 100 true damage plus 5% of the lost HP every second for a total of 8 seconds. And it will cause a 2-second silence effect on the enemy. After the 8 seconds of damage effect ends, the enemy will be stunned for 1 second. Boruto smiled. The old version of Uchiha Kagami was so strong, much better than their version. Their version of the mirror is like that, even 40 minutes of super ninja soldiers can't beat it. This skill is a team battle artifact. In their version, the CD of 6 minutes has been reduced to 15 minutes. 3 seconds has become 1 second and 5 seconds. Seeing him use his skills twice in a whole round is considered awesome. After one round, Madara and Hashirama stared dumbfounded at the 10th of January 32 Uchiha Kagami on the panel. Wow, this kid. Madara and Hashirama looked at each other and had a clear understanding. Ever since, Boruto was dragged by Madara and Hashirama to play games all afternoon. Madara and Hashirama laughed heartily when they looked at their panel results of winning dozens of games. There was no physical education class in the afternoon, so I left first. Dave was afraid that Boruto would cause trouble with his big talk, so he kept looking at him. After leaving the internet cafe in the evening, Hashirama has been humbly asking Boruto for various gaming skills. Well, I really learned a lot. The more Hashirama and Boruto chatted, the happier they became. Finally, they agreed to let Boruto live in Hashirama's house. Anyway, Hashirama's house has a lot of rooms, so let's just leave Boruto there. And with Hashirama's carefree look, well, Dave isn't worried about what that guy Boruto will say. In the middle of the night, Dave opened his eyes and tiptoed out of bed. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yume sleeping soundly. Then he walked out of the room and jumped to the top of the room. Sasuke stood on the roof with his back to Dave. Do you know something? Sasuke turned half of his face to look at Dave and asked. Me? Do I need to know something? Dave smiled and sat next to Sasuke. Sasuke smiled lightly and sat down as well. Then Sasuke took out a bottle of sake from his arms and threw it to Dave. Dave looked at the sake in his hand. Oh, it's still his favorite brand. The two of them just looked at the moon and drank in silence, saying nothing. I will erase the memories of those people when I leave, Sasuke said suddenly. No problem, Dave smiled. Advertisement, aren't you worried about the man with the fishing rod? Sasuke looked at Dave and asked. Dave smiled, took out the phone from his arms, and handed it to Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the address book on his phone. Kagaya, Hagoromo, Hamura, Ashura, Indra, Hashirama, Madara, Izuna, Tobirama. Sasuke threw the phone back to Dave. These people were still here. What a fool. Why did Urashiki come back? It was because he couldn't beat the people of that era that he wanted to come back and have a look. But even Sasuke couldn't imagine that these people were already there in this era. How is your strength? The atmosphere was silent for a while again, and Sasuke asked a question. Oh. Dave was walking in the back mountains of Konoha. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in front of him. Oh. Haha, I don't know either, but your uncle is still your uncle after all. Ha ha ha, go to bed. Dave stood up, patted Sasuke on the shoulder and laughed. Then he jumped from the roof and returned to the room. Today, the people in the village saw fireworks, meteorites, and various colorful giants. Veins popped out on Pushi's head. Are all the old guys and young guys so disgusting? Sasuke shook his head helplessly. This old guy was still so annoying. Senju Dave, give up struggling, follow me honestly, and then hand over all 9-tailed beasts. Urashiki looked at Dave with an evil smile and said. Black Zetsu sat by the cesspool smoking a cigarette, puffing away smoke and watching this scene. A group of people instantly appeared next to Dave. Kagaya, Hagoromo, Hamura, Ashura, Indra, Hashirama, Madara, Izuna, Tobirama. I understand you. Sasuke, who was watching the battle from a tree on the side, had cold sweat pouring down his face when he saw this scene. This old man is still so shameless. Follow me honestly. Just when Urashiki was about to take action, Dave clapped his hands. The smile on Urashiki's face stiffened. The next day. Chapter 214 I'll give it to you. Everyone looked at Urashiki who was dead on the ground. The Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya looked at Urashiki and murmured slowly. Madara, look, he also has a Rinnegan. Also, he looked so handsome when he transformed just now, Hashirama said excitedly, pulling Madara aside. Kagaya looked at Hashirama, then pulled out 2 of Urashiki's Rinnegan, then pulled out Hashirama's eyes and stuffed the Rinnegan in. Sasuke grinned slightly. So, this is how the Rinnegan of the first Hokage came. Oh, ha 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 ha. Madara, look, I also have a Rinnegan, ha 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 ha. After Hashirama put on the Rinnegan, he didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he laughed and looked to the side to show off. Madara said she didn't want to deal with this fool. Then, Kagaya took off the golden Rinnegan from Urashiki's forehead, took out one of Ashura's eyes and stuffed it in. Ashura also became excited, and he and Hashirama hugged each other excitedly. Starting from today, we also have Rinnegan people. I will take this body away. Kagaya glanced at everyone, then waved his hand and disappeared from everyone's eyes with the body. Then Dave looked at Sasuke. The two looked at each other, and Dave nodded to Sasuke. Everyone, Sasuke said slowly. Everyone looked towards Sasuke. Hagoromo looked at Sasuke with a smile on his face and nodded. Afterwards, everyone except Dave fainted. Are you leaving now? Dave looked at Sasuke and asked. Well, we have a long time to stay here, Sasuke nodded and said slowly. Okay, Dave nodded. Wait a minute, Boruto, come here. Looking at the two people, one large and one small, who were about to leave, Dave smiled and looked at Boruto over there, waved his hand and shouted. Boruto swallowed and walked slowly to Dave. Dave smiled and turned his hand. Boruto had guessed it, and turned around slowly. Advertisement. Dave kicked Boruto on the butt. This little yellow guy has come, and if he didn't kick him, it would be difficult to understand the hatred Boruto had in his previous life. Boruto stood up from the ground with an aggrieved tone and returned to Sasuke's side. Did Uncle Dave like to kick people's butts from now on? Woo. Ever since Boruto was born and was sensible, Uncle Dave has always liked to kick him. He also said that if you dare to be a dutiful son to me, I will kill you. Okay, let's go. Sasuke was not surprised. Sasuke took a deep look at Dave, and then the two of them got into the black hole behind them and left here. Dave, my head hurts. Did something happen here? Hashirama opened his eyes at this time, sat up and looked at Dave with a headache and asked. Well, a very powerful enemy came to the village just now. You all fainted. I fought with him for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally killed him without leaving any scum left. Dave said nonsense. Oh. Hashirama nodded blankly. Hashirama, where did your Rinnegan come from? Madara didn't pay much attention. Instead, she looked at Hashirama's Rinnegan and asked in confusion. Where did this Hashirama come from Rinnegan? Oh, Uncle's Rinnegan was given to Uncle by Kaguya's ancestor when he came just now. Dave continued to talk nonsense. Then, was this eye given to me by my grandma? Ashura kept feeling pain in his right eye after he got up. He took out his katana and looked at it under the sunlight, and found that his right eye had turned golden. It seems to be a Rinnegan, but a little stronger than the ordinary Rinnegan, Dave said. Oh. Everyone was speechless as they looked at the two people hugging each other and screaming excitedly. Then everyone felt that nothing happened, so they went back. Hashirama kept pestering Madara and wanted to have a fight with Madara, but Madara smiled coldly. With the Rinnegan, is he so arrogant? Okay, Madara agreed. Indra is different, he is pestering Ashura and wants to fight with Ashura. Dave Hagoromo and the others don't care. As long as you don't use your real hands, you can play whatever you want. Future. Oh, have you seen the old me? A certain white-haired man lay on the sofa in Hokage's office with a decadent look and asked with a yawn. Uncle Dave. Have you ever liked kicking people's butts? Boruto looked at future Dave unhappily and asked. Advertisement, go ahead. Do you still need a reason to hit you? Future Dave glanced at Boruto lightly, then kicked Boruto on the butt. Boruto looked at the yellow-haired man behind the desk with an aggrieved look. Haha. Grandpa Dave, you are still like this. Huang Mao smiled awkwardly and touched his head. Don't expect your father and your master to speak for you. Ask them how many times their butts were kicked by me when they were kids. Future Dave said with a disdainful smile. The yellow-haired and black-haired figures behind the desk instantly turned black and white. Come with me, I'll take you to practice. I haven't seen you for so many days. I think you're a little slack. Future Dave stood up from the sofa, dragged Boruto by his collar, and headed outside. Go. Master. Father. Save me. I don't want to train with Uncle Dave. Boruto kept struggling and making choked roars. Huang Mao and Sasuke gave a helpless look. Well, son, you wish yourself well. Although your father and I are Hokage, I still can't beat that white hair. No matter what that little yellow guy went through, back to Dave's timeline. Madara, who is Uchiha Kagami in this video? Hashirama and Madara returned to the internet cafe after playing for several days and nights. Hashirama accidentally discovered a video and asked with confusion. I don't know, but such a strong Uchiha Kagami will definitely not have no reputation at all. Madara shook her head and said. The views of this video on the website have reached an astonishing million, and many people have gone to the Kakuzu forum to protest. Uchiha Kagami is so strong, isn't the intensity too high? Can this be played without cutting? Although Kakuzu doesn't check his forum often, he still does it sometimes when new game skins or something are released. When he saw that the comment below his forum today was not about him, but about the ninja Uchiha Kagami. Kakuzu also watched the video with doubts. After watching the video, Kakuzu thought it was nothing. This is because he is strong. Can he blame him? Just then, Kakuzu accidentally saw a comment. Alliance Old Dave Ninja Alliance version 15 user, Uchiha Kagami, this ninja is too disgusting, right? I'm not even in the mood to spend money to buy skins. Kakuzu was silent. Then picked up the phone. You're from the game technology department. You shaved off Uchiha Kagami from the Ninja Alliance for me. Yes, you shaved it off for me. Once for each version. Chapter 215 Little Nine Tails. You were shameless after Uchiha Kagami was cut again. The whole world was celebrating. All the Alliance players went to the Kakuzu forum and said that you, the black-faced devil, finally did something of your conscience. The ninja Senju Dave is only disgusting, but he is not very strong and is easy to kill. Players won't have any objections. Disgusting? Just kill you a few more times. But the ninja Uchiha Kagami is different. His strength is too high, it's ridiculously high. The image of the black-faced buckler among the people changed for the first time. Of course, this change did not last long, I should say only a few minutes. Because after the black-faced buckler released the news that Uchiha Kagami, the ninja, was cut. Uchiha Kagami has been inspected by our game technology department and is indeed overstrength and has been weakened. Release time 1623. The Ninja Alliance and Crossing the Ninja World will launch new skins. Release time 1625. Many people who just read the first post and talked about the conscience of the black-faced accuser saw the second post. Well, it is still him who is the black-faced accuser. One day 2 months later, outside the operating room of the hospital, a bunch of people were sitting in the corridor. Dave had an anxious look on his face and walked up and down the corridor from time to time. Suddenly, a baby's cry came from the operating room. Dave was stunned. The operating room door was opened and the nurse came out. "How's it going?" Dave hurriedly stepped forward and asked. "The mother and child are safe," the nurse said with a smile, and then returned to the operating room. Dave was finally relieved. In the afternoon, Dave sat next to Yume. "Come on, Dave picked up the soup that Mito had cooked, scooped up a spoonful of soup with a spoon, blew it gently to cool it, and put it in front of Yume's mouth and said softly. With a happy smile on Yume's pale face, she slowly opened her mouth and drank. "How's it going? Is it still hurting now?" Dave looked at Yume's pale little face and asked with great distress. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Yume shook her head slightly and said with a smile. "Nonsense, look at you like that. Come on, drink some more," Dave said angrily, scooping up a few more spoons of soup in his hand and bringing it to Yume's mouth, watching Yume drink it. Advertisement, don't underestimate me, okay, I'm also a ninja. Geez, have you figured out what the child's name will be? Yume smiled playfully and looked at Dave and asked. Daiyu, Senju Daiyu, not only carries our two names, but also means that he can wear the stars and the moon in the future, Dave said with a smile. Okay. Yume smiled and nodded. The little guy slept soundly, Dave said with a smile as he turned to look at little Daiyu in the crib. Wow. As soon as Dave finished speaking, the little guy started crying. What's wrong with him? Dave was stunned, looked at Yume anxiously and asked in confusion. Giggle, he's hungry, let me feed him, Yume said with a giggle. Dave nodded quickly and handed the little guy to Yume. A family of 3 cozying up in the ward, on the street in the village. Hey, didn't you buy the children's clothes for their wedding? Why did you buy them? Izuna looked at the eager Tobirama in front of him and asked helplessly. Are those sets of clothes enough for the child? It's winter now, what should I do if the child is freezing? No, I have to buy a few more sets for him. Yes, after winter comes spring, after spring comes summer, after summer comes autumn, it's winter again. No, you must buy more clothes for all seasons. Tobirama looked at Izuna unhappily. Izuna gave him a look. Then, Izuna witnessed Tobirama buying a specialty baby clothing store. Tobirama called a company coolie named Namikaze Kirin to drive a truck to deliver all the baby clothes to the Senju station. By the way, there are also milk powder, toys, let's go for a walk. Tobirama stood on the street thinking for a while and said quickly. Izuna silently followed him running up and down the street. Buy the milk powder from Daihi. If you want toys, let me take care of the toy store. Forget it, I'll take care of both the milk powder store and the toy store. A moment later, Tobirama was walking on the street with his hands behind his back, still thinking about what to buy. Izuna behind him was holding a bag of milk powder in his left hand, and a bunch of toys in his right hand. Why do you have to carry all the things you bought? Izuna roared angrily, you be ******D. No reason. Tobirama looked back at Izuna and said slowly. Advertisement, Senju Tobirama. Izuna couldn't stand it anymore and threw the things in his hands to the ground. Uchiha Izuna, what are you doing throwing these on the ground? Senju Tobirama, soon, Uchiha Kagami came here with a group of members of the police department. Come on, tell you too, this is called self-defense. Veins popped out on Jing's head, dragging Lil Ninetales and Lil Shukaku beside him to the surveillance camera, pointing at a spot above and roaring. Looking at the 2 elders in front of him, Uchiha Kagami didn't dare to stop, but considering the impact, Uchiha Kagami gritted his teeth. Little Ninetales was also in the police department and roared angrily when he saw this scene. Tobirama and Izuna looked at the mirror and opened it. Mangekyo, well, lost their temper instantly, and followed the mirror back to the police station to make notes. The 2 of them were causing trouble and fighting in the street. According to the law of the police department, shouldn't they be detained for a few days and a half? Little Ninetales pointed at Tobirama and asked. This is called mutual, legitimate defense between the 2 adults. Jing said slowly, as the minister of the police department, I have always governed with integrity and enforced the law impartially. I have never bullied the weak, feared the strong, or accepted or offered bribes. Of course, the impact of this incident was not large, and the 2 people were only punished with a few thousand silver taels. Is it? Doesn't it count? Little Ninetales asked weakly. A shady secret. You are a shady secret. You are colluding with government and businessmen. Shameless, Little Ninetales roared. What's the shady story? Jing looked at the Little Ninetales and asked calmly. Well, Little Ninetales and Little Shukaku had a fight, and now the whole street over there is in ruins. I am also defending myself, Little Ninetales asked unhappily. People passing by saw the 2 people who were walking peacefully on the street suddenly getting into a fight. Well, call the police. Uchiha Izuna. As a result, Little Ninetales and Little Shukaku were imprisoned in the police department for a month. Chapter 216 Lulin. A month later, Yume had almost recovered. Dai-yu had been under observation for a month and nothing happened, and the mother and son were discharged from the hospital. Returned to Senju Station looking at Tobirama holding Dai-yu silly and happily. Dave and Yume looked at each other helplessly. Ahem, Tobirama, please put Xiao Daewi back to sleep. You have been holding Xiao Daewi for 5 or 6 hours, and Xiao Daewi is already dozing off. Hashirama couldn't stand it any longer and coughed twice and said quickly. Oh, okay, little Daewi, go to sleep quickly. The giggling Tobirama came to his senses and quickly put little Daewi into the cradle nearby. Well, Tobirama, you don't have to look at Dai-yu so tightly, Hashirama said helplessly as he looked at Tobirama who was guarding the stroller. No, what if someone accidentally hurts him? Tobirama retorted. You still have the nerve to accuse me, brother. When Kima was born, you didn't let go of Kima for a month, Tobirama continued. Ah. Ha ha ha. Hashirama smiled awkwardly. What's going on with those books? Mito looked at the pile of books behind the stroller and asked in confusion. Oh, these are what I prepared for Xiao Daiyu's future ninja career. They include all my forbidden techniques and all the forbidden technique experiences. There are 2,800 in total. I will personally teach Xiao Daewi in the future. Son. Even a father can't save you. Your grandpa has arranged this for you. Dave wiped the cold sweat from his face and thought in embarrassment. By the way, he may also be a Sharingan in the future, etc. Tobirama suddenly thought of something. Since Tsukimi is Daiyu's mother, it means that Daewi also has the blood of Uchiha, and there may be a Sharingan in the future. Well, in the case of Sharingan. Hey, Izuna, bring me all your Uchiha's information on ninjutsu and Sharingan. Why do you care so much? Just bring it. Speed. Izuna. Advertisement looking at Tobirama who was busy coming and going. Everyone was speechless. With Tobirama taking care of the child, Tsukimi usually doesn't need to take care of him. Well, of course, he will still give it to Tsukimi when the child is hungry. Now Tobirama is a full-time grandpa. He always has a small thing hanging on his body wherever he goes. Even when he was walking around on the street, Nine Tails and his 2 younger brothers were smoking on the street. The smoke drifted over, and Tobirama beat Nine Tails violently. Emil. Little Nine Tails is so angry. Okay, since I can't beat you, I steal your food. Don't you like to steal food? Let me see how you feel when your food is stolen. Little Nine Tails has been sitting in front of the computer for several days now. Today, Dave took 3 young men out on a mission. Since it was their first time in the Land of Fire, the 3 young men were very excited. Teacher, what is our mission? Sakumo asked excitedly on the way there. Queen Lulan of the Kingdom of Wind issued a commission to the village. There are some internal problems in Lulan, and she asked us to protect her daughter. Dave took out the commission and said slowly. Lulan? Where is that place? Shuamao asked doubtfully. The most prosperous place in the Kingdom of Wind except Sanagakure, Dave replied after thinking about it. To be honest, Dave was a little confused when he received this mission. According to the timeline in the original book, the internal affairs in Lulan should only have problems during the era of Namikaze Minato. This is still more than 10 years away. How could it be? Forget it, let's take a look first. As a result, the 4 of them sped up. After a day's journey, we finally arrived in Lulan. Lulan looked very prosperous. In the center of the village was a tower that reflected the horizon. Dave squinted his eyes and felt something was wrong. Although it looks like a prosperous village, there are very few people on the streets. Dave looked at the tallest tower. The 4 of them looked at each other and walked slowly towards that side. At this time, a soldier wearing armor suddenly appeared on the street and stood in front of the 4 Daves. Advertisement, teacher, what happened in Lulan? Shuamao looked at Dave and asked in confusion. Queen Lulan is already old. As you can see, her heir is a girl. It doesn't matter if she is a girl. After all, the queen is also a girl. But you should have known about this girl just now. Her character is too introverted. Lulan, the ministers here have begun to have opinions, and some people have even been preparing to assassinate them recently. Our mission is to protect them, Dave said slowly. After the soldiers took the 4 people into Xiaoping's house, they shouted inside and left first. Well, hello, are you the queen of Lulan? Dave nodded, looked at the old woman and asked. Then, the old woman and Dave chatted in the living room, while the 3 young men looked after the girl. Well, they were very responsible for their mission. Then, the soldier took Dave and the 4 of them through alleys and alleys before arriving at what the soldier called a palace. In fact, it is just an ordinary small flat house. Please follow me, the queen is waiting for you in the palace. Well, I am. This is my daughter. Please come here. Just take good care of her. The old woman smiled kindly and waved her hand to the room behind her. A girl walked out of it. The girl was a little afraid of strangers, hiding behind the old woman and looking at Dave and the others. Can you tell me what happened in Lulan? That girl must be stimulated. Otherwise, if we can't protect them now, after we leave, if she still has the same character, she will be dangerous in the future. I also told the queen, and she agreed. Dai, husband explained. Are you from Konoha? The soldier asked, looking at the 4 of them and then at the forehead protector on Sakumo's head.
The 3 of them understood and nodded. Sakumo and Kimima Dave know that they really understand. Might die. You understand shit.
When someone comes to assassinate, don't stop them first. Let's wait until they attack the mission target quickly, Dave said slowly after thinking for a while. Is she from Konoha? At this time, an old woman slowly walked out of the room, looked at Dave and asked everyone with a smile. Good. After a while, Dave walked out silently, led the three young men out of the house, and then hid in the darkness of the house to watch over them. Why, brother Dave? Junma asked doubtfully. Yes, Dave nodded. Chapter 217. Confident at night, the four of them hid in the dark and observed their surroundings. Suddenly, several figures appeared on the roof. Just as Might was about to go up and FK them, Dave hit him hard on the head to stop him. Might Dai looked at Dave a little aggrievedly. It wasn't until several figures rushed in that Dave made a gesture, and the four of them squatted at the window and observed the room. You four, go kill the queen, and we'll kill her daughter. The leader of the group groped along the aisle and ordered the two people behind him. Afterwards, several people divided into two groups and headed towards their respective goals. You three, go protect the queen, and I'll protect her daughter, Dave told the three after hearing it outside the wall. The three of them nodded, climbed over the wall, and groped over there. In the queen's room, an assassin looked at the sleeping queen, felt cruel in his heart, took out a kunai, and stabbed the queen fiercely. Suddenly, a white light suddenly struck him. The assassin was just a genin. Before he could react, his hand was pinned to the wall by the short sword. Ah! This scream started tonight's situation. No, something happened to the queen's people. Ignore them and kill her daughter first. The leading assassin felt inwardly after hearing the howling, and hurriedly led a few people to speed up. In the queen's room, the queen was suddenly awakened after hearing the howling, forcing herself to calm down and look at the assassins. Are you from Konoha? An assassin looked at the three young men and said solemnly. No, we are from Sanagakure, Sakumo retorted, Leaf Hurricane. Sakumo and Kimima looked speechlessly at Might Dai, who had already been beaten. This cheating teammate. Forget it, kill and silence. There is no big problem on the queen's side, all four of them are genin, and the three of them are relaxed. Dave here. Advertisement. The girl was awakened immediately after hearing the howling. At this moment, she was holding the quilt and looking at the door tremblingly. Soon, the leading assassin opened the door and rushed in with several people. I'm sorry, princess. For the sake of Lulin's future, please die first. The assassin smiled bloodthirstily, picked up the kunai and stabbed him. Dave suddenly appeared and kicked the person away. A group of garbage genin. Dave took care of them with just physical skills. Looking at the howling assassins lying on the ground one by one, Dave turned back to look at the dumbfounded girl behind him. Here, kill them, Dave said calmly as he picked up a kunai from the ground and threw it to the girl. The girl stared blankly at the kunai placed in front of her, unmoved. Kill them, Dave continued. The girl was still unmoved, and Dave smiled. Your mother is still in danger. These assassins are all chunin, and my disciples are all genin. We can't stop them. If nothing else, a fight has already started on your mother's side. Are you just sitting like this? Looking at these assassins blankly, I was still ready to pick up the kunai and kill them to help your mother. My mission is to protect you, and it does not include your mother. If you want your mother to die like that, then treat it like me. I didn't say anything. Dave shrugged, smiled and leaned against the cabinet beside him and said slowly. You're blind. The leading assassin stared at Dave with wide eyes and told lies. When did we become chunin? Dave picked up the kunai on the ground and stabbed him to death.
Ah! The girl screamed in horror with the corpse on the ground and the blood flowing.
What a mouthful. Well, you wasted a few more seconds, pretty, continue. Dave smiled and looked at the girl and said slowly. The girl forced herself to calm down. Her whole body was trembling. She swallowed. With trembling hands, she picked up the kunai in front of her. She walked towards the assassins tremblingly. Then, the girl knelt down and looked at the wailing assassin in front of her, her face trembling.
Ah! The girl closed her eyes tightly, mustered up the courage, and stabbed it hard.
The blood surged, and even though the girl's face was covered in blood, it was still stabbing. After a while, the girl opened her closed eyes, and stood up slowly. She resisted the feeling of vomiting. After this first time, the subsequent times did not have as much psychological burden as before. Looking at the girl who stood up numbly after killing a few people, Dave nodded. Take her to the queen's chamber. And when the girl looked at the dead assassins in the room, she looked at Dave with a confused look on her face. Dave smiled awkwardly and shrugged. Advertisement. The next day, after the girl understood the whole story, she burst into tears. The queen comforted her, and then she held a coronation ceremony for her today, making her the new queen of Lulin. As soon as the transformed girl took office, she used iron-blooded methods to directly eliminate those ministers with disloyal intentions and consolidate her position. The old queen looked at the new queen with satisfaction, and then expressed her great gratitude to Dave and the others. My lady queen, forget about the reward. I only have one thing to ask for, Dave said slowly, looking at the old queen in front of him. Huh? What's the matter? Please tell me. The old queen was stunned for a moment, but nodded. Borrow Lulin's Dragonbane. The old queen hesitated for a long time. Of course, she couldn't make the decision about the Dragonbane. She called all the ministers who knew about it for a meeting, and finally agreed to Dave's entry. Of course. The new queen must have agreed. Those ministers because the new queen's iron-blooded methods. Well, I have to agree. Then, Dave first asked the queen to send someone to send the three young men back first, and then followed the old queen into the tallest tower in the middle of Lulin. Dave followed the old queen through the dark corridors and entered a large basement. Do you need me to help you open the Dragonbane? The old queen looked at Dave and asked. Well, I need the energy of the Dragon Vein Uzumaki, Dave nodded. Okay, but we have very few records about Dragon Veins here. I don't know what will happen. The old queen looked at Dave and hesitated. I'm sure. Having said this, the old queen said nothing more. So, the old queen walked to the center of the field, and printed on her hand. The formation slowly appeared on the field. Then, the dragon vein was opened, and the huge energy made the ground begin to tremble. The residents of Lulan above felt the trembling ground, and they all fell to the ground in fright. At this time, a huge Uzumaki appeared in the center of the field, and Dave was distracted. Ning then jumped into it. When the old queen saw Dave disappearing, she hurriedly formed a seal, and then the furious dragon veins became silent. The residents above suddenly found that the ground was no longer shaking, and each of them was filled with doubts. Dave's office. Dave slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and then locked the direction. Walking slowly towards the place of memory. Chapter 218 Mother, Sima Jiaoyue. Dave slowly walked over in the direction he remembered. Dave traveled for a long time and arrived at the Land of Fire. The current village of Konoha should have just been built. Well, the timeline jumped correctly. Dave could only look for the place along the vague direction. A few hours later, Dave looked at the tribe in front of him with cold eyes, then jumped into the wall and observed the situation inside. Dave looked at the people coming and going in the clan area, without any emotion in his eyes. Then Dave looked at the house in his memory and walked towards it. Sima Jiaoyue. UST with no moral integrity, go to hell. You disgusting thing, take your B********D and get out of the clan. Don't disgrace the Sima clan. Dave stood in the corner, looking at the Sima clan members with a cold face as they stood outside the door and cursed inside. He wanted to kill them, but he knew that he couldn't do that. Once he changed what happened now, the future would also change. Go away. Stay away from my mother. At this time, a little white-haired boy ran out of the house and shouted angrily at everyone. You B*******D, you still dare to come out? Go to hell? Don't hurt my child. A more radical Sima clan member was about to slap Xiao Bai Mao on the face. A woman ran out of the house and quickly caught his hand. The woman was just an ordinary person, so naturally she couldn't resist the full force of a ninja and was knocked away. Xiao Bai Mao hurriedly ran in front of him to protect the woman. Bah! Hit me! The leading Sima clan member spat fiercely and ordered everyone to prepare to take action. Then, Dave suddenly rushed forward, and couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at the bloody ground, Dave wanted to leave immediately. Then, thank you. You'd better leave quickly. If you kill someone, the clan leader won't let you go. The woman quickly stood up and looked at Dave and said. Okay. Dave didn't look back and left after saying that. The woman looked at Dave's back, and a smile appeared on her face. Mom, who is this uncle? Xiao Bai Mao stood up, looked at Dave's back, and asked blankly. Advertisement, I don't know, but he is a kind person like Dave. The woman smiled and gently stroked the little white hair's head. Dave. Mom says that if Mom dies one day, you go find a man named Senju Tobirama in Konoha village to the east. Is he my father? Dave watched this scene silently in the corner. Looking at the forced smile on the woman's face, Dave couldn't help but feel heartache. The next day, as expected, Sima Jiaoyue died, hanging himself. After the clan knew what happened yesterday, they wanted to kill the mother and son. Jiaoyue used her own death to let Xiao Bai Mao use the time to run out. Watching little Bai Mao running away from the tribe with tears on his face, Dave watched him leave safely, and then hit his mother's frozen body with the last breath left in a certain film that Dave used to cold. Ice mushroom frozen cave. Later, Dave returned to Lulan in the Kingdom of Wind in this timeline, and explained what happened to the young old queen, reopening the dragon veins, allowing Dave to travel back in time. After returning to Lulan, the old queen told Dave that a month had passed. Dave was stunned. He only stayed there for one day, but he didn't expect that a month had passed. Ever since, Dave said goodbye to Lulan and rushed towards the fire country. Dave followed the road and found his frozen mother in the cave in the timeline. Well, the effect is good. Fortunately, I used all the chakra from Nine Tails to freeze it. It has been almost 20 years and there is still no trace of melting at all. Nine Tails cried silently in the sealed space. You are exploiting and squeezing me. I want my shadow clone to go to the police department to sue you. When Zhao Yu hanged herself before, Dave had been watching from the side. Just when Zhao Yu was about to faint and die, Dave immediately stepped forward and sealed it with ice mushrooms, and used the transformation eggplant to conjure it up. A corpse lay there. Dave returned to Konoha with this big piece of ice. Senju Station. Hashirama and Tobirama, who was taking care of their baby, looked at the big ice cube in front of them and heard Dave's explanation. They both looked confused. Especially Tobirama, he was even more confused. He looked at the strange woman in the ice in front of him, and he was a little at a loss. I will release the mother next, you. Dave looked at Tobirama and asked with some confusion. I'll take Daewi for a walk on the street first. Tobirama looked around, then picked up little Daewi and ran outside. Advertisement. Hashirama shook his head helplessly. Tobirama, hey. Then, Dave clapped his hands, and dozens of sunflowers instantly appeared around the ice cube. Dozens of sunflowers faced the sun at the same time. Then, a large number of dazzling sunflowers poured into the ice cube. He doesn't want to see me. Zhao Yu was stunned for a moment and asked in silence. Who are you? Tobirama has run as far as possible to the edge of Konoha, well, still can't run. Dave and Hashirama looked at each other. Well, they shared the same hatred. The final result was that Tobirama was carried back to Senju Station by a group of people. Isn't Tobirama here? Dave and Zhao Yue chatted happily for a while, and Zhao Yue suddenly asked. Then, Dave and Hashirama told Zhao Yue everything that happened in the past 20 years. Zhao Yue was very happy after hearing this. Dave is actually so old. They're all married and have children. He even became a strong, salty, and big fish ninja. The ice slowly dissipated. The body of the bright moon that was frozen in it was filled with radiant light. My father is taking Dai Yu for a walk on the street now. Dave was stunned for a moment and said with a helpless smile. Wait here for a moment, and we'll help you catch him. This is. Gao Yue slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she only felt the warmth in her body. Of course, because Tobirama's flying thunder god might not be able to catch him, Hashirama called a group of people again. Ashura Indra, etc. After throwing Tobirama directly into the room, everyone nodded with satisfaction, and then left time and space for the two of them. This is Konoha village. Dave looked at the bright moon in front of him, his body and voice trembling involuntarily. Half an hour later. Dave. Your child. Tobirama is so angry, these people are so unjust. Tobirama wanted to open the door, but found that a seal was set outside the door. It was from the third layer of space, ground, and sky. Well, Uzumaki Ashina did it. Chapter 219. Let's work. Tobirama realized that he really couldn't run, so he mustered up his courage, turned his head and slowly looked at the figure on the sofa, and walked towards that figure. One night passed. Uzumaki Ashina came over to lift the seal, and Hashirama and the others came and knocked on the door with laughter. Hearing the woman's screams from the room, Hashirama and others were stunned for a moment. Something was wrong. If there are screams at night, forget it. Why are they there during the day? Bah, it doesn't feel right anytime. Being cautious, they didn't open the door yet. Hashirama sent a message to Tobirama asking what happened. Tobirama responded instantly. Then, Tobirama opened the door and looked at everyone with a red face. After understanding, it turned out that Tobirama taught people to play games all night last night. The vegetables that Zhao Yue had just planted were stolen. I was just a little angry. After a night of in-depth discussions, the two of them have almost gotten to know each other, and Zhao Yue is even teaching Tobirama how to take care of children. Tobirama also listened very carefully and took notes. Well, you must pay attention to your grandson. Zhao Yue watched Dave arrive and pulled Dave to see little Daeui. Because of the freezing, Zhao Yue is only 30 years old now. The 20 years of freezing time did not leave any traces on Zhao Yue's body. Dave took Zhao Yue back home. Looking at his daughter-in-law, Zhao Yue was also very happy. After the two got to know each other for a while through Dave's introduction, well, Dave was thrown aside. Advertisement. Looking over there, Yu Mei is holding Dai Yu, and Zhao Yu is sitting aside chatting happily with Yu Mei. Dave thinks he should go and play games with the man with STD. The status ranking within Senju Station is as follows. Dai Yu, Mito, Bright Moon, Tsukimi, Tobirama, Dave, Fish in the Pond, Hashirama. Anyway, everything in the station is based on Xiao Daeui. The bottom position in the family is still Hashirama, stable performance. Hey, sexually transmitted disease man, come out and surf the internet. Dave looked at the two people chatting passionately and had no choice but to go online. Don't you have a son? Are you still out surfing the internet every day? Wu asked over the phone in confusion. To be honest, from when Dai Yu was born to now, Dave has hugged him only as many times as his hands can count. Most of the time it was Tobirama and Tsukimi who hugged him. It's not that I, as a father, don't care about my son. But that I can't touch my son at all. Woo. Then, Dave and Wu ran to the internet cafe to play games. On the road. You've been in Konoha every day, and you don't plan to go back and have a look? Dave looked at him without any doubts and asked. This guy has been in Konoha for several years, and he doesn't want to go back to have a look? What's so interesting about Rock Shinobi? It's either mountains or soil or ground, Wu said calmly. I heard that your apprentice Onoki has given birth to a child, but you don't go to see it. I heard. What is the name of the child? Dave looked at this guy in surprise and asked. I'm just his teacher, responsible for teaching him things on the road to ninja. I don't care about his other things, Wu Huan said. Dave could hear a complaining tone from Wu's mouth. Since Onoki stopped sending money to Wu, Wu has been running food delivery in the village, doing pyramid schemes, and working as a network administrator at an internet cafe. Anyway, he has tried almost all of the 360 businesses. Today's Wu can be said to be a part-time worker who has been deeply polished by society. The money he earns from his usual part-time job can't even buy a skin. Damn it, that damn black-faced buckster only gives out a skin in about 2 or 3 days. Which family like this? Affordable? No, I have to go to that forum to complain about him. Advertisement. By the way, are there any jobs that can make money quickly and have a lot of money? Wu then remembered that Dave was the president of the largest company in Konoha. Yes. It depends on whether you are willing to do it. Dave was silent for a while, thought of something, and said with a shudder. Yes, as long as it's not a ninja mission. Wu Ding nodded solemnly. He will not forget that he is an Iwagakure ninja, and he will never help Konoha with tasks. Okay. Just contact him. Dave rubbed his eyebrows, took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Wu. Edson. George? That zombie. Wu looked at the name on the business card and murmured in confusion. Then, Dave took out another leaflet from his pocket and handed it to Wu. Open black lens bracket. Want to make money? Want to make quick money? Do you want a family that is not wealthy to become wealthy? Close black lens bracket. The war is about to begin. Our zombie army is in urgent need of long-term workers with high wages and good treatment. We will end every battle without default. We are backed by Konoha's largest conglomerate, the Kidney Company, and have abundant funds. What are you waiting for? It's better to be excited than to be excited. For details, please contact Edson George. Close black lens bracket. In addition, Changdong, who has made great contributions in each war, will receive an internal 9.9999999 discount coupon from Aishin Company. This volume is sponsored by Mr. Kakuzu, our company's financial manager. Close black lens bracket. Here, please allow me to introduce you. Edson George. The winner of the 3 wars, the people's scientist of Konoha, with countless money. Please rest assured, for more detailed information, please search the website www.georginib.com. War? Wu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Dave in confusion and asked. Well, it's not the kind of war you imagined. It won't kill anyone. It's just like children having mud fights. It just depends on whether your psychological quality is strong or not. Dai the husband was stunned for a moment, then introduced with a mischievous smile. Understood, let's go. Go online first. I'll go over in the morning and see what's going on. Wu nodded and put the flyer in his trouser pocket. Dave and Wu fought hard all night in the internet cafe. Zhao Yue lived next to Dave's house. She made breakfast in the morning and wanted her children to taste the food she made. She went to Dave's house and asked Yume to find out. Dave didn't come back all night. Hearing from his daughter-in-law that Dave should be at the internet cafe, Hao Yue asked where the internet cafe was and walked towards the internet cafe with the hot meal in hand. A moment later, Dave in the internet cafe suddenly felt a chill behind his back and quickly turned around. The fried bamboo shoot meat on a leather belt did not appear in his imagination. Instead, his mother Zhao Yue smiled softly, holding food in her hand. I brought you some food, but I see you haven't eaten either. Eat it while it's hot. Zhao Yue smiled and put the food in her hands on the table in front of Dave. Chapter 220 Dave. The organization needs you. Thank you, Mother, Dave said with a smile, looking at the steaming food on the table. Forget it, Mother, let's take the food home and eat together. Dave looked at the bright moon, then at the computer, stood up and turned off the computer. Doesn't this bother you? Zhao Yue was stunned for a moment and asked quickly. No, it's not an important thing. Besides, there's nothing more important than eating with the family. Dave smiled and shook his head. Good. Watching the mother and son leave Wen Xin, Wu shook his head helplessly. Then Wu got up, turned off the computer, took out the leaflet, and walked towards the destination. In George's base, Wu arrived here. Are you recruiting people here? After Wu arrived here, he saw a zombie standing at the door of the base. The zombie was holding a sign that said recruiting people. The zombie, which only had 2 crumbling teeth, nodded. The zombie stretched out his hand to pull Wu, but Wu quickly dispersed. The zombie pointed at the base behind him. It turns out he wanted to take me inside. Then, Wu followed the zombies into the base. Various machines in the base were running, but the smell of this base was a bit strange. There is a large jar in the center of the base. The large jar contains a shit yellow liquid and some sticky substances. Everyone is a little confused. Where's this place? Is he new? At this time, the little dwarf zombie doctor came over and looked at Wu asked behind the zombie. The zombie nodded, then turned and left. Come on, recruiter, war is not for fun. You must always protect yourself and give you some equipment. Then, Wu looked at the rubber clothes and boots on his body, as well as the shovel in his hand and the can hanging on his belt, and fell into deep thought. Wu looked at some people around him. They were also dressed in this way, which made Wu even more confused. Why do you need to dress like this in a war? When the first shot after the war hit Wu's head, well, Wu became enlightened. Dust escape. Original realm stripping technique. Advertisement Iwagakure Onoki has been very happy these 2 days because his child was born. He has not completed the government affairs for the past 2 days and has been spending time with his child. Master Tsuchikage, someone has sent you a letter. At this time, a guard ran into Onoki's home, holding an envelope in his hand. Onoki, who was happily holding his son and was at a loss when he heard the guard's words and looked at the letter in the guard's hand, felt a thump in his heart. As expected. A few days after Onoki Tokuko, he was so excited that he suffered from high blood pressure and heart disease and was admitted to the hospital. This is a rumor that has been spread among rock shinobi. On the Konoha side, Wu received scolding from his apprentice. Alas, you are really a traitor. I have worked hard to teach you for many years, and even taught you the powerful escape technique of dust escape. You're like this. It hurts my heart to scold me as a teacher. Traitor, I only paid half of the money back to that black-faced buckler. Where can I get the other half? No way. Wu put on a little green helmet, rode on the little piggy, and started his career of working and paying off debts. Dave's house. Dave, Xiao Daiyu's milk powder is almost finished. Let's go buy some. Yume asked Dave after feeding Xiao Daiyue the last can of milk powder and looking at Dave. Okay, Dave nodded. I'll go, I'm a grandma, I haven't done anything yet, you can just rest. Wait a minute. My grandson is out of milk powder, let me go. At this time, the bright moon on the side and the white hair that suddenly appeared were talking. Okay, I'll leave it to you two. Dave and Yu Mei looked at each other, and Dave looked at them with a smile and said. That. Okay. Tobirama and Haoyue looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. After the two walked out, Dave called Kakuzu. What's wrong? What do you want from me? Kakuzu on the other side of the phone asked in confusion. My mother and father went out to buy milk powder. Please help me promote their relationship, Dave said with a smile. Why are you asking me about your parents' affairs? Kakuzu became even more confused. What I mean is that you become a kidnapper or robber or something, rob my mother, and then my father beats you up to save my mother. How about that? Dave explained. Advertisement. You are so filial. Get out of here. Kakuzu's face on the other end of the phone was full of black lines, indicating that I won't answer this mess. I'm going to get a beating. What do I want? This season's dividend will be added to your bonus by 5 points. Location. Send your cell phone number, waiting for my news. Dave was also helpless. His mother was back, except for that night when Tobirama forced her to stay with her mother for one night. He usually didn't even see Haoyue. When he did, he just nodded. It's not easy to find an opportunity for the two of them to get together. What if we don't push forward? Now it is difficult for Dave to have a family dinner with the two of them. Oh, father, don't waste all my hard work. You and mother will thank me in the future. On the way to the milk powder store, Zhao Yu and Tobirama stood together. Zhao Yu lowered her head, and Tobirama folded his hands and looked around, looking a little at a loss. Wait, robbery. At this time, our Kakuzu arrived, panting. After adjusting his breath, he stepped forward to block the two of them and said to them. Damn it, these two people have gone astray. Didn't they look at the road? Is this where the milk powder store goes? I, Kakuzu, have almost been looking for Konoha, but no, I have to take revenge on them. Tobirama, let's give him the money quickly, don't hurt us. Haoyue had never experienced this before, she was frightened and panicked. Tobirama's veins are bulging on his head. You really think you're wearing a black mask and pretend I can't recognize you as Kakuzu, right? Then, Haoyue watched Tobirama beat Kakuzu violently with her own eyes. After the doctor came to the hospital, Kakuzu, who was lying half dead on a stretcher, took out his mobile phone. Money is life. Dave, I tried my best. I'm on my way to the hospital now. Remember the 5 points of my dividend. Little Rabbit's husband. Don't worry, the organization will definitely remember your contribution. By the way, your medical expenses will not be reimbursed. Kakuzu's eyes widened when he saw the message from Dave. The ambulance is on the road. Suddenly, a figure jumped out of the car behind the ambulance, and the figure shouted that the damn hospital couldn't even try to defraud me of my money. Maybe it was because the black shadow came out in such a hurry that I didn't notice what was behind it. The black shadow that had just come out was hit by a car from behind in an instant. Madara, who was driving, felt something hit and opened the window to take a look. Chapter 221 Kakuzu. Lose money. What's going on? Madara opened the car door and walked out, looking at the ball of thread lying on the ground, and asked with a confused look on her face. Don't. Go. Without a million. You can't leave. A ball of thread made an intermittent sound. Then, Madara was blackmailed by a ball of thread lying on the ground for $1 million, and paid all the expenses of the ball of thread in the hospital. Kakuzu, who was lying on the bed in the most expensive VIP ward, laughed out loud. He seemed to have discovered some way to make money quickly. A few days later, Kakuzu was discharged from the hospital. He took his disability report, walked to the street, and began his journey to find the right person. At noon, Kakuzu spotted a certain unlucky guy. Oh, the car this guy drove was not cheap. It turned out to be the latest version of Lamborghini. There was no way. Kakuzu's target was someone who ran slowly and had a good brand of car. He had been waiting all morning, and finally one came, and it was him. Kakuzu knew it all by himself, lying down, stretching his legs, turning his head and getting ready to scream, all in one go. However, the picture that Kakuzu imagined of someone getting out of the car to compensate him did not appear. Instead, the car drove directly over Kakuzu as if it had not seen Kakuzu on the ground. The wheel in front ran over. What's the sound? Hashirama in the car suddenly heard a scream, opened the window and looked in the mirror. Why don't you have anything? Forget it. I borrowed Madara's car and have to return it to him as soon as possible. Hashirama looked through the car mirror and saw that there was nothing behind him. He shook his head and said, and then hurriedly stepped on the accelerator. The wheels behind rolled over. Hashirama didn't stop this time and drove away. Police department. Jing is correcting documents in the office. Master Patriarch, someone wants to report a crime. At this time, a shout came from outside the house. Advertisement, please come in. Jing put down the document in his hand, looked out the door and shouted. At this time, looking at the 4 wheel marks on his body, Kakuzu, with a somewhat distorted face, walked in. Mr. Kakuzu, do you want to report a crime? Jing swallowed and asked doubtfully. Well, I want to report the crime. You saw that I was hit by the car without the wheels on my body. I hope the police can help me find the driver of the car and lock him up for a few days, then pay me compensation. Yes. You must compensate, medical expenses, mental loss, time expenses, etc. Kakuzu nodded and roared angrily. Let me check the surveillance for you. Jing was stunned and said quickly. Then, the two came to the monitoring room of the police station and checked the vehicle just now. The person who hit you is not shown on the screen, but the license plate number is. Let me help you check whose car this is. Jing said after watching the surveillance camera. He was silent for a while. Every vehicle is registered on the internet. As long as you know the license plate number, you can check it out. Love Kidney Company has joined forces with the police department. Now in Konoha village, Danzo manages the village. Hiruzen was promoted to Minister Anbu 2 days ago because he passed the number of tasks and manages Anbu. Mirror manages the police department, Dave manages the education department, Kaharu manages the medical department, and Homura manages resources department. Well, Dave can't run away. Basically, a few people have a good grasp of the overall structure of the village. Dave also lost his temper with Danzo before because he killed him first, then played the show, and then went to Danzo. Isn't it enough for me to manage the kindergarten? And Danzo is just one sentence. Humph, I'm the Hokage, Dave. Dave was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He really regretted bringing this guy up as a Hokage. Later, when several people gathered for dinner, Dave also complained, which made Jing and Hiruzen laugh. The personal relationship between a few people is still very good. Work is work and relationship is relationship. They're still very stable. Jing turned on the computer and searched for the license plate number. Whose car? Kakuzu asked angrily. It's Madara-sama's car. Jing smiled awkwardly and said helplessly. A-hole, I'm going to find him now. It's not enough for him to hit me once before? A second time? Kakuzu slammed the door and left to find Madara. Advertisement. Jing shook his head helplessly. Since Mr. Kakuzu took the initiative to find Mr. Madara to mediate this public grievance dispute, then I, the police department, should not get involved. Well, my police department is fine. At Madara's house, Madara was confused when she saw Kakuzu coming to the door asking for compensation and losing his temper. Look. Did you hit this wheel mark on my body? Are you still making excuses? 1 million, this time it's still 1 million? I won't let you pay for the medical expenses, Kakuzu said angrily. Madara was stunned for a moment. Oh, I understand. Woo. Oh, before Madara could say the good words, Hashirama cried even louder. Hashirama, don't want to be with the fish in the pond tonight. Then where do you want to live? Madara looked at Hashirama speechlessly and asked, do you have any more questions? It would be nice to have you come and stay at my house. Do you still have any opinions? I really didn't hit you. I haven't even gone out today. Madara shook her head speechlessly, wanting a Shinra Tensho to knock this guy away. He hasn't been out of the house today. Where did he bump into you? Hashirama was so aggrieved. He didn't see anyone on the ground today. Although he heard the sound, he didn't see it. Woo, what the hell is this latest version of Lamborghini? The windows are so high, I can't see it. Woo. Hashirama definitely has no money. Well, Mito helped him lose Kakuzu's money. Still quibbling? Come on, Konoha.110NB. Isn't this license plate number yours? Kakuzu laughed angrily, then took out the surveillance pictures taken at the police department and asked. You can stay in this room today. Azumi used to live here. Is he not at home these 2 days? Madara pointed to an empty room and said. As for Hashirama, ever since, Madara took Kakuzu to find Hashirama. Now I am keeping company with the fish in the pond. The blankets have been placed by the pond. Let's spend tonight here. These are Mito's original words. Helpless. Hashirama happily took the blanket and went to Madara's house. Madara, I have no place to stay at night. Can you let me stay at your house? Hashirama choked while holding Madara's thigh. I'm staying in Izuna's room, isn't it bad? Hashirama was stunned for a moment, looking at some of the neatly arranged things in Izuna's room, and asked with some embarrassment. Hashirama chuckled and looked towards a room over there with some embarrassment. Chapter 222 Ninja Olympics. Night. Madara, have you slept? Hashirama, who was lying on the floor, made a sound. No, Madara was lying on the bed with veins popping out on her head. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Hashirama turned sideways and asked with a smile. Shut up. Go to sleep. Madara glared at Hashirama with a headache and shouted. Oh. Hashirama nodded obediently and closed his eyes. After the atmosphere was silent for a while, hulu. Madara really wanted to slap this guy away. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Madara was really sleepy. She picked up a pillow and covered her face to force herself to sleep. Well, Madara fell asleep. At noon, Madara slowly opened her eyes and took off the pillow from her face. Well, although it was a bit difficult to sleep this time, it was still very comfortable. Madara wanted to get up, but suddenly she felt a little heavy. Then, Madara raised her head and looked at her chest. A man wearing only green frog underwear was wrapped around his body, with drool on his mouth. A moment later. Advertisement. This person's injuries are a bit serious. The medical expenses may be high. You have to be prepared. The doctor looked at Madara in front of him with some worry and said helplessly. Well, there is money. Madara nodded. Well, since there is no problem with the cost, let's let go of the treatment. The doctor smiled happily and then walked into the operating room. In Hokage's office, Ninja World Olympics, what does this mean? Danzo looked at the plan that Dave proposed and asked in confusion. Promote exchanges in the ninja world. In today's peaceful era, several villages are recuperating. When the training is over, those few Kage will not be honest. The first purpose of holding this Olympics is to show the sports strength of each village, so that each village is in the limelight. Don't let them suppress it for too long, and think about fighting every day. The second purpose is to promote communication among the villages. It's best not to start a fight if possible. Now you, Konoha, are still here. Do you have money? Dave explained. No money. Danzo was stunned for a moment and said helplessly. Danzo is also very helpless. Who are the people in the village now? Kagaya, Hagoromo Hamura, Ashura Indra, Hashirama Madara, Tobirama Izuna. All of them are like thugs, and they can cause trouble for him every 2 days. Either one of them couldn't stand each other and started fighting, razing the village to the ground. Or someone is trying out a new technique on a whim. Well, the village has another piece of flat land. Even if a big boss like Kidney Love Company pays taxes every year, it still can't survive. That B******** D black-faced tax collector from Kidney Love Company sends him documents every day and asks for tax deductions. His Hokage is really difficult. Right, let's invite them to Konoha and charge admission fees, accommodation fees, etc. Plus the Olympic standard is about a month. Their consumption in Konoha this month. Think about our Konoha, why don't we suck all the facilities out of them? Let's promote the Olympics and export Olympic-branded souvenirs to each village. How great! Dave looked at Danzo temptingly with a smile. Having said that, what reason does Danzo have to disagree? Danzo picked up the pen and wrote in large, accurate words on the document Dave gave him. When Kakuzu heard the news, he was so happy that he could not sleep all night, and he could make a lot of money again. So, Kakuzu went to the Aishin Company's factory overnight and encouraged employees to work overtime to produce various things. The physical fitness of the people of Konoha village is still very good. Sometimes they can even work overtime for 2 or 3 days. Dave is extremely pleased to see it. Of course, Dave, I'm not an unscrupulous boss and will still pay overtime. Soon, invitations were sent out, and every village received invitations to the Ninja Olympics from Konoha. Alright, advertisement, wait a minute, what does this e-sports mean? The Great Elder came back again and asked doubtfully, pointing to an item on the invitation letter. We don't know either. We can't understand the markings on it. Let's go to Konoha and find out more about it. Third Mizukage was also helpless, he didn't know either. No problem, leave it to me, the Great Elder nodded. The time will be set on the first day of next week. I hope your village can come to participate. Shimura Danzo, can't help but be grateful. Okay, I'll make the announcement right away. Third Cage nodded with a smile and left here. Go and have a look. I don't know what Konoha means by this. It is estimated that other villages have received this invitation now, and they will probably go too. The ninja world needs to be lively. Chio nodded helplessly. Said with a sigh. Swimming and diving competition? Chio is nearly 50 years old, with gray hair on her temples and wrinkles on her face. Well, she just looks a little younger than when she was old. Okay, then who do we need to take? There are dozens of competitive events here, and there are even mechanical productions. Isn't this Senagakure's strength? Third Cage looked at the introductions to various events in his hand and pointed to this mechanical production, said with a smile. Interesting, Great Elder, I would like to trouble you to find the Onideng clan and Wei Yoruichi clan. By the way, go to the village to find out if there are any geniuses in this field. Third Mizukage looked at the Great Elder on the side and said. Is Senagakure's puppetry in vain? Humph, Senagakure can't do anything if they don't take first place in this competition. Then isn't it obvious that Konoha is giving out rewards? Hello, I am Hokage Shimura Danzo from Konoha. In order to promote exchanges between villages, increase the cohesion of the shinobi world, and strengthen the exchange of ideas among villages, our village officially sends an invitation to San Shinobi, inviting your village to come to Konoha to participate in the sports meeting. The sports meeting includes dozens of competitive events such as track and field, swimming, high jump, long jump, gymnastics, ninjutsu fighting, taijutsu fighting, illusion competition, esports, etc. The top 3 in each competitive event will receive rich rewards. With this invitation, you can get a free discount coupon of 10.20% off, valid for 1 month, at the Konoha Village Black Mask Shop close Black Lens Bracket. What does Konoha mean? Chio-sama, do we need to go? Third Cage looked at the invitation in his hand in a daze, and then looked at Chio over there and asked. Third Mizukage watched this competition in ecstasy. Sure enough. Konoha also knows how to let each village play to their strengths. Sand Shinobi's mechanical production, Mist Shinobi's swimming and diving, Rock Shinobi's high jump, Onoki and Mew can fly, Cloud Shinobi's taijutsu fighting, Konoha's ninjutsu fighting. Dear Third Cage, in the past 2 days, you can go to the village to look for various types of geniuses. As for the mechanical production and swimming events, leave it to me, Chio nodded and said. Chapter 223 Registration time. Hey, father. Let us burn our youth around the rising sun in the morning. Yoshi, Akai, you have to work harder. Don't worry, Senior Wei, I won't let you down. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the 3 watermelon peels started their daily activities, started their day in Konoha. The 3 of them ran hundreds of laps and sat in the center of Konoha's square to rest. Konoha originally didn't have a plaza, but one day there was a member of the Otsutsuki Baikugan clan who didn't want to live or die, and teased Kagaya on the street. Well, as a result, that person evaporated, and the middle part of Konoha became a ruin. There were no casualties. Kagaya moved everyone around him when he started. Danzo felt very distressed. If this area was rebuilt, it would cost hundreds of millions. Dave gave him an idea. This place is in the center of Konoha. Just pave the road and build it into a square, It just so happens that Konoha can communicate with each other through here. In the center of the square is a fountain. Above the fountain is a sculpture of Danzo. Water is spitted out from the mouth of the sculpture. In front of the fountain is an electronic bulletin board, which updates current affairs every day, such as what kind of policies our wise Lord Danzo has issued, who has had something stolen in the village, and the police are investigating and arresting. 3 watermelon peels were sitting next to the fountain and resting. The electronic bulletin board was turned on. The 3 of them had nothing to do, so they came here to see if there was anything new in Konoha. The Ninja World Olympics is about to begin. The Ninja World Olympics is a great and glorious event that can reflect the strength between villages. The Olympic Games include dozens of events such as track and field, swimming, etc. The top 3 in each event will be personally rewarded by the organizer, Mr. Hokage. Now, the Olympic Games are about to start. If the villagers have confidence in themselves, they can go to the playground behind the kidney company to find manager Kakuzu to sign up for the competition. After passing the competition, they can represent Konoha and participate in this glorious event to win glory for Konoha. P.S. There is no limit to the number of registered projects, but please do so according to your ability. After the 3 people watched dozens of competition events, they were silent for a while. Advertisement, my burning youth, I want to participate in this Olympics, Midway roared with his face flushed. Me too, father, my youth does not allow me to refuse this Olympic Games, Might Dai also roared. Yes, me too. Now, let's set off towards the playground behind the kidney company, where Mr. Kakuzu manager lives. We want to be the first to sign up. Okay father, ever since, the 3 watermelon rhymes ran towards the kidney love company. The headquarters building of Aishin Corporation is in Yamanaka, in the west of Konoha, where various factories are also located. Kakuzu was in high spirits, carrying a table and a small bench, and sat at the door of the playground waiting. Kakuzu-sama, we are going to sign up for the Olympics. Mighty suddenly appeared in front of Kakuzu, startling Kakuzu. Okay, what projects do you want to sign up for? Kakuzu came back to his senses and looked at the 3 people in front of him and asked. Physical fighting, track and field, and swimming. Midway discussed with the 2 of them for a while, and finally settled on 3 events. Okay, I've recorded it for you. Go in and wait for people. When there are enough people, there will be a competition. I will judge based on your results whether you are qualified to represent Konoha in the Olympics. Kakuzu said after recording the records for the 3 of them. Understood. The 3 watermelon peels nodded obediently, walked into the playground and sat in the corner waiting. Because it was 5 o'clock in the morning, Kakuzu and the 3 watermelon peels had to wait until 7 o'clock before anyone came. Madara and Hashirama? Are you also going to participate? Kakuzu looked at the 2 people walking towards him and asked in confusion. But Kakuzu ignored it. The boundaries of blood succession are also the ability of the ninjas themselves. They can be used in the Olympic Games. Otherwise, what else would other villages do? Just a bunch of wall hangings in our village, what else do other villages do? Advertisement. Well, I'm signing up for track and field, swimming, high jump, long jump, physical fighting, ninjutsu fighting, illusion fighting, and esports. Forget it, just sign them up for me, Madara said slowly. Okay, I've recorded it for you. Now you go inside and wait. Kakuzu nodded. Jing shook his head helplessly. After all, I was too strong. Tobirama and Izuna are registered for track and field, swimming, ninjutsu fighting, Tobirama, illusion fighting, Izuna, and shooting. Okay, you 2 go in and wait for a while. Kakuzu nodded. This is okay, but there are requirements for esports. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, but he was relieved when he thought it was Madara and Hashirama. What are these 2 hanging on the wall doing at the sports meeting? Do you abuse people to gain a sense of existence? Forget it, it doesn't matter to me anyway, it's just a headache for the other villages. Huh? What do you 2 want to sign up for? Kakuzu looked at the 2 of them and asked in confusion. Hashirama, me, Izuna, Tobirama, and by the way, bring Dave as well. His support in the national server is very good. Sign up for both of them. Madara thought for a while and then said. After the 2 entered the playground, Kagaya and Mito also came. Swimming, diving, dancing, gymnastics, the 2 have already discussed what they want to choose. Kagaya even bought a swimsuit. I'm the same as Madara. Hashirama smiled. After hearing Kakuzu's words, some ordinary ninjas who had signed up immediately cancelled the ninjutsu fighting event. Who knows about Uchiha's terrifying shit now in Konoha? Fight him? Forget it, I still want to live a few more years. Then there are several people from Hiruzen and mirror, track and field, swimming, shooting and so on. However, seeing that Kyoto came to participate, some ordinary ninjas who signed up strongly requested that the blood inheritance boundary be not allowed to be used. Then, Ashura and Indra also came, and like Hashirama and Madara, they both signed up. It must be a team of 5 people. Esports is also divided into Ninja League and Ninja Crossing. Both of these are team games and require 5 people to play, Kakuzu explained. There is no distinction between men and women in the Olympic Games. Because they are all ninjas, the difference in physical fitness is not very big, so there is no distinction between men and women. Ordinary people can also sign up, but, well, it is a ninja event after all, and ordinary people can just go through the motions. What's the request? Madara asked calmly. Chapter 224. Reikage is about to enter the village. Soon, before dusk, the playground was filled with people who had signed up. Kakuzu organized competitions one after another. Because there were too many events in the competition, it took 3 days and 3 nights to complete the competition. For sure, those people will be able to participate in the Olympics in the end. This is of course not a secret, but Kakuzu decides based on the qualifying results of each event sent by Dave. Kagaya Mito, Hagoromo Hamura, Ashura Indra, Hashirama and Madara, Izuna and Tobirama, Might Way Might Die Kai, Mirror, Hiruzen, Danzo, Dave, and some other project participants, a total of 153 people. Of course, there's Kakuzu in this too. Kakuzu participated in a financial competition. Well, this competition is relatively unpopular, but there are still a few people who signed up for it. Of course, none of them can compare with Kakuzu. Kakuzu deserves to go to war for Konoha, because he wanted to know what these projects were early on. Third Raikage from Cloud Shinobi Village took the lead and brought people to Konoha a few days in advance. Welcome Third Raikage to Konoha. Danzo, wearing a Hokage hat, stood at the door and looked at the arrival of Third Raikage and smiled. Welcome. Dave, the coolie who was pulled over, nodded impatiently. Today, his old father finally went to train, and his mother went dancing with Aunt Mito and Kagaya. Dave planned to go with Yume and Shao. The guy's family of 3 was having a wonderful day, and then they were dragged here to do hard labor by Danzo, AB******D. HMPH, Hokage, is this the way you treat us in Konoha? Raikage is the son of the second generation. He is actually about the same age as Danzo and Dave. His explosive muscles are amazing. What, I'll carry a big sedan for Ba, and then lay out a red carpet for you to go in? Dave rolled his eyes at him and said disdainfully. Ahem, this is Senju Dave, the leader of the Senju clan. He may have a bad temper. Don't worry about it, Raikage. Danzo coughed a few times to remind Dave, then looked at Raikage and said. HMPH, that's all. I came here this time to be invited to the Olympic Games you mentioned, Hokage. I came a few days early to get to know you better, Raikage nodded. Okay, please. Let's go in and talk more, Danzo nodded. Advertisement then, Danzo Dave, Raikage and more than 100 people behind Raikage slowly walked into Konoha. Walking into Konoha, Raikage was stunned by the sight of Konoha. Although he had heard his father say that Konoha its prosperity is far beyond that of several other villages, but seeing it with your own eyes, it is indeed extraordinary. The street is actually black. What is paved on it? There are still a few large tin boxes wandering around on the street. Raikage only felt that his worldview had been greatly impacted. Compared to the dirt roads in Cloud Shinobi Village, Raikage has never felt so comfortable stepping on this solid road. Dave, where is our car parked? Danzo looked at Dave aside and asked. It's just past this street. There's no parking lot or parking space here. That's the closest, so I parked there, Dave explained. Raikage on the side was confused. At this time, it was time to cross the road. Raikage and more than 100 people behind him were about to step onto the road. What the FK? You are such an idiot, you didn't even look at the red light. At this moment, a car ran up beside Raikage. When he saw a man suddenly appeared on the road and ran the red light, the driver hurriedly braked and turned on the red light. Ippo cursed at Raikage through the car window. Raikage was even more confused. What and what? Ahem, Raikage, come here first, we are on a red light, you have to go through the green light, Danzo hurriedly reminded. Raikage quickly came to his senses and returned to this side of the road. Law illiterate. Dave mocked Raikage with a disdainful smile. Hey, little Dave, are you going to die? SKR. At this time, a middle-aged and elderly man with strange clothes and some white hair ran out of the crowd, waving his hands and shouting at Dave. Who are you from this corner of the country? Dave naturally noticed Raikage's embarrassment, shook his head speechlessly, and stepped forward to open the car door for him. Advertisement, Uncle Rashi, you'd better go back and rest with the team as soon as possible. Raikage had blue veins popping out on his head. If it weren't for the fact that Rashi was from his grandfather's generation and had been fighting with his grandfather for many years, he would have really wanted to fight. Kick him away. Uncle Kirashi. Dave's eyes lit up, remembering the figure from the first 5 shadows talk. Okay, let's get in the car, Dave said with a smile, pointing to a car in the parking space. A minute later, the red light turned into green, and everyone slowly crossed the road. Raikage nodded, he understood. Raikage, the accommodation place for the contestants you brought has been selected. The Kidney Hotel, Mr. Kakuzu will lead you there. Dave clapped his hands, and Kakuzu walked next to him, leading the more than 100 people. People went to the Love Kidney Hotel. Yeah, Kirashi, it's me. I'm here to participate in competitions, the Olympics, rap competitions, and my head. I want to get the first place. Oh yeah, Skirshker. Kirashi swayed and rapped awkwardly. Danzo nodded, opened the door first and sat in the back. He also asked Raikage to sit in the back. Raikage didn't refute Dave, he just felt a little tired now. What has happened to Konoha? SKR. The two shouted at the same time and then laughed. Raikage glanced at Dave with hatred, snorted and got into the car. Oh, second generation's purpose is explained. Listen to third generation's words. Kirashi has received it. Kirashi is gone. Little Dave, the Olympics, a showdown. Oh yeah, SKR. Kirashi finished awkwardly, turned around and followed the big team to the Kidney Love Hotel. Raikage looked at the car door in front of him. Just now. How did Hokage open this iron-skinned door? Dave smiled disdainfully and sat in the driver's seat. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll compete with you when I'm waiting for the competition, Dave laughed. To be honest, in the ninja world, there is only one person who can talk to Dave, except for the man with STDs, it's Kirashi. Forget it, go back and beat his son Kira Bird. You're too senior to hit me, so I can beat your son, Chapter 225 Reikage. So cool, the weather is getting colder. I turned up the heater. Dave looked at the two people behind him through the rearview mirror and asked. Okay. Danzo nodded as he rested with his eyes closed. The local cannon Reikage on the side is confused again. Dave turned on the heater, and gradually, Reikage felt that the car was getting warmer. This is a strange thing. Danzo raised his one eye and glanced at Reikage. Reikage, lie down and get comfortable. It's still some distance from the Hokage building. Danzo smiled and kicked a button under the seat. The seat Danzo was leaning on slowly dragged Danzo down. Then, several robotic arms slowly appeared on the seat under Danzo, massaging and kneading Danzo with controlled strength. Everyone in Reikage was dumbfounded. What the hell are these? Forget it, Hokage, you really know how to enjoy it. Ninja, how can you be so lazy? Reikage said with disdain while trying to save his face. Dave glanced at the Reikage through the rearview mirror and turned on the button under the Reikage's seat from the front console. Even if I, Reikage, are exhausted and dead outside, even if I jump on this car, I will never lie down and enjoy it. Ah, so cool. The technique and force of this robotic arm are absolutely top-notch. Looking at Reikage lying next to him with his eyes closed and enjoying it, Danzo and Dave looked at each other through the rearview mirror and smiled. The Hokage's car is custom-made, and it has all kinds of equipment. For example, there are several rocket launchers in the backseat of the Hokage. This car is also explosion-proof, moisture-proof, and ninjutsu-proof. It can be said that the price of a car is the lowest. There are more than 1 billion. Hashirama was almost furious when he found out about this. Why can the policy of exclusive Hokage vehicles be implemented only in the 3rd generation? Unfair. Unfair. My first Hokage never has my own exclusive vehicle? Woohoo. Then, Dave drove the two of them to the Hokage building. After talking with Reikage for a day, Dave was liberated and returned home. Well, he still couldn't touch the little Daeui. Tobirama and Jiayue, they're all back. The next day, Onoki from Iwagakure also came with more than 100 people. Danzo originally wanted to drag Dave over as a coolie, but Reikage actually said he wanted to help and came with Danzo. Advertisement. Although Danzo was also confused about what Reikage was going to do, he still followed him. What a joke, with Konoha's security level, what can he do? So, Danzo and Reikage stood at the door of Konoha. At this time, Onoki slowly arrived here with a group of people. Welcome Tsuchikage to Konoha, Danzo said with a slight smile. Oh, you are the newly appointed 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzo. Why are you still a one-eyed dragon? Onoki smiled disdainfully and said with disdain as Danzo's other eye was covered by a blindfold. Tsuchikage joked, please come in. Danzo also smiled disdainfully, you will know later. The 3 shadows walked into Konoha, and the people Tsuchikage brought were taken away first by Kakuzu. Stand. The black-faced buckler. What do you want to do? Now Onoki has a shadow on the black-faced buckler. What does this man want to do when he takes away his own people? Could it be that they were kidnapped to blackmail me into paying compensation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Onoki, will never pay another penny in compensation. Tsuchikage. Mr. Kakuzu took people to the accommodation first. Look at the fuss you make. Reikage smiled disdainfully and said sarcastically. HMPH, Onoki snorted, he had no money anyway, you know, although there are rumors that Iwagakure's first Tsuchikage died because of his old age and a heart disease caused by years of fighting. But Onoki was the one who knew the inside story. First Tsuchikage, the master, was blackmailed to death by this black-faced ghost. Onoki didn't want to follow in the footsteps of his master, so he had to stay away from this black-faced bucking ghost. Hokage, are Cage allowed to participate in this Olympics? The 3 of them were walking on the sidewalk. Onoki looked up at Danzo and asked. It's allowed. The Olympics is a national event and anyone can participate. Danzo nodded and explained. Well, which ninjutsu fighting and high jump and long jump will I participate in this time? Onoki sneered and said slowly. Tsuchikage, are you shameless? Reikage yelled. Onoki can fly, and can also jump high and long, how can others do it? Hey, Reikage, don't tell me that you haven't participated in taijutsu fighting. With your body type, you probably have learned some skills in the lightning-style taijutsu of 1st generation and 2nd generation. Onoki looked at Reikage. Shang asked. HMPH. Neither of them could find a reason, so they snorted and turned to each other. Advertisement, by the way, Hokage, what event are you participating in this time? Onoki looked at Danzo and asked. Onoki looked at the car in front of him, at a loss. Reikage took the opportunity to mock again and helped Onoki open the car door. Reikage smiled disdainfully and kicked the button with his foot. It felt so good. Esports? What exactly is it? Onoki and Reikage asked in confusion at the same time. Onoki looked at the 2 people who were so comfortable, and he was also angry in his heart. Even if I, Onoki, were exhausted and dead, even if I jumped from this car, I would never lie down. Damn. Why didn't someone look at the red light again today? Are you stupid? I'll just kill you. I've been delayed from getting to work. It's the driver from yesterday again. It's still the intersection today. It's still the familiar civilized exchange. Ninjutsu fighting, esports. Danzo is a Hokage. There are so many things to do during the Olympics, and he can only participate in 2, otherwise he will not have time to deal with things. Onoki's veins bulged, and he wanted to use his dust escape to disintegrate this Hokage and all the people on the iron skin. Onoki didn't know and walked directly on the road. Why are there so many bad things about Konoha? Tsuchikage, come back quickly. Are you legally illiterate? You don't know whether to stop at a red light or to go at a green light. Hokage finally revealed his purpose and taunted Onoki on the road. At yesterday's intersection, Hokage had a long memory this time. Yes, stop at the red light and go at the green light. Remember. Onoki is so angry. Why are you, a muscular man, showing off your presence like this? Is this your car? Ah, so cool. Danzo smiled. No matter how much he did, he lay down. Since this was Konoha, Onoki had no choice but to follow the rules of his village. However, he was scolded for no reason, which made Onoki a little angry. I'll take you to see it, Danzo said with a smile. Arriving in front of Danzo's car, Hokage opened the door very familiarly, sat directly in the back seat, and called the driver Mitokado Homura in front to turn on the heater, as if he was the owner of the car. Chapter 226 Villager. These 2 people from outside the village are uneducated. Then, Danzo led the 2 figures to the internet cafe. Listening to the civilized exchanges coming from the people in the internet cafe, the 2 seemed a little at a loss. 9 tails, turn on 3 machines. Danzo walked to the counter and knocked on the counter. Huh? Okay, they're newcomers, right? The internet cafe has recently held an event. They charge 100 and get 200 free. Do you want it? Little Nine Tails held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Ai and Onoki and asked. Although the 2 of them didn't understand what this meant, they almost understood that it was similar to buy 1 get 1 free when shopping. Well, buy first. Danzo took the 2 of them to a corner and helped the 2 cannons open the machine. After a while, Onoki, put your bag at point B. Put your bag. Hokage put on his headphones and let out an angry roar. Onoki was killed by M401 White Eyes. Oh, you cheat? Can't you just leave your bag alone? Why are you fighting with him? Hokage took off his headphones, looked at Onoki and roared. That person is at point B. I can't put him there, Onoki retorted with some frustration. You too, this is the Cross Ninja World in esports. By the way, there is also a Ninja World Alliance. You can see for yourself. When the competition comes, there will be a team of 5 people. You can just form your own team. If when the time is up, you can go to the counter and find 9 tails to give you extra time. I still have some government affairs to deal with, so I will leave first. Danzo accompanied the 2 of them to play a game or 2. Looking at the urging message from Homura on his phone, he said to the 2 of them. Well, please Hokage. I nodded. Then, Danzo left here first, leaving the 2 figures here. A few more rounds. Onoki, you're a noob. You can't play sniper, how can you play a rifle? Hokage couldn't stand it anymore, pointed at the 012th Onoki on the screen panel and shouted. Onoki also wanted to say a few words to refuse, but thinking about his shooting skills just now, well. Advertisement, go and play by yourself. Noob. My ninja ranking has dropped by dozens of points, go and play by yourself. Hokage kicked Onoki out of the team and started a game by himself. Onoki felt that traveling through the ninja world was not suitable for him. He turned off the game and looked at the Ninja Alliance above. After a few rounds, Onoki looked at Wu, who ended up with the 8th of February 20 on the panel, with a proud face, humming, traveling through the ninja world is not suitable for me. This Ninja World Alliance is the romance of men. This muscular man only knows how to travel through the ninja world by playing rubbish with no technical content, so the Ninja League is suitable for me. Then, Onoki began his ranking journey. After playing a few games, he had completely figured out the game. He just had to ban Senju Dave and Uchiha Kagami at the beginning anyway. These 2 ninjas are really disgusting. Disgusting Onoki, don't give up. Onoki has lived for so many years, and he has never been so silent as these 2 ninjas. This game's rubbish planning. These 2 rubbish ninjas are produced what to do. Is it revenge against society? So does the planner have a grudge against Konoha or something? Ever since, there were 2 cages in the internet cafe. One was claiming to travel through the ninja world, and the other was claiming to be the Ninja Alliance. Well. Just when the 2 movies were exciting, suddenly, the computer screen in front of me went black. The 2 were stunned for a moment, then got up angrily and walked to the counter. Little Nine Tails looked at the 2 men filled with evil spirits who suddenly appeared in front of him, confused. Why did our computer screen suddenly go black? I asked angrily. He was playing ranked, and suddenly the screen went black. What does it mean? Your computer time is up. Didn't you read the prompts given to you by the computer? Little Nine Tails scattered the ashes wordlessly and asked helplessly. The 2 of them were stunned for a moment. Just now, it seemed like I should have given them a hint. Open it for me again, I'm charging some more, Onoki said quickly. He was also ranked, but suddenly it was gone, and his teammates scolded him to death. I also nodded, and then the 2 of them touched their pockets. They didn't bring any money. The 2 walked out of the internet cafe in despair. In order to guard against Konoha's black-faced bucking ghosts, they all brought a lot of money, but they were all in the big team and they had no money themselves. Advertisement: the 2 wanted to go back to find their own people, but found that they were not familiar with Konoha, and had no idea where the hotel was. Although Reikage and I stayed for a day yesterday, they were also in the Hokage building yesterday. After chatting with Hokage for a whole day, he was finally driven back. How could he know the way? Bang! The chair broke and I fell to the ground. The two stood at the bus stop and began their weighing journey. Oh, okay. For the Kidney Hotel, turn left at the intersection ahead, then go straight and turn right. When you reach the intersection, go north, turn right, go straight, then go west, turn again, then keep turning left and finally turn right again. You can see it. The two waited for more than 10 minutes. Bus number 1 arrived. The two got on the bus, a little at a loss. The driver shook his head helplessly. 2 cannons? Pointing to the toll basket in front of the car, the two of them threw the money in and sat in the back. Onoki and Reikage looked at the $2 handed over by the uncle in their hands. They wanted to curse. Then, the two of them crossed the road. This time they both understood. Stop at the red light and go at the green light. Well, they both understood. The driver was stunned when he heard the sound coming from behind. Reikage eye kicked hard. Looking at the two of you, I guess you don't have any money, right? Forget it, this is 2 silver taels. 1 silver tael per person on the bus is enough. Well, read more books when you go back. The uncle then took out $2 from his pocket and gave to the man, shook his head and left here with a sigh. As soon as Reikage and Onoki sat down, they kept kicking towards the place below. Ahem. Uncle, can you make it easier to understand? Onoki coughed awkwardly and asked. Well, we are here to participate in the Olympics, I nodded. Ahem. That? Uncle, do you know where the Kidney Love Hotel is? Onoki stopped an uncle on the road and asked awkwardly. Helpless, the two had no choice but to ask passers-by on the road. What about the massage button? People from other villages? The uncle looked at the two strange people, a dwarf and a muscular man, and asked in confusion. Hey, are all the people in other villages so poorly educated? Can't you understand this? Forget it, just cross the road here and wait for the number 1 bus at the bus stop. The bus will remind you of the arrival of the bus. The uncle shook his head helplessly. The culture of people in other villages is so low. Advertisement Chapter 227 Mirror. Do something, Uchiha Police Department. Onoki and I looked a little overwhelmed sitting on their chairs. What you damaged is public facilities. 1 chair costs 500 silver taels, and 2 chairs cost 1,000 silver taels. Jing looked at the 2 figures in front of him and said calmly. Ahem. Well, we don't have any money. I coughed twice in embarrassment. If you don't have money to compensate, according to the law, the crime of destroying public facilities with an amount of 1,000 silver taels or more will be punished with half a month's imprisonment. Jing looked up at the two of them and continued. A-hole. I am Iwagaki, your 3rd Tsuchikage. How dare you, Konoha, shut me down? Onoki really couldn't bear it. Konoha was almost exhausted from this trip. What? 3rd Tsuchikage? Remember, this is Konoha, this is the police department. Are you dissatisfied with the management? Jing smiled disdainfully and asked doubtfully. Call your Hokage over here, Onoki shouted as he slapped a hand on the armrest of the bench. Our Hokage-sama is still at work, and we are not allowed to receive anyone during work. If you want to find Hokage-sama, you can wait until 1 o'clock in the morning when he gets off work and I will let you know, Jing said slowly. Damn it. You're looking for death. Onoki slapped the table and stood up. What time is it now? Wait until 1 o'clock in the morning. Is his Hokage's ears so big? Chen escape. Original. Kaoru slowly opened his Mangekyo Sharingan and looked at Onoki. After a while. Onoki's face turned pale, and he was lying on the ground with cold sweat on his face, vomiting. He almost vomited out bile. You are. Onoki raised his head tremblingly and pointed at Uchiha Kagami. Introduce yourself, Konoha Uchiha Police Department Chief, Uchiha Kagami. Jing introduced himself with a smile. Vomit. Advertisement. Uchiha's. Horrible shit. Reikage on the side swallowed his saliva, and murmured in a trembling voice. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. This is Uchiha's territory. When Reikage came, he knew not to do anything. This fool Onoki didn't even look at where this was. It was Uchiha's territory. Then Uchiha Kagami is still a minister, so what the FK? Second Reikage told him before he came that in Konoha, the most unprovoked thing is Uchiha's terrifying turd, and the man named Senju Dave. He has heard of the terrifying turd's reputation, that although Senju Dave didn't know what was so powerful about him, he could let his father warn him. Well, luckily I wasn't impulsive at that time. Second Reikage also heard from First Reikage that Senju Dave should never be messed with. First Reikage has been known since the first meeting of the 5 cages, from when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama protected Dave to the death. Well, Uchiha Kagami relies on strength, Senju Dave relies on power. With Onoki's lesson learned from the past, I really didn't dare to move. If you fight with me, I can compete with you in taijutsu, ninjutsu and so on. But, you talk to me about illusions, it's still Uchiha Kagami's genjutsu. Well, I don't dare to move. There was no other way. I could only wait for Hokage to come over, and Onoki also lay on the ground and vomited for several hours until Danzo arrived. I studied my illusion a few days ago and found that since I created that world, I can change many things through chakra, such as whether the excrement fed to people is yellow or black, Whether it is dry and hard or watery, is it enoki mushrooms or watermelon seeds? The mirror can now be used properly. Well, when Dave, Danzo, and Hiruzen heard the news, they didn't dare to get close to the mirror for several days. Danzo looked at the situation in front of him. On one side was Reikage, whose muscles were so tense that he didn't dare to move. On the other side was Onoki, who was lying on the ground and vomiting wildly. Did you start a fight with the two of them? Danzo looked at Uchiha Kagami and asked. Not even a fool can see this situation. That Onoki disobeyed management and wanted to take action. There was nothing he could do. Jing shrugged helplessly. Well, are you free later? Call Dave, Hiruzen and the others are going to drink. Danzo nodded and asked. Why are you thinking about drinking? Oh, I understand. Jing was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a mysterious smile on his face. Danzo shook his head helplessly. Dave had told him that he must have a child within 3 years, and it has been a year. Emilu almost killed Danzo in the past few days. Now Danzo doesn't dare to go home. There is always wolfberry and chrysanthemum tea in the office. What about the two of them? Jing pointed at the two figures in front of him and asked doubtfully. Can't you two take out 1,000 silver taels? Danzo looked at the two of them doubtfully and asked. Two shadows can't even afford 1,000 silver taels. Are you two fake? If you can take it out. That's it. Then, Reikage told Danzo about all the hardships he had suffered today. Advertisement, Okay, I'll give these 1,000 taels for them. It's not all their fault. Danzo shook his head helplessly. After a while. Well, not bad, good quality. What's wrong? Hiruzen can't be contacted. Dave looked at the mirror and asked in confusion. Just when the man was about to pay. In a dark room somewhere in the village, two figures were discussing something in a low voice. Ahem. That. Danzo, mirror, Dave. I can explain. Hiruzen, who was detained, looked at the three friends in front of him, smiled awkwardly and said. Then, Reikage was sent back to the hotel to rest by Danzo's driver Mitokado Homura. As for Onoki, Danzo called 120 for him. Let's go to the hospital first. It seems that he won't be able to regain his strength without washing his stomach and giving him a sedative. Is this new? Okay, here's the money. Danzo first contacted Dave, who came to the police department. Jing Gang called Hiruzen, but no one answered. Well, it's definitely not new anymore. Water Country Keiko photo album was just printed out 2 days ago. Mirror, Danzo, and Dave looked at Hiruzen, who was being detained in the police station in front of them. Be honest, you will be there every time we crack down on pornography, an Uchiha policeman shouted while holding Hiruzen. Oops. Although Anbu is busy 24 hours a day, it stands to reason that he should be free at this time, right? Danzo said with the same confusion. I probably know what's wrong with him. Jing shook his head helplessly. Open the door. Anti-pornography brigade of the police department. Open the door for inspection. A shout came from outside the door. Hurry up, pay and leave. The anti-pornography campaign is so intense now, we're in danger. Chapter 228 Dave. Comrade Danzo, you need to be careful about your temper. Because Hiruzen was arrested, well, 4 people drank some wine with Hiruzen in the custody room. At 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, Danzo's cell phone suddenly rang. Danzo took out his mobile phone tremblingly. Looking at the name displayed on the mobile phone, he clicked, connect, with trembling hands. Shimura Danzo. Where did you die? It's 4 o'clock in the morning and you still don't know how to come back. Ahem. I still have a lot of things to do here. I may not be able to go home tonight. Ahem, I'm sorry, Danzo said nonchalantly. Did you go to drink with Dave and the others again? I just called Sister Yume and asked. Dave is not at home, did you go to drink again? Dave was stunned for a moment and quickly waved his hand towards Danzo. No, I'm in the Hokage building now, Dave is not here with me. Danzo understood immediately and hurriedly explained. That's it, okay, you must be very tired after a long day of work. I have some soup to make for you tonight. I'll bring it to you now, Emilu said slowly. Huh? No need, I've already finished the takeout. Danzo was even more confused. No, how can the takeout be as delicious and nutritious as the one I cooked? I'm going to find you now. After saying that, Emilu hung up the phone over there. Ahem, I guess I can't drink the wine. I have to leave first. Danzo stood up quickly and said to the three of them. Okay, what about you, Dave? Jing nodded helplessly, looking at Dave aside and asked. Me? I told my wife that I only came out when the company had something to do. It doesn't matter if I go back or not. Dave shrugged. Come on, let's go to the internet cafe and let you see my amazing Dave who is already the village icon, Jing said happily. Okay. Danzo returned to the Hokage building first. Mirror and Dave, 2 drunkards, each holding a wine bottle in their hands, went to the internet cafe arm in arm. Where's me? Hey, you can't forget me, don't leave me here. Hiruzen looked at the 3 people leaving and shouted anxiously. However, the 3 of them are not ordinary people. In a few seconds, Hiruzen lost sight of the 3 of them. You 3 bastards. Looking at the 3 people who disappeared in an instant, Hiruzen roared angrily. Advertisement, what are you yelling about? Every time we crack down on pornography, you are there. You don't have any shame. Are you not letting people sleep at night? Old man Uchiha on duty in the police department was woken up and looked towards Hiruzen over there, shouted. Hiruzen had no choice but to sit back on his seat as a suspect and wait for Cage to bail him out. In the internet cafe, Dave and Jing played until morning, and the two of them were almost sober. Dave's wine was sobered by anger. Jing's wine was sobered by scolding. In just a few hours, Jing was completely covered by Dave's greetings. If your Senju Dave dares to take it out for me again, do you believe it or not? Dave gritted his teeth angrily. But before Dave could finish his words, he looked at Uchiha Kageme's Scarlet Sharingan. It's okay, brother, your Senju Dave is playing really well. Dave immediately changed his tone. Ah, it's almost time. I have to go back to work. Jing turned off the computer, stood up and stretched. Okay, I'll go to the building to see how Danzo is doing. Dave also yawned, turned off the computer and stood up. The two walked out of the internet cafe and walked for a while, then separated when they reached a fork in the road. Dave arrived at the Hokage building and looked at the closed Hokage office in front of him. Dave always felt that something was wrong. Dave knocked on the door. Come in. A weak and half-dead voice came from inside. Dave was stunned for a moment and opened the door. Danzo sat back on the chair with a pale face and vacant eyes. His waist trembled from time to time. The table and floor were filled with scattered documents. You. In your case, who did you fight with? Dave looked at the half-dead Danzo in front of him, swallowed, and asked doubtfully. Dave. Does your company have any health products? Danzo sighed weakly and looked back out the window. This tone is full of sadness and weakness. The thing Danzo regrets the most right now is getting married and becoming a Hokage. I really don't want to do this Hokage. Woo woo woo. Advertisement. You and Mi Lu. You two won't be here. Dave swallowed and asked in confusion. Hiruzen sat drowsily on the suspect's chair and kept knocking his head. Ahem. Comrade Danzo. You have to pay attention to moderation, Dave reminded while suppressing a smile. In response, our Minister of Police Uchiha Kagami apologized to Minister Anbu and released him. He also said that Anbu Minister Comrade Sarutobi Hiruzen is a good citizen and there is absolutely no way he would collude with criminals. Get out of here. Danzo glanced at him and drank angrily. Well, acquitted. There is no shady story, what happened is as stated above, and it is very true. There is absolutely no possibility of a shady story. In the police department. That photo album, I'll lend it to you for a day. Good. Well, this can no longer be used as a reason in the future. Danzo looked out the window silently, and then looked at the documents scattered on the ground. Although Danzo didn't answer Dave's question, but Dave looked at the 2 drops of clear tears flowing from Danzo's eyes. I understand. 3 days, mirror, you are finally back, please let me out. Hiruzen came back to his senses, looked at the mirror in front of him, and begged with a wry smile on his face. Ahem. What are you talking about? I am the chief of the Uchiha Police Department. A lawless element like you, a die-hard member of the anti-pornography crackdown, I will jail you for a month even if you don't say anything. Jing coughed a few times, feeling full of righteousness, said. Comrade Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minister of Anbu, a good villager of Konoha, and a model of good people in our village. During this anti-pornography and anti-evil crime campaign, we happened to meet Mr. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minister of Anbu, who also helped to combat pornography and anti-evil, and a member of our police department. Since it was night time and the Uchiha police officers had poor eyesight, they accidentally arrested someone. Ha 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 ha, cough, cough, I'm going to bring you some healthcare products now. Dave laughed loudly, but looking at Danzo's cold eyes, he stopped immediately, turned around and left here in a hurry. Kagami walked into the police department. Saw Hiruzen like this. Sighed helplessly. Kagami opened the door of the inspection room and walked in. Chapter 229 Kakuzu. Do you need service? What, 10,000 silver taels for lunch? Why the hell don't you go and grab it? Onoki looked at the menu in front of him, looked at the several zeros on the menu, and then looked at the waiter Kuromori in front of him. The ghost roared angrily. Kakuzu didn't care and stretched out his hand to wipe the saliva from his face. Today is the 2nd anniversary of the publication of Hokage-sama's paper on the Will of Fire. Therefore, the number of tourists in the village will be much greater than usual and the price will naturally increase. Do you want to eat? Or not? Kakuzu was babbling lightly. Adhering to Dave's purpose of tricking people from other villages to death, well, I, Comrade Kakuzu, have learned very well. Eat. Eat. Onoki said hesitantly with trembling hands. Well, you Iwagakure brought a total of 143 people, and you brought 144. A dish is 10,000 silver taels, which is 1.44 million. Oh, I forgot, you guys some of the people had a luxurious lunch, which cost 100,000 yuan each. I calculated, it should be 2.04 million yuan. Kakuzu took out the calculator and said slowly. Onoki was even more confused. Tsuchikage, didn't even dare to have a luxurious lunch? Which bastards dared eat it? You can solve your problems by yourselves. They have already eaten those luxurious lunches, so they cannot return them. Kakuzu naturally saw Onoki's expression and said slowly. So, Kakuzu, give me the money. Onoki clutched the money in his hand tightly. Kakuzu, with a smile on his face, tugged hard, then turned around and left. Time to find Raikage. After lunch, I and Onoki stood together, their faces full of silence. How much did you spend on lunch? I suddenly asked. 2.04 million, what about you? Onoki said slightly sadly. 800W. Advertisement, are you all just losers? Onoki was stunned after hearing this. How much can you eat? More than 100 people can eat 8 million? I didn't want to say anything. As Onoki said, the people in Cloud Shinobi Village are basically practicing taijutsu. The usual requirements for food intake are not low. Even though I has tried his best to control the people he brought. Eat less. But in the end I still ate 8 million. How much did you bring this time? Onoki glanced at Ai with some gloating and asked doubtfully. 500 million. Ai was silent for a while and said slowly. His father asked him to bring these 300 million for the second generation project. At that time, he was still confused. He just came to Konoha to participate in a competition and stayed for a few days. Tens of millions would be enough, so why 500 million? Now, Ai understands. No wonder his father's face was filled with sadness when he handed him the money. It turns out that his father has been through this. Onoki was silently thinking about the 100 million he had brought. Now he was beginning to worry about whether his money was enough. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of the two people. They were startled and immediately looked in front of them in an attacking posture. Kakuzu. Kakuzu looked at the two people in front of him and said calmly. The two men's attacking posture is unwavering. In their eyes, Kakuzu is the enemy. It's even better than it is. Whatever you want. By the way, I'm here to collect accommodation fees. The people you brought all lived in ordinary suites, 100,000 a night, and you two lived in cage-level suites, 1 million a night. In the past, if you count from 2 days, the Olympic Games will last for a month, let me calculate. Kakuzu hadn't finished his words. Shut up, 500 million, all my money, can it be in this month? Reikage asked with a vein popping up on his head and he took out a big bag of money from the room in an instant. No, after including the accommodation fee and food, you are still 300 million short. Kakuzu shook his head, it was ridiculous. You want to spend a month in Konoha with only 500 million? Is it possible? Ai's figure instantly turned black and white. Father, you still don't have enough money. For you Tsuchikage, it's 300 million. By the way, there's also the cost of your treatment at the hospital yesterday. That's 50 million. Remember to give it together. Kakuzu ignored Ai and looked at Onoki aside. Onoki's eyes widened instantly. Seeing the silence between the two of them, Kakuzu sighed helplessly. Advertisement after a moment of silence. If it really doesn't work, Kakuzu thought for a while. The eyes of the two people gradually flickered. Is this black-faced ghost going to give us a discount? Want to give us a discount? Are you short of money? Are you disgusted by your wife? Are you disgusted by your family? Are you tired of living like a fool and waiting to die? Then? Kakuzu Loan App, a loan software you can trust. The loan amount is high, the repayment fees and interest are low, the loan speed is fast, and the repayment cycle is long. Whether you are an individual, an organization, a country or a village. Kakuzu Loan App can definitely disburse your loan as quickly as possible, make you relaxed and happy every day. As the saying goes, carpe diem and you have money, so why not do it? Kakuzu instantly took out his mobile phone and pointed at the Kakuzu Loan App on it to introduce. Although the two of them knew that this was a huge hole, they had to dig it now, otherwise they wouldn't even have the money to live in Konoha. Seeing the two of them happily taking out the loan, Kakuzu also had a smile on his face. Okay, the contract is signed. Because you are repaying the loan in installments, once a quarter, I will come to you every quarter. Don't default on the debt. You must know that since I dare to borrow money, then, you have the ability to get the money back. Kakuzu said with a smile on his face as he watched the two of them sign the contract. Humph, I am also an honest person, don't worry, Ai smiled disdainfully. Onoki remained silent. Kakuzu Loan App, if you don't repay your loan and your attitude is particularly bad, then we will send out our gold medal account collectors Senju Hashirama and Ashura. At that time, there are 2 ways to collect accounts, civil and military. Which one do you need? When's? Well, which one of the two's mouth escapes is not at the Dachang realm? Marshal. Needless to say more. Well, Ashura also accidentally took out a loan because of a moment of confusion. Now he can't pay back the loan. He has no choice but to become a laborer under Kakuzu. Still without wages, because all wages are used to come to repay. Hashirama also. But, Ashura and Hashirama worked for him for a few days and realized something was wrong. Their monthly salary seemed to not even cover the interest. Chapter 203 Danzo. I want to work a few days later, in the Hokage building. Danzo, here are today's documents. When it was time to go to work, Mitokado Homura came, collected the documents, and pushed open the door of Hokage's office. Danzo. It's been a few days, haven't you rested yet? Mitokado Homura looked at the half-dead Danzo in front of him and asked in confusion. It's okay. Just put the files somewhere and let me rest for a while before looking at them, Danzo said weakly. Is it true that I can give you a day off today? Take a rest, you are too dedicated and don't know how to take care of yourself. Homura shook his head helplessly, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. Put it somewhere. Put the file for me somewhere, I'm not going anywhere, I won't rest. Put the file for me somewhere, I'll look at it right away. When Danzo heard this, he stood up and shouted. Hokage can take 1 day off every month. This is a rule that has been in existence since first generation. Well, a certain shameless person once argued with each other in a meeting of dozens of people, argued with the crowd, and fought against all opinions, arrived. Rest? Ask for leave? As a good Hokage who loves his people and is dedicated to his work, I, Shimura Danzo, will never allow the word leave to appear in my Hokage career. I, Shimura Danzo, I vow to never be separated from my work. Homura was stunned for a moment, and quickly put the documents for him and left. So, Danzo started his work, holding a pen in one hand for review, and squeezing his waist with the other. In this way, Danzo worked until noon. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief and could take a break. Let's order a takeaway. He still hasn't regained his energy from what he did in the office a few days ago. He really doesn't even dare to go home these days. Danzo turned on his phone and was about to open the Maizu takeout app when his phone suddenly vibrated. As expected, it was his wife calling. Danzo looked at the time, and then at Homura, who was helping to organize the files next to him, and then he felt relieved. I don't believe you dared to come to my office to do something at this time. Danzo. Go home and take a look. Someone is coming to rob your house. As soon as the call was connected, Mi Lu's shouts came over. Danzo was stunned for a moment, then disappeared in an instant and left here. Homura looked at Danzo, who suddenly left using the body flicker technique. He was confused for a while, but he still shook his head and continued to organize the files. During lunchtime, he couldn't care about others. Advertisement 3 hours later. Mitokado Homura wanted to call Danzo to tell him what was going on and why he hadn't come back for so long. Just when Mitokado Homura just picked up his phone, a very pale hand suddenly appeared on the doorframe in front of the office. That snake-hearted woman. I don't trust her anymore. Danzo's pale face appeared in front of Homura. Danzo was still hoarse. What are you talking about? Danzo now wants to slap himself with a big-eared melon seed. Even though Mi Lu is blind, she is still a Jonin. If there is a thief in her house, does she still need to call him? Do I need to take you to the hospital? Homura asked, looking at Danzo, who was so weak. No, it's okay. I can still continue to work. Danzo walked in tremblingly and started his work. If you have any questions, please tell me. Homura shook his head helplessly and returned to his office. Night. There was a thump in the Hokage's office. Homura next door heard the sound and hurried to check it out. Seeing Danzo lying on the ground foaming at the mouth, Homura hurriedly carried him to the hospital. A moment later. In the hospital, you have to pay attention to moderation. Your kidney damage is too serious. Although I can understand that as a Hokage, you are busy with many things and usually have a lot of pressure that needs to be released, but your lack of moderation is not the answer. The attending doctor looked at Hokage on the bed in front of him and said helplessly. Danzo feels wronged. Doesn't he want to exercise restraint? Woo woo woo. Forget it, you can put in the intravenous drip now and stop working for the time being. You can't do this again in the future. The doctor shook his head helplessly and then left the ward. Not long after the doctor left, the ward door was opened and a figure walked in slowly. This is a hospital. Don't mess around. Danzo looked at this figure, kicked his feet and quickly sat up and shouted. Okay, who said that's what I'm looking for? I heard a call from the hospital. I came to see you and give you some bone soup to replenish your health. Mi Lu smiled, shook his head and said. Advertisement. Danzo said nothing. Mi Lu sat in front of Danzo's hospital bed, put the soup aside, opened the lunchbox, touched the spoon, took a spoonful, and handed it to Danzo over there. Danzo was stunned for a moment, watching the spoon being placed on his forehead. Danzo opened his mouth to remind her aloud. However, Danzo did not say anything, slowly raised his head, put his mouth to the spoon, and drank the soup. Does it taste good? Mi Lu asked with a smile when she heard the sound of Danzo drinking it. It doesn't taste good. Did you add a whole bag of salt to it? Danzo complained speechlessly with a trembling corner of his mouth. Well, I know I was wrong. I will never lie to you or force you to do such a thing in the future. Come back at night and don't sleep on the sofa in the office every day. It's easy to catch a cold and it's not good for your health. Lu was silent for a while, then smiled and said. Really? Danzo was stunned for a moment and asked excitedly. Of course, we have succeeded. Mi Lu smiled happily and nodded. Yes, it worked. Danzo also nodded excitedly. Wait, what succeeded? Danzo giggled happily for a while, then came back to his senses and asked doubtfully. I am pregnant. Oh, you're pregnant. Huh? What? Are you pregnant? Danzo nodded, then his one eye widened and he asked in confusion. Well, I suddenly felt a little nauseous when I was eating at home in the evening. When I came to see you just now, I went for a checkup. It's been 2 months. Mi Lu smiled, and then took out a checkup report from her pocket. Danzo quickly picked it up and started looking at it. Are you really pregnant? Danzo is still a little confused now. Pregnancy means, am I going to be a father in the future? I'm blind. Are you still blind? Isn't it written in the report? Mi Lu shook her head helplessly. Danzo's mind went blank for a moment. Am I going to be a father? Chapter 231. Hiruzen. I will definitely work hard at 3 o'clock in the morning. Dave was sleeping with Yume and Daiyu in his arms. Suddenly his phone vibrated, waking Dave up. Dave hurriedly turned on his cell phone and looked at the mother and son sleeping peacefully beside him. Dave breathed a sigh of relief, then got out of bed and walked to the yard. Holy shit, Danzo, it's 3 in the morning, are you crazy? Dave answered the phone and cursed. Dave, come to the hospital and see me. I have something important to ask you. Danzo's urgent voice came from over there. Okay, I'll go over now. Listening to Danzo's eager tone, Dave didn't think much, then hung up a coat and went out. Arriving at the hospital, Danzo's room. What's the big deal about calling me here? There was heating in the ward. Dave hung his coat on the rack nearby and asked in confusion as he looked at Danzo, who was in a daze on the bed. Mi Lu is pregnant, Danzo said slowly. Oh. Mi Lu is pregnant, what? Mi Lu is pregnant? Dave was stunned for a moment and asked with a confused look on his face. Dave was confused. Is pregnancy popular in Konoha now? A few months ago, that guy Uchiha Kagami got married to Shanshan, and it was so exciting. Now Shanshan is a few months old, and Mi Lu is pregnant too? To explain the timeline issue, in the first year of Konoha, Danzo and the others were 5 or 6 years old like Dave. The 10th year of Konoha was the time Tsunade and the others were born. According to the development of time, it should be the 10th year of Konoha now. Count Konoha's 14th year, after all. Little Sanin should be 3 or 4 years old, and Dave and Danzo should be 19 or 20 years old. Usually I don't pay much attention to the details of this time, but now that I think about it, it's a bit messy. Sorry, let's do it this way. I'm here, Danzo. What's the big deal? At this time, Jingya came over, put aside the police department coat he was wearing, looked at the two of them doubtfully and asked. Mi Lu is pregnant? Oh, Mi Lu is pregnant. What? Mi Lu is pregnant? The three men were silent for a while. I'm here, Danzo. What's the big deal? At this time, Hiruzen also came over. Mi Lu is pregnant. Oh, Mi Lu is pregnant. What? Mi Lu is pregnant? The four men were silent for a while. Advertisement. Ahem. I just want to ask. Is there anything I need to do when she gets pregnant? Danzo coughed awkwardly, looked at the three of them and asked. Take good care of her, but you are a Hokage and usually have a lot of things to do. If you ask me, just find a few nannies to take care of her at home. Dave thought for a while and said slowly. Well, the other thing is not to let her do overly tiring things, such as cooking. You can also help make some nutritious foods that are beneficial to pregnant women for her to eat. Jing nodded. Hiruzen looked at the three people silently from the side. Damn it, I have to work hard when I go back. Dave already has a child, and they are about to have a child. Why haven't I made any move after a year or two? Is it my problem or Lake Biwa's problem? Well, I'll take Lake Biwa to see it tomorrow. The four of them spent the whole night discussing this issue in the hospital. During this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen would interject a few words from time to time. Damn it, wait, I will definitely work hard when I go back. Okay, you should pay more attention to yourself no matter how busy you are. I'm leaving first. Dave yawned and looked at Danzo with a smile. Well, let's go first. Mirror and Hiruzen also nodded. They hold important positions and are still very busy. Dave is busy too. Well, I, Dave, am both the CEO of Kidney Care and the Minister of Education, so I usually have a lot to deal with every day. Kakuzu. Where are you farting here? Dave is going to work, sleep, in the company now. After the three of them left, Danzo prepared to take a nap. Hagoromo and Homura were in charge of Hokage. What he had to do in the past 2 days was to rest up. The Olympics would be the day after tomorrow, and he would be even busier then. At noon, Reikage and Tsuchikage also came. Hokage, what's the matter with calling us two here? I looked at Danzo lying on the hospital bed and asked in confusion. Well, Kazekage and Mizukage will be here in the afternoon. As you have seen, I may not be able to greet them in this state. Can you please go and greet them for me? Danzo smiled bitterly. No problem. I and Onoki looked at each other. There was a mysterious smile on their faces. By the way, Hokage, can you let us use your car? Yes, and the driver? On the street east of the entrance to Konoha, Midokado Homura sat speechlessly in the driver's seat and looked out the window speechlessly. Advertisement. When he received a call from Danzo, he thought it was something important. Who knew this was it? That's it? Let him be the driver? Just after the driver called the police, I took the phone from his hand. So, well, the scene is now. I'm so G sick. How come Konoha suddenly has so many legally blind people? Are you too blind? I'm so ed? Can't you two see a red light? I haven't even clocked in this month. I'm a few days late, I want to call the police. That's the civilized driver. Welcome, Kazekage and Mizukage, Onoki said with a smile as he looked at the two cages in front of him. You are? The third Mizukage looked at Kakuzu, with a face full of horror. Black face. Buckle the ghost. The mirror on the other side of the phone opened and he didn't know what to say. Take them to the police department. I brought the two native cannons into the car and showed them what it means to be a city dweller. At the door, Uchiha Kagami, it's time to pay your police department's electricity bill for this month. At this time, Kakuzu walked into the police department holding a form and looked at Uchiha Kagami over there and shouted. Hey, it's that scary shit, I'm Reikage. I'll send these two criminals to the police department directly for you. Seeing the two figures lying there being massaged, with comfortable yet confused expressions on their faces, Reikage and Onoki looked at each other. Well, the goal was achieved. This kind of look at the cannon is so cool. Third Kazekage and third Mizukage are still confused. Third Kazekage is the oldest among the 5 shadows now. He feels that times have changed a bit too fast. Am I really old? I am only 38 years old this year. Oh, Mr. Kakuzu, I'll get it for you later. Jing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said quickly. Tsuchikage. Reikage. Are you here first? Isn't Hokage here? Third Mizukage glanced at the two of them doubtfully and then asked. Well, Hokage is injured and is in the hospital. It's not convenient for him to come to receive you, so we'll come for him first. I nodded. Huh? Kakuzu glanced at Mizukage in confusion. Chapter 232 Black Zetsu. Can you operate it? Looking at the unconscious third Mizukage, everyone was puzzled, and Kakuzu was also confused. No, am I that terrible? Kakuzu even used the light to look at himself in the mirror of the police department. Is he that scary? There is no other way. Let's take third Mizukage to the hospital first. In the hospital ward, Danzo looked at the third Mizukage who had just pushed in. Isn't this Mizukage? Didn't he just come? Why did you come to the hospital? Mizukage was lying on the hospital bed, his brows furrowed, as if he thought of something bad. Black-faced buckler. Black-faced buckler. No, stay away from me. Mizukage suddenly muttered something, then sat up suddenly and roared. Danzo, who was ladling soup with a spoon on the side, was stunned. What stimulated this big brother? After a day's rest, both Danzo and Mizukage left the hospital, and Danzo once again explained the specific procedures and aspects of the Olympics to the four actors. Despicable. Chiyo-sama. Call 3 people immediately. Let's go to that so-called internet cafe to watch esports. After learning what esports is, Kazekage cursed Konoha for being despicable and shameless, and hurriedly pulled Chiyo and the 3 young men. Went to the internet cafe. Watching the 4 figures running towards the internet cafe, Danzo shook his head speechlessly. Somewhere in a dark warehouse next to a septic tank. How is the thing you were asked to do? A black figure in the darkness asked as he looked at the white figure who had just arrived outside. Got it. The white figure nodded. Well, how about it? The black figure nodded with satisfaction. The events Kagaya participates in are swimming, gymnastics, dance, and diving, Afei said after thinking about it. Advertisement. What are you calling me? Mother, Black Zetsu shouted unhappily when he heard Afei call her by his real name. He is your mother, not my mother. My mother's name is Senju Hashirama. Yes, my mother is Senju Hashirama, and my father is Uchiha Madara. Afei thought for a moment, confused, asked. Forget it, I don't care about you. Recently, White Zetsu told everyone to put down all the shit in their hands. For the 4 events that my mother participated in this time, our shit-picking team must help her win the first place in the 4 events. Name. Black Zetsu shook his head helplessly, then looked at Afei and said solemnly. Recently, Black Zetsu tried to find his mother to increase the bond between his children, but to no avail, and it was difficult to see her. Black Zetsu can see that my mother is very concerned about this Olympics. So, as a filial son of 1,000 years, I, Black Zetsu, must help my mother fulfill her wish. Can we participate in the Olympic Games? It starts the day after tomorrow, and the registration period expired yesterday. How can we participate? Afei asked doubtfully. No, there is another way to sign up. Black Zetsu shook his head, his tone was firm but also trembling. Are you going to participate in the Olympics? Kakuzu looked at the 2 things that came to his door and asked in confusion. Well, that's right. Can you operate it? Black Zetsu nodded and asked in a low voice. No, I, Kakuzu, am the financial manager of a kidney-loving company. I am perfect among hundreds of millions of people. How could I do such a thing? You go, I won't care about it this time. Next time, this kind of thing, don't come to me. Kakuzu sneered. Black Zetsu and Fei looked at each other, and it turned out to be true. Afterwards, Fei took out 3 suitcases from behind and delivered them to Kakuzu. What does this mean? Kakuzu looked at the 3 suitcases in front of him and asked in confusion. There are 30 million in it, can it be operated? Black Zetsu said calmly. No, you can't even try to bribe me. Ninja World Olympics. This is a major ninja event held once every 10 years. Such a great and glorious event, it is solemn, and inviolable. The bright and sacred ninja world. This kind of evil thing is absolutely not allowed in the dark. Just take the money. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Kakuzu still shook his head, he refused righteously. Black Zetsu and Fei looked at each other again. Well, as expected. Then, Fei walked out for a while, brought a few more suitcases and put them in front of Kakuzu. 100 million, can it be operated? Brother, how many people do you want to sign up for? Advertisement. The next day, Danzo looked at the list of Konoha personnel and fell into deep thought. Ivanov straightened his pants pocket. Thompson didn't wipe them after pulling. Mary Bird's pants pocket. Danzo looked confused when he looked at the hundreds of nonsense names on it. No, didn't Konoha only have more than 150 people sign up before? How come this person became number 600 after not seeing each other for a few days? Danzo blankly took out his mobile phone and called Kakuzu, asking Kakuzu to come over first. Kakuzu, where did these extra 400 people come from? Danzo handed the list to Kakuzu and asked in confusion. The new ones who joined in the past few days have passed the test and their scores are up to standard, Kakuzu said nonchalantly. Organize more than 400 people to have a competition and select the dozens with the best results. Control the number of people within 200, and never exceed 200, Danzo said, rubbing his waist with a headache. People from other villages brought more than 100 people here. As the host of Konoha, there are several cheating events in the competition, and there are more than 600 people participating. Whatever else they play, they all become Konoha involved. Okay. Kakuzu nodded. After Kakuzu left with the form, he called Black Zetsu. How are things going? Black Zetsu, who was working hard in the manure field on the other side of the phone, asked. It's impossible to add all of your manure picking brigade, there are too many people. The death order issued by Hokage is 200 people, which means that there are only 48 places now. You can decide on your own, and let me know when you have made your decision, Kakuzu said slowly. In that case, you didn't handle this matter quickly. Ahem. Can you refund some money? Black Zetsu on the other side of the phone was silent for a while and asked awkwardly. This was a case of picking on hundreds of people. They had been picking on people for several years, and excluding a certain orange bee ******D who came to rob them from time to time, and the 100 million taels they finally saved. Black Zetsu felt a little distressed. Beep. Black Zetsu looked at the phone in his hand that was suddenly hung up. Black Zetsu was unwilling to give up and hit Kakuzu again. Sorry, the user you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please try again later. Sorry, you. Black Zetsu looked at the phone that clearly showed that it had been connected, and there was another magnetic sound coming from the other side of the phone. The voice fell into deep thought. Chapter 233 The Olympic Games officially begins today as the day of the Olympic Games, and the villagers are already sitting in the venue, preparing to watch the long-awaited Olympic Games. Hello everyone, I'm the commentator for this Olympics, Senju Dave. Hello everyone, I am the commentator for this Olympics, Uchiha Tsukimi. At the top right side of the venue was a huge screen, and the figures of Yume and Dave appeared on the screen. They looked at each other, smiled, and introduced themselves. This Olympics will last for 1 month, it is winter in Konoha. Dave is here to remind everyone to keep warm. When watching the competition, don't get so emotional that you strip off your clothes and shout, which may cause you to catch a cold. We will also bring you the live broadcast of the opening ceremony of the first Ninja Olympic Games. Tsukimi said with a smile. In this Olympics, all competitors, except for ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion fighting, will not allow large-scale jutsu and forbidden technique to avoid hurting the audience. In addition, absolutely no one is allowed to take any stimulant or other drugs that affect the fairness of the competition. These 2 rules will result in a lifetime ban if found. Dave said the rules. Well, let's not talk nonsense. Now, let's move the camera to the exit. Dave nodded and motioned behind the scenes to move the camera. Now, the first person to appear is the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, the Land of Fire, Shimura Danzo, and the 200 athletes brought behind him. They are Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Hamura. Ivanov straightened his pants pocket. Dave said the names of 200 athletes at the top of his lungs. I will definitely not be a commentator at the next Olympics, Dave was thinking silently. As Dave's words sounded, Danzo walked out wearing a Hokage robe and a Hokage hat, with his chest held high and his head raised. Behind him were a bunch of people. Well, they all had their own characteristics anyway. For example, a certain silly Bashan was surrounded by a bunch of masked people wearing cloaks with the 4 characters, Dung Picking Brigade, printed on them. Or for example, there are 2 idiots who keep saying hello to everyone around with a silly smile. The second person to appear is the 3rd Raikage of Cloud Shinobi in the Land of Thunder, Ai Yozuki, and the 140 athletes he brought behind him. After Hokage was the first to appear and walk in front, Raikage followed closely behind. Ai walked on the field and looked at Dave in the direction of the anchor room in confusion. Why didn't our number 140 read it? Dave met with Raikage after the game and said that I had forgotten, and that Dave, because of his increasing workload, was already highly myopic and I could not see. It was the same next time. Only Konoha and Dave read out everyone's names. The 4 shadows gritted their teeth and waited. Watch how we beat you during the competition. Advertisement. Finally, let's invite the referee for this Olympics, Mr. Kakuzu. Kakuzu walked out slowly with an indifferent expression. Listening to the cheers around him, Kakuzu nodded to them lightly. That indifferent expression is just short of saying I am upright and selfless. Next, there was a lot of chirping from the commentary couple, and then Danzo, the Hokage, the head of the event organizer of this Olympics, gave a speech. Today, the first event begins. Swim. Dave in the commentary room gestured in a certain direction. The person behind the scenes received the instruction and pressed a button on the console. Soon, everyone watched as the track in the center of the field slowly sank downwards, and then, a swimming pool with 100 swimming tracks appeared in the center of the field. Because it is a competition for ninjas, the length of this swimming pool reaches a full kilometer. After all, although large-scale techniques and forbidden technique are banned, ninjas always have their own methods. The length is too short, making it difficult to tell the winner. The competition adopts a 100-person system, that is, each village can participate in 20 swimmers, and the top 40 swimmers can advance to the next round of competition. Now, the swimmers have half an hour to prepare, and half in an hour, we will start the first race. Yume said with a smile, and the screen changed to swimmers from each village. Here in Konoha, we have 68 people signed up to participate in the swimming event. This is the first competition in the ninja world. We must show our momentum, so, I will choose the 20 people with the best results in the previous competition. Coach Danzo looked at the people behind him. Person number 200 said solemnly. Yoshi. No problem, this is youth, Might shouted in awe. Soon, Danzo selected 20 people to go to the changing room to change clothes first. Although the game is not divided into men and women, but the locker rooms still have to be separated. Oh, my eyes, doctor, pull me into the ICU quickly, My eyes are going blind. Watching Hiruzen being knocked away, there was silence for a while. Ahem, cough, cough. My wife is still pretty. Dave felt something was wrong with the looks on the side, and quickly took out his phone, turned to the swimsuit photo he took of Yume before, and nodded. Advertisement Kaguya. Her long white hair is tied into a bun, her fair skin is exposed, she wears a pure white swimsuit with a big bow in the middle, the straps are tied behind her neck, and she wears a pure white swim skirt with the right side with a star pattern. The swim skirt has 3 layers, the top 2 layers are pure white waves, and the bottom layer is transparent lace. Wow, peeved. Okay, I don't care about that. Kaguya-sama is really beautiful. Seeing Dave like this, Yume burst into laughter and shook her head helplessly. Peeved. Damn it, Dave, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out instantly when he saw this scene. Yume smiled and shook her head helplessly. Dave, he's still a kid. Damn monkey. Where are you looking? You still have a nosebleed? Are you shameless? At this time, the screen cut to a certain place, causing an uproar on the field. Swim. Swim. Swimsuit. Kai. Chio. Hiruzen on the other side, is not so lucky. TCH, my wife is still good looking. No one is as good looking as my wife, Dave said disdainfully, leaning against Yume gently. Half an hour later Kaguya, who was originally cold and aloof, now looks a little playful and smart. There's even a hint of cuteness. The smile on Dave's face suddenly stiffened, and he slowly looked outside the commentary room. At this time, another person appeared on the screen on the field. Okay, half an hour is up. Next, let's invite all the athletes to appear. The screen cut back to Dave. After speaking, it cut back to the field. Chapter 234 The game begins. Chio was wearing a split purple swimsuit, and her graceful S-shaped body curves were all eye-catching. She raised her indifferent and aloof face and scanned the surroundings coldly and arrogantly. Ah, my eyes are going to go blind. Quick, change the screen to the white-haired beauty from before. Quick. Cut the screen quickly. Hearing the wails of the spectators around him, Dave hurriedly waved to the backstage. But the signal behind the scenes didn't seem to be received, and this scene was still playing. Dave hurriedly ran behind the scenes to see what was going on. Well, after a while, Dave looked at the staff behind the scenes who were being taken away on a stretcher and lying on the stretcher with foam at the mouth. Dave quickly found another person to be behind the scenes and ran down from the back path. Chio. Sister. Didn't I tell you not to swim before? Dave smiled bitterly and ran to Chio's side below and asked helplessly. Oh, you were that little white-haired Senju Dave back then. My sister is participating in the competition on behalf of San Shinobi this time. Chio looked at Dave in confusion and hummed twice. The fat in front of me also trembled twice. Dave waved his hand and left here quickly, he couldn't bear to look at it. Chio was in the second show, and she gave the young people in the village the opportunity to show her face and win glory in the first show. Ahem, there were some accidents on the field just now, and they have been dealt with now. I'm very sorry. Then, everyone will be invited to the stage. Dave returned to the commentary room to explain. Soon, Kakuzu stood at the side of the swimming pool holding a form. Hashirama and Ashura are wearing green swimming trunks and swimming cuckolds. Madara was wearing black swimming trunks, and her long black hair was tied into a braid and hung behind her back. Indra is wearing purple swimming trunks. Izuna and Tobirama are wearing one black and one white. Several people have very good figures. Their slender figures, handsome faces, and highly ornamental abdominal muscles all attract the attention of all the girls on the field. Reikage also participated in this swimming competition, with his explosive muscles exposed. Advertisement. When the screen was cut to these people behind the scenes, women's screams instantly sounded on the venue. I smiled contentedly when he heard the scream and started gesturing his muscles. Little did he know that no one was looking at him. Ah, is this the Olympics? My burning youth? Midway felt the lively atmosphere and roared. Then, hiss. The sound of clothes being torn was heard on the field. Well, Might wanted to tear his clothes, but he didn't wear them. He tore off his swimming trunks. Ah, you hooligans! The girls who were still screaming suddenly covered their eyes and howled. Here comes someone. Drag him away quickly. Konoha number 23 will be disqualified from this competition. Kakuzu looked at him with a headache and hurriedly called to the 9 small-tailed beast security guards. Let me go. I want to participate in the competition. This is an accident. No. My youth has just bloomed and passed away. Might was dragged away by the 9 little-tailed beasts with tears in his eyes. Don't worry, father. I will definitely inherit your youthful will. I will win this competition. Might Dai wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and shouted as he looked at the figure being dragged away. Yeah, Lord Might. You can leave with peace of mind, Akai howled. Dai, Akai, I leave my youth to you to inherit. Aunt Kai in the stands patted her head with a headache. She knew it would be like this. Ahem, because Konoha's number 23 player couldn't restrain his emotions just now and accidentally tore his pants, which caused a great impact, so Konoha number 23 lost the qualification for this competition. Dave closed. I was confused after hearing the news. Contestants, please take your seats. Kakuzu clapped his hands and shouted to 100 people. Everyone nodded and stood on the platform. Then, Kakuzu took out his pistol and pointed it into the sky. Boom. It's begun. The game has begun. The leader now is Kirigakure's number 76 player, Ghost Light Dead Horse. And closely behind him is Konoha's number 2 player Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama deserves to be Konoha's second Hokage. Even though he is not young anymore, he shows with his strength that your uncle is your uncle after all. Dave yelled in the commentary room, in the swimming pool. Might Dai saw that he was lagging behind and remembered his father's instructions just now. Father. Youth. I will never fall behind. Advertisement. The first door, the Sheng door. Open. Fourth gate, injury gate. Open.
Oh. There was an accident on the competition field. Konoha's number 24 player Might Dai on the 18th track suddenly burst out with green light and huge momentum. His speed became faster. Oh. He jumped directly to the first place. There are still 700 meters left before the end of the game.
Dave shouted in surprise when he saw this scene. What's going on with Universal? Oh, Universal Pull. Hashirama now regrets not having practiced using Rinnegan. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. Hashirama saw that he was lagging behind by dozens of places, and he clapped his hands in displeasure.
Universal Pull. Madara, who was flying above the water, was suddenly sucked back.
Spicy stuffing. Hashirama flew to Madara's side. Madara jumped up from the water, using Hashirama as a springboard in gravity. She flew forward instantly. Hashirama felt that he was suddenly out of control, and the wood dragon and himself suddenly flew backwards. Ha. Motor, you are going to lose to me, Hashirama laughed. Universal Pull. Motor, you are despicable. But, don't forget, I also have a Rinnegan. Hashirama screamed angrily after being kicked into the water. Huh? Why did Konoha number 1 and Konoha number 2 start fighting? Dave looked in the commentary room with a confused look on his face. Spicy stuffing. Universal Pull. Madara smiled evilly, the Rinnegan in her eyes exuding a faint light. Hashirama. How despicable. Madara stepped forward to take a breath and shouted towards Hashirama, who was riding a wooden dragon at the foot of the track. Suddenly, Hashirama's speed increased, and those watching on the field could not see what was in the pool. Madara on the side can be seen.
Spicy stuffing. Motor. Hot mom. Lightning style chakra mode. I watched as a small watermelon peel that was originally lagging behind him suddenly surpassed him, and then he also burst out with his own blue light, following closely behind.
Chapter 235. The second game begins soon. Kakuzu on the side saw this situation and quickly blew his whistle and waved his hand towards the 9 little security guards over there. Konoha number 1 and Konoha number 2 were disqualified from this competition due to fighting during the competition, Dave explained quickly. The 9 little security guards looked at the 2 god tiers fighting in the water. They seemed a little unable to stop them. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. Tobirama formed the seal, and then, a water dragon appeared under his feet, speeding up his speed. Lightning style. Walk on the ground. Izuna on the side snorted and smiled after seeing it, and then formed a seal with his hands, and a large amount of electricity appeared in the water. Hiss. Tobirama felt the strong current coming from the water, trembled violently a few times, and the water dragon was gone. He looked at Izuna behind him bitterly. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama. Ahem. Cough. News just came that Konoha player number 3 and Konoha player number 4 got into a fight and were disqualified from this competition, Dave announced helplessly. The other side. Now that 5 people who are a threat to Kagaya have been lost on the field, what should we do now? Afei and Black Zetsu were in the water. Afei looked at Black Zetsu and asked. Where does Mother rank now? Black Zetsu asked in confusion.
I guess 5th place, Afei said after taking a look.
Follow the original plan. Take action. Stop the people in front of me at the finish line. Black Zetsu looked at Afei, then looked at the 2 or 3 white Zetsu on the side and said. Then, several white Zetsu got into the bottom of the pool. Might Day looked at the last 100 meters left, endured the pain in his body, and prepared for the final sprint. Seeing Might Dai suddenly speeding up again, the people following him also exploded with all their strength. And just when Might Dai was about to touch the stage, he was about to go up and get the first place. Suddenly, a cloud of yellow water mist appeared on the wall of the swimming pool under the platform. Might Dai was startled and swam backwards a few times. And this time, Might Dai's rhythm was disrupted. Originally, his limit was the 3rd gate. He forced open the 4th gate and swam the entire distance. Now he was unable to move due to the exertion of his body. The few people from the Mist Shinobi Ghost Lamp clan who followed Might Dai were not so lucky. Advertisement because they can turn into liquid. The yellow mist directly entered their bodies, just when they didn't care and were about to touch the stage. They suddenly felt that something was wrong with the taste of the water. One person even saw small watermelon seeds with yellow sticky particles in his body. Then, wait, there was an accident on the field. Kirigakure's players number 47, 27, 98, 14, and 104 suddenly floated to the water. They fainted, and Might Dai, the Konoha player who has always maintained the first place, also after using the forbidden technique. I can't move now. What a pity. They are only 1 meter away from the finish line. Dave explained with regret as he looked at the field and received the news from Kakuzu. In that case, let's set our sights behind them. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Oh. She is the first person to touch the platform and come ashore. The first one appears. After a while. Phew, the top 20 have appeared. They will advance to represent their respective villages and participate in the finals. After the 20, the top 40 players, as well as the players who violated the rules in the first game will also don't worry, you will participate in the subsequent resurrection competition, and the top 10 will be resurrected to continue participating in the competition. Yu Mei breathed a sigh of relief and explained this with a smile. Off the field, father. I let you down. I let your youth squander away. Woo woo woo. Might Day, lying on the stretcher, looked at his father with sobs. Dio. It's okay, my father saw your game, your youth, it will always be the hottest. You will always be the pride of my father's heart. The scorching sun of youth. Might Wei took his son's hand, he said with a choked voice. Don't worry, I will work hard in the Easter match, for you, my blazing son. Father. Dio. Akai looked at the father and son hugging each other and crying, and he, seemed a bit redundant. Next, it's the second game. This time, on the Konoha side, Kagami, Hiruzen, and Mito were playing. On Sand Shinobi's side are Chiyo and 3rd Kazekage. On Rock Shinobi's side is Onoki. Mist Shinobi is still played by a few members of the Ghostlight clan, but they have learned the lessons of their predecessors. If they encounter a burst of yellow mist in the final stage, they will immediately release the hydration technique. There are a few muscular guys on Cloud Shinobi's side. Phew, the first game really made my blood boil, but don't worry, the second game will start soon, Dave said with a smile. There are still a few minutes to prepare for the second game. So, after commercial, right away. Soon, the screen cut to an advertisement. This Olympics is sponsored by the Shenbao brand of Aishin Company. A magnetic voice came from several big screens. Then, a figure wearing a first Hokage cloak slowly appeared on the screen. Advertisement. If a man wants to have good kidneys, he should drink Shenbao, after drinking. The commercial ended and there was a moment of silence on the venue. Hello everyone, Wo Li Wa Wu Chi Hamada, Tanwan Hong Yu, a new version of the ship that you have never played before. Hot mom. Madara really wants to laugh. Hashirama really wants to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Madara's smile stopped abruptly. Ever since, it was passed from 10 to 10, and all the audience looked at Senju Hashirama over there. Off stage. Madara listened to the laughter coming from the two idiots on the side. Veins popped up on her head. A bruised Madara and pig-headed Hashirama sat in the audience and saw the advertisement. This Olympics is specially sponsored by Aishin Company Tanwan Hongyue. The smile on Hashirama's face suddenly stiffened. Mom. The weird guy in the advertisement on the screen just now seems to be the person in front? At this time, on the stand behind Hashirama, a little girl was held in her arms by her mother, pointing to Hashirama in front of her. He asked in confusion. Ha 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 ha. Madara couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed. At this time, another advertisement was cut out on the venue. After a while, the little girl's doubts quickly attracted the attention of other spectators around her. Ha 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 ha. Motor. Chapter 236 Mirror. Sorry everyone. The second game is about to begin. Players please take your seats. Kakuzu walked up to the stage and shouted. Then the contestants came on stage. Everyone is on your guard. Kakuzu slowly raised the gun in his hand. Boom. The Kakuzu referee fired. The contestants set off. Wow. Iwagakure's #1 player Onoki took the brunt of the attack. Immediately behind him was Sanagakure's #2 player Chiyo. Wow. She actually used her own puppet. As expected of Sanagakure, the flower of the wind. Dave shouted in the commentary room. Summoning technique. Ape demon. Hiruzen saw that he was quickly thrown away, and he was very unconvinced. Then Hiruzen bit his finger and a burst of white smoke appeared in the swimming pool. Hiruzen, why did you ask me to come out? After the monkey demon appeared, he found himself in the water and looked at Hiruzen very unhappy and asked. Become a stick. Hurry. Hiruzen didn't say much to him, time was running out. The monkey demon glanced at Hiruzen speechlessly, and then transformed into a long and thick stick. Long. Hiruzen turned around and aimed the stick at the bottom of the swimming pool wall on the starting platform. The end of the stick was pressed against the wall of the swimming pool, and then Hiruzen held the stick in his hand and gradually lengthened it, gradually catching up with the group. Magnet style. Hands of sand. 3rd Kazekage formed a seal with his hands, and then a large piece of iron sand appeared under the swimming pool, transforming into hands, holding 3rd Kazekage and sneaking in the water. Oh. Everyone is starting to show off their skills. The difference between the top few is not big. There is still the last 100 meters. Who will be the first place? Dave continued to shout, with. Jing is now in the queue of more than 20 people. Looking at the more than 20 people in front, there is only the last 100 meters left. I'm sorry everyone, for the sake of first place. Unlimited shit reading. Unlimited dung reading, an advanced version of dung reading, was an idea that Dave suggested to him. After several months of experimentation, he finally completed this perfect pupil technique. Dung reading works on a single person, while infinite dung reading targets multiple people. However, this pupil technique extremely consumes Jing's pupil power and chakra. Jing's pupil power can only support him to use this pupil technique once a month. And after one use, nearly 80% of the chakra will be consumed. Advertisement. Oh. The 20 or so people in the lead in the swimming pool suddenly started vomiting. What the hell happened? Oh my god, ahem. Dave explained this is a warm reminder about contaminating water resources in public swimming pools. This is very unethical. After this game, the Kakuzu referee will ask for compensation in turn. Dave explained. Vomit. In the swimming pool, there was a sudden sound of vomiting, and the originally clear water suddenly became colorful. When the dozens of players at the back saw this happening in front of them, they suddenly became at a loss. They didn't dare to swim anymore. Jing Sha, with a pale face, smiled softly, landed on the shore very easily, and won the first place in this competition. Oh, the first place has appeared. He is player number 12 Uchiha Kagami of Konoha Village. He won this competition. Dave cheered. Although Dave knew that Mirror might have used that trick. Well, it's not good. The first few players in the pool have fainted from vomiting, and several players seem to be completely dehydrated from vomiting. Judge Kakuzu, hurry. Go. All medical expenses for everyone except Konoha will be doubled. Kakuzu's eyes exuded a faint green light, and he waved his hand towards the 9 small-tailed beasts behind him and shouted. Copy that. The 9 little-tailed beasts nodded, and then pulled off their security uniforms, revealing a nurse uniform inside. The 9 little-tailed beasts had a clear division of labor. After a while, more than 20 contestants were all carried on stretchers and sent to the hospital. After Kagami landed on the shore, he looked at Hiruzen, who was pale and still retching on the stretcher, with an apologetic expression on his face. Mirror. Hiruzen raised her finger tremblingly, pointed at Uchiha Kagami in front of her, and shouted in a trembling voice. And before he finished speaking, he continued to retch. Sorry Hiruzen. Kagami smiled bitterly. Oh, forget it. Next time you catch Hiruzen during the anti-pornography campaign, let him go. Just as Jing was about to say this to Hiruzen, suddenly, several golden chains sprang out from behind Jing, and wrapped him up in an instant. Jing was still confused, but before he could recover, he was thrown away by the chain. It's Mito. Mito is also in this game, and he just happened to receive infinite shit reading from the mirror. Mito is called Training Juniors. Is there a problem with this? This is no problem. Advertisement since then, Jingyi has become famous in one battle and has completely appeared in front of the 5 major villages. In the hospital, Onoki and third Kage are lying on the bed. Onoki shed painful tears from the corners of his eyes. This was the second time. He had experienced 2 terrorist attacks from horrible shit in just a few days. When we go back, raise Uchiha Kagami's threat level from A+ level to SSS level. Third Kage was lying on the side and said to a young man next to him with a weak face. Also, in the future, when Sanagakure's ninjas encounter Uchiha Kagami when performing tasks outside, they can give up the task. Don't provoke him, third Kage continued to add. Hey, that sweeper over there, help me get some water from downstairs. Onoki sat up weakly, looked at the sweeper over there, and said weakly. Okay. Sweeping nodded, and then went to help him get the water. After a while, the sweeper took a cup of hot water and placed it next to Onoki. Onoki picked up the cup and took a weak sip. B*******. D. You're going to burn me to death with such hot water. Onoki spit it out immediately after taking a sip, and threw the glass of water towards the sweeper over there. The sweeper wiped the hot water on his body, and then turned his head to look at Onoki. Master. Onoki looked at this familiar face and asked with a confused face. Okay, you traitor. Wu smiled coldly, then walked slowly towards Onoki with a broom. Traitor, let's settle the old and new debts together, Wu said with a smile on his face as he gently tapped the broom in his hand. Cough. Master, you have to listen to my explanation, However, Wu Zaran would not listen to Onoki's sophistry, and then picked up the broom and swung it towards Onoki on the hospital bed. Master, don't slap me in the face. You are a rebellious disciple. As a master, today you have to clear up the evil obstacles of your master for your master. In the hospital, there were waves of wailing sounds. Advertisement Chapter 237 Final. The intimidating power of the mirror has reached a new level in the hearts of all the shadows. Even Danzo is a little scared now. In the past, the dung reading was only for a single person, but now he didn't expect that he could cast dung reading on more than 20 people at the same time, including several cage-level people. Mirror's files have been upgraded to the threat level of SSS Plus in all villages after today. But Danzo is naturally not afraid. He and Jing have been friends for many years. Does Jing still dare to attack him? But I thought of Hiruzen in the hospital. Well, Danzo suddenly felt a little dangerous again. After another day of competition, it was finally the last round of the swimming competition, which was the time to decide the winner. There were only 81 contestants in the finals. There were supposed to be 100 contestants. Well, in that match, no one dared to go on stage, which resulted in only one first-place finisher in that match. Hello everyone. Welcome to the final stage of the swimming competition. The final scene. I am your commentator, Senju Dave. After these 2 days of competition, there are a total of 81 contestants participating in the finals. The competition. They are all among the top 20 in the previous games, and they are the elites. This game will definitely be more exciting than the previous games. What will happen in the game? Let's wait and see.
After Dave finished explaining, the 81 contestants slowly entered the stage.
In the finals, Kagaya, Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama, Izuna, Might Wei, Third Raikage, and Kage all appeared. Madara and the others were resurrected from the resurrection game. But when they saw the mirror on the court, everyone shuddered hard. After all, that game is still unforgettable in everyone's heart. However, after hearing that mirror's ninjutsu could only be used once a month, everyone felt relieved. But when they heard that although the mirror could not cast infinite dung reading, it could cast dung reading, everyone's hearts suddenly became more relaxed. Now they can only pray silently in their hearts not to be stared at by the mirror. But Kagaya, Madara and Hashirama are not worried about this. Rinnegan is not in vain. They are immune to the Mangekyo eye technique of the mirror. Coupled with Madara's shadow on the mirror in the past, now the mirror always takes a detour when seeing Madara. Everyone in your place. Boom. After the gunfire rang out, everyone immediately jumped into the water and began to show their special abilities. Advertisement, Flying Thunder God. The moment Tobirama jumped into the water, he threw the Flying Thunder God kunai forward. Tobirama also reached the position in the water where the kunai fell in an instant. Then, Tobirama jumped out of the water again and threw the kunai forward again, repeating this. The competition is limited to ninjutsu and forbidden techniques with a mass destruction range, such as 8 inner gates, Flying Thunder God, and magnet style of 3rd case gauge, but they are still allowed. Seeing Tobirama running so fast, Black Zetsu, the filial son who wanted to help his mother get first place, was simply worried. He couldn't stop White Zetsu even if he wanted to. Is this a swimming competition? What the hell are you doing floating in the air all the time? White Zetsu can only burrow into the earth, he cannot go to heaven. There was no other way. Black Zetsu changed the track during swimming and swam towards a track over there. How about you help me get rid of Senju Tobirama and I'll give you the latest version of Takigakure Yua photos? Black Zetsu looked at the mirror on the side and asked aloud in the water. Are you crazy? That's Mr. Second Generation. You want me to attack Mr. Second Generation? Do I want my life? Jing yelled. I'm adding 2 sets of the collector's edition of The Husband of Hanakira, in the Land of Tea. Shit reading. This is a decision Jing made after going through a very complicated inner journey. And Tobirama, who was floating in front of him, suddenly froze. Uchiha Kagami. Before Tobirama lost his final consciousness, the name he was mumbling. After getting rid of Tobirama, the biggest worry, Black Zetsu finally felt relieved. Not surprisingly, the top 3 were Konoha Village's Otsutsuki Kagaya, Konoha Village's Might Wei, and Konoha Village's Madara. Originally, Madara and Hashirama were neck and neck. But Black Zetsu believed that Hashirama's wood style was more of a threat to his mother, so he asked White Zetsu to throw feces in the water during the last distance. Might's power. Black Zetsu also arranged it, White Zetsu stopped it, but the top 3 swimmers in the swimming competition have appeared. Let us congratulate them for winning the swimming competition. Next, let us ask the referee, Mr. Kakuzu, to award them with awards. Dave shouted loudly. Advertisement. Kakuzu was holding a plate covered with 3 pieces of cloth. Kakuzu nodded and motioned to Kagaya to bend down, but Kagaya didn't understand and just stared at Kakuzu silently with his eyes lowered. Kagaya hung up the gold medal himself and picked up the golden thing on the plate on the floor. Kakuzu walked up to the first place, Otsutsuki Kagaya, looking at Kagaya, who was already over 2 meters tall, standing on the 1-meter high award podium. Thank you, Judge Kakuzu. The atmosphere fell into embarrassment. Several black threads emerged from Kakuzu's sleeves, lifting the medal, and then the threads lifted the medal and brought it to Kagaya. Looking at Kakuzu flying out again, you are a good comrade, Kakuzu, the company will always remember your sacrifice. Dave was thinking silently. Kakuzu swallowed, nodded again, and motioned Madara to bend down. Ah. Kakuzu's height of 1.85 meters seems a bit short at this time. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Kakuzu glanced at Madara tentatively and then stretched out a line from his cuff. After a while, a very embarrassed Kakuzu came back. And just when this cigarette wants to hang the medal on Kaguya's head. Might Wei is a good employee and knows how to cooperate. Well, go back and give him a few silver taels of salary increase. Kakuzu felt extremely happy in his heart. Then, Kakuzu looked at Madara who was in 3rd place. Looking up at Kagaya. Kagaya lowered his eyes and looked at Kakuzu. The atmosphere was silent for a few more seconds. There was no other way. Kakuzu reached out and uncovered a piece of cloth on the plate. Inside was a pure, plated, gold medal with a golden object next to it. Everyone on the field just watched Kakuzu being beaten away by Kagaya. Chapter 238 Mirror. This is Hiruzen's. Might Wei looked at the silver medals and silver things hanging on his body. He couldn't help but burst into tears. After so many years, how many years later, he finally got a new mobile phone. Yes, this silver thing is the latest version of the mobile phone iPhone 7 that has not yet been released. As an employee of Love Kidney Company, he had known the news for a long time. According to the pricing reported by the Kakuzu manager, one Love Kidney 7 will cost 300,000 silver taels this time. His current mobile phone is still the Kidney 4 from a few years ago, which is already in tatters. He also wanted to change his mobile phone. But, oh wow, his salary was only a few thousand silver taels a month. In addition, he had to subsidize his family and release his youth. After saving for several years, he only had tens of thousands of silver taels now. He finally has a new mobile phone. Madara looked at the copper-colored mobile phone in her hand, put it in her trouser pocket with a disdainful smile. When Dave came to see him 2 days ago, he gave him a Kidney 7 Plus. It also had a gold body and his own image was engraved on the back. It was much better than this thing. Okay, the swimming competition is over here. The next day, our next competition is track and field. I hope the contestants can adjust to their condition. We will see you tomorrow. After Dave finished speaking, he turned off the microphone. Off the court, Madara came off the court and was about to leave when she suddenly felt a very piercing look staring at her. Without thinking, Madara turned her head and looked at the owner of those eyes, Hashirama. Hashirama's purple Rinnegan looked at Madara with an extremely envious light. The latest mobile phone that has not been officially released yet. Woohoo, I want it too. Then, Hashirama took out his Love Kidney 5 from his pocket and compared it with the Love Kidney 7 in Madara's hand just now. Madara smiled disdainfully, walked up to Hashirama, and threw the copper-colored mobile phone to Hashirama. Madara. What does this mean? Hashirama hurriedly caught it and looked at Madara with some anticipation and confusion. Give it to you. Madara smiled lightly and said nonchalantly. Really? Really? Hashirama was stunned for a moment and asked with a bright and excited face. Ouch. Madara, you are so good to me. Hashirama hugged Madara directly, choking with tears and runny nose. A-hole. Your snot is all over my clothes. Madara kicked the guy out with one kick. Advertisement. Tobirama woke up from his coma, his cold eyes flashing with strong anger. Although he wanted to vomit, his strong psychological qualities still allowed him to survive. Tobirama looked around, hoping to find the person he wanted to see. What's wrong with you? You suddenly fainted during the game. Izuna took a towel, wiped the wet hair on his head, walked up to Tobirama and asked in confusion. Where is Uchiha Kagami? Tobirama glanced at Izuna with an extremely angry look and asked in a solemn voice. That kid ran away just after the game, Izuna said after thinking for a while, passing a towel to Tobirama. Where are you going? Tobirama asked as he took the towel from Izuna's hand and wiped his white hair. At this time, he should go back to the police department to deal with the matter. Walk, a moment later, in the hospital. Uchiha Kagami, who had all her bones broken and was wrapped in twists, looked at the ceiling in the ward in trance for a long time. When Izuna heard that Tobirama was also affected by Kagami's Mangekyo Genjutsu, Izuna laughed like crazy. Of course, he and Tobirama also used a deadly trick after finding Kagami. Jing closed her eyes, and a tear slowly fell from the corner of her eyes. Then he turned to look at the two books placed by the bedside, with an excited smile on his face under the bandage. Jing struggled to raise his hand, wanting to get a tasting book and read it carefully. Jing, are you okay? At this moment, a person suddenly ran into the room, and Jing was so frightened that he lowered his hand that he had just raised. Why are you here? Go home and rest quickly, Jing said hurriedly when he saw his wife Shanshan coming. Jing saw Shanshan's big belly. Didn't I hear that you were injured? I came to see you. Shanshan smiled softly, with a big belly, and slowly sat next to Jing's hospital bed. Jing sighed and smiled helplessly. This is the meal I brought for you. I guess you can't eat it if you look like this. Let me feed you. Wait, what is this? Shanshan put the meal in her hands on the table next to the hospital bed. Shan also noticed the two books placed on the table. Advertisement. Jing was stunned for a moment and wanted to get the book quickly. But it was too late. Shanshan had already taken the book in her hand. Looking at the book in her hand, Shanshan's face gradually turned red with embarrassment.
Uchiha Kagami, are you reading this kind of thing again? Shanshan threw the book aside in shame and anger and asked, looking at the mirror on the hospital bed.
This is Hiruzen's. Hiruzen's, he kept it here for me. Jing quickly dismissed the blame. Okay, I'll help you return it to Hiruzen. Shanshan snorted coldly, picked up two books and left here. Looking at the departing Shanshan and the books she loved, Jing's sadness turned into a river. Jing looked at the food on the table, but she couldn't eat it. She was even more sad. At night, Hiruzen came back from a busy day in Anbu. When he got home, Hiruzen suddenly felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Damn monkey, you still know how to come back. Bawahu slowly walked out of the room and asked with a smile on his face. Hiruzen swallowed. What's going on? Something's wrong. Ahem, don't you just come back after the work is done. Hiruzen coughed twice tentatively, lowered his head and glanced at Lake Biwa. Really, I remember, you work at Anbu, right? Bawako sneered and asked doubtfully. Hiruzen had a bad feeling. Does your job at Anbu consist of reading these things? Bawako smiled, took out two books from his arms and threw them on the ground. This is the latest version of the photos of Yuya Takigakure. Also, there's also a collector's edition of Hanakira's father. Both of these books are available on the market. It's not here. I can't even buy it. Oh my god, Hiruzen shouted excitedly as he looked at the two books on the ground. Not realizing the seriousness of the matter at all. Really? Bawahu smiled and clenched two fists in his hands. Lake Biwa. Listen to my explanation. This is. Danzo asked me to save it for him first. Hiruzen quickly came to his senses and passed the pod to Danzo. Ah. A moment later Jing looked at the patient who had just been pushed in next to him and was wrapped in bandages. Jing didn't even have to think about it. This was Hiruzen. Chapter 239. I'll pull you over. Uchiha Kagami. I'm going to kill you. Hiruzen, who was wrapped in bandages, looked at Uchiha Kagami on the bed next to him and roared angrily. Hiruzen. You have to listen to my explanation. Hiruzen limped out of bed and walked tremblingly to Mirror's bed. After a while, the door to the ward was opened again. This is Danzo coming. But nothing happened to Danzo. When Danzo saw a bandaged man in front of him sitting on another bandaged man and beating him violently, Danzo was stunned for a while. Danzo watched Hiruzen beat him violently for a while behind the camera. Danzo couldn't stand it anymore and quickly stopped Hiruzen, and the three of them sat down and had a good chat. So you just dumped the blame on me? Hiruzen became even angrier after hearing Jing's explanation. "A-hole, what are you talking about him? Did you dump the blame on me?" Danzo was still angry. When he got home in the middle of the night, he was questioned by Emilu and then kicked out. The three of them were silent for a while. "Danzo, you won't give up the blame?" Jing looked at Danzo and asked slowly. Danzo was silent for a while and nodded silently. The three fell into silence again. At this moment, Danzo's cell phone rang. Danzo answered the call without even looking. "FKU. Danzo. IFKU. You are asterisk 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 asterisk. IFKU. You are asterisk 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 asterisk. I am asterisk 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 asterisk." Danzo turned on the hands-free. Listening to Dave's civilized language on the phone, the three of them were silent again. But Dave is fine, and Yu Mei also believes in Dave. After so many years, Yu Mei naturally knows that Dave is not that kind of person, so after Emilu contacted her, Yu Mei immediately knew that Dave would not be that kind of person. Maid. After returning home, Yu Mei just joked with Dave and asked seriously, but Dave was confused. Seeing Dave's confused look, Yu Mei laughed and explained to Dave. Well, Dave called Danzo to communicate. The same goes for Emilu. She simply doesn't believe that Danzo can watch that kind of thing. How can a straight man like Danzo watch such a thing? But, well, Danzo was kicked out. Tonight in a certain ward of the hospital, 3 people suffering from the same disease looked pitiful. Dave, on the other hand, was sleeping peacefully at home with his wife and children in his arms. Well, that's the gap. Advertisement on the other side. Sighing looked at the lumpy thing on his hand with confusion on his face. Black-faced buckle ghost. What is this? Onoki looked at the phone in his hand and looked at Kakuzu over there and asked in confusion. Mobile phone, a good thing. Kakuzu smiled and explained to everyone. After Sighing learned how to use the mobile phone, he returned to the room feeling dizzy. Has Konoha developed such a thing? This was arranged by Dave, who was about to start exporting electronic things abroad. After Kakuzu heard the news from Dave, he naturally took the brunt of this basket. Kakuzu has recently felt that there is basically no profit in the land of fire. No, Dave's arrangement instantly ignited Kakuzu's heart. Dave is not afraid that people from other countries will take away their technology. According to what George and Orochimaru told him, their current technology is decades ahead of other countries, and their core technology is 100 years ahead. There is no need to worry about other countries, people imitate. Even if they copied it, their stuff would already be known to everyone in the ninja world, so who would be able to use their copied stuff? The 4 shadows have all created their own penguin accounts, and the first friend they added was Kakuzu. Kakuzu pulled the 4 of them into a group chat. High-quality people in the ninja world. Number of people, 25. It's Hashirama, not Shenmue. Welcome 4, Thorny Izuna, welcome. Ninja Dance God, welcome. Shinobi World, welcome. Dear Brother Ashura, welcome. Lang, welcome. Learning First, welcome. Senior Fishing Enthusiasts, welcome. Sighing looked at the large group of welcomes, his face full of confusion. What kind of group is this? Love Woman. At Money is Life. Who are these 4 people? Money is Life. They are the 4 shadows. It's Hashirama, not Shenmue. Oh. Have our Konoha things developed into the ninja world? Emoji package, Q version Hashirama surprise. Love Woman. At it's Hashirama, not Shenmue. Didn't you tell me that you went to the Hokage building to study at night? Emoji package, Q version Hashirama doubts. Advertisement it's Hashirama, not Shenmue. Ahem. Mito, ahem, I learned. You guys continue. Emoji package, Q version Hashirama sweating. Love Woman. Emoji package, Q version Hashirama anger. Onoki. This is. Worker. At Onoki, you rebellious disciple, quickly send a red envelope to the teacher. Now the teacher needs to add an egg to the instant noodles, hurry up. Onoki. Little Rabbit's husband, group leader. Wow, it's so late, everyone is still up. It's Hashirama, not Shenmue. And Nin Dance God, say goodbye to the water group, the ranking has begun. Little Rabbit's husband, group leader, go away, who can be like you, who can trick me to death with your cheating behavior, I slept. It's Hashirama, not Shenmue. Yes, yes. At Aigita Ashura at Lang. Come on, Ashura Indra, come on, we are 3 short of 2, we are 5 rows. Lang. No, Grandma. You go to bed early, Ninja Dance God. No need, Grandma, you go to bed early. It's Hashirama, not Shenmue. No, Grandma, you go to bed early. Ninja Dance God. At Xiao Rabbit's husband, go to bed quickly, what time is it? Ashura, who loves his brother, at it's Hashirama, not Shenmue. Are you in an internet cafe now? Lang. Well, we'll be there soon. Dave looked at the care for his grandson from his old father on his phone, wiped the cold sweat from his face, quickly threw the phone away and fell asleep. Ninja Dance God. Got it. Love Woman. At it's Hashirama, not Shenmue. Emoji package, Q version Kagaya angry. Ninja World Speed. At Xiao Rabbit's husband, remember to change Little Dayu's diaper. Did he drink milk before going to bed at night? You and Yume should be careful not to press on him when he is sleeping. By the way, there is also. Omit the following 1000 words. Kagaya Acridine. At Igida Ashura at Ri at Ninja Dance Shiin it is Hashirama, not a kidney treasure. Make sure you go to bed early. By the way, do you have any late night snacks? Ashura, who loves her brother, no, grandma, you go to bed early. The ninja dance god withdrew a message. Guess what he sent? It's Hashirama, not Shenbao. He withdrew a message. Guess what he sent? Worker. At Xiao Rabbit's husband, take a nap, get up and come to the internet cafe to find me. I'm in the Ninja World Alliance Silver Promotion Competition. Ashura, who loves his brother. Okay, I'll go right away. You are so abominable. You don't even call me when you go online. Emoji package, Q version Kagaya is cute. Chapter 240 The trend of Konoha sighing seemed to have discovered a new world. They were so curious that they didn't sleep all night and just talked nonsense in the group all night. Sighing chatted with everyone about the figures in previous history. Kagaya Acridine. First Raikage. Who is he? Is it very powerful? Of course, First Raikage-sama is a great man who single-handedly ended the Sengoku era of the Kingdom of Thunder. Kagaya. Oh, I don't know, from what you said, it should be, very weak. B asterisk 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 D. You actually dared to insult us, First Raikage. Who do you think you are? Do you dare to tell us your location so we can compare notes? Learning comes first, senior fishing enthusiasts. Ninja Dance God. It's Hashirama, not Shenbao. There are 21 people waiting below. Kagaya Acridine. Location sharing. Humph, it seems that he is not that kind of rat. Just wait for me, I'll be there soon. Half an hour later. Onoki. At how is the battle going? The Wi-Fi in the hospital is good, and the patients in the same ward are also very nice. Picture RPG. The picture above shows lying on a hospital bed with bandages all over her body. It has to be said that the medical ninjas in the hospital are really getting better and better. Two seriously ill comrades, Shang Jing and Hiruzen, were discharged after one night of treatment. The game was temporarily moved to the afternoon, for some reason. Dave had nothing to do at home and happened to come to the hospital to see the 3 people who had been discharged. Dave, should I get a haircut? A few people were walking in the corridor and passed by a mirror. Hiruzen looked in the mirror, touched his hair, and looked at Dave in confusion and asked. Advertisement, hey, Hiruzen, when you say that, it seems that I haven't had a haircut in a month or 2. Mirror touched the curly hair on his head, looked in the mirror, and said doubtfully. That's okay, the game is in the afternoon anyway, and we just go to get a haircut. Dave shrugged, and the 4 of them ran towards the barbershop. Love Kidney Barbershop. Hello, boss. Seeing Dave come in, the barbershop boy looked at Dave and stood up quickly to greet him. Well, the 4 of us are here to get haircuts. Dave smiled and nodded. The 3 people who had not slept all night sat on the chairs and fell asleep. Dave laughed. Give me those perm and dye potions that last the longest. Dave pointed to the potions on the shelf behind the counter and said with a smile. Boss, this. The barbershop boy was stunned for a moment, and his conscience made him instinctively refuse. I'll go back and tell the Kakuzu manager that your store's tax this quarter will be reduced by 3 points, Dave said softly with a smile. Boss, here, the good ones displayed above are all bluffing. This is the best potion I have in my possession. It can last for a year without losing its effect. The barbershop boy straightened his back instantly, took out the best potion that he had collected for many years from under the cabinet. Dave took it over, looked at the 3 people sleeping on the chairs over there, laughed, and started his own operation. A moment later, under Dave's operation. Dave ran away after the operation. Well, this was Dave's revenge. Originally, he only planned to retaliate against Danzo, but he thought that the other 2 were not the same. What a good bird. Well, I got my revenge on them. Jing was the first to open his eyes and wake up. He suddenly felt that his head was a little heavy. He reached out and touched his head in confusion. Suddenly Jing touched a thick strip-shaped object. Jing was confused. This feeling seemed familiar. Then, Jing hurriedly raised his head and looked at the mirror in front of him. The mirror's howling also woke up the 2 people next to it. What happened to the kidney? Ha 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 ha. Hiruzen stood up suddenly when he heard the howling. He was still a little dazed when he saw Mirror's hairstyle. His sleepiness disappeared instantly and he burst out laughing. You're laughing at your M. Ha 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 ha. You're still laughing at me. Look at yourself. Jing was unhappy at first. After hearing Hiruzen's laughter, he suddenly turned around and looked at Hiruzen. Hiruzen suddenly felt a bad feeling and quickly turned to look at the mirror in front of him. Seeing the 2 of them looking like this, Danzo instinctively felt something bad and looked at the mirror in front of him. The howling came from the barbershop again. Jing's hair is curly. After some perming and dyeing by Dave, the black curly hair turned into shit yellow. The swollen hair is as high as 2 heads. Such high hair surrounds Jing, on the forehead. Advertisement from a distance. Well, what you see is a shit yellow flower. And Hiruzen. Dave chose a sexy pink color for him. After a series of operations, Hiruzen's hair was erected into 3 pillars, and the 3 hair pillars stood on Hiruzen's forehead in the shape of 3 flowers. As for Danzo's hair, Dave chose red for him. As for his hair, The hair in the front is long bangs that cover half of his face, plus the hair that explodes into flowers at the back is like a cover. In order to accurately restore the scene, Dave also painted black eyeshadow on the three of them. The three of them just screamed and screamed. Can it be restored to its original state? Jing took a deep breath, forced to hold back the anger in her heart, and looked at the barbershop boy aside and asked. Say, why are you doing this? Hiruzen looked at the three pink hair pillars on his forehead, took out a kunai from his pocket and pointed at the barbershop boy over there and shouted. A caring person took a photo of the three of them and posted it on the Konoha forum. Go to him. Walking on the street, the image of the three people must have attracted the attention of everyone on the street. Master Hokage and his friends are at the top of Konoha's trends. He's not here, he must have run away. Danzo and Jing shook their heads and answered equally angrily. Especially Danzo, he is still wearing a Hokage robe. Master Hokage, is he so fashionable? It's Hashirama, not the kidney treasure. Replied the ninja dance god. Madara, how about we give it a try too? Ninja dance god. Huh? Danzo, are Mirror Monkey and the other three so good at playing? However, it looks pretty good. Ever since, the trend era has officially begun. I didn't do it, it was Boss Dave. The barbershop guy also took the Kakuzu Manager Financial Management course for a while. Below the post are the weird photos of the three of them. So, the three of them left the store. He learned a lot from a course called Betrayal, Rumor Mongering, and Blame Shifting are closely related to finance, life, taught by Kakuzu Manager, and benefited a lot from it. No way. Boss Dave gave you the most powerful potion. No one will recover in a year or two, if you force recovery. You can only have a bald head. The barbershop boy brother quickly shook his head. The ninja dance god replied to the ninja dance god. Okay, let's go to the barbershop. Where's Dave? Hiruzen suddenly turned around and looked at Danzo and Mirror with anger. Chapter 241 The era of new trends begins. Danzo and the three of them caught the culprit Dave in the internet cafe. The three men held Dave up and forcibly shaved his head and then let him go. I originally wanted to give Dave the same look as theirs, but Dave's hair was broken and couldn't be done, so I shaved it off for him. The three also agreed that Dave must remain bald until their hair recovers. In the internet cafe, there's a bald guy, a guy with 3 flowers on his head, a shit yellow flower, and a punk. The 4 of them sat there in silence. Even if the 4 of them did nothing, they were still the most dazzling guys in the internet cafe. A few days later, their looks quickly became popular in Konoha, especially during the Olympic Games these days, when they saw the CEO of the kidney company and Lord Hokage both looked like this. Is this the trend among the upper class in Konoha? Well, the 4 of them just started a new trend in Konoha. The guy at the barbershop can't stop smiling these days. He has been getting an endless stream of customers these days. Boss Dave is indeed a good boss who is considerate of migrant workers. Seeing the bleak traffic and income here, I specially created such a trendy movement in Konoha to take care of him. In order to thank Boss Dave, he also specially got the same bald hairstyle as Boss Dave. On this day, Madara, Hashirama, and Tobirama Izuna came. Welcome 4. Are you here to get Konoha's latest trendy hairstyle? The bald barbershop boy asked with a stiff smile on his face as he looked at the 4 new customers. Well, is there any reference? Madara nodded and looked at him doubtfully. We have 4 hairstyles in the store now, namely Moonlight Appearance, Bald Head, 3-Pillar Top, Dark Trend Punk, and Sunflower, 4 styles. Let's see which one do you want? Or what do you want? If you have any other styling ideas, I will try my best to express them for you. Look, this is a new hairstyle made by a customer named Ashura who came yesterday. I haven't registered it here yet, so I'll call it Elegant Cockcomb. The boy at the barbershop took out 5 pieces of hair from underneath. The photo was handed to the 4 of them. What? Is Ashura so fast? Damn it, I want this 3-pointer, Hashirama said in displeasure when he heard that Ashura was joining the trend faster than him. Advertisement, so he chose the same 3-pillar hairstyle as Hiruzen. I'm going to do this dark trend punk style. Madara looked at the 5 photos and chose the same hairstyle as Danzo. I want this Yangshangwa. Izuna thought for a while and chose the same hairstyle as Mirror. Moonlight Appearance. Tobirama saw his precious son choosing this. As his father, he must keep up with the trend of the times. So, a few hours later, Hashirama has 3 green hair pillars on his head, Madara has no dyed hair, black bangs cover half of her face, and the hair at the back is like a barrier. Izuna has a blue flower on her head, and Tobirama is bald. The 4 of them are here walking on the street like this. However, this time the 4 people took to the streets. They did not attract much attention, because the streets were full of. A few people went to the bar to play for a while and then everyone went home. Arrive home. Zhao Yue and Dave looked at Tobirama in front of them, who also came back with a bald head, and their faces were full of confusion. Tobirama. You? Zhao Yu pointed at Tobirama in front of her in disbelief and asked tremblingly. Follow the trends in Konoha. Tobirama closed his eyes, and sure enough, trends come at a price, as this post on the forum put it well. Zhao Yue just feels dizzy now. Her precious son shocked herself 2 days ago when he came back with a bald head. This time Tobirama has another bald head. Zhao Yue has already don't know what to say. Dave slapped his forehead hard. What are these things? He really regretted doing these things. Now that his old father has ended up like this. Then Uncle Madara and the others. Dave no longer dares to think about that scene. Ever since, Zhao Yue has been strictly guarding her grandson Dai Yu these 2 days. She is determined not to let the bald influence affect her precious grandson. She wants to protect the only heir of the last male in the family. And Hashirama. Back home, Mito kicked Hashirama out directly. If you don't restore your hair to me, you won't be able to come back to this house. Mito roared toward the door angrily. Advertisement, if you don't come back, you won't come back. Mito, you don't understand what fashion is at all. Hashirama touched the 3 pillars on his forehead and snorted disdainfully. At this time, the door of the room opened, and Hashirama thought Mito had changed his mind and asked him to go back. And just as Hashirama took the first step into the house, several chains suddenly erupted from behind Mito, beating Hashirama violently and then throwing him away. At 12 o'clock at midnight, Hashirama found Madara because he was homeless, and he and Madara ran to the internet cafe and lined up. The 2 of them got tired after playing for a while. Madara first asked Hashirama, the cheater, to play by himself while she went to the forum to post posts. Madara was going to post one too. He first found Dave's forum main page and found a post that Dave posted yesterday. Sadness, reverse distillation into rhinoceros. Below is a photo of Dave's bald head. Madara looked at the text and thought for a while. Nowadays, any selfie with this hairstyle on the forum will have this kind of text. Dave first posted it, and the simple villagers thought it was a trend and hurriedly copied it. And each one lets himself go more freely than the other. Open black lens bracket Miroguabuai. Please ask for help. Close black lens bracket. I Jill one Technet Heart. Hukan Shin Dong. Wait a lot. Madara gets a headache from looking at it. Later, Madara also uploaded his own post. I Joe, below is a photo of myself. Dave was scrolling through posts at home, with a fluke in his heart, hoping that he wouldn't see the photos of the remaining 3 people. When he saw Madara also posted a post, Dave's heart skipped a beat. Dave looked at the photo Madara had just sent and was entranced for a long time. Chapter 242 Bring your own cement, gather at the entrance of the village. Danzo stood on top of the Hokage building, looking at the people coming and going downstairs, and everyone's hair with visually explosive effects on their heads. Danzo felt that he had a little high blood pressure. How could a good village become like this? Danzo looked at the glass in front of him through the light, and looked at his appearance on the glass. Danzo had an even more headache. Danzo, you must solve the popular killing problem in the village as soon as possible. At this time, Hiruzen slowly walked into the office and said angrily. Kill Matt? What do you mean? Danzo turned around and looked at Hiruzen in confusion and asked. It's because of his hair and the popular culture on the internet that some people call him a shemate. Hiruzen sat on the sofa nearby and said angrily. What's wrong? Did you encounter any problems? Danzo sat down and asked confused. If it's normal, the villagers in the village would just mess around and have fun. But if ninjas start to do this, it's terrible for a village. Hiruzen snorted, not caring about the pink color on his head, of 3 pillars. If it were ordinary ninjas doing this, forget it. The problem is that their Anbu have become popular. Have you ever seen Anbu from any village with comb hair? Their Anbu? It's a secret special forces unit that assassinates people. If your hair is like this, why don't you assassinate me? What's even more ridiculous is that an Anbu team went on a mission yesterday. During the mission, one Anbu had a bald head. When the mission was carried out under the moonlight, his bald head was like a light bulb at night under the moonlight. His vision was easily exposed, but fortunately, he returned safely. And there are not just 1 or 2 examples of this. There was someone in Anbu who worshipped their minister the day before yesterday. Hiruzen, it's okay if he just wanted to worship you. You also learned to have this hair like me. That person accidentally performed the assassination mission. It fell into the latrine, and my hair got stuck in the latrine, and several people couldn't pull it out. The mission failed again. The man is still in the latrine, waiting for Anbu to go over and get an Earth-style ninja to help him out. In the past, their Anbu mission success rate was stable at around 80%, but now it has plummeted to 30%. How terrible. I also want to deal with it, but I have no idea. Danzo rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Do you think he doesn't want to? Today Hiruzen came to complain, and yesterday Jing also came to complain. Jing hasn't been home for a week. Shanshan looked at her husband, a handsome young man, who suddenly turned into such a thing, and she was so angry that her fetus almost moved. Now, currently, Kagami and the old man on duty at the Uchiha Police Department are working on the floor of the police department. Fortunately, Mi Lu was blind and couldn't see anything. Otherwise, seeing what he looked like, he would probably be laying the floor in the office now. No one in Anbu can go out on missions now. I hope you can come up with a plan as soon as possible, otherwise the village will not be able to operate normally if this continues. Hiruzen also sighed and said helplessly. Well, advertisement. There was a Sai in the office. In the barbershop on the other side. Sighing came to the barbershop. They have also been deeply influenced by shemade culture this week. Even some of the athletes they brought have begun to perm and dye. Since they can't beat it, then join. The 4 shadows choices were surprisingly consistent. A moment later there are 4 more sexy coxcombs on the street. Just as the 4 shadows were bombing the streets, the mobile phones in their pockets rang at the same time. High-quality people in the ninja world. It's Hashirama, not Shenbao. Bring your own cement, gather at the entrance of the village. Ashura, who loves his brother. Got it, be there soon. Ninja Dance God. Received. Ninja speed, received. Thorny Izuna. Got it. Onoki. What does this mean? And it's Hashirama, not Shenbao. It's Hashirama, not Shenbao. Why do you care so much? Just bring the cement and gather at the village gate as quickly as possible. The four shadows looked confused for a while, but they still went to the Aishin construction store to buy a sack of cement each, and carried it to the entrance of Konoha's village. At this time, a large number of aspiring young people had gathered at the gate of Konoha. They had trendy hair and bulging pockets that looked like they were filled with cement. Madara is wearing black eyeshadow, carrying a sack of cement in her left hand, and a stereo in her right hand. Motor. This time, I will definitely dance better than you. Hashirama held up 3 pillars, put on eyeliner, walked up to Madara with an arrogant face and shouted. Madara chewed gum, blew a bubble, and looked at Hashirama with disdain. Advertisement, ugly, I don't want to be married. A moment later. Okay, everyone, are you ready? Hashirama shouted while standing on the security room, looking at the people below. Ready. All the young people nodded excitedly. Madara. Let's start. Hashirama nodded excitedly, turned his head and looked at Madara beside him. Madara nodded and put the stereo on her shoulder aside. Then. My King Yin sang Yinan's Ruang. Madara jumped down from the top of the security room, then picked up the cement in her hand, and took ghost steps with Hashirama, swaying the cement with her hand. When the Shamat youths saw Madara and Hashirama leading the dance to the music, they all seemed extremely excited. They took out the cement from their pockets and started swaying. Should we? Also. Coxcomb-headed Reikajaya looked at the 3 shadows on the side, swallowed, and asked in a trembling voice. 3 shadows stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Forget it, I don't care about you anymore, I can't hold it anymore. The coxcomb-headed Reikajai smiled wildly, then suddenly tore his clothes to pieces, exposing his explosive muscles, swaying the bag of cement on his shoulders, and joined the army of young people. Sanying also came to his senses. Anyway, he bought all the cement, and he bought it on credit. How could he not use it anymore? Then I joined in. They were divided into 5 gangs based on their hair and danced, and their movements were like ghosts and shadows. The punk-haired youths led by Madara were also the ones who wielded cement the hardest and most. Hashirama was the youth with 3 pillars, and Izuna led their young people with flower hair. Tobirama is the young people with bald heads, and Ashura is the young people with coxcomb hair. At the entrance of Konoha's village, cement is flying all over the sky at this moment, and people are rolling on the ground. Hashirama is still the most powerful one. Several security guards who were originally on duty at the gate of Konoha have now joined in. Chapter 243 It Has to Be You. Danzo Dave was dumbfounded when he saw this scene from a rooftop. Is this still Konoha? There was no other way. Dave could only pull Kaguya over. If he couldn't control the biggest person in Konoha, well, then that's up to you. You'd better be busy, otherwise you'll delay my square dance rehearsal, Kaguya asked glumly as Dave forcibly pulled him over. But before Kaguya finished speaking, Dave pointed to the grand scene at the door over there. Well, you can see for yourself. Kaguya was also dumbfounded. Kaguya really couldn't believe it. That thing rolling over on the ground, covered in cement, with a rooster comb on his head, was his grandson. She just hasn't seen her grandson for a few days, and her grandson is like that. Who is it? Then, Dave looked at Kaguya's forehead with blue veins popping out, silently put on his lil sun hat, and left here. A moment later, in the barbershop boy looked at a cold woman over 2 meters tall, carrying 4 people in one hand. The 4 people were dragged into the shop by the woman like little chickens. Tobirama followed them tremblingly. The 4 of them, shave them off. Kaguya waved his hand gently and threw the 4 of them on the chairs in the barbershop. Ah, are all shaved? The barbershop boy was surprised and asked doubtfully. Well, they are all shaved. If any of the 4 of them has a hair on their head, I will ask you. Kaguya nodded, and then stood aside and watched quietly. The barbershop boy swallowed. He picked up the hair clipper and walked behind the first person, Ashura. No. Woo-woo. Grandma. No. This is a symbol of my spirit. I am the patriarch of the Shamat Cockcomb family. Don't be bald. Woo-woo-woo. Ashura immediately fell from the chair and hugged Kaguya said with little stars twinkling in his arms, trying to avoid this incident by acting cute. Kaguya looked at her cute grandson's twinkling eyes, and the bottom line in her heart was about to break. Then, her eyes fell on the comb on Ashura's head, and the bottom line in her heart became stronger again. Ashura looked at his grandma's expressionless face and thought that this matter was settled. Sure enough, this method works every time. Shave. Ouch. No, Grandma. A generation of kings fell because of the arrival of Grandma. Now that Ashura is like this, Madara, Hashirama, and Izuna can't run away, and all of them have shaved their heads. Looking at the 4 shiny little heads in front of him, Kaguya nodded with satisfaction. Oh, and there's this little head next to Tobirama. Tobirama has a bald head, so don't worry about him. Let's go, it's evening now, let me make some food for you. Kaguya turned his head and looked at the 5 little bald heads and asked with a smile on his face. The 5 people were stunned for a moment, and then 4 people disappeared here in an instant. Advertisement Hashirama and Madara both had Rinnegan, and the time and space ninjutsu ran away. Tobirama pulled Izuna and ran away using Flying Thunder God. Then Ashura was confused. Although he had a golden Rinnegan, he couldn't use it. It seems that the 4 of them are not hungry yet. Ashura, Grandma will cook for you. Looking at the 4 people leaving, Kagaya shook his head helplessly. Well, his precious grandson is still cute. Little bald Ashura swallowed. Can he run away now? Then. Grandma. Can I say I'm not hungry? No, Ashura. The king has fallen again. The next day, today is the 10th event of the Olympic Games, ninjutsu fighting. Except for Cloud Shinobi Village, which only had 2 contestants, there were many people from other villages who signed up for ninjutsu fighting. There is a large arena on the venue, which allows the audience to see more clearly and allows the contestants to let go. Welcome to the ninjutsu fighting competition. Ninjutsu fighting, as the name implies, contestants can only use ninjutsu to fight. Of course, the blood inheritance boundaries of the contestants can still be used, but they must be ninjutsu-like bloodline boundaries. Large-scale ninjutsu and forbidden technique can also be used. The formations on the field have been arranged by Uzumaki Ashina of the country of Whirlpool, which means that the contestants can let go. May explained in the commentary room. In the first match, Konoha Village's number 7 player Shimura Danzo, also known as 3rd Hokage-sama, will face off against Iwagakure's number 1 player Onoki, 3rd Tsuchikage-sama. During the game, he will be seriously injured and unable to fight again, or surrender. The one who loses will definitely not allow life problems to arise. This is just a game, there is no need to fight hard, otherwise Konoha will be responsible for the consequences. Hokage, please, let me see what you said before, let me see what you mean. Onoki gently flipped the pink comb on his head and looked at Danzo beside him and said with a smile. The words are filled with the smell of gunpowder. Okay. Danzo nodded. The two jumped off the stage and reached the center of the ring in an instant. Understand the rules. If you can't beat them, you can surrender. If one side has no ability to fight again, I will stop the other side. If the other side dies, Konoha is not responsible and you will bear the consequences. Do you understand? Kakuzu appeared in the center of the ring and looked towards the two said. The two nodded. The game begins. Kakuzu nodded and then waved his hand. The game officially begins. Earth style. Rock fist technique. Onoki took the lead in forming a seal, covering his hand with several meters of rock, and swung it towards Danzo. Body flicker technique. Onoki hid Danzo's position, and Danzo had already left here with a body flicker technique. A big hole was made in Danzo's original position. Hokage, don't run away, Onoki said slowly with an evil smile. Okay. Wind style. Vacuum sphere. Danzo nodded. Then he spit out the wind blade from his mouth and attacked Onoki over there at extremely fast speed. Earth style. Gangly technique. Onoki formed a seal with his hands, and then the arena began to tremble. Then, a clawed giant of more than 10 meters tall slowly appeared on the ground. Danzo's wind style hit the giant's body without any pain or itch. The small Onoki stood on top of the clawed giant, laughing and looking at Shimura Danzo who was constantly dodging the clawed giant's attacks. Hokage, fight back. Why are you running? Ha 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 ha. The third Hokage only has the ability to escape. Ha ha ha. Onoki laughed wildly. The pink coxcomb on her head swayed in the wind. Danzo didn't say anything. He kept dodging attacks and looking for opportunities to attack the clawed giant with wind style. Of course, the effect is minimal. Danzo wants to scold him because he seems to know wind style. After half an hour passed like this, advertisement. Ah, Hokage, is this all you have? Surrender quickly. Onoki felt bored, yawned, and looked at Danzo over there. Danzo breathed heavily, looked at Onoki coldly, and said nothing. Forget it, I don't know what is good or bad, then I will end this game. Don't worry, I will pay attention to the severity. Onoki shook his head helplessly. Then he lowered the stone giant under his feet into the ground. Onoki stayed in the air, clasping his hands together and placing them in front of him. Dust escape. Original realm peeling technique. Then, Onoki roared suddenly, his hands emitted white crystal light, and then the light rushed towards Danzo over there. The audience's hearts are already in their heads. Hokage-sama, please don't lose. Danzo slowly stood up straight, breathed a sigh of relief, formed a seal on his hand, and took off a seal on his left eye. Izanagi. The light went straight through Danzo, and the field was filled with smoke. Seeing this situation, the mood of all the spectators on the field dropped to the bottom of their hearts. Hokage. Hokage, is that all? Onoki smiled disdainfully and said slowly. Really, continue. At this time, the smoke dispersed, and Danzo's figure appeared intact in the center of the field. What? Impossible. Impossible. There will be no one left alive in this escape. I don't believe it. Onoki was stunned on the spot and roared in disbelief. Dust escape. Original realm peeling technique. Izanagi. Dust escape. Original realm peeling technique. Izanagi. Dust escape. Original realm peeling technique. Izanagi. Ah. Hokage. Dust release. Limited stripping technique. Onoki had not seen such a rogue ninja in decades. Then, he used the last chakra in his body and used his strongest. He didn't believe it. Izanagi. Looking at Onoki who was lying on the ground with his chakra dissipated and foaming at the mouth, Danzo shook his head helplessly. Well, this Sharingan is quite useful. Tsuchikage, people are bad, don't blame the uneven road. Danzo put the seal back and said with a smile. There was complete silence on the field. Dave looked confused in the commentary room. Danzo's gangster style of play. As expected of you. Danzo, Chapter 244 Absolute. In the first round, Konoha village player Shimura Danzo wins. Kakuzu stepped onto the ring and made the final decision. When Shimura Danzo sat back in the seat of the 5 cages, the other 3 cages' eyes looked at Shimura Danzo differently. This guy. The one just now was Sharingan. Danzo, on the other hand, didn't care so much and closed his eyes to rest. Milu discussed with him that this eye is also a Mangekyo Sharingan, but he does not have any accompanying pupil skills. The only feature is that the pupil power is huge and the recovery speed is extremely fast, and it can be recovered in battle. Danzo is now a ninja bug. Madara, who was watching the battle in the auditorium, was speechless. Can Izanagi be so useful? The only thing to blame is that this eye is so compatible with Izanagi's jutsu. When Sharingan could be transplanted into Danzo, Madara had no objection. The Uchiha clan, like the Senju clan, are now completely open and free to marry. Many Uchiha women have married outside. Maybe you can meet a random child on the street. You open a Sharingan. Sharingan is not unique to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara is not the clan leader now, and he is too lazy to care about so many things. He doesn't care about many things now. Hashirama, Dave, and Izuna are the 3 people he cares about most now. The second game, Konoha village player number 17, Zetsu, versus Kirigakure player number 43, Onaiden XX. Then, Tsukimi announced the contestants of the second game in the commentary room. Zetsu? Do we have any information about this person? After third Mizukage heard that he was there, he quickly asked the assistant behind him. No, he's an unknown person, he must be very weak. The assistant shook his head. They had no information about this person, so he must be very weak. Well, that's no problem. Third Mizukage was relieved. On the field, Ju and the other party slowly entered the stage. The game begins. Kakuzu glanced at the 2 of them, then looked at Zetsu with a dark expression, and then left the field. Surrender, with my mother's help, you have no chance of winning. Black Zetsu looked at the people of the Ghost Lantern clan in front of him and said with an evil smile on his face. Huh? Do you know what it feels like to have a bowel movement? Afei looked at the actor in front of him and asked with confusion on his face. Advertisement. The ghostly figure swallowed. What the hell is this? Why is it half black and half white? Black Zetsu is essentially the product of Kaguya's will, and his chakra is also Kaguya's. Black Zetsu came to Kagaya to cry and complained that Dave had used the seal to do something very inhumane. Kagaya was so annoyed by him that he gave him another. He bestowed some chakra. Now Black Zetsu has possessed Fei, and the 2 of them are called Zetsu. Half black and half white, it looks like a pitcher plant on its head. The 2 can separate at any time, but now they're together, firstly so that they can better help their mother during this Olympics, and secondly for the new skills they can learn. Of course, the original chakra of Black Zetsu is still in Dave's body, and he can still use Dave's Black Zetsu armor and Black Zetsu's abilities. Who do you think you are? You're just a nobody. In that case, today, I'm going to let the people of the ninja world open their eyes and let you know that the Ghost Lantern clan is amazing. Hydration technique. The Ghost Lantern dragon set also had arrogant face. Then, the dragon suit of the Ghost Light clan turned into a puddle of water and ran towards Black Zetsu over there. Never smiled disdainfully, and then suddenly got into the ground. This puddle of water is covered, but where are the people? There was silence for a few minutes. Coward, if you have the guts, come out. Gui Dengduo turned into a human again, shouting with a speechless face. Okay, at this time, there was a sound on the field, and the actor was stunned for a moment, because he found that the source of the sound seemed to be coming from himself. The actor suddenly realized that he had lost control of half of his body, and looked to the side with one eye on the other side of his body. Oh, what are you? The actor looked at half of his body suddenly turning black, roaring with horror on his face. Are you going to surrender on your own or do you want me to do it? How many years? How many years? Black Zetsu hasn't seen such a frightened face in many years. Ha ha ha. This feeling of possession is so great. Evil thing. Come out of my body quickly. The actor's face was full of horror. What kind of bullshit is this? How can it possess someone? It seems that it can't hurt people's lives. It seems that the Black Hand can't be used. Well, let's show you our latest abilities. Black Zetsu ignored him and murmured to himself. Later, Black Zetsu also turned into a puddle of water and got off the dragon suit. Afei on the ground returned to the ground again, and the 2 formed Zetsu again. Advertisement. Gui Lang Liao Diao regained control of his body, and this time the look he looked at Shangju was not as relaxed and wild as at the beginning, but frightened. Black Zetsu and Afei, who were living together, looked at each other, and then Zetsu stretched out his hands, one black and one white, and began to form seals. Dung escapes. Dung rains all over the sky. I saw that the pitcher plants on the heads of the 2 people began to secrete a yellow sticky substance and fell to the ground. Then the sticky substance on the ground slowly formed a yellow cloud in the air, slowly moving towards the dragon set over there. Fly away. Hydration technique. Although Gui Lang Duo doesn't know what kind of escape technique is Dung escape, judging from the fact that the black thing just now can possess him, this thing is definitely not a good thing. Do you think you can escape by turning into water? You know, there's liquid in feces, Afei said slowly. Another seal was formed on the hand. The yellow dark clouds arrived above the dragon suit. Then, a yellow rain began to fall on the field, but what came down was not raindrops, but golden liquid. A few drops of liquid were mixed with small yellow lumps. Very soon. The little waterman turned into a minion, and there were various golden ones scattered on the field. Ah, is this the art of pooping? Afei looked at the gold scattered on the field and the minions in front of him, his face full of intoxication. The actor quickly transformed from the water state into a human body. Now he was covered in golden color. He even felt that there was feces in his stomach, various organs in his body, and even in his blood. Then he lay on the ground and vomited wildly. Poop can be divided into banana shape, block shape, mud shape, water shape, hard shape, and semi-chain shape. So, which state do you want to sublimate in? Afei said slowly. The art of pooping is indeed unfathomable. By the way, and also, do you know what it feels like to have a bowel movement? Vomit. The game is over. Konoha Village's absolute winner, Kirigakir's Ghost XX went into shock because of vomiting. Take it away quickly. Kakuzu hurriedly came on the stage and shouted.